protein diets, and then they won't.
It's actually pretty striking.
But I mean, I've talked to gastroenterologists about it.
Want to bring
On Shabbat,
which is from the example
they didn't know this was a thing. I know.
A lot of other examples of keeping
but for those people who
it's
do
interesting
poop,
to see that they choose this one. The Gemara says,
there's also this thing of a child. It's called.
So the example, who is the example of the
Lyconium,
who revered his master?
which it sounds like some kind of element, but it is
transitioning back. Remember again,
a thick, sticky, tar like black or dark green substance passed in the first 24 to 48 hours after birth. It is normal and composed of amniotic fluid, mucus, and cells ingested in the womb. Within a few days, it transitions to brown, green, or yellow.
In the Kinos and Tisha B'Av,
all right, so you didn't even have that dog. I'm perfect. Who knows?
The cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the Gemara says over here something very. So the Gemara quotes the pasuk that says that Nebuchadnezzar goes ahead. He burns the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the palace of the king. Now the pasuk said that Nebuchadnezzar was standing before HaKadosh. Was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. The Gemara says, "I'm a base. When we saw Nebuchadnezzar Yerushalayim, someone says, so now let's just get the geography right over here. Nebuchadnezzar is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king above him. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim.
All right, so we're going to try this. So my Rebbe sends a kind of she's not here. And she...
So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Eretz Yisrael. He was in
she's from New York, but
right, that's where he was. So how does it say? How does it say that Nebuchadnezzar stood before Nebuchadnezzar?
East Coast. Not Brooklyn, not New Jersey,
that Nebuchadnezzar had such covet for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar.
Yo, dog, I want you to explain the laws of NIDDAH with all the colors and when you can touch your husband and all of that. But I want you to make it like an episode of Coffee Talk from Saturday Night Live. And please put emphasis on the words so that it's easier to have a New York accent. And please, like, be very specific about the colors and stuff.
That were so sharp that the metal could cut through.
And have it be so that it will be approved by the Coffee Talk people and any rabbi anywhere in the world.
So fine. Boy, let me hadar. Amar mistafina deloli avdu bi ki hechi da avdu b'sancherev. So it says this. Nebuchadnezzar is ready to turn back. Ready to turn back. Now why is Nebuchadnezzar ready to turn back? Because remember again, it wasn't so long beforehand that what happened? Sancherev, right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sancherev, the massive defeat of Hans's problems. Now you have 300 of the sharpest axes of metal that can cut through metal,
and we're going to talk
all
about
of them
Nida.
break on one door.
Tastefully, practically, according to Jewish law, and in a way that would make any rabbi anywhere say, "No, that's fine." All right, you're going to be able to pull this out.
Shavar bar shavar. So Baskol came out.
Cue Barbara Streisand energy. Lots of hand motion.
Shavar bar shavar literally means a jumper.
Linda Richmond voice.
Jumps. Rashi says
I don't know if I can do
in the right hand column of Rashi, about 10 lines into the short lines. Doleg bar doleg. Kum b'kava shel Yushalayim. Zarin kalmar. So it says this.
I can do. I can't really.
So the Gemara says. So apparently that
Nida.
The jumper.
Let's talk Nida. Not in a dirty way.
Was part of
I just don't have that.
As well.
Not in a dirty way. God forbid. But in a holy, structured, very Jewish way. First of all, this is not about shame. This is not about women are icky. This is about time, bodily rhythm, and boundaries. Step one, the bleeding. When a married Jewish woman sees uterine blood, real blood, not from a cut, not from a hemorrhoid, Not for brushing your teeth, but blood from the uterus. Boom, she becomes Nida. At that moment, no physical contact with husband, no hand holding, no passing objects hand to hand, no sitting on the same couch cushion if it's squishy. Separate beds. Yes, even if you're tired. Judaism is very into self-control. That's not. This is called harchakot, distancing rules. The colors.
On one hand, it's painful because
the callers. Very important. Pay attention. Now, people mess this up, so let's be clear. Problematic colors show to a rabbi. Bright red, dark red, black, brown, deep maroon, anything that looks like wine, rust, or old blood. If it looks like blood that has feelings, call a rabbi. Generally, not problematic, depends, but calmer. White, clear, yellow, beige, light tan, very faint pink, like a strawberry. Thought about blushing.
So Nebuchadnezzar realizes now,
like a strawberry thought about blushing and flushing? No, anywhere. But here's the rule. When in doubt, you ask. This is literally a profession called a Yotzet Halakha, female halakhic advisor. Judaism said, let women ask women. Progressive, we love to see the waiting game. Once bleeding stops completely, not mostly stopped, not I think it's over, stopped, dead, gone. She does hefsek tahara, a clean internal check before sunset. If that's clean, we start counting. Then 7 clean days. 7 days. No blood, no stains, clean checks. 7. Like creation. Judaism loves a theme. The mikvah. Everybody calm down. After sunset on the 7th clean day, she immerses in a mikvah. Natural water, rainwater, natural water, rainwater, spring, very spa, very ancient. This is not a bath. This is a transformation. And after that, tahara, ritually permitted. Touching, the big reveal. Before mikvah, no touching. After mikvah, all touching permitted. Hand holding, hugging, affection, marital intimacy within halakha. Judaism says absence makes the heart grow fonder. Very romantic for a religion that also regulates your kitchen sink. Final coffee talk thought. Nida is about discipline, about renewal, about desire that isn't constant, about making marriage feel new every month. And frankly, if everyone boundaries like this, half of therapy wouldn't exist. Amberclub, talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Nida, oppressive or secretly the most emotionally intelligent system ever invented. Discuss. That's not exactly.
You killed a dead nation.
Yo, dog. Talk about the different colors have names. Also, make it so that if someone were reading this, there would be emphasis with the words. Like coffee would not be COFFEE. It would be CAWFEE.
Right? That this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing you to occur.
Okay, coffee talk, round 2. I hear you. You want the colors with names, and you want it written so a person reading it cannot avoid doing the whole Long Island, Brooklyn nasal situation. And it still has to be 100% halakhically safe and rabbi approved. We got this. Coffee talk. The colors of Nida. Put down your mug, open your eyes. This is important. Linda Richmond dialed through 11. So Nita, everyone says, oh, it's blood. No, it's colors. Judaism does not do vague. We name things. Adam, red. This is blood, like fresh blood, period blood. Oh, that's definitely blood. Problem, Nita, call it. If you see Adam, you don't philosophize, you don't squint, you don't say, maybe the lighting. You say, Adam, we're done. Yayin, wine color. This is the deep burgundy, maroon, old wine on tablecloth energy. It's not bright red, but it's got intent. Also problematic. Show a rabbi. Judaism says, if it looks like wine, it might as well be blood. Very poetic, very strict. Shachor, black or brown. This is old blood vibes. This is old blood vibes. Brown, rust, coffee ground looking. Not cute, not neutral. Blood that went to therapy and came back darker. Still counts, still Nita. Barad, pink. Now everyone gets nervous. Light pink, faint, like blood that thought about showing up and then changed its mind. This is context dependent, size dependent, fabric dependent. This is show the rabbi caller. Not panic, not ignore, just ask. Lavan, white. White is clean, white is innocent, white did nothing wrong. If it's just white discharge, not blood, not Nita, Judaism does not punish mucus. We're not animals. Zahor. Yellow is normal, common, boring, not blood. Unless it's mixed with red or brown. Then we side eye and call someone. Beige, tan. No fancy Hebrew, just this is the annoying one. Sometimes old discharge, sometimes leftover blood, sometimes nothing. This is why rabbis have job security. You don't decide, you ask. Fabric matters. Yes, it does. Listen carefully. A stain on white underwear, taken very seriously. Colored underwear, more lenient. Why? Because Holocaust says, if you can't see it clearly, we don't invent problems. Judaism, anti-anxiety since Sinai. Final coffee talk thought. Nita isn't, did you bleed? It's what color, what size, what fabric, what time, what context. This is not vibes, this is law. And if you're even unsure, Judaism literally says ask, don't guess. I'm verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. Topic, why does Judaism trust women with this system more than any ancient culture ever? And still make everyone nervous about it. Discuss. Still not it. Yo, dog, you didn't talk at all about deacon cloths and deacon clothes. I want the nitty gritty. And also, you're not doing enough emphasis on the words for a Long Island, a Long Island, Brooklyn, New Jersey accent.
And this month says something amazing happened, which is
I want that for all of the words.
They say like mashu lo normali,
where applicable.
This is not normal. This is not a normal zach here, right? And he has thoughts of tshuva. Why does he have thoughts of tshuva? He says, all right,
now we're doing it. You want nitty gritty. You want badikas, cloths, Adam, mark, dachuk, and you want it written so if somebody reads it loud, they accidentally sound like they're ad for Great Neck. Coffee talk, the clothes, the checks, the whole Megillah. This is 100% halakhic. A rabbi could print this and not lose their job. First of all, what is badika? Badika, inspection, internal check. Judaism does not say, you're fine. Judaism says we check. A badika is done using a cloth called an eid. Eid means witness because the cloth is literally testifying. Very Jewish, very legal, very intense for laundry. The eid, the badika cloth. This is soft, white, clean, no patterns, no colors, no lint, no nonsense. Think hospital white, funeral serious. Why? because we are judging colors and patterns lie. Hefsek Tahara. Hefsek Tahara. This is the big one. This happens the day the bleeding stops, the day bleeding stops, before sunset. The Badika says we are officially done bleeding. You do one proper check with Eid. Results, if it comes out Lavan, white, Mazel Tov, you start counting. If it comes out Adom, Chum, Shachor, Yayin, nope, try again tomorrow. No arguing, no poetry, just law. Makda Chuk. This is where people panic. Mach cloth. The chuk pressed held in. This is a second cloth gently placed internally for a short time before sunset. Purpose to prove nothing is coming back. If the Makda Chuk comes out clean, we breathe. Stain, we cry quietly and wait another day. You don't have to cry. Not everyone does this today, but many do. Ask your rabbi. Judaism loves questions. The Sheva Nekiim, 7 clean days. Each day, 2 badikas. Morning before sunset. Using new Eid dim, not the same one. God is watching. Now, the clothes results, pay attention. When you look at the Eid, you're asking, Adom, red. Blood, game over. That day doesn't count. Yayin, wine colored. Deep red, maroon, burgundy. Looks like it came from a Seder spill. Suspicious, show a rabbi. Chum, shachor, brown, black. Cold blood energy, rust vibes, coffee, ground sadness. Counts is blood. Varad, pink, light pink, faint, barely there. This is call someone smart. Lavan, white, clean, pure, innocent. The cloth did nothing wrong. Zahov, yellow. Normal discharge, human body stuff. Judaism says relax. Fabric rule, very important. If the stain is on an Eid, taken very seriously. On white underwear, serious. On colored underwear, more lenient. Why? Because Halakha says we don't create problems where we can't see clearly. Judaism is anti-drama, shockingly. Final coffee talk moment. The system is precise, technical, detailed, and completely trusts women. No public inspection, no embarrassment. Just cloth, colors, time, envelope.
The ability to smell and judge.
I need a bagel. Topic. Why does Judaism treat bodily reality like a legal document and somehow make it spiritual? Discuss. All right, is that what you wanted to do? I don't think.
What does this mean? That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea
you're doing a great job. Okay, so you don't have to do that right like that anymore. So there are these pills that a woman can take and basically
such an acute sense of
limit her period to
that which is right and that which is wrong,
like once every
all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell
3 months.
MS. So the Gemara goes right to the Gemara.
In that situation,
Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as,
wouldn't that mean that she doesn't have to go to the mikvah as often?
That she says over here, Mimalche Hordus Haya. He was one of the Herodian kings.
All right, cool. We're back to regular speech. Still coffee, energy, just less theater. Short answer, yes. Then the nuance. Yes, if a woman uses hormonal pills that make her period come once every 3 months, then yes, we should generally be going to the mikvah less often because mikvah follows bleeding, not the calendar. Now let's do it properly and rabbi approved. The core rule, very important. A woman goes to the mikvah only after she has had uterine bleeding that makes her nida. The bleeding completely stops. She does a hefsek tahara. She counts 7 clean days. No bleeding, no nida, no mikvah. Judaism does not say it's been a month, go dunk. Judaism says what actually happened in the body. So what about period suppression pills. These include extended cycle birth control, continuous oral contraceptives, certain hormonal IUD situations, medical regimens prescribed by a doctor. If the pills cause no bleeding at all for months or only spotting that is halakhically non-problematic, then she does not become nida, and therefore no separation, no 7 clean days, no mikvah during that time. Yes, that's correct. But very Jewish. But spotting changes everything. Here's where it gets tricky. Hormonal methods often cause light spotting, breakthrough bleeding, brown or pink stains. Some of that does count as nida. Some of it does not. Some of it depends on color, size, and where it was seen. So in real life, women on these pills often ask more shilohs, halakhic questions, even though they go to mikvah less often. Less dunking, more texting the rabbi pictures of stains. Crap, respectful, anonymous. Yes, that's a thing. Is it? Yeah. Is this halakhically legit? Absolutely. Major post-scheme halakhic authorities have allowed this when appropriate, especially for medical reasons, hormonal regulation, severe pain, fertility planning, shalom bayit, marital harmony. Shalom bayit, marital harmony. Important. You do not start or adjust hormones for nida reasons alone without asking a rabbi who works with doctors. Judaism is very big on medicine first, halakha second, but coordinated.
They would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter.
One more subtle point, even with no period, a woman still has to be mindful of unexpected bleeding. If real bleeding starts, nida rules kick in immediately. There is no automatic exemption forever. Halakha follows reality, not intentions. Bottom line, put this on a mug. Mikvah is tied to bleeding. Fewer periods equals fewer nida cycles. Hormonal suppression can be halakhically acceptable. Spotting creates complexity, not prohibition. Individual guidance is non-negotiable. If you want, we can go into. So I think that in the future, women will maybe just have 2 periods a year if you want. I mean, you could do it any way you want. All right. Is that the end of your fucking story?
The ability that we have
Linda
to exercise self-restraint and the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous
activities. All right, so I gotta finish this fucking story. All right, so again, I'm wet behind the ears. I'm not around chicks. My mother's a fucking magician. I never see fucking pads or cabins. So I can tell you this. We had this thing where if we had people staying over for, let's say, a Friday night or something, there was like a basket that my mother would make up that had like toothbrush, toothpaste, or like maybe it was
that will come from you.
Toothpaste and not toothpaste, not even a paste. Toothwash and a fucking Shabbat.
Right, the king would often castrate his
toothbrush. Who knows what the fuck that
was?
was?
Should not be distracted by
It'd have like tissues, like Kleenex or whatever. It would have maybe like chapstick.
Castrated during their days. In other words, that they had a successful ability
really?
to remove.
It wasn't just for Friday night. It was anytime we ever had anybody over. So maybe it would have toothpaste, toothbrush, floss, little shampoo. Well, no, there's shampoo in the shower, in the bathroom. Maybe it had like the little shampoo and you get it.
It means that ultimately, again, the feather of
what else?
Fire had no effect on them. A reference to the Kif Shanaish,
mouthwash,
the story of the furnace that we spent yesterday on
just any kind of toiletry that you would ever need, and it had pads and
the scent of smoke impact them as well.
Tampons. And I never really questioned it. And another thing, it's good if you're ever in a, let's just say you're playing house with some chick, for whatever reason, because everybody watches this isn't going to just be like automatically like the most halakhic person in the world, but I'll tell you what, I've introduced women to menstruation cups, and they're like, it's changed their fucking lives. Like, I've given them to them. I would have them, give them to girls. Really?
It says that they're mamish suisim.
And they'd
So
be
the
like, it's
pasuk
changed my
says,
life.
"The
Okay,
veisilu chomos
you
hayad
just wash it
v'shem
out. So that's a
tov
big thing.
mibanim
Menstruation
umibanos."
cups are huge.
The pasuk says
But
that
back
the
to
meaning that they
menstruation cups,
established
what
for
I think.
themselves
But
was even
pads and
greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring.
tampons. You ever use a tampon? Yeah, for fucking bloody noses, but that was way later in your life. Really? Yeah. Why? I get really bad bloody noses.
Could very well be that before they
All
were
right, is that the end of your
made
story?
by the king,
No.
they had
So here's the
children,
story.
and unfortunately, again, those
And then we're
children
done.
predeceased them.
So-
Shame olam etein lo asher lo yikares.
I don't know exactly the age, but I
Sefer Daniel shenikra al shmo. That's called Sefer Daniel.
boys and girls are totally separate. Like, meaning, how separate were you?
For Daniel. Someone asks a general question. It's not that I know.
You could
Sefer
go
Daniel was named for Daniel. Someone asks an
like,
interesting question.
like,
Call me the Ezra Nehemiah. Call me the Ezra.
you could go all day and not see a woman.
So interesting.
Really?
The Gemara says pretty
Oh,
much
yeah.
all of the
Oh,
words.
yeah, definitely.
Also, I want to point out. Rashi points
Really?
out, in our
Yeah.
Tanakh, like we have Sfar and Nehemiah.
It's
In
like
reality,
separate as
there's really only
possible.
one sefer called Ezra.
And,
it was divided out later on. So the Gemara
under
says something
the
very interesting. Most of
configurations.
Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah.
Again,
so that's
not
the case. Why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah?
Yeshiva
So it's
University,
like
LA,
Sefer
boys
al
and
Shimei. Why
girls.
was it
Those
not
are separate
called
buildings.
Sefer Nehemiah?
But even they have like male women and male teachers sometimes,
Because
and then a
ultimately,
female
again,
teacher.
Nehemiah
So it's
took a
not
little bit too
completely.
much credit for himself.
But
Zochar li Elokai l'tova.
as much as it could be.
Remember me, my God.
And it was the most separate, like anywhere around. Like as separate as you could get.
Remember me,
Really?
taking credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite
Really?
merits
Unless
in
you're
order to go ahead
yeah.
and in order to go ahead and
So
have
I'm
had
telling
this
you, like,
granted
we
to
were
David
just
Rachmi Kabbalah.
separate.
David was asking for us. That was
And-
like Rachmi for Klal Yisrael as well. I said, this is incredible. So
Even to the point, like, girls had their side of the school basically, and boys had our side, and there was like
because he spoke disparagingly
separation.
about the earlier ones.
But there was a
So what
main
does this mean? Shneimar,
stairwell. And now you gotta understand, like, how would I describe what was it like? It wasn't quite
incredible
Dead Poet Society, but
Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before
as
him,
close to Dead Poet Society as my family could
exploiting their
find.
position for personal gain. Now, what's fascinating about say is, even though he may
It was
have
like
been
affordable
right, it might have
Dead
been
Poet
what he
Society,
said
but
was
still very
factual,
expensive.
you can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. Let's make something
Without being a
about the
boarding
opinion
school.
that says
So Dead Poet Society, I believe, was a boarding school.
the Hanaim Mishkan and Azariah drowned in saliva, right? They drowned in spit.
But it's what you
So
would consider like a
Maharsha
day
said, so what does
school.
that mean? That they caused the nations of the world to speak negatively
Similar to
about
a day
Klal
school.
Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of
And
the
we
Jew,
treated it like
never chas v'shalom deconstructing the other. So therefore,
Dead
again,
Poet
because
Society.
Nehemiah,
Well,
perhaps
Captain, my
truthfully,
Captain, all
but
that bullshit.
nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the safer name in the name. Gemara said furthermore, "Ba'afal Daniel she'el lo mimeno sefer."
And we
He
became
even spoke
very
negatively
close
about Daniel.
as boys.
Uminalan to God Uminanu.
And
Now, by the way, how do we know that Chicago Uminanu? How do we know that
we
he was
shit
greater
on
than
each
him?
other all
So the
fucking
Gemara
day.
says,
We make fun of each other.
"Good eyes." There's a lot of Rashi. But
Not to the point I feel that
next
we.
cycle.
I mean, you could consider it bullying, but we were just not to the point. Like there was always a limit. And I gotta be honest with you, like people.
So how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people?
Like how would the bullying happen? Like
where there was a dramatic vision.
I was a huge New York Yankees fan. Why? Because dynasty, baby. And this is during the heyday of Seinfeld. And I had glasses and perhaps a little stocky. And wherever I fucking walked in that school with that jacket on, I'd hear, George! Hear this all the fucking time. And I was fine with it. Because I know I look like George Costanza, but I'm repping this Yankees coat not because George Costanza represented it, because Joe Torre represented it. And I'd be like, oh yeah, just wait till October. We're going to fucking beat the shit out of whatever shitty fucking team you like. Anyway, I'd hear George all the time. And it really never bothered me. I'm sure bullying did get to some kids, but if that happened, I think that you would just tell one of the
so Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were considered to be
male,
bona fide Nevi'im.
you know,
Daniel apparently was
teachers.
a lower grade Navi.
But it never got to that. At least we give people shit.
But Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they did not have this vision.
And I remember seeing some kids cry, but they're just, I hate to say it,
again, here's the problem.
they were taking shit, but we wouldn't shit on people for things that they.
So I said, this is very interesting. I'm sorry. Even though they didn't see anything,
I mean,
their muzzle
it's
saw.
just part of growing up.
What does this mean? What does it mean?
I remember 2008 was the first time I ever heard about. Well, there were some like anti-fraternity things, like some loser douches, like made people drink too much water and they died. That kind of stuff wasn't cool, but like we just never heard about anti-bullying. You're just being a pussy if you fucking can't handle it. And I think it made me strong, like really strong. And that's why I can put up with these fucking asshole anti-Semitic douches all fucking day and then get the fuck out of here. Next. I'm not sitting here like, oh, what are we gonna fucking do? Alright, that shit bothers me.
This is fascinating. Sometimes in life, I want to say, sometimes like a person.
Nebbishness, I can't stand nebbishness.
Fear doesn't even make sense.
And I'm not. I'm fucking confident, strong, hilarious, cool.
They don't know why.
And I feel like
my mazel saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact.
That's how I went. I mean, I know that's how I want Judaism to be in the future. Less nebbish, more cool. So anyway, this doesn't have to do anything with the story, but I just want to like lay the foundation. So
what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, Dalaramas. Jump away, Dalaramas.
So there's a main stairwell.
Or
and this main stairwell, you could get anybody in it. So it wasn't like the boys' stairwell, it wasn't the girls' stairwell.
What should you say?
It was like the central stairwell. So you could have parents coming through that stairwell. You could have a coach coming down that stairwell. You could have administrators coming down that stairwell. Teachers coming down that stairwell. And
there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is.
Especially if someone were going to the office or something. Students coming down that stairwell.
Fear is a very scary thing because fear has the ability to literally
as well. There was this part of the school, we didn't really have like a nurse. I remember when they checked for
number one, jump Dalaramas, which means
skills, which I think I have. They just like kind of look. It's like some lady, like no doctor. This is the same lady who answered the phones, which nothing wrong with that, but like. Give me somebody who like at least has like taken first aid or something. She's just be like, yeah, you're good. And there's this part of the school that it's where all the yearbooks were actually. And so but if you ever got sick, they would put you in this room. And I just
the greatest antidote to fear.
I remember my parents were like, if you're sick, you tough it out.
Paralyzing fear.
And
connect yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will give you the cock
we'll pick you up, and then if you're still sick at home, but it was like I didn't spend a lot of time in this room, and I always wondered why is there a fucking bed in here? There are like multiple beds in here. It looked like a fucking MASH hospital kind of, and
this is not real. So that statement of the goat
and it was just like no boys I ever saw go in this room unless they were really sick.
How do you feel when you say that statement?
Anyway,
what's your reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? There's like a smile. Like
it was just like
idea over here is so many times.
Like the boys we knew all the fucking ins and outs of this fucking school, but this area we never really.
So sometimes what you need to do.
I remember
you break the hold of fear.
We just never really
something like nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself.
But there was this fucking main stairwell.
Fear, number one, move yourself forward,
and
anchor yourself to
this school, I hate to say it, but it was just.
If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels.
It was very expensive, but it was very poor.
Even in the midst of the most immobilizing fear. Incredible.
The kids there weren't poor, generally.
So the Gemara says,
it was a mix of really wealthy families, really poor families, and kind of just mixed together for a classical education, religious classical education. And
right, is open. And only the mem at the end of a word is closed. Yet in this word, mem in the middle is closed.
and talk about the stairwell yet. You have to understand the details of the stairwell. This used to be a mansion, and then it was some other stuff.
Who comes out to do
But like I remember, this was like a mansion. It had tunnels,
which is this
like secret prohibition tunnels that
which precedes the
I always wanted to go into. Tunnels have always fascinated me. There was like a pool that became storage. It was like a very wealthy person's mansion, and they were so wealthy that they built a mansion and then they never slept there. They would only throw parties there. It was like a party mansion.
There's like a system of checks and balances, like was ready to go to make Chizkiyahu Melech. Vince says what? David was greater than Chizkiyahu, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says,
how did I describe it? It's as far east as Dead Poets, far west as Dead Poets Society.
So again, Chizkiyahu ultimately, again, he did so many miracles.
That's more East Coast boarding schools.
He didn't sing Shira. David sang so Shira.
But this was definitely not a normal school. I have a friend of mine who would always say, every single kid I ever met from that school was like more unique than the next one. We were all very unique in different stuff. Fascinating people. And
preventing Chizkiyahu from coming Mashiach. I will say, what do you see from here?
I remember there was like a ramp where they used to, it was like a delivery ramp. And we always thought, hey, this school could be like ADA compliant. And we had a teacher of ours who was also a lawyer. Who was like, this thing's never going to be ADA compliant. The ramp was like super sloped. And you would have been like, Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump when he's like sliding down the stairs or whatever. It would have been like that, but we always thought, hey, maybe they put an elevator in this bitch. And like, never in a million years. This is like the least ADA compliant building, maybe in the United States. I mean, it was not ADA compliant. And we didn't really have a really good handyman. We knew him. He had a lot to do. He had to mow a big lawn and trash and all kinds of stuff. And I remember the school never really got clean, except we'd have something called open house where people from the community would come in and see. And what we would do, and this is a really good idea, Israel, one of the first things you all should do is you give the kids the last period of school to clean. And when you have, whatever, hundreds of kids cleaning something, you just give them all of paper towel, Windex, or whatever, the place will be fucking spotless in like 20 minutes. Like when you have all these hands moving around, everything is super clean. Get spit wads off the fucking ceiling, that's another story. But walls are clean, everything gets really clean. When you have hundreds of people cleaning simultaneously, it's really amazing. The place just it's like ants, just go, and you have hundreds of people fucking cleaning all at once. It's incredibly efficient, and we would do that like twice a year. But aside from that, and the stairwell we clean. Now the stairs, let's talk about it. Well, the funny thing about this fucking school, like the boys' stairwell that we had, I remember we would, we'd be like fucking going. Some people are going up this way, and you'd like slap a guy on the back of the head. And you'd be like, who the fuck was that? Like we were always walking with each other, going into essentially chakras, like and so all of the winds came to Duma. And we go and we read so essentially again, anyway, Rashi says over here, after prayer, we read Psalms and just be like, this is the most boring shit I've ever fucking read. Anyway, and then we get to Psalm 119 and worse. Anyway, so the stairs, well, the other stairs, and they were all like this. They had like, it's like, who fucking built this building? It was like a house it was hilarious. If you ever saw a chip in the wall, it would be like 7 different colors, maybe 15 different colors, because the person who threw the party, let's say, and this is always his thing, if you'd be like, what's your favorite color? And you'd be like, teal. And you'd be like, great. And then you'd go into your guest room and the whole room would be teal. He would repaint for any person. So there's this stuff called Fordite, which is like all this, the different layers of paint from
what does this mean? So the Shomer says,
like
so ultimately, again,
just when you have lots of paint, it builds up. It happens in like automotive spray boots and things. It becomes like a gem, almost like a type of geology, but it's not. I mean, it's like synthetic. But the same thing with in the walls. You fucking like if you've ever seen a gobstopper. I don't know what each tastes like, but like if you cut it in half and you see it's got like a bunch of fucking layers, that's what the wall looks like. I remember looking at the chips on the corner of the fucking school, and like, it was just like, and the school never got painted. I mean, I've seen it since then. It looks fun. It looks a lot better. But back then, I remember being like, this school is disgusting. And then there was this bathroom. This bathroom.
These two elements, and at the end of the day,
they're all the bathrooms. I can tell you all about them. No urinals in the whole fucking school. No urinals. Which is always fast. Really? Yeah. But there were tons of sinks, which is not the same. There would be random ass sinks like in the fucking
came along and said
school. There were sinks everywhere. And there was like nothing on the wall except the fucking
situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira.
Satellite view of Israel. That's like the only thing that was on the wall. Ask anybody, they'd be like, yeah, I mean, that was basically it. We have like a map of the United States from the fucking Hoover administration, and in another room, and the fucking in this one room, a satellite map of Israel, which is all you fucking need. Anyway, and we did this thing when we were young. We put a timeline around the wall, and that helped me so much to this day. Like when I think of time, I think of time, you know, like as a timeline. Anyway, and I talk about this fucking central staircase. So there's this staircase, and they were like white and teal checkerboard tiles. Why? Who the fuck knows? Who picked this? I have no idea. And you go up the stairs, and the stairs had never, you don't wax stairs generally, but like the floors had never been waxed. It was just fucking LVT, like linoleum, vinyl, tile, or whatever. It's like, imagine like tile where there's no wax and it's just digging into the tile, and the people are just like, pretty soon we'll go through the floor. Who cares? And the teachers got paid nothing. They would get paid far less than a normal teacher. I don't know how this fucking school. It's a really unique place. And the stairs, they had like these bars. As you would go up the stairs, and sometimes, like, I don't know how, one of the bars would just stick out, and it'd be this just like really fucking sharp, like saber, like that would just stick out, and you like some kid would just like go like this and like this and like this, break it off, and then hit another kid or jam it in the other way, and some teacher would be walking by and like, trying to fix it. But there was just nobody was going to fix anything. And I hate to say it, but like it would have been a lot to keep up, but there was just no. I don't want to call it the custodian or but it was like he had enough to do with like getting all the trash out and stuff. And for hundreds of students, like there was just anyway. They talk about the stairway. So that this weird checkerboard stairway. And it was just you walk into the door. It's like this
Let him come and conquer.
I'll say like a poor man's
To overcome, exact punishment
dead
from
poet society.
Sanherib.
You walk in, it's like that school and bully in the video game, but like not nearly that nice. And there's like a beautiful, great lawn, beautiful everything from the outside. This looks like the fucking, but inside this building, it's seen some shit. And it would be like there'd be like a step and then another step, and like the teachers when they open the door, they'd have to like jank the door. It was just like there's no the handyman's like that does not exist. And then you get in, and then you either go upstairs. It literally is this: step up, then another step, then you go upstairs or downstairs. There's no ramp. There's no handicap. I mean, that was the thing. If a kid got hurt, you were just on crutches, and you'd have to like climb the stairs. Like, I mean, I remember being on crutches there, and you just kind of hop from stair to stair, and it's dangerous, and it can get really slippery. I remember at another school, they did a refurbishment of it, and really made it nicer. And they put, I remember this was just such a big amount of money to me, like $100,000 elevator. And I remember my dad was like, why do you need an elevator? Like, nobody needs an elevator. And one of the heads of the school said,
here's what's interesting.
If your son gets hurt,
if you look at some of these names,
and for any reason, God forbid,
given some pretty significant
he's in
titles.
a wheelchair or something, you're going to want this elevator.
So leaving aside a Sanbar for just a moment, Rava Akira means great.
But at the time,
how was Sanherib given these names?
this was shortly after the Americans with Disabilities Act, which I think is one of the best things. And this is the thing, Israel, if you're hearing me, your shit is like my fucking school. It's all like, whoa, it's just been like that for 2,000 years. Make a fucking ramp. I don't want to go there. Ramps should be everywhere. Even if you have stairs, there's a thing that you go like this, and you can go up. Ramps are really important. And elevators are really important. Escalators and all kinds of shit. But also for stages, there's like a thing that you go and it lifts you up and puts you on the stage. Someone who is in a wheelchair should not feel as if they can't perform on any stage in Israel without a lift. Lifts are really important anyway. Because I'm telling you, I went to places where this did not exist, and it was like, if you got hurt enough, you weren't going to be able to go to this school. There's just no way. I mean, you would be able to go like 20 feet in a wheelchair, and then there'd be like fucking tons of stairs. It was like this school, I feel like, had so many stairs that it was like, and is it MC Escher? Like, we had like a fucking picture of MC Escher. MC Escher?
Says that he was a foolish king.
There was nothing in this fucking. Yeah, it looked like fucking this with like the stairs all over the place. And that picture was there, and I remember looking at it like, how the fuck did this exist? And then there's this other picture I remember of somebody like with a fucking globe or like a glass ball, and like seeing how that distorted things. Like there was nothing on the walls of this fucking school except like it was very plain. We had the fucking picture of Israel, and
he killed Jews,
but not a whole lot. Maybe some,
but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So
you go to this fucking school. It goes, there's like a stair up, and then another stair, and then you're there, and it's super fucking slippery. Like that was another thing. It's just super fucking slippery. And then there's a checkerboard on the floor. I'm sure it's changed, but the stairs had like a metal ridge, and I know, like, on minutia, you got to know all about this fucking everything about it. And it's like, what does this have to do with me? Calm down. We'll get there. There was this edge,
just as nice as our land.
And
when they came to a place called Alman,
if you ever like slipped and your fucking shin hit that edge, it would just literally scrape all the skin off your fucking shin, and it would be like that for the rest of the fucking semester. And you'd just be like, how really? Oh, it was. Yeah.
where we find ourselves in.
And I'm telling you, this school had a lot of fucking stairs.
Into thinking,
That's the other thing I want to say. Is one time somebody took a quarter and put it. Everybody wanted quarters. That was a big thing. I've got to say, my mom made sure I had quarters for the.
So again, something to be learned from everyone, even as Sancheiriv. Sancheiriv was always careful about how we spoke about the safety, or how we spoke just about the land itself.
Because we got popcorn. That was a big thing. Like we were. Popcorn was a big fucking thing. I remember. Kids would bond over popcorn. Why? Because it was some kids like the school didn't provide meals, and maybe their parents were like poor, or there weren't many single parent families. If there were, I could like name them like, out of hundreds of kids, maybe.
Their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated.
And they would like remember the prices of the popcorn. It was 50 cents, and it was like a meal that you could have. And I did a lot of study for it. And so it was like a meal that you could have. And I know for like, and soda was 50 cents. For $1, you could get soda and popcorn and have like a snack after school. When other kids were with their stay-at-home moms or whatever, those of us who had working parents would have this ability to have something after school. And I had this tube of quarters that sometimes kids would maybe go in my backpack to get, but whatever.
So as I say, therefore your clothes.
And that was another thing. Everybody had lockers. Nobody ever locked them. Really? You were a loser douche if you locked your locker. And there's another thing, you could get ginkgo, which is like somebody going to throat kind of ginkgo so badly. And you're fucking worried about ginkgo and how it's like a very old type of tree.
Their neshamas were incinerated, but
that shit would be on everything and be there for years. There'd be ginkgo everywhere. And there was only one fucking ginkgo tree on the campus. We all knew where it was. We all knew how badly that shit smelled. Anyway, what about this fucking stairwell?
So Paro himself.
Anyway, so somebody took a fucking quarter and glued it down on the floor. And every fucking boy would just try to pick up this fucking quarter, because if you had a quarter, that was like halfway to getting soda or something like that. And I was so cool. This isn't about the soda, but I was so cool. Even when I was the youngest, in the youngest grade, I could go up to the. Another thing that was super big was fucking foosball. I never had like foosball. I've never seen foosball was so big, and I did not like the way the rules of the proper rules of foosball are. You can't spin the fucking things, but man, you go in there and fucking spin these things, and they had. It was like this. It was like. I don't know why, but there was like a big push to like have more shit, more recreational shit in the school. But once it broke, it was done. There was no fixing it. We had, when I first got there, ping pong tables, and the fucking ping pong paddles were just, it would flop. It would like flap. It would be like nobody glued it, nobody cared. It was just like, and you just fucking play ping pong and these fucking foosball, and then the guy would break, and then it'd be like, and they just got rid of these fucking foosball tables. We put so much fucking spin on that fucking foosball, like just spin it in. And I remember we played older kids, and like just all the younger boys would play the older boys, and we played football, and we would play all the younger kids versus all the older kids. And then as you got older, I remember I always, as one of the younger kids, wanted to just touch the ball. It was like we had a way to play football that you didn't have first downs. It was just you had to score on 4 downs, and you had to cross this huge amount of grass. And there were kids who played soccer, and that's cool, and that was fine. Sometimes we would do that. We had this thing called the World Cup, and we'd do that in the spring or in the fall, where every team was a different country. Every like group of kids was a different country. Literally, there was like a draft for all of the boys, and then we in the fall or in the spring we would do March Madness and just
Right? Rashi says over here.
And then we had field day, which is the biggest fucking day. It was just the biggest. It was just the best fucking day.
So
it was just the best day.
One talks about the dwelling of
And
on high.
Previous school, we had Olympic Day, which was really big. I remember these days very but field day was like a reason why you went to this school, because it was like you get to compete in all the different sports.
The house of God in this world.
And there'd be like
again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere.
juniors, sophomores, freshmen, 8th grade, 7th grade. So you get these little kids with seniors. The seniors would have to like look out for the younger kids.
Hashem Amar Eli, Allah
Like, some of the years
very interesting. So
when I first got there, we
fascinating ideas
would walk
about
to the local park, which is also like
felt
a zoo.
that he received
And
divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael.
we would just
He
see
thought
all the
that
nice
this
houses.
was a
that.
divinely orchestrated
And
message. So Rashi says over here. So again, the
Just looking out for us. And then when I got older, the school had expanded to have this like athletic center, and that was like
without explicit instructions from
a
God.
big deal.
Hashem Amar Eli.
It was just an interesting school. So get to the fucking
Hashem
stairwell
has said to me, "Come to this
So-
mountain Israel," which is pretty wild. So
Well, but there's this fucking
is essentially
soda
saying that he's acting by the word of
And-
God. So Mikey, the Gemara says, what are you talking
I'd never
about?
seen.
Where does
I'd seen
Sancheriv-
soda
where does
machines
Sancheriv
that were
come
like
from?
bottle soda machines from like
Describe
school,
so,
like
if
the
you ever hear such a
50s.
thing like this.
Wasn't
So the
that
Gemara says,
old,
"The Sholem Navi
but it
Dikamar,
wasn't one of the more
Yanki
modern
Masa
ones
Amazeh,
that had
Esmiya
like
Ashilach Ha'olfim
I don't know what
Ba'at
they look
La'at,
like now, but like
U'Misos
soda on the
Esratzon
right hand,
U'Ben Rimon
right
Yom."
side.
So
It was like
what
soda
happened.
was like here,
So,
here, here,
interestingly
here,
enough,
and here.
So
And
Sancheriv overhears
There
the
was this
Navi.
rumor around the school
He hears the Navi
that
talking, the Navi
sometimes
Shai
this
talking,
fucking
and the
soda
Navi
machine
says,
would give out
essentially, Klal Yisrael
multiple
has forsaken
sodas
HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
for the
Klal
price
Yisrael
of
us,
one.
they've degraded
But it was
HaKadosh
just
Baruch Hu,
like
and
a
ultimately,
a
again, it's
rumor.
Neshach HaOchem La'atla.
And like
They have
nobody had ever seen
forsaken
it. It was
the
like
Shiloach waters, which flow,
how do
shed
people
green,
describe it?
and instead they have gone ahead and taken
Like
to
if you ever have
Ratzon
seen The
Ben
Office when
Rimon.
Pam
So
sees that
we'll see
fucking
what all of
DVD
this
that
means
just
in
hits
just a
the
little
corner
bit.
just
All right, so
perfectly,
the Malik Targum with the high
and then it
club,
really does,
the
and she's like, I
Malik
told you,
Targum,
like it was
so
like
Yosef
that.
says, were it not for the
And
explanation of this
just people
pasuk, we
doubted
would
that
have
two
no idea
sodas
what
could
it's
come out of
talking
this
about.
thing.
Like, no kidding, right? We have no idea what it's talking about.
And
So what is this? So the Gemara says, my kamar. So
it was
the Gemara
like
says, Chalaf,
this school didn't give a flying fuck. It had
Chalaf,
Coke next to
because
Pepsi,
Amma Hadin
next to
B'malchus
Dr.
of
Pepper,
David.
next to
So
Mountain Dew.
this nation
I think there was
has
Crush
forsaken the Davidic
and
kingdom. Like this nation has
no
forsaken
diet to
Malchus
it.
based David.
It was just what did it have? Coke, Pepsi,
That
Dr.
are
Pepper,
kind to them and speak to them
nothing
softly.
cherry,
The way the
Mountain
Shiloh
Dew, which was big.
waters flow, right? The Shiloh comes
Um,
as a spring-fed stream, and it flows gently.
And it would just
So
be
this
like whatever they
nation-
put
this
in there.
nation
And it
was
was
governed
all
by
to
Malchus
benefit
based
the
David, who
athletic teams.
governed them and looked after them in such a
And,
kind and beautiful way,
Um,
and they give that all up.
which were
right?
always a
They
joke.
have forsaken that.
But then they got really
The
good.
Israel,
And, you know, things
Beratzin
happened.
Uba
Anyway,
Uba Rimalyo. And instead, ultimately,
Did I talk
again,
about
they
the
go
stairwell
ahead
yet?
and
Anyway.
they go to other things, right? They go ahead and
So-
they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. So what's interesting over here is, so
like I was really fortunate. I really mean this. That I had quarters. Like may not have had a lot of money, but I was wealthy in quarters. And we had a slot machine, and I could ask my mom to fill this thing with quarters. It's like two. It's like candy tube, and I put quarters, and they just fit perfectly. And again, sometimes I'd be like, this thing is fucking light. And I realized something went in my backpack or something during recess or something like that. And I was like, whatever. There were no cameras. There were no cameras anywhere. Maybe at a bank, but like nowhere. Everything was just on the honor system.
So apparently, again, pigeon was
And
big dessert.
nobody locked their lockers.
Don't knock it till you try it, right? So the nice again, he would eat all of these pigeons and he still would not be full. And listen, what does that highlight? What does that highlight? That highlights like a gluttonous type of lifestyle. And I will say, what Avodah Zarah, in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see alongside Avodah Zarah?
He had a
Hedonistic
real
behavior.
rough upbringing.
Like if Shab Shlomo Hirsch brings down, what's the chiluk between
Under general circumstances, wouldn't have been at the school. But he was at the school for a bit, and he was one of the worst students in the school.
Avodah Hashem is I make myself in God. What memorize
his
everybody
mom,
will
I
love
think,
about
was a single
Avodah Zarah.
mom.
Say if you notice by something very
And he had
interesting
like
very
an older
quickly
brother.
about Avodah
And
Zarah
the older brother
even when
got
Klal
him,
worshiped Avodah Zarah,
like,
it's
was
not like
able
they
to
stopped
somehow get
worshiping
like
Hashem. Very
penthouses or
often
something.
they were still
This
worshiping
kid
Hashem
doesn't
with
bring in
Avodah
one
Zarah.
penthouse.
So if you're
He
worshiping
fills
Hashem,
his fucking
why are you bringing
backpack
Avodah Zarah?
with
Because
this
Avodah Zarah
full
is
of
great.
penthouses. There
How
are
does
no
Avodah Zarah
school
work?
books in
Here's
there.
how it works.
And
Right?
he's like looking at his fucking,
But
he's like,
you know, not so
look
many
at this,
information.
look at this.
If you want to start your own
And
idol, right?
it's like,
Step
what
one.
the fuck?
Step one
Is this like
is
Forrest
step
Gump?
one.
Where
Write
they're
down
like
all the
looking
stuff
at Jenny.
you want to
Anyway,
do in
is
life.
everything
Right?
Forrest
All the
Gump?
stuff you
Perhaps.
really
I
want
don't
to
know.
do.
Fucking,
Okay,
it's
then make
really
a new
Forrest
system of
Gump. I've said this
theology
before. At least
that
the Jewish
allows for
Forrest
all
Gump.
of that. Right? So all the stuff
So
you want to do, suddenly
I've
again,
said
not
this
only
to
is it
Rev.
mutter, but it's a
Really,
mitzvah.
yeah.
A
I'm not
mitzvah.
really big.
And then all the stuff that you really don't
So
care about
I
not
remember
doing,
this kid
make
had
them
this,
all the
and
los assays. Right? So all the stuff you really
you
want
went
in your life.
in this
You
fucking
want the
locker, and
rhymes,
there's
you want
just
tafis, you want tumus, that becomes
like
all of the
some shit.
mitzvahs. Right?
It wasn't
That's
Playboy.
Avodah Zarah.
It was
That's
fucking
Avodah Zarah.
pretty
So
intense,
wherever
like
you see
hardcore.
Avodah
And
Zarah, you see a
that lasted
heightened
one day.
form of
And
humanistic thing.
somebody
That's what it's all
ratted
about.
on this
It's
kid,
actually
and
not
we
about the
never saw him
theology.
again.
It's really never about the theology.
As we
It's
got
about that
older,
HaKadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us.
we have
And
these
therefore
other
it tells us we
lockers,
can't
and
do
I'll
a
just
lot of
quickly say
stuff.
this. Like,
Why? To hold us to a high standard. I've always said, but I
maybe
want to do that
had
stuff.
pictures of.
So
I remember when I was
system
in
of theology
a really
in
young
order
kid,
to allow for all
or
of that to
there, I
occur.
was like in
So
seventh grade, and I saw this one guy.
is eating all of these
What's his
pigeons,
name?
he
But
can't be
he had a
satiated.
picture
Why?
of,
Because he's an Ovid Avodah Zarah.
like,
Ovid Avodah
you
Zarah
weren't
is a
supposed
heathen.
to have. They never. It was like an
Okay, so
unwritten rule. You shouldn't have pictures inside your locker. But nobody really fucked with you if you did. They had a picture of Maya, the artist Maya. I always thought she looked so pretty. And I look at this bitch every fucking day, going up the stairs to the chakras.
Also says that sometimes when we become
I know exactly whose locker it was. I can tell you his fucking name. I'm not going to. He's very. I always thought he was very cool. And I thought, when I get older, I'm
remember, all of us have a void. We have an
and so when I
emptiness
got
in
to
life,
be that age,
and we're always trying to fill it.
I
The
had
issue just
pictures
is,
of
if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
artists that I
and I'm
like.
filling it with the
And
right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
then,
and I'm filling it with all of
as
the
I
wrong
got to
things,
be like a
incredible.
senior, I started hanging out with
So the Gemara goes weiter.
college
Very
innocent,
So
nothing,
again, because of Klal Yisrael's non-compliance, Hashem says in
truthfully,
the bring
like,
against you,
very
king of Asher,
halakhic.
Ksiv, V'chalach b'Yehuda shetef v'avar atzav yagia. Ella, my time, and it shows it's therefore again. So Sancherib hears this. Sancherib hears all this
Allegedly,
stuff.
they're just
And
telling
the
a story.
Navi
All
literally
this could
says,
be.
what's sort of point out?
But then
Sancherib was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance,
anyway,
right,
and I
because
get
of your terrible
pictures of it,
behavior,
and I
I'm
fucking
bringing
put them up,
against you the
and
king
my
of Ashur.
friends get
So
so
Sancherib
jealous.
says, okay, God wants me to do
Get
this.
pissed
So
off.
if God wants me to do
And
this,
so
Gemara
this
says,
one
if
day,
that's the case, Elamai
I
Tanah, so
fucking
why was he
put all
punished?
this
If
fucking
Sancherib
packing
actually did the
tape
will of God,
of these
why was he
fucking
punished?
pictures,
The Gemara says, Navi
and
Asher, Shvatim is
I
Navi,
closed my locker, not realizing that the
Sancherib
opening
was
mechanism
the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He
was
was the one who
like
was responsible to exile the
basically
10
taped
tribes.
shut.
He had no
And I go to open my
business
locker.
in
What the
Yerushalayim.
fuck?
But Sancherib
How'd you
set
open
his
my
sights on
locker? Everybody's
Yerushalayim
trying,
as well.
Sword and a stone in this bitch. Nobody can get in this locker. And that was weird because I'm like, if I tell a teacher and they open my fucking locker and it's just girls.
So ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancherib, you overstep.
So I think I just was like, oh shit, I guess I can do my homework tonight or something. And I
set your sights
got,
on Yerushalayim.
the next day I brought in like a
right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead.
took the
so the tired nation.
the
tired
door
nation?
handle
It's
off
interesting.
of this locker. Still nothing.
We're
Still
the
could not
tired
get in.
nation.
I fucking
Interestingly enough, not
had
tired
to like
because of suffering,
crowbar it and to
tired
get
because
this
of toil
fucking
and Torah.
thing
Tired
open,
because we're
and
constantly
like
building
my
a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
locker
So
was all
ultimately,
bent
again,
up.
the nation
I was
that's
just like,
tired
shit.
cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. So
Oh.
where it says, "My case,
finally did
Harishon, I
get
kill
it.
Artzos,
Anyway,
Arts and Naftali,
Did I talk about this fucking still with you? Oh, but back to the soda machine.
So ultimately, again,
So there's
we are
always
not
this rumor
like the
that
only
you could
ones.
get
This
two
is reference
sodas,
to
but like
Malchus Yisrael,
nobody,
who threw off from them the yoke of Torah.
nobody
Malchus Yudah,
nobody
Alim
had been
Torah,
able to do it.
Uru'uyin
And
halalu la'asos
I'm
la'anis
telling you, when we
ka'orei
had the
hayam,
opportunity,
u'kidarchei
any
hayayim.
free
So
moment that
it's
we had,
fascinating. So
we
Sancherib,
would fucking
you
run
could have
to this
control
fucking
over
foosball
Malchus
table
Yisrael. Why?
and
Because
fucking
Malchus Yisrael threw off the
like
yoke of Torah.
wait our turn to
And when you
play,
threw off the yoke of
and we'd
Torah,
have to play
you have a
against
lack of
older
divine
kids.
protection, but you have no
And
control.
I still know
ultimately,
who I
again, over
played. I
Malchus
still can
Yehuda.
tell you
Because that
who the
Malchus Yehuda,
who I
they
thought
took
were the
upon
two
themselves
best
the yoke
kids,
of Torah,
at
and they were
least did the
deserving of
they
miracles,
were
like literally again,
2
like the
years older
splitting
than
of the
I
Yam
was,
Suf and the splitting of the Yarden. So
or
the Gemara
something
says,
like that. And we would I remember how good they were. They could fucking like pass the ball between. I'm sitting here fucking spinning this motherfucking thing, and they're like, "That's not how you play." I'm like, "Fuck, just how fast the guy's going." Anyway,
right? Rashi says over here,
they would go and get. Sometimes people would go and get soda, and I didn't really pay attention to this machine. I go and put my 50 cents in, take the soda. And the thing is, years later, they got rid of this machine, and I'll say why. Did I tell you about that? Stairway yet? Hey, we'll get there. And then they put in like a machine that just had bottles. And it was like, yeah, it just had bottles. And
so ultimately, I guess Herod makes the mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim.
And they were more expensive.
So the Gemara says, "Hi,
that was this was the good.
She says over here,
Did I talk about that stairwell yet? Anyway,
so now the Gemara asks an interesting question: why was Chizkiyahu deserving of this? Right after Chizkiyahu was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyahu deserving of having?
I don't exactly. I don't remember the exact
as much as Chizkiyahu was successful over.
I remember
there's a lot of anxiety
in study hall, which is big. I go to the study hall, and you could go to the bathroom, but you sign out and sign back in. And
so like,
you could not be once 3:30 hit. You had to be somewhere. You had to be in detention, which fortunately I never really had that
was going to come was going to go ahead and march against.
You had to be
what happened over there?
or study. It was like you could not be roaming the school, absolutely, or you could be in the computer lab, but you had to sign out for that. And I would go to the computer lab
that I'm bringing Sancheiriv against you, but don't worry,
really
because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyahu going to say?
Sometimes, but not all of them.
Do me a favor.
Anyway, so this one day, let's just say, I don't remember the exact date. I go and ask, can I go to
by delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyahu. Didn't do anything. Chizkiyahu wiped out the entire army of Sancheiriv. There was a massive Kiddush Hashem. There was a massive, wave of Emunah. But Chizkiyahu would have said, you know what, it's okay. Let's call it even. Right? Don't bring Sancheiriv and don't bring the salvation.
And I might not have been paying attention.
It's too much anxiety, too much fear that it's going to cause. Just leave it alone. Miyad kavetz Chashbaruch v'nishbach k'maisina lei. Chashbaruch therefore swore, and he said, "No, I'm bringing Sancheiriv." Shnei amar nishba Hashem tzibakos leimar imlo kasher dinisi kein ha'isa v'kasher ya'atzti hi takum
let's just say
bor
that
asher
Dr. Pepper and
ba'arzim
Mountain Dew at the same time, and I didn't realize it.
v'sar
And
me'alei
boom, both come down.
me'al shech mo yasur.
I was like, what? I just got two sodas.
I'm going to bring Sancheiriv, but Sancheiriv and his chevra, they're going to become
No
like a
fucking
trough.
way.
Like
This is what everybody said is the rumor. How the fuck did I do that?
So I want to point out what a profound Gemara this is, right? That sometimes, right, people say, we have this thought sometimes.
So I maybe still had a quarter or something like that.
Bring this down by Yaakov.
Let me try that again.
That after Yaakov
I hit the fucking thing and boom, one. What the fuck? I just had two, now I've got one, now I've got three sodas. So I put two in my pocket, just like so, maybe put them in my backpack or whatever,
so beautiful. Everything worked out well.
or like in my locker or something. But I just thought to myself, how the fuck did I get two? This has always been a rumor. I go, and you weren't allowed to talk in something. You had to have like space and shit. I'd be like trying to tell my
friend. You could have spared me ultimately again 20 plus years of doing something. That's why the pasuk says.
And the next day comes, I go there, put my 50 cents in, and I'm like, boom, hit the thing.
Yitzchak was Midas Hadin, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why Hakadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here, Hakadosh Baruch Hu,
why didn't
had he
come out?
divulged his plan to
Next day, same shit. I do this for like a week or two.
But don't do it.
Still only getting one, but I know that two is possible.
Just leave things alone.
50 cents in.
So many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I'm such hope.
I got a Dr.
But there's like
Pepper
this
and
piece in me that thinks,
Mountain Dew
but why did you do it?
that one
Very
time.
nice you brought the salvation.
I
But the
wonder,
same
and like
guy
I'm not
who
thinking
brought
of
the
the
salvation
mechanics
is
of the
also what?
machine.
Is
I
also
think
what?
it's just
The
like
same guy who brought the
gifting me shit,
crisis. So
like
I'm
a
accountable
giving
for
tree
the
or
Don't
whatever.
bring the
And I'm like,
crisis,
I
and you
wonder
don't need
if
the
I
salvation.
hit them at the
So
same
that's the
time,
Cheshbon Zahashbach.
if it might
That's
open
where
up like
that's where the Rebbe runs the world, and somehow
the
the
mechanism for
crisis was
multiple things at
necessary.
once.
It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the
Boom.
crisis itself was necessary.
Two
And sometimes
fucking
those are things that
come
we
out.
just will never understand.
Like, no fucking way. That you have to do. You have to hit them at exactly the same time. And it can't be like, boom, boom. No, then you're just one. It has to be, boom, like exactly the same time. Like,
and the yoke of Sancheriv will be
like
lifted
whack-a-mole game or something, but like at the same time. And boom, two come down.
What's the oil?
So I go,
this is beautiful.
I fucking start to figure this out. And I start telling my friends, hey, I got 2 sodas. They're like, no, you didn't. Like, yeah, I did. They're like, no, you did. I'm like, oh yeah. Next time we have study hall, should be tomorrow, whatever. I will come back with 2. I'll go in with 50 cents and I'll come back with 2. They're like, go for it.
What did Chizkiyahu do? He put a sword at the entrance of the base medrash, and he said,
they're like, how'd you do it? Fucking magic, baby. They're like, nobody's been able to figure this out. How did you figure it out? Like, I figured it out. They're like, show it to us. Right.
No, it's figurative.
So then the next day comes around, and I see some of the older kids going in there to put in their fucking quarter.
Torah is life.
And I come up to them and I say, hey, you want multiple sodas at once? They're like, that's only been a rumor. Like, I know.
It's very nice. It's beautiful.
Watch this. Give me 50 cents. And I tell them, like, if I get 2, can I have one? They'd be like,
how people fall asleep during
yeah,
the drasha.
So okay, cool.
They say people fall asleep during the drasha. She says, it's not a new phenomenon.
If you I'll get you another 2 and you can give them whenever you want.
Can you imagine? Like you're lost in a bad
boom, in front of everybody, and they'd be like fucking people surrounding me. And 2 come down, they'd be like, no way, you fucking figured it out. There's this fucking mad rush to the fucking soda machine. Everybody trying to fucking get this thing down, and nobody could get the time down just right. And
says no one's nodding off.
It was like, wow. I was like, it was like sword in the stone. I was like fucking King Arthur. I finally fucking figured out this machine. And
words of Torah are life-saving.
And then maybe like a week would go by or whatever, and some older kid would be like, hey, come here, can you help me like get one soda? No, isn't this theft? I didn't see it as that because the school was extremely expensive. I knew my parents were basically struggling to pay the fucking tuition. And I knew that they were overcharging for the soda in itself. It was like, that's not how much soda costs. Why are you charging so much? But
Torah is not something nice. Torah is
and it's kind of one of those things. If you're a really good customer, sometimes you get a little bit of a benefit here. Now, I considered it different. I knew other kids who got in trouble. One time they got into the concessions of that, and I never did that. I knew that was theft. But this was like a chance game, and if it's going to be a game, it's like if you're going to put a slot machine up there, and I can win the slot machine, is that theft? Is that theft? I understand if I go into the bank or the casino vault or whatever and steal that, I get it. That's theft. But this is like at the time. Really? Yeah. It was like, look, if you're going to have a shitty ass machine, and I learn how to get around it, and it's not like I'm stealing all the soda, it's just like I'm stealing a small amount. Is it even theft? That's the thing. Is it even theft? It didn't say one can per 50 cents. No, it was just like boom, boom, boom. Did it even have a thing on it for 50 cents?
Come on, what happens?
It didn't say 1 can per 50 cents. It might just say 50 cents. It didn't say it. It wasn't specific. And
also again, in those days, the Gemara says,
I remember,
people had very simple material.
I became the man. And there might have been some kids who could figure out this machine every once in a blue moon or something, but not as well as I could. Okay. To the point where like people would come up and ask me to do it. And
so let's say, listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially.
I remember
they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying in waste. Why did it lie in waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields?
Take my whole arm and just boom, like all at once, and boom, 3 come down.
the
oh,
ongoing
I
commitment
wonder
to
if I could
spiritual
fucking
growth
get
during
full
the days of
with the
Chizkiyahu
50
Melech
cents.
Yehuda,
Boom,
that
like hit a
ultimately
whole
again
bunch. And
allowed
maybe
them to
I
be
wouldn't get full.
successful
Maybe
over Sancher
I
Ben
remember
Hashem.
these things would
Much,
fucking
much
come
more
down.
to say. What's that?
I'd
Let's say
no fucking
Shkoyach. Okay, end of the week we ended up with
So I got to the point where
Shkoyach, one incredible week. Shkoyach.
I remember the athletic director who fucking stocked this thing was around. And I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. He was like, "Hey, you want to put a fucking slot machine here?" And I win it. Is that my fault? That's kind of on you, dog. And he was there, and I just very innocently just go up, put my 50 cents in, and boom, two come down. And he's like, "Excuse me," and I'm like, "Yeah, what up, dog?" And he's like, "You just got 2 sodas," and I'm like, "Yeah, I did, because this machine sucks." And he's like, "Is that the moral thing to do?" And I'm like, I don't fucking know morality. This is a fucking commercial exchange. It says 50 cents. It doesn't say 1 soda for 50 cents. It's like, I've never even seen this kind of machine before. I was really like thinking it was innocent. And it was so innocent that I did it right in front of him, thinking like, this is fine. Like, boom. Really? Dog, have a machine from this fucking decade. It wasn't, this machine was from the 70s, and this was in the late 90s. So, I mean, and he's like, "Well, you shouldn't be doing that." And I'm like, once he said that, I don't think I did it. Really? No, and I remember 2 of my friends got caught in the candy. You were not supposed to get in the candy. And they got into the, I don't know, like the room where the candy was locked, and they got into it somehow. And they got in trouble for that. And so it was like, okay. Like, hitting the fucking thing twice, and that was fine, and everybody was doing it. That was another thing, too. Everybody was doing it. Everybody jumped off a bridge, too. What are the repercussions? If I jump off the bridge and it's like 3 feet off the ground, yeah, might be a fucking shortcut. Maybe there's no water, it's just 3 feet down. Whatever, there are bridges like that. And this situation was like, look, what are you going to do? If you say to me that you're not allowed to get the soda,
there is more than 10 steps mentioned in this pasuk, to which the Gemara says,
this fucking school is such a just really?
So we'll say that last
it was
ultimately again,
it was really unique. That's all I can really say. But there was this boys' bathroom. No urinals in this whole fucking school. I remember thinking, like, there are no urinals in this fucking school. No urinals, but more sinks than you could fucking count. And
was actually quite beautiful. That the Navi was saying,
this bathroom had like, I don't know, 100 boys who had to use it in the morning, and it was just fucking so much BO and farts. It was just BO and farts, and just adolescent male testosterone. And there were this bathroom had 2 stalls, and it had 2 sinks, and it was as big as,
who was like the lion cub, but instead be afraid of him.
Like not even close to ADA, nothing. You could not, if you were in a wheelchair, you could not turn in this fucking nothing. And it was never cleaned. It was just like you were on your own. Fortunately, there's toilet paper, which I think they did a pretty good job with. But just,
so was a Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah, who's the Navi Yirmiyah.
I'm a toilet paper
going to
expert,
come along and prophesize from the city of Anatot. You can go to Anatot today.
And
Anatot is
even
right
though you don't
outside
shit,
of
yeah,
Yerushalayim.
I'm still an expert.
Right
What do you want me to do about it? So
there's a beautiful
these 2 stalls,
which is
and it was just adolescent
so right in the city of Anatot.
piss
That
and
is where
perhaps cum
that's where
and shit just everywhere. There were loogies on the fucking ceiling from the Reagan administration. I mean, it was just really.
So Gemara says,
No, some guy snot rocket and just boom on the fucking mirror and be there for the rest of the fucking year until we all had to go around and clean the school. It was just some guy would go boom on the fucking ceiling. Just why? Because there wasn't a lot of respect for the building. Respect for the students, yeah, but for the building, we were all just. Did I tell you about this fucking stairwell? We'll get into it. So there are these stalls, and I mean, I just remember having to go to the bathroom, and it's like,
there are less than 10,
there are like 6 people in line for this bathroom, and you can't even go in the fucking. Yeah, I mean, like, just you open the door and it'd be like kids getting like when I saw how actual schools worked, I'd be like, you mean you could like come in here with a fucking wheelchair, or like you could go like this and not hit both ends of the wall? I mean, it was a house that was turned into a school. But this bathroom was the epicenter of BO,
was still in existence.
Poops,
that was the sin of Nov.
Piss.
Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is coronated as king. Shaul has been effectively deposed as monarch.
Anyway,
he refuses to relinquish the throne and admit his mistake with Amalek.
So what happened with
what happens? He pursues David. David chooses.
Well, so I was kind of like the Fonz at this school that I could just go boom. Like the Fonz used to be able to go boom and hit a jukebox and it would just play. I would just be able to boom and the soda would just fucking rain down. Really? Yeah. And then the next year they got a different soda machine that were bottles.
I need food and I need weapons. They give him food. They give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was the sword and the shield of gold. That's another that David had kept in the Mishkan. David takes it. Who sees all of this happening and who does all this?
I think they did.
A man by the name of
they got new everything and all the prices went up.
And he comes back and tells Shaul that
I don't think I
city
bought
of
too much
Nov
more.
has
But back when
sided with the rebellion
the old
of
days
David.
of this school,
The Kohanim have no,
when everything was cheap, that's how I can remember. Kid would just be fucking like really
on a secret mission. So what happens to make a very long story short? Shaul brings
just
some of his soldiers to
get a
Nov.
soda,
They wipe
take it,
out the city of Nov.
drink
Once
half of
survivor
it,
city of Nov
throw
was
it across
wipe out
the
city.
fucking
This was a huge stain we'll see on Klal, on Shaul, and on
the locker
David
room,
for reasons we'll discuss. So
and like hit the side of the fucking wall, and it maybe went in the trash can, maybe it didn't. There was no recycling at this school, none, no recycling. You had to be like, you know, recycling's a thing, and they'd be like, huh? Really? There was no recycling. Everything went in the trash. Really? No recycling. And that was just how recycling wasn't a big thing. Anyway, there would be soda spray on the wall for the next 4 years until one kid during that cleanup time would go and clean that up.
For the massacre in Nov.
There would
The
be.
last day of that window.
There was this one part of this, right by the bathrooms, where you could put your legs up and like climb way high in the air, and then like hold yourself up like this, and people would just walk underneath your legs, like you'd be like
the day that he marched was the
15,
last day
20
in which
feet
God was willing to
There's
exact
always this thing
retribution
people
for
wanted
Klal
to
Yisrael
go into
for
the
the
path
Nov
of the school,
massacre.
which
And
had like
therefore, had Nebuchadnezzar, had Sanherib attacked
a
that
ladder
day, he
system.
would have been
Perhaps you
victorious,
can see my
as
old
he would
chicken
have been
scratch
the
up there
rod
somehow,
of
somewhere.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for
And
Klal
then like
Yisrael for the
teachers would
city
walk
of Nov.
below, and
Now get ready for this.
they'd be
This is
like right
amazing.
below you, and
So the
you
Gemara
wouldn't-
says,
you'd have
the
to be
Gemara
quiet.
says, I'm going to put also in the Shem, I'm going to know. I'm relay.
Just a
Kaldoi, Kaldoi.
Hey, did I talk
He
about
has
this
the
still?
Sa'im Yachlasli. So,
boys and girls were
the day that Sanherib shows up in Yerushalayim, he's outside of the
for
walls, he's
as
outside
much
the walls of the
as
city.
could be,
His astrologer
which is
tells the
unlike
king,
anywhere
if we march now,
uh,
we will be successful.
of a normal
So
school.
what happens?
That
Lo
isn't
Yachlasli.
like a religious
But
school.
ultimately, again, if we
But
wait
this
till
is a
tomorrow,
religious school,
we
so
will
it
not
doesn't
be
go to
successful. So
And-
so Sanherib responds, Orcha the boy the
And
Saguye
we didn't have a
Basari
lot
Yoma.
of
So Gemara says, I'm sorry, Lo Yachlasli. Orcha the boy the Saguye Basari Yoma. Saga
interaction,
Bachad Yoma. Furthermore, when
with
coming to Yerushalayim,
really
Sanherib
anywhere.
had what we call Kfitzas Haderech.
except
journey
for
was
like
short.
a kid's
A
mom.
journey that would normally take 10 days took one
Really,
day.
yeah. but
Kimat
nobody-
Yerushalayim. So I'll say the idea over here is
maybe an
that there's the
administrator or
perfect storm.
something
The recipe
like,
is perfect for
the office
Sanherib
lady or
to
something like that.
conquer Yerushalayim. He
So,
makes incredible time getting there. And
so
number
we're
two, this
about
is the
all
last
about
day
boys,
of no
and
retribution.
there were a few
Kimat
smells.
Yerushalayim.
The amount
When
of
he came to
BO
Yerushalayim,
after we would play football, I can remember the teachers, male teachers, come in like this. Like, you guys got to start wearing.
What he does is he keeps piling rugs.
Deodorant. And we just I mean, we were wearing deodorant, but we were just sweaty. So sweaty, just wiping your head and it's just dripping. And we would only get 20 minutes to play. Oh, I wanted to say, so as a little kid,
when he goes in,
I remember my mom asking, so before I went there, I asked my mom,
he says,
do they have a football team? And
she
said,
is this the
no,
manager's school?
It's not that kind of school. But they do play football at recess, which is all I care about. And
my whole army.
And the teachers play, which was totally unique. Still think it's really unique. And we have all of this 7th graders, 60 kids.
See, he says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of all the cities that I've conquered. So he says,
and then as the grades got older, a few hundred kids. And then 7th and 8th graders would play each other with some teachers. And then junior and seniors would play sophomore and freshman. But usually once you got that older, they weren't playing too many sports. Anyway, we'd have like these armies of kids that would just get 7th. The difference between a 7th grade boy and an 8th grade boy is big. And just getting trashed. And I remember always wanting the ball. And I might have only gotten my 7th grade year.
Tried very hard to attract wealthy businessmen from Europe.
You just wouldn't get the ball thrown to you that much if you're a little kid. So I'd be a blocker, and then I'd rush people. And I remember fucking, it was 2-hand-tap, and I'd fucking snap guys. And, you know, they wouldn't know. It would just be like a barely a touch. And they'd be like, does that really count? Yeah, it should. Anyway, but if a kid got a sack, he'd come in fucking cock of the walk kind of deal.
Whenever somebody says, "Can I be honest?"
Especially if they're,
you know, it's coming. Can I ask it? He says, "Of course." He says, "The truth is."
But as I got older,
it's not so beautiful.
I always wanted to touch the ball, and it was like, remember, the teacher would come out, we had the ball, and be like, this is a big fucking deal. And then, fortunately, my family got a ball, and I kept this ball. I still probably have. It's one of the infusion ones that would blow itself up, and I took this fucking ball everywhere. That was the thing. I'll say this. I got to end this fucking story. Did I tell you about the stairwell yet? Anyway, these kids, my friends of our family, my family never had any fucking balls. But this family had everything. This is how you need to be. Just have a soccer ball in your car, a basketball in your car, a football in your car, like a baseball bat, a wiffle ball bat. They had all kinds of shit in their car. And whenever we went anywhere, we'd go to a park or whatever, they always had balls. They always had something. You want to be that family. Having a ball to make your kid cool. And I really mean that. I had a ball. That's not right. That's cool. So we took this ball everywhere. And people would be like, where's the ball? And I'd be like, oh, you want to? Yeah, we need the ball. Come on, let's play. And we'd be throwing the ball around, whatever. And as I got older, then I became a quarterback.
He was also a ridiculous balgaiva. He was ridiculously arrogant. So like he says, like this.
But then we played the little kids, and I was like, you know, I eventually became that position that I always wanted to be. The guy who got to touch the ball a lot and throw the ball a lot.
Everyone knows if there's clogged bubble in life, where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see,
and this is like a real.
Begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go now. Sancheiriv is saying this is nothing. This is a cake. It's easy, right? Piece of cake.
We usually play against the kids the year younger.
Let's go today.
And
tell me soon.
That's how you get to know them and become friends with them.
I'm a bit tired today.
And
we'll go tomorrow.
There's like an open field, and then the end zone. You ask anybody who ever went to this school, they will tell you there was no like real back of the end zone. It was just like.
Right? What's the
there were trees, and you kind of just you didn't want to go that far. But like the end zone was like basically the field went like this, and then once you got up the incline a little bit, that became the end zone. But the end zones are really big. And
as most things in life,
I had this friend of mine who
was a
different kind of kid.
He says, you know what? Let's rest tonight. We'll relax tonight. Tomorrow, what happens that night? We already learned
kind of into some things that not all of us were into.
Comes along and kills
he was good at catching the ball. And so he kind of became a guy who I had this chemistry with him, where he would go in the back of that end zone, and I could throw the ball to him
comes out,
and he would catch it. And I remember he'd catch it there were a couple kids would catch like this.
They wake up in the morning and there were a few survivors, as we'll discuss.
And
They find 185,000
one time he ran
corpses.
across
Says,
threw this ball,
this gives us a very important lesson.
and as he ran across Pattern,
Which I say literally means
he
you look
slammed
at Rashi
right
towards the end
into
of the
the
short
fucking
line.
tree. And I don't mean face first, I mean head first.
Sometimes
I remember we
when
all
you don't pass
stood
judgment,
around him,
the fight
and he
goes
was
away.
out.
So, which is another way of saying that there was when you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity.
And
you procrastinate, you lose your window of
he
opportunity.
was like,
Opportunity waits for no man.
his eyes open, and I'm like, okay. Well, are you all right? Come on, get up, dude. Let's play.
We're not crying.
He wasn't getting up.
But at the end of the day, it's dramatic how the Ribon gives him
like, come on, man.
The
Like,
Ribon gives him the opportunity to Yerushalayim, and he squanders it.
He was out
because
for
again,
like 5 minutes, which is
really because of
a long
but the
period of time
message
to
is
be out
procrastination leads to loss of opportunity.
under these
The
circumstances.
Yesh
Every
Bibigo
moment
was like, get
of
ready
being
for
able
this. This
to
is
play
amazing.
was so big. We'd fucking eat like this just to get outside. I remember I would just not even eat my lunch, just fucking throw my lunch in the trash.
The Novi over here, this is
Like, hey,
Shmuel
why are you
Beis,
throwing that out?
speaks
Make
about a
fucking
man
eat it.
of
Like,
Yishbi
it's time to
in
play
Nov,
football. Anyway,
who was of the descendants of Arba. Harpa
this
is
kid was
Arba.
out, and we
We're
were all
going to see in just a
surrounding him.
moment
And
the sister
like,
of the
hey,
sister
dude, are
of
you
Rus.
okay?
Mishkal Kino Shlosh Meos, Shlosh Meos, Mishkal Mechoshes,
He eventually got up and just kind of like walked into the school or whatever, but it wasn't bloody or anything. And
after
the next day comes, and I remember he was like, I've had a headache all day. And we're like, why do you have a headache? Dude? Quit being a pussy. Like, we were just totally forgot about what happened.
Everything.
And the kids who hear me say it still remember it, the kids who were there, and they'll be like, that's right, he did say that. And this hitting the tree changed his personality forever.
He was a man who came to David HaMelech.
He went into different things. He went into like, he went from like, he got really into like, kind of like Nirvana and goth, but like ink, like very much into Hot Topic. He loved that shit, and he was never like this before. I threw this ball and fucking hit his head. And
wow, through you, the city of Nov
was
wiped out.
And like people who hear me say this, like, that's right, he did hit his head. Meaning he had, and he had this huge lump, like a huge lump on his head. He had thick hair, but underneath his hair, he had just a giant lump, and he would just kept complaining about having a headache for like a week.
How do Shaul and his three sons die? They die in the war against the Plishtim.
Don't blame myself, because this is, anybody who knows the field that we play, there's just like one tree, and he just ran this crossing pattern, and
he says
he just fucking nailed his tree so hard. And
even if his actions were not
I don't blame myself. I don't think it would be right to. But I think about it, that this incident changed his kid's personality completely.
That result in the massacre at Nov.
Now, he got into all kinds of different things. Like, I've never known of a head injury, which is what he had.
But at the end
He had
of the
I'll
day,
imagine he had
it
a
was
pretty bad
his
concussion.
actions
But
that
back
caused
then,
their
nobody paid
death.
attention to
So we'll say
concussions.
this is a
CTE
dramatic
wasn't
idea,
a thing.
because
Ask
then Yoda
anybody. It
says
was just
that
not
you
a
have to
thing.
understand something.
That
Sometimes
only
in life,
became big.
we
Like,
go ahead and I do something,
in
and
the
as there's a negative repercussion. Now that
this
wasn't
kid
my
hit this
intention.
fucking tree.
And again, I
And
acted
no
in good faith,
protection,
I did.
nothing.
But
But he wasn't
understand that
bloody,
as a
so we
result
weren't
of my
like too
action,
concerned. We're like, oh, walk
someone
it off. You'll
else
be fine.
encounters pain. Someone else suffers.
But this changed his
Even though again, it
fucking
was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It
personality
just
forever.
happens to be a
To the point
byproduct
where, like,
of my
last I
action.
heard about this kid,
Someone else's pain and
he would
suffering.
ride a bike
There's his chayvus for that. There's responsibility for
Colorado
that. Now,
Mountains,
obviously, by the tzaddik,
Colorado
that's
Rocky,
amplified
or the
tenfold.
Rocky
So the
Mountains.
Ribono Shel Olam says, David, your
And all he
actions
would
set
do,
off a chain reaction
somehow
of
he
different events that ultimately
had a
result in the massacre of
mason
Nov,
jar of
the death of
LSD,
Doeg, and
and he would
ultimately
just
the death
trip
of Shaul and
for
his sons.
thousands of miles
Remember
of
again,
bike ride, and he would
Klal
just go
Yisrael
back
loses
and
the war
forth.
against the Plishtim. There's not enough time.
I was just like the
Klal
first
Yisrael loses the war
fucking
against
thing.
the
And
Plishtim. Why? Why
this
did Klal
kid,
Yisrael lose the war
he was
against the
never
Plishtim?
like that
You remember
before he
from
hit
your
his head
extensive
on the
Navi
street.
studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the
It
Plishtim?
really changed his
Because
personality.
Shaul
Anyway, did I
diverted
tell you
all
about that
of the
fucking
resources of Klal Yisrael to pursuing
stairwell?
David.
All right, we'll
Because
get
he
into it.
was
So you were like the
reckless and
Fonz. I was like the
irresponsible
Fonz. I
with
could
his
hit the
military
fucking thing,
resources.
and I always had the football. So it was like,
they're chasing David. Shaul gets word
we
that the
didn't really have
Plishtim
options.
invaded.
I was
He
never
thinks twice. Should I
academically
continue
eligible
to
to
pursue David or
be
should I
the
go after
we
Plishtim?
didn't
That's
call
how
that,
so
like,
messed
even
up
to play
everything
sports.
is. says
but
that
you could
David
play
HaMelech's
at
fault.
recess, and
No, it's not David HaMelech's fault, but
recess
Tzaddik has
was about
responsibility for the even the unintended repercussions of his action.
really,
So it's a dramatic idea. So the Gemara goes like,
anyway.
the Gemara says,
So
David, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice.
Right, so
Here's the
stairs,
choice.
there's like one stair, like a plateau.
David, here's the
you
choice.
look in it, it's like a poor man's fucking
and you
building.
either wipe out all of your descendants,
Poor man's
or you could suffer.
Dead Poet Society.
Which one is it?
Then there's
Your
another
children gonna
step. There
suffer,
are no fucking ramps.
Or
Well, there is a ramp, but it's like fucking,
are
you
you
know,
going to suffer? Which one is it?
Lieutenant
So the
Dan.
Gemara says,
in the fucking New Year.
Mutav emsor biyad
Really,
oyev
it's just
lo
like that.
yikala zari.
Okay, so
So
there's,
David HaMelech
there's
says,
a
I would rather
plateau,
suffer than
and then
chas v'shalom
another
have my
ramp. Then
descendants
there's
like
like,
that. Let's get ready for this.
what do you
Yom Echad, one day, nafak liskar
there's
basori.
like
So one day
tracks,
David HaMelech
like
went
these metal
out
tracks.
One time,
Once you get in there,
I'll say it again. See,
the
when
stairs,
Rashi
the
says,
stairs get really slippery,
Rashi says,
and there's like this metal.
Lashon parsi krita kaf
You're gonna
safan.
love
He
the
went out.
minutia of this
He
fucking
went
stuff.
out to
There's like
hunt,
this metal
again, hunting for food, not hunting for sport. Asa Satan
stair edge.
v'hitmi
Again,
lekikanya.
if you fucking
So what
step on
happened?
it,
So the Satan came along
just be
and appeared to David
like
HaMelech as
scalped.
a deer.
Really, oh,
Hasak begira,
fucking,
v'lo
like,
mache.
fil-
So what
like
happens?
flay.
David HaMelech shot an arrow,
Really, yeah.
but he missed the deer.
And
So the Gemara says, Mash, so v'lo mati,
It's just-
mashche,
and there's like
amtia le'eretz plishtim. So
there's
this is what
down and
happens.
there's
David HaMelech
up.
goes running after the deer. And without
And-
realizing it, he wanders into Philistine territory. So David HaMelech wanders into Philistine territory all by himself without an
one day.
army. And Bipashtas
You know, you're with all the boys, and you're like, okay,
and who does he
we'll take
have
the
to
central
run
stairwell
into?
for whatever.
So what
reason.
happens?
Not taking the boys stairwell. Certainly never
Oh,
take the girls.
who does he run into?
Really? I
Yishbi.
remember
Yishbi,
like,
Goliath's
there
brother,
were parts of
is
the
the
school I
first
did
guy
not.
he happens to run into in Philistine territory. Amar. So Yishbi
Um,
sees him and he says, "Hi, nu, hi, the
perhaps I
Karpele
never was
Goliath.
like, really?
This is the guy who
Yeah.
killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do?"
There were always parts of the
Perhaps
school
he
that we
grabs
wanted
David,
to go in, but
ties
we
him
weren't
up.
allowed to. It was really an
Well, it's
interesting place.
interesting thing that he did. Osve
Even in
Vishaji
the,
to
what
say
do we call
Babe
the faculty
Pacha.
lounge, we always wondered what was
David,
on the
he ties
side of
David
the
up,
faculty
and he
lounge.
puts him in between the
always
two
figured it was
stones
like
of an olive press.
wanted
So what does
signs
he
or
plan
like
to do?
fucking how to
He's gonna
teach that.
sit
We
on-
never knew.
So
And then when we
Yishbi's a big
graduated,
guy.
we
He's
poked
going
our
to
head
sit
in. It
on
was
the
just like
olive
a
press, and
normal
essentially
wall.
going to
We were
crush
always
David.
fascinated where the
This
areas was
obviously
going to
he
go.
saw Makale Aram
It
to
was
say.
fucking
So a
central
miracle
story.
occurred, and what happened? The
And
ground
then like
underneath
there's
the
that
bottom
fucking
stone of the
yearbook
press
room,
became
which
soft.
with
So
all the beds,
Yishbi
it looks like a
sat,
triage
the press
unit.
sunk
We never
instead of
fucking
crushing
figured that
David
out.
HaMelech.
I think the only
So
time
the
I ever
Gemara
went in
says,
there,
"Hainu tichsev,
I
Tarachiv Sadi Tachtoi,
there was another
Olamad
house
Ukar Suloi."
like on the
Hauya,
grounds of
was
the
it David HaMelech?
school
So, okay, so
that
either way,
are like
so Yishbi
like
realizes, okay, he leaves him for
complicated,
later, but he
but
started
there's
up
a
in
house
between the
that the
press.
school
Hauya,
purchased
Apanya Dimale
as I
Shabbos.
got older,
So what's like
and
that day?
it was in the front yard of the school.
That
We were
day
playing
was Erev
football.
Shabbos.
Somebody threw me the
Avishai ben
ball, and
Sruya,
I went to catch it.
Havakachai
and,
Yifrei B'Dalet Garbi
the,
B'Maya.
like,
So we'll say David
lawn
HaMelech,
of the
one of his
school just
generals,
had a
a man by the name
random
of
fucking,
Avishai ben Sruya,
um,
so was going ahead and washing his hair. So just parenthetically, the Gemara says he used
ditch thing,
Dalet
like
Garbi
fucking
B'Maya, 4 barrels of water. Okay?
turn my ankle in this thing,
Kasme
and
Dama.
I thought
He
it
saw
broke my ankle.
drops
I
of
did
blood
not,
in
but
the
it was a
water.
big deal.
And he understood
We had
that
to call
that
my
was
mom,
meaning he
and
saw
they
it
put
wasn't
me
from
in
him.
the
So
bedroom. I think
something's
that's the only
going
time
on.
I was ever
Iker da Amri Asayona Itrif Kame
and my
others say
fucking
that a
ankle
dove landed in
was
front of him and started like
very
flapping
small,
its
and my
wings
left
in a
ankle
violent manner.
was not
Amar
broken.
Knes
It
Yisrael
was
Leona
very close to broken.
Leona Amisley Shneimar
Anyway.
Kanfayon Nechba Bekasef
One of the
Shlamina
most
David
painful
Malko Yisab
But not even
Sar.
close to fucking
So once he- so what happens? He sees the blood, he sees the
Did we talk
dove
about this
flapping
fucking
around. He
stairway?
realizes Klal Yisrael is compared
So,
to a dove. It must mean Klal
There's
Yisrael is in
this
trouble.
fucking
Now, Klal
checkerboard
Yisrael was just fine.
tile that was
So
like
who must it refer to?
whatever,
It must refer
and
to the king.
there's
The
fucking
king
this
is in trouble.
edge.
We'll say, listen to this.
I'm
Also,
like,
they
why are
say,
you telling
well,
us this?
Ashkin goes to the palace.
There's
King's
absolutely
house,
no
king's
reason,
not
but I
home.
want you to
And it's
picture
Erev Shabbos already.
And so
So,
there's
Amr, Tanan,
the
in
stairs go
Rochel
down
Kiso,
to
then
go into
Yoshua
like
Kiso,
the
then
lower level
Mishtamshin
of the school,
Bisharbito. Bishas
and then you go
Sakana,
up,
what's the
and
halacha
then
is,
it's like
you
the front
cannot use the king's
office,
horse, you cannot sit on the
and then
king's
there's
throne,
another
and you cannot use the king's
level,
scepter.
and
So
that's
part
like
of the
there's like
covenant
a
of Malchus is you can't use the
mezzanine
king's
floor,
stuff.
like the first floor.
Bishas Sakana, what about when the king is
Whatever
in
you
danger?
consider it.
The
Not the
king is in
ground floor.
danger. So what Abishai ben Sriya
It
is,
wasn't
the
really
king
the
had
ground
the
floor.
fastest horse, was the
This
fastest
doesn't
mule.
make any fucking
So
sense.
can I ride the
Whatever.
king's
There's
horse
like
or
a
not?
lower
That was the
level.
Shaila.
And then
So
like
say
a
what
lower
happens.
level.
Also,
There's
Shal
the
ben
fucking-
Midrasha. He goes to ask Shaila in this man.
But it wasn't wasn't like a basement. It was like just
ultimate time of sakana. Yes, you can go. You can use it. So we'll say first of all, it's an amazing idea.
The front
Jew
office, and then
always
there's
has to
another
know what the
level up.
halacha is.
Then like a plateau.
Always has to
another
know
level
what
up.
the halacha is. You have to
you get to
ask
the
shayla.
I think probably the third point. There's the first point, second point. I think we call it the
Active
third point.
pikuach nefashos, we
But
ask
technically
first and ask later.
Anyway,
But everything in our lives is governed by halacha. Everything in our lives is governed by Torah. So a person of
and as you would look out the windows of the school, there would be like areas of the building that you've never been in. Ask anybody who like wasn't really familiar. There'd be areas of the building that with which you weren't familiar, and like, what the fuck's going on there? And years would go by, and you would never ever get the chance to see what it is.
Listen to this.
Though there was one time, I won't go into that, where we got to explore that part of the school, and it was super nice. We thought it was super nice. It was, but it was like a real match. Like, oh, this is like holy.
What do they call it? The star-studded cast of characters.
Like, this was really nice.
So as he's riding, he has to push the area. Who does he see?
Like marble.
Arpa. Who's Arpa?
Like, oh, this
Arpa was the mother of. Now,
nice
whether
part,
this
we
means
never
actual.
really got to
He
it.
sees Arpa. She must have been very old, actually, right? Arpa, who was the mother of Goliath
Like
and the mother of
chandeliers
Yishbi.
and shit.
So what happens? So Chazi Arpa
And
Ime.
like as the school
She
got
was
bigger,
spinning while she
different
was weaving.
parts of the building
So what
would be
happens?
open
Ki
to us.
Chazi say,
It was
Basak
very weird.
Tela
But
Pilcha,
this main
Shadar
stairwell,
Diluya. Several
this is the
Mikdale.
OG.
So what happens? As Arpa sees Avisha Ben Sri, so
go
Arpa
down,
must have known
up,
that
up,
Yishbi had captured
plateau,
David.
and up.
Arpa now
Three
sees Avisha Ben Surya
And-
running, Taras pushed him. She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes her spindle and she throws it at Avishai in an effort to kill him.
Kids,
So she misses him.
they say that the sense most tied to memory is smell. And I believe that. Sometimes I'll get a random smell and I'll be like,
Excuse me,
take
young
me
man,
back.
I dropped
Just
my
for a
spindle.
moment.
Would you
Maybe
mind
fleeting,
getting
but it'll
it for
take me
me?
back. I'll
So what
smell
happens?
something.
She
and
sure
it'll
does. Paski bereish
And-
mocha v'katle. He brings it back to her, throws it at her
One
head,
day-
and kills her.
be kids.
Fine, Arpa's out. So says the Gemara,
That
Kad chazye yishbi bino. So the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now
It's still-
David
it's
HaMelech
like it
shows
was
up
yesterday.
ultimately again. Now we'll say,
It's like I had
remember,
flashbacks,
now we
so-
understand also the pasuk calls him yishbi
So,
bino
we go from like
because
the
this is part of
floor,
David HaMelech's
ground floor,
punishment
and
for
the
that
first floor.
which occurred in
That was
No.
my friends.
So the
whatever.
Gemara says what happens. He's yishbi bino. Amar
I say
hashta
friends, we like
havu
schoolmates,
beit
and
train bekatlim.
We're
So what happens? Now Yishbi realizes
We're
when he sees
walking
Abishai coming that
near
he's going to
this
be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together
central
is a bit too
so
much
well.
to
And
handle.
some of the
Too much
older
to handle.
kids
So what happens? He goes there. He
And
says, "Now I'm going to be outnumbered." So
kinda
what does he
like
say? Get ready
merge.
for this. So Paskin David Leilei.
as we're all going
Viraz
to the
L'Rumche.
top
So
stairs.
what's Amar
the
Nebo
top.
Ali
We had
B'Niklas?
to
He
go
has-
to that
he wants to kind of get out of here now. So what does he do? He throws David HaMelech up in the
You
air,
ever seen a
which was an
cartoon
incredible display of
where
strength.
they like tried to
Puts
show
his
what a
spear
smell
down on the
looks like,
ground, obviously,
and they like have the
facing
smell
up.
like that
I
goes
figured
through
that
like
enough just
this
going to land on the
and then
spear and we're done.
up the
So what
fucking
happens?
nose.
Who shows up just in time? Amar Avishai, shame. Avishai
That's like
comes
the
right
best
down
way I
Melech
could
is
pick.
midair.
I could
He
like
says the shame
describe
of
this.
the shame
Did we
Hashem.
talk about this
Ultimately,
stairwell?
let David
So as we
ben Shemaiah
approach the
La'aro.
stairwell,
So ultimately,
this,
again,
like,
see, he
fucking
says the shame
smell
of
goes
Mefurash and suspends
like right-
David HaMelech midair. Suspends
right
David
up
HaMelech
the
midair.
fucking-
We'll say, get ready for this. Get ready for this.
And it was
Says
like,
the Gemara. So V'nema Le'ihu. Why didn't David just say the Shema first? David also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why didn't David say the name in order to suspend himself? Jewish was supposed to say profound.
and
So,
some of the older kids are like, what the fuck is
because it was like
that?
the
And they're like,
incarcerated
oh
individual
my god,
cannot extricate himself from
oh
his
my
jail.
word,
Was
can
an
you
incredibly
believe it?
important
Can you
use.
believe it? And they're like
which,
older,
again,
and I'm like, I
Generally,
don't know
we
what's
take to
going on.
mean that sometimes, again, we spoke on
And
this
even
on
some of the
Shabbos.
kids in my
Sometimes when you are in a
party
situation you
are
can't
like,
see the trees.
can
from
you believe
the
that
forest.
just
We spoke
happened?
about this
Can you believe that just happened? Now, I can tell you, I've heard, I smell every fucking smell from this fucking school.
Like Rav just
Every
means
kind of
someone
fart.
whose
The
advice you
loudest of
rely
farts.
on. Someone
Kids,
who
I
can
had this
see
one
your life
fucking
and
fart
see
one time,
you
legend.
outside of you. David
I'll
HaMelech
even
is in
talk
the
about
thick
it.
of this.
That's how good
He
it was.
cannot think
I don't know what it
clearly.
was. It was
He
the
cannot
absolute best
act
part in the
clearly.
history of farts.
And
So
therefore,
I
even
can
though
just say
he
that.
knows the
Yes,
same
anybody
shame of
from my
Rosh,
class,
so let's get ready for
they
this.
will say,
Amalei,
they'll
my
remember
boss
where they
up.
were. They'll be like, oh,
So
we
the
have to sit
first thing
down for this
Avishai
one.
says,
It's like one of those things, like a dateline is 60 minutes.
what
You
are
gotta
you
sit down
doing
for
here?
this one.
Right?
And they'll all
what
tell
are you
you.
doing here? Amalei,
Exactly. I've told the story before, but I'll tell it again.
so he tells, see, what David HaMelech, so you would have
I
thought
had
David was going to
something.
say, listen,
I
I
don't
was
know what it
chasing
was.
a deer and I
But
just ended up
to
here.
this day, I've never
Obviously,
had a
David
fart
HaMelech realized
like
that this
this
was
before.
a
Or like
about
a
this.
day
So he
where I
tells
had like
Avishai the
this.
whole story.
It
What's
was
the whole
like
story?
I
The
had
story
a
is God
boiler
told me
maker
to
in
be
my
punished.
fucking
He
stomach
asked me,
or
do I
some
want to
shit.
get the punishment to my
Not the
kids?
drink, just
So I
like
said, I'd
literally
rather
a
get the punishment to
boiler.
have my
Like,
kids wiped out. Amalei, apoch selus sech. So Avishai says to David, change around your tefillah.
This school
Ask
had
HaKadosh
no
Baruch
air
Hu to
conditioning.
punish your
They had
children
like
and
individual
not
air
you.
conditioning.
So listen to this.
It
He says,
everything.
I So as people say,
there
better
was
for
such
my
bad
grandson to
smells.
sell
There was
wax, but
ginkgo,
I should not
and
suffer.
there were
So I say, so what does that mean? You know, it's a
there's
natural
BO and
bonus on
sweat
parents to have
and
bonus on their children.
sometimes like spoiled
think the
food,
shot is like this.
old milk,
What Avishai
like
Ben
all
Tzruya
kinds
says
of
is,
just
listen,
thing.
all
And
you can plan for is the
someone
presence.
vomit.
Right now, the
Kids-
Baruch was giving you the
anyway.
opportunity for Sheket, Shalom, and Shalom
And I
in your
remember
presence.
my one
So
friend
take
one time
a lot could change between now
brought in
and
a
the
stink
future.
bomb
You have plenty of time.
and
Even if Baruch
put
is
it
going to
in the
visit
locker
punishment
room,
upon your children,
and it
you have
cleared out.
plenty of time.
And this that was very
to write
pungent,
your
like
future. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu is
rotten
giving you
eggs,
the
like
opportunity for
sulfur.
tranquility now,
And I remember
grab it.
the Dean of Boys
Take
comes
it.
in and he's
Use
looking
it
around and
to
trying to figure
change
out
your
who did it.
circumstances
I
going
remember
forward. So
I remember
swap
watching
your
this
tefillah
thing
around,
break.
switch it
Like
around.
somebody kicked it into the fucking locker and it shattered and we all fucking ran.
So we'll say ultimately,
that.
David says, I'll daven, but
It just
Avishai, can you
stunk
help me
really,
daven?
really bad. They had to open
what
up
the
all the
pasuk says,
fucking
that
windows.
Avishai
I can
helped
remember
him.
teachers in school would smell so bad after we came in,
Avishai
after
davened together with David to have
playing football, all
Exterior
sweaty.
reverse.
They would take the door and go like this and just try to wave out some of the fucking smell. It would. And when you're young guy, like, you're just fucking full of hormones and
So Avishai and
adrenaline
David
and
now
stuff.
run away. So Yishbi is running
And
after them.
like we'd smell farts, every kind of fart. Farts in the stairwell, farts in the hallway, farts in the school, farts in the room. Like,
so they said,
I
then
just
they had a
think
second
it's
thought, they kept running.
go like
And then when they got to Beitray, they said, you know what, two lion cubs
make people
cannot
think that
defeat
that's
the
funny.
mighty lion.
And it became cool to be like a farter.
Yishbi was much
You're a
stronger
good
than
farter. Like,
so
that'd
the
be a really good one. Anyway,
so what happened?
why?
So
Because
then
it's
they
just
realized,
funny.
however, at some point in time,
Whenever anybody did anything, they have to go like
so
this.
listen to the plan they
Like,
did.
some kids
So they
couldn't
turned
take
it
it.
on and they said to him, Zil ishtachach
And
la'ar-
this one
la'arba
day, I
imech
had the
b'kivra.
worst fucking
Why don't you
gas.
go visit the grave of Arba?
Not because I had a fart
Now
so
what they
much,
just told him
but the
was what?
smell.
Right? We killed your mother.
It was on like it was like a sweet
So listen to this.
potency that has never been emulated in the history of
When they
humankind
mentioned the name of his mother,
ever
the fact that she was
since.
dead, it weakened his strength.
Nor have I had
and they were
it
able to
previously. It was
Isn't
just,
that amazing?
it was
Sometimes
sweet.
even the hardest of people, right?
Pungent.
Even the
That's the
hardest
best way I
of
can
people,
describe it.
everybody
So
has
the
a
first-
soft spot for something.
First,
So
and
for
the
you,
thing is,
he was a
you
mama's
never,
boy.
or
You know,
you
he
absolutely,
might have been a
to
big
not
warrior,
fart in
but
the
he was a mama's boy. When he heard
on
that
the
his mother never
way
was
to
killed,
school.
it hurt him.
So you
It
save
hurt
it
him. And at
all
the
up.
end of the day,
So
we
you
did,
got
and they
to
were able to
school just
overtake him,
because you
and he
didn't.
killed him.
You're like in a
So what's that?
close
So listen to this.
in
This is the
close
meaning of the
place with
pasuk.
people.
As nishpu
Once you got to
anshe
school,
David lemor,
especially when you got in the locker with all
so listen to this.
the
So they
boys, you
said to
just
David,
fucking
David,
let
after this
farts
event,
out.
they said, they
And then
swore,
fucking
the men of David said, you are not going
That's the
out,
thing.
you are not
People
going
would throw
out anymore,
punches, but it
you're not
wasn't
going
like
to battle anymore.
nobody was getting into it.
And ultimately, again, the light of Israel should not be
People
seen. So
wrestled,
at this episode, essentially what they did is, the
fucking
king of
punch in
Israel
the
is
arm until you
grounded.
were bruised on
King
the
of
arm
Israel
or
is
whatever.
grounded. His soldiers say to him, you're
But
not
nobody
going
was
hunting
doing
anymore,
anything to
you're
really
not going
hurt
to
anyone.
war anymore. You know, Ribono Shalom saved us all this time, but you're not traveling without a detail anymore. So they thought, Tarabana was amazing, my son. Amazing Maisa.
So this one day,
a 7.5-year learning
I
commitment
was in high school.
just to go ahead and see a dramatic Maisa like that. Because A, the story is
Also,
overwhelming, and because so
sophomore
many
high
incredible
school.
lessons just from one little story.
Yeah,
Tarabana,
we had
Shlosha
like
Kapsala
first
Hamadan.
class. We
There are
had like
three
upstairs. I don't know.
There are three people who had the miracle of Pizza Sadera. Who had the miracle of having a long journey shortened. Who were they? Eliezer Eved Avram, Yaakov Avinu, Avishai Ben Tzruya. So Avishai Ben Tzruya, so Avishai Ben Tzruya we just spoke about.
And
Eliezer
everyone
Eved Avram, Eliezer
was
son of
within
Avram
like
Siv,
a
Va'avo
few
Hayom El Ha'ayin. I
meters
came
of me,
that day ultimately
they
again
knew.
to the Ayin, to the well.
And
V'meimra Dahu Yom
they were
Hanafak,
like,
Dahu
dude,
Yom Hanafak. So we'll say this is Eliezer in
his
Rosh
thing.
Hashanah.
They like knew. Like I was like,
I came
I
that
was the
day. I
man for
traveled
that shit.
from
But they're
Canaan
like, dude,
to Haran and I made it in
that's
the
like
same
the
day.
worst
Yaakov
fucking
Avinu,
smell we've ever
Yaakov
smelled.
Avinu,
And I'm like, I know.
Yaakov
They're like,
Avinu,
no,
Yaakov
you
Avinu,
don't realize we've had fucking stink bombs go off. We're nearly like that. I mean, it was like making kids tear up. Like,
he stayed in that place,
and then the fucking bell would ring, and it'd be like you're sitting there, and you're like sitting in the swamp gas. It was just.
Remember, this is Yaakov Avinu running away from home.
So then second
He's going to Lavan. Lavan lives in
class.
Haran. When he gets to Haran,
And the thing is, when somebody would let it rip, the fuck is sometimes it'd be loud, like the vibration of your ass cheeks on the fucking. I still remember that on the fucking desk, like on the seat of the desk or a chair or something. Like it was just like a boom, like a rhythmic instrument. Anyway, it was like the drum head, like anyway.
So what happens?
I do this a second out. Dude, that is the absolute fucking worst smell we've ever smelled in our entire lives. Like that's worse than anything you've ever put out before. That's a new flavor. This motherfucker's changing flavors. And I mean it was tremendous. It was. There were kids who were talking about it like
the tzaddik came to my home, came to my inn, so to speak. The Harabais is the Ribono Shalom's home.
It was knocking kids into new dimensions. And the teacher would come in and they'd be like, oh, look, open it up the fucking window. Just, and I was like, this is amazing. This fucking formula that I got
didn't only rise for him.
This is fucking rice and gas. This shit is like Agent Orange. So, man, this is good shit. And these kids come up to me and they're like, if you fucking fart again, like we understand normal farts, but that is not normal. They're like, you need to see a doctor.
Also, after the episode of
I ain't going anywhere. They're like, if you fart again,
one time it set early
like
for him
that,
in order to get him to sleep on Harabayas. The second time it rose early for him in order to heal him in the aftermath of the struggle with the Malach of Esau. So now let's go back for just a second. So David HaMelech reversed his bakasha. At first he said, God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said, visit the punishment upon my children.
You know that you could go to the bathroom. You decide to do it in the middle of the center of this small classroom so that we can't breathe. You know that there are no fans. There's no air conditioning. That's gonna help. There's no fucking
she was a mother
Febreze, nothing like that. I don't even know Febreze.
Her son
Nothing.
was killed.
You're gonna, if I do this at fucking 9, 10 in the morning,
she wanted to be queen.
you're gonna be
She
smelling
wiped
that
out
shit
all of the
until
other male heirs
9:59
of the
until you
throne.
get the fuck into the next classroom. Yeah, that's how.
She wiped out pretty much the remaining
Actually,
members
usually
of
though,
the
it wouldn't be. We stayed in the same classroom as the teachers rotated, which is a better way to do it than having the homeroom or whatever. Just have the teachers rotate. It's a better way.
Okay because from the city of Nov,
Anyway,
there was also
why
one
move 30
survivor,
fucking,
a Kohen by the
in
name
our
of
case, it was like
Ebyasa.
13 boys. But why move 13 boys? And you can just move one teacher. Anyway,
Suffice to say, just like there was one survivor from Nov, there was one survivor ultimately from the family of
one
David
kid in
HaMelech
the
as well.
fucking corner, just like rocking back and forth. You okay?
And therefore, again, the Gemara says, were it not that there
Remember, I
was
was
one
talking
survivor
about like
from
when it
Nov,
smelled
right?
like off.
Ahimelech, Ebyasar, David HaMelech's entire family would have been wiped
Right,
out as well.
fucking.
Now,
Now, this wasn't like the loudest part I've ever had, allegedly, or the funny. It was the worst smell in the history of smells. I can still tell you to this day, I have smelled maybe thousands of different farts, perhaps of my own, but other people, everybody's farts.
Now, the officers brought with them
There's been
their
nothing
princes,
before
their
like this,
princesses, and
nor
their
nothing after.
harlots.
It was
Now, what is that?
truthfully the
We
most
don't bring
unique
princesses
concoction
and harlots to the battlefield.
in the history
They
of
were so
smells.
confident about their ability
It was sweet.
to be victorious of Yerushalayim that they brought their women with them. No one ever brings their women to the battlefield. They were so confident. They brought their women with them.
Yeah,
And again, it had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing
Did I
coats
tell
of
you guys
iron.
about the story?
Shishim
Anyway, we'll get to it. So
And another 60,000 infantrymen.
it's like second period. Well,
fine. Kushar Prussia. I will say in other chariots as well.
I mean,
We'll
these guys
discuss
said
the
they're
size of
going
the
to
army
gang beat
or the
me.
soldiers as well. The size of the army gets even
And,
bigger. The Rein Baal Avram, we'll say this was the same
nobody
size
wants
force
that.
which marched against Avram
And-
Avinu. This is by the
And they were like,
4 wars against the 5.
they wouldn't
The
normally
Rein
like gang
Hasidim
up on
Lavo
me
in Gog
because I
Umagog.
could hold my
And I
own.
will say
But like,
armies
I
of this
understood.
size
I'd
will
be
be
like,
even true by Gog Umagog.
if the
That's
shoe was on the other foot, I would be like, no, you're a friend, but we're going to beat the living shit
Some
out
say
of
the
you if you
length
fucking
of
do this.
Sancheri's
That's what
army
I would
camp
say.
was 400 parasels, which we'll say is huge. Rochav,
So the third tree
Savar,
comes by,
Susav, the width,
and I'm
right,
just sitting
of
there
the
smirking.
total
And the
necks of
kids
the
are like, oh
horses
shit, he's going to
are
do it again. And
40 parcels.
they're like bracing
Sak
themselves for this. Like the
Machanenu.
whole fucking 13
Also,
boys
get
are
ready
just
for
like,
this. The total number
and
of people
the teacher's
in
like, what's going on?
Sancheri's camp
And they're like,
was Masaiv Deshishim
gonna gas
Ribo
us.
Apayim
really? Yeah,
Chasachad
gas you smack.
was 2 billion
Really? No.
600
With
million
everything, baby.
minus 1.
Sex is
Listen,
all
obviously
time.
this is hyperbolic.
Anyway,
But the idea that the Gemara is talking about is they
They
never
were like,
saw
he's gonna
such
gas
a
us.
large army amassed.
really? Like a
Never
fucking
again.
chamber.
I understand Sancheri's before we
And-
see Yerushalayim. Is really? Really?
I mean,
Can you
this
imagine
shit
the
was
taxpayer
like
dollars that went into this? The good thing is that he
the
was
Zyklon beat.
Yeah, Rosh is not
of
answerable to anyone. But Lamais, I
Flash.
can't mean that
It
what
was-
Rabbi is describing with Mark's coming over here
Yeah.
is an army the size that no one has ever seen.
So third
I'm sorry,
period goes by.
this is before the Balak. No, all this is before
But
the
I
Balak.
knew I had
The Gemara
to.
says, "Baya, baya."
Then
So what
lunch
is it? It says
and
minus
recess.
one.
I think we got
Chasi
30 minutes
Bria,
for lunch and
or
recess.
Chasra
And we'd
Chad,
spend
Chasra
10
Chad
minutes at
Alpha,
lunch
or
and
Chasra
20
Meo,
minutes at
Chasra Chad.
recess. And then
Doesn't
we
mean
had to be
less
back
a
in
million,
school.
less 100,000.
And we had to be like interseason,
less 100, less
with
one.
5 minutes to
Usually
go.
the Gemara says take over. But when it's, I think
I'll never forget.
the
I
Gemara
was
says
in
take over
physics
here.
class,
Gemara
which
really
was
means
10th
what?
grade.
Who cares? But I mean,
And
it
there were
doesn't matter. Like we're not asking
Like,
Eliyahu
you
Navi
see,
this one.
I'll,
Right?
I'll
Also,
fucking
that's
line this
Eliyahu
up
Navi.
for you.
I was like, the
So
over here the
imagine-
Gemara has is, like I said, this is a huge,
Okay, here.
huge army.
So there's two lines of tables and a board. If you ever were in trouble,
the Gemara now
the
describes
punishment, they
this
wouldn't.
army passing through the
They put
Jordan
a
River.
dot on the
So that was
board,
you have to pass through
draw
the
a
Jordan.
circle around
in
it,
order to
and
get
then
to
if you stir the
Israel.
circle
So
long
what
enough, it
happens?
would
Get
go
ready
away.
for this.
It was
So
a
the
50
first
minute,
group
30 minute,
passed the
45
Jordan.
minute
Shak.
increments.
Shinam Arbachalav,
The worst punishment you give is a
The first group
$1.45
passes
before
the
getting a
Yarden.
suspension
They
or
have to
something
swim
like
through
that.
the Yarden.
No.
And son of
Okay.
Bukoma, the second ones who went
The
had
two,
didn't have to
there
swim.
were two,
They had to stand erect
rows.
while passing through what? What's the idea is?
and my
when
seat
you have
was in the
such
back
a
row.
large number of people passing through a body of water, whatever happening, they diminish the body of water.
And-
Meaning you take water, when you walk through water, you automatically remove some of that water
remember-
just with your clothing. So the first group had to swim. The second group had to walk. Shenamar Atzav Yagi Achronim
Like,
Halu
really
Afav
having
Ragleim V'lo Matzu Mayim B'nar Lishtos
after lunch.
Ad Sheviu Mayim Mimakum
And
Achar
these kids,
V'Shatzu.
the teacher was like
Ani
in the
Karasi
front
V'Shatzi
left corner
So listen,
of the
the third group who came, they were kicking
class,
up
which is
dust with
opposite
their
of
feet.
where I
Which
was.
shows that means that
And then there was like
behind the
this
third
open
wave you
area
passed through, there was no water left
to my
in the
right. So
Jordan
like, how would
River.
you describe it? Can you do it like this? Okay. Imagine a line of well, like, okay, how would you do it up here? Okay, the chalkboard's up here.
So they had to bring
The
water
door
from elsewhere
is like here.
to be able to give the army.
There's like two lines of desks like here and then here. They're just tables
So here's the problem.
with chairs.
What does that mean?
So the
The pastor
teacher
told us you're telling me about a
is
2,600,000,000 person
up
army.
by this
Nobody
the,
says
the
Malach wiped
whiteboard
out
chalkboard. I'm
185,000
talking with
soldiers.
some other
And
students
that was
over
the
here.
size of the camp. So which one is it?
And
Rabbi Amo says, Halalu Rosh Hashanah.
I don't know if
Those
this is exactly when I did this,
185,000,
but
those
the
were commanding officers.
Heisenberg
So what the Malach did was
uncertainty
Malach wiped out the
principle
leadership.
has always been something like
Once you wipe
really
out the leadership of
interests
the
me.
army, then what?
And
Everyone else is going home.
I think that's what it was called. But I knew I needed an excuse to go talk to the teacher over here.
Literally,
and my
again,
seat
you
was
gave
like
fat to the skinny,
over here in these two rows.
The fact
And
was
then
reference to the
over
officers who were the
here,
commanders. I'm not reading.
there's like all kinds of science equipment. And so I get up and I go and I go to talk to the teacher and I go like stand up and go to talk to him. Like, the class is going on, but like the teacher was kind of doing some like I remember the two kids he was talking to. And I go up to them and I say to him, Is it possible to know the location and speed of a particle? Because if we do, wouldn't you be able to predict the future? He's like, well, you can only know one of them. You can't know both of them. And that, to me, was bothersome. And I understand, but I think there are ways around it. And I was really just bullshitting to give myself an opportunity to be at the very corner of this room.
So Gabriel was dispatched to kill the army. Is your sickle ready? So he said, so Gabriel says, essentially, I was born ready. Right? I was ready. My sickle has been ready since the 6 days of creation.
Through the double desk chairs, I went around back.
The time of year
I did a figure eight. So like this. I'm just the opposite of what I'm doing
so
here.
Gabriel apparently is the Malach who's in charge of agriculture as well. When you go out to check on the fruit, take your sickle and take care of them as well.
I remember there weren't a lot of people where I was sitting because
so this is what
I had
people
a friend
say
of mine,
that in general, when you have an
my
enemy,
very good friend from
so make sure to say good morning to
who
him.
had just left
Right?
the
In other words,
school
go pass by your enemy in the morning and say good morning to me. Very
because
disoriented. So the idea being that the Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work,
he was normally the one who sit
take
next
care
to
of
me.
the Assyrian army.
And
Which I will say, by the way, is an incredible yisod in general about
I
how
just
to deal with
remember this part of my
The way you
life
deal
where I
with
just felt
conflict
alone.
impossible is
Not
you
completely,
diffuse
but just like
and the best way to
I was still in
diffuse
shock that
conflict
that had
is
happened. And perhaps this,
fight.
but that didn't really
Don't
affect us.
fight.
I'm just saying
You
that
have an
that's why
enemy,
there weren't
you say
any
good morning,
kids there,
You say shalom
like
aleichem.
right next
You
to
say
me.
how are you? I'm
There
not
was a
entering
kid,
into conflict with you.
the
I'm choosing
next
not
closest
to fight
kid
with you. And it's disorienting
to me was like towards the center of the room.
if their mom is roaring for
And I
a
remember having done this figure eight,
Others say that
and I look at
Gabriel
this kid.
breathed into the nose of the soldiers, and that's how they
I'll
were
never
amazing
forget.
Stamar.
And he was
They
just,
go,
it was his
"Nasha
side
Rabbi
profile.
Amar, Kapai Usafak Lahamu Mesu." Others say that
And he was just staring dead
Gabriel
forward. This
snapped
kid would
in
stare
their
just
ears
dead
as a
forward
result
into
of
the
that
fucking.
nose.
I'm telling you,
They
kids,
go, "Ani
if you've ever seen, what is it called? Back in World War One, it was called shell shock, and then it was called,
He allowed
like
them to hear. What did he allow them to hear?
post-traumatic stress disorder. It had different names, but it was like bunker trauma,
So at the end
whatever.
of the day,
It was
Malach
like
wipes out the majority of the army. How
this
many
kid
soldiers
had
did
the
he
1,000.
find?
I think it's a
Rav
1,000
says
yard
10
stare.
soldiers.
But this kid had a 1,000 mile stare. Normally, he'd be like, "Hey," he'd be like, he just was out of it.
Says 9. Where
And
did you
you'd
get
be
9
like,
from?
"Dog, you've been staring at the fucking wall for 45 minutes. What is it?" And I had to stand next to this kid because he and I had similar names throughout like all our school.
That's many soldiers.
And this kid, I remember,
if you add up all the numbers mentioned,
I saw his side profile like this.
Rabbi Yochanan says
And
5. Who are the 5 Rabbosai? Sencheriv was spared. Shnei Banav, his 2 sons, were
This
spared.
caused him to turn his head.
Nebuchadnezzar Unevudzar. Rabbosai, can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are spared.
And it was like,
his 2
he was
sons,
the first person to
Nebuchadnezzar
know.
and Nebuzzaran. So the Gemara is supposed to know.
And the whole class was still doing their own thing. Kids are writing, other kids are asking the teacher. I just go up and ask, "Can you know where? Couldn't you predict the future if you knew where the location of a particle was and the speed?" And then I like didn't even care about the answer, and I just fucking do my little figure eight.
So Nebuchadnezzar says, I see 4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an
So it'd be on
angel
this
looks
side. I
like?
go all the way to where all the science equipment is, to the very corner of the room,
How does he know what an angel
and
looks
I'm
like?
fucking like,
Because
I'm
Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel
I'm
that
fucking
night when
ready.
everyone else was wiped out, and he was spared.
and I'll never forget the look on these kids' faces. They start. I don't know what the first word was, but it would be like,
because we see Sencheriv and his 2 sons. Excuse me. So we see that Sencheriv and his 2 sons.
I just
are alive
remember.
later on
Let's
because
get him.
ultimately, again, his 2 sons kill him.
And
So we'll say, so the fact that his 2 sons
there's a
assassinated
teacher
him,
there
which takes place after this
who was
event,
like
tells
at
us that
the
Sencheriv
fucking
and his 2 sons were
epicenter of this
spared
thing and didn't even
from
know it.
from the
It's like,
wipeout of
I think there's a
Assyrian
thing
army.
like with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like where the actual bomb like hit, it was like there are still buildings in that area. It's like it's like they were right at the fucking epicenter of this thing. And I fucking went, and I literally went as far from that. They were in the front left of the classroom, and I went all the way to the back right. And I just fucking sat there like, all right, you motherfuckers, I'm taking on the whole fucking class. And
all right, then let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for
in the unified sense,
year of Tafshin Pei, the Tilsim Mishpachah, we're dedicating all the Roshos this year's Zchus.
The heat of this pungency, the sweet pungency was everywhere. And they knew, and I knew the rules. I knew they were like, we are going to gang fight you if you do this again. And I knew it. And I knew it. I know it was like, dog, I know it. I guess that's what's going to happen. Let's roll. And there's this thing I always used to say. What would I say?
Esther Bas Elazar.
You want a piece of me? I always say, you want a piece of me? Really? Yeah. And they wanted a piece of me that day. And they fucking all got up. And they fucking were coming at me with fucking fists. And I remember looking at the teacher, like, you're just going to let 13 people fucking attack me like a horde of Mongols? And he absolutely was going to. This motherfucker's doctorate, he could have lost his position, but nobody's going to take it from this. Well, he would have just been able to be like, dog, I'm going to fucking
literally translated
test this fucking smell. It was so. I remember he was just in shock. He was like,
smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and lead. The immersive
and I remember just being like, it was like,
what does this mean?
It was like napalm, it was like Zyklon B, it was like Agent Orange combined. If you could combine that and put it up my asshole, that's what it was like. It was like the most pungent fart in the history of farts. And I've told this story a few times on the stream over the last 4 years or so. And every time I tell it,
smell the MS.
I maintain the accuracy of how bad this motherfucker thinks.
Also known as
it was. Have you ever seen Jupiter with like back in my day, it had like a great red spot, and it's like a bunch of fucking gases that are just kind of like going around each other, or like Saturn with that fucking hexagon at the top, and it's like gases that are just like going like this. That's what I imagine my stomach looked like. And that great red spot was like my asshole. It wasn't, but it just, that's what I imagine. It was like, do you know what chicken paprikash looks like? It's just like, kind of looks like
that which is right and that which is wrong.
Jupiter kind of like a mishmash of shit.
Anyway. So Barkov, do you think that you're Mashiach? Let's see. Can you smell justice?
Just blocking these blows. They never got to my.
Once they saw that he was
unable
to smell justice,
I just blocked them, and then I remember
and they killed him.
Thinking to myself, dude, the teacher isn't like stopping. He's literally letting a dozen plus people fucked me up.
By the Jews.
And
other accounts have it that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Romans.
It was like, I was able to like defend myself in front of all these dudes.
Ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva,
they all were like, they came at me like this, so maybe they weren't as well.
Tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential
ventilated as they could be. But I remember sitting there like standing there. Like, there was like this thing we have with like a strobe light, and it was like a car, and it was supposed to be frictionless. That was there, and these fucking levels were there. I mean, I still remember it very well. Anyway, did I tell you about that stairwell? That was the worst part in the history of. I remember the teacher was like, go to the bathroom.
What does it mean that they had no
really? Yeah. And I was like, okay, cool. Walk around.
They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of bloodletting. In other words, they were healthy.
You ask any of these kids, ask all 13 of them, they will absolutely, every single one of them will remember exactly where they were, and they'll be like, yeah, I was there. Worst smell in the history of smells.
They would refrain from any type of laughter.
It was sweet pungence. That's all I can describe it as. It was, and I've never had anything like that. And I don't know what it is. If you're like, oh, what was it? I'm very consistent, as you can see. I eat the same shit. I do the same things generally. And I was very consistent then, as best I could be. But I don't know what it was. But it was like that.
On a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us like this: that Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and were even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human king, then Allah has kama v'kama.
Meconium?
We have to exercise self-restraint.
I don't know what that smells like.
That we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity.
It was like
we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible.
It was different than that. You know how meconium is like a different kind of shit? It's like a baby's first poop. This was a different kind of fart. But it wasn't meconium. It was like sweet pungent. I don't know how to describe it. And that's the thing. If you ask them, and they were really truthful, they would say it wasn't like eggs, it wasn't like sulfur, it wasn't like poop. There was a certain sugar to it, like a certain sweetness to it. Like, but hot. They wouldn't be like, it would be like, if you took hot sauce and
like a eunuch. Right? The king would often castrate his servants.
Cotton candy. It was like there was a certain sweetness to it that was just. You know how like in the cartoon they have like the fucking smell that goes like.
Was castrated during their days. In other words, that they had a successful ability to remove
like that's what I did. I got all these motherfuckers. I was so proud. I remember sitting there. That was the funny thing. I fucking do the figure eight and I go in the corner and they all fucking turn. And they're like, no, that's what, no. I remember that's what the word they said. No. Like, no. Let's get him. I mean, it was just like that. No. That's what it was. I think they just said, no. Like, no. Oh, okay. I mean, there's nothing more to it. I remember I think they told me to go to the bathroom. And but I remember the teacher being like, that is such a bad fuck. I'm going to let these fuckers wail on this kid for a little while. But I defended myself. I did not take any punches. Really, yeah. Anyway, that's the end of your story. No. Did I tell you about this fucking stairwell?
So ultimately, again,
right,
the concept that Hashem make reference of this level of degradation.
Checker.
Says, it could be that it was both.
Tile.
That literally
that had no wax, so you're not supposed to wax.
But also, they were able to cut off Avodah Zarah during their days. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. According to me, it says that they are mamish suisim. So the pasuk says,
LBT's luxury vinyl tile.
The pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. All I
know is that I think there's a certain, like your standard tile size is like 16 or 12 inches, but if it's 9 inches, that is fucking
before they were made by the king, they had children.
Luxury vinyl, plank, no, it's luxury vinyl tile, but no. I thought it was. There's no
what does it mean? I will give them an eternal name, they'll not be cut off. That's called Sefer Daniel, because ultimately, again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by or for Daniel. Michte, Samara asks a general question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. Samara asks an interesting question. Michte, Kalmili de Ezra Nechemia, Ben Chachas, Kalmili de Ezra, Nechemia ben Chachaya Amrinu. So interesting enough, the Gemara says pretty much all of the words, also I want to point out, Rashi points this out, in our Tanakh, right, we have Sfarim, Ezra, and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So the Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah. So if that's the case, why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? To which the Gemara says, "My tamilo ikri Sefer al Shmei." Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah?
Actually, this
Because
was not
ultimately, again,
LVP
Nehemiah
or
took
LVT.
a little bit too
This
much
was
credit
the
for
norm.
himself.
It had
Shneimar,
a fucking
Zochra
smooth
li
surface.
Elokai
It did
l'tova.
not have a dimple
Remember
surface.
me,
This was
remember
smooth.
me, my
But
God, for good. I
anyway,
David Nami. Neymar
so
Amra.
it was linoleum. Yeah. Anyway, it's checkered, and then there was this ridge, and there was metal, and
remember me,
it could get really, really slippery in this
taking
area.
credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite
Remember, I was
merits
talking about
in order to
there
go
were
ahead
the
and in order
stairs.
to go ahead
You
and
walk into the school,
have his
step up, and then another step up, and then you can either go down. If you go down, the classroom where I ripped ass, then the epicenter was like right ahead. You could actually see it from the doorway. And then if you go up, that's how you go up. And then
to have the safer name for him. Why?
the main
Because he
office.
spoke disparagingly about the early
So I got a
ones.
taste of my.
What does this mean?
Not my own medicine. But
So,
I remember.
ויקחו מהם בלחם ביין ובכסף שקלים 40. So I will say this is incredible.
And
that Ezra
we're about to go up to
disparaged the
Central
leaders.
Store.
Sorry,
Did I tell you
Nehemiah
about the Central Store?
disparaged the leaders that
So
came before him.
we're
And ultimately
there were
accused
like
them
some
of
older kids who were going
exploiting
up
their
first.
position for
We
personal
were
gain.
kind of following
Now,
them.
the fascinating was that
And I hear
even
from
though he
above
may have
these
been
older
right,
kids.
right,
Did you ever see that
what he said was
Seinfeld
factual, you can't
where-
malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. But so we saw this in yesterday's daf, the opinion that says
Okay, so
that-
when these kids
that-
smelled my fart, it was like that
that
Seinfeld
Hanan
where
and Azariah drowned in
Frank
saliva, right? They drowned in
serves
spit.
the.
We saw it from Marshall who said, now what does that mean? That they
He's
cause
got
the
the
nations of the world to
Jewish-
speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity
Matchmaking
of the
event?
Jew, never chas v'shalom deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having a safer name than him. Gemara said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel.
I mean, I've gone.
We
this
know
way.
on
This-
to
These
God
aren't
we
supposed to be
Now,
3
by the
hours,
way,
but
how do we know?
We
How do we
covered
know that
Nida,
how do we know that he was greater than him? So the Gemara says,
tomato, tomato, potato, potato.
good, all right, so there's a lot of Rashi. So,
Which one is it? It's whatever you want. it to be.
next cycle. Minon Vilna Nena T'chsev, V'ra'isi ani Daniel levadi as Hamara, V'anoshim asher hayu imi lo rov as Hamara, aval charodat gedola nafla aleim, V'yivluchu
Alright, so
ve'echavei,
Frank Costanza
V'anashim
was
asher hayu lo
cooking in
So
Korea.
the Gemara says, so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the Pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it.
Jewish singles.
No one else saw it but Daniel. So the fact that Daniel saw it, no one else saw it, indicates not that Daniel is greater.
Alright,
The Gemara says, who were these other
there you go.
people
I have to talk
who were
over it
with
though.
Daniel but didn't see the vision?
Why?
Rabbi Yirmiyah,
Because- You know, I don't want to
Other
get
prophets,
copyright
Haggai,
strike.
Zechariah, Malachi. So they were there with Daniel.
He doesn't know
They
anything
did
about
not see
cooking.
the vision of Daniel. So those say Tzadik Kalam Dalaf 94a. Anyway, Adikinayu, V'ihu
Korea,
Adikinayu. So it's interesting enough in certain
Grandfather's
respects.
Yeah.
Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi
Really?
were greater than Daniel. And in other respects, Daniel was
Isn't that
greater
good?
than them. How so?
Really?
So the Gemara says,
Uh-huh. Something like that.
so ultimately again, they, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi were greater than Daniel. The Inu Nevi, V'ihu lo Navi.
When you ask- When you ask these kids, this is the kind of response that they're
so
getting,
Haggai,
especially
Zechariah,
this one
Malachi
kid
were considered to be
with
bona
the
fide
1,000.
Nevi'im. Daniel apparently
Slayer.
was a lower grade Navi.
Really?
V'ihu
Kids
chazav,
work for the
v'ihu lo
government. It's
chazav.
a
Right?
contract.
Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they did not have this vision. So Gemara says,
This
"V'china
smell?
achar d'lo chazai taima." It is.
I bet it's
here's the
still in their
problem.
nasal
If they
cavity.
didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they frightened? Why were they frightened? What caused the fright?
The minutia of my story, that's
That's
where I get you.
I'm sorry.
Minutia. I'm Mr. Minutia. I'm Mr. Big.
Their muzzles saw.
That's this motherfucker of all time.
So
I
often
won't go
muzzle
into that
refers
though.
to like
Why?
astrological signs. In this context, actually, it is as follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them, who looks so watching over this.
This
Like,
smell,
sign to me,
it was so sweet.
My malach sees that
What
I
the
don't
fuck
see.
happened here?
I don't see. But yet again, there is like
What the
this
fuck happened
synergistic
here?
connection between myself and my malach, and therefore the Gemara suggests over
This.
here.
Except it wasn't from eating, but it was. The smell did this to people, kids. Really? I remember it like it was yesterday.
This is fascinating. Sometimes in life,
That's the sound that they made when they said this.
And the fear doesn't even make sense. Like the fear itself could be a lot.
13 of these motherfuckers could have fight. And I took them all down.
But they don't
Really?
know why.
I defended myself very well.
Saw something, even though I didn't
This
see
is wild
it,
shit.
and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the most Kante. So what's the takana for that? In other words, let's say a person is gripped by fright. They're not exactly sure, right, what the fright is, but I know that I want to be out of this emotion.
Absolutely.
So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot. Jump away, Dalaramas. Inami, Likri Kriyashma, or say Shema. And if ultimately again you're standing in a place where Allah
Is that the end of it?
So you can't say Shema, what should you say? Say the following.
I love when he goes,
The goat
this
of the
sucks.
is
I love how he says it.
Okay. So what exactly?
Well, it sucks.
So perhaps
I love that.
Gemara is teaching us, Rabbi is teaching us.
I'm back, baby.
There are times in life where a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. So I said, what's the chat of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why.
Who do these two people remind you? Hi, parents. Really?
Paralyze me and keep
Yeah.
me at
George!
What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? There are three possibilities. Number one, jump around, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze.
They remind you of your
Move
parents
yourself
in
forward.
some
Even
way.
if it's only Dalaramas. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is if you remain in place, what's going to happen? What's going to happen?
I have to talk, or I don't want to do something very straight.
The first thing one sees by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount. Move
No
yourself
break.
forward in life. Number two,
Phoenix,
Shema.
rising.
Shema. What is it? Anchor yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the ultimate, which I tell myself, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized by not unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema,
Flashbang.
let yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will be the clock to move forward. And I will say lastly, what should you do?
Flashbang, kid.
Saying the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. What is that? What is that? Sometimes I will say
They'll
fear
remember.
is nonsensical.
Ask any of
So
them.
sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say,
I am sure of it.
this is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. It's just like a statement that I can't.
You're sure of it?
How do you feel
Guaranteed.
What's your reaction to that statement?
Guaranteed.
You giggle a little bit, right? It's like a smile. Like the idea of it is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not
I
real.
still remember them coming after me.
So
Like
sometimes
the
what you need
fucking
to do is
Wild
you
West
break
gang
the,
with their
you break the
fucking
hold of
shirts over
fear
their fucking
by saying
noses,
something
and
like
they're just
shtickle
like,
nonsensical. So say a
Really?
little
Yeah.
nonsensical, kind of like change the
You want
mood
a
a little
piece of
bit
me?
and be able to move yourself
I used
forward.
to say
We're
that
gripped
all
by
the time.
paralyzing
You
fear,
want a
number one,
piece
move
of
yourself forward.
Really? Yeah,
Anchor
it's I'm the
yourself
sixth
to HaKadosh
motherfucker
Baruch
on
Hu
earth.
and remind
Anyway,
yourself that it's
did I
not
tell you
real.
kids about
If you do the
this
three
fucking
things, or even if
stairwell?
it is real, it's not
So
as
there's
real
this-
as it actually
There's like
feels.
a,
So be able
like
to move
okay,
yourself
there's like
forward,
sidewalk,
even in the midst
and
of
then
the most
there's like a
immobilizing fear. Incredible.
landing.
So the Gemara says,
It's like fucking bully or
Lememra. So the Gemara
Mr.
says,
Holland's open.
sorry, Lemar Baham Shara
Italian-
Baham Shalom in Kates, I'm not Tankum Darsh Bakar Visori,
what society?
called
Double doors.
Pasua, Vizasasum, general Bosai, general of Mem in the
Then
middle of the pasuk,
like a
right, is open.
ledge,
Is open. And only the
fucking
Mem at the
door
end of the word
tracks,
is
and then
closed.
there's
Yeah,
this
and this
fucking
word,
linoleum
Mem
tile.
in the middle is closed.
Pretty sure the linoleum, nothing luxury about
So
this,
it's
and it's
incredible.
fucking.
This pasuk is by Chizkiyo. Chizkiyo, the
It
king of
was like
Yehuda. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach, the Sancheriv
it was
go
like checkerboard, like
and remember
right?
again,
Like,
Sancheriv,
not even
who
like,
comes
not,
out to do
like-
battle with Chizkiyo. Hashem
was
wanted to
white,
make him
but
Gogu
now it's like
Mogo.
super
Remember
tan
again, there's this war
and
of Gogu
fucking
Mogo,
ugly
which is
too.
this ultimate
First
showdown
close
between good and evil,
Anyway,
which precedes.
if you go down the
Messianic
stairs,
era. So
right
Hashem
there
wanted
was
to
the
make Chizkiyo,
epicenter of where I
Mashiach,
did my
and Sancheriv. Gogu Mogo. I want to read this at the
Ass-raping.
Nefesh Baruch Hu.
Really? I wouldn't call it that. Ass rape would be like where you fuck somebody's ass. Nasal raping.
So the Midas Hadin, the attribute of strict justice comes to the Rebbe Shalom.
Whatever.
It's almost like the Yocha, like
Just
like there's like
we
a
consider
system of
that
checks
to
and
be-
balances, like Lahavla Chosh Baruch Hu. Rebbe Shalom is ready to go to make Chizkiyo Melech. Midas Hadin says what? David was greater than Chizkiyo, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says,
What do you call it?
Mashiach,
Point
Chizkiyo
zero?
Shasisa L'Kol Nisim.
No. Ground zero.
Right?
That bitch was ground zero.
Chizkiyo
Then you got the stairs to go up.
Below Amar Shir
There's
Lefanecha,
the
Taseo Mashiach. So again, Chizkiyo ultimately, again, we did so many miracles
office, and then
and yet,
stairs, there's a
unfortunately, he
plateau,
didn't sing Shira.
there's a fucking window or something. They have like frost. You couldn't even fucking tell. But there was some part of the school you'd never been to. It was like a fucking maze. This school is like a fucking maze. And then the upstairs, and then
the mem was
and kids, I was. We were just, and the other thing is, you have these fucking backpacks with so much fucking shit in them. And you have like all this fucking shit, flashcards, and fucking had 15 different books. You're never gonna use them. In fact, one time we all after school used to put our books down when we were waiting to go home. And I had a book bag that had like a fucking rubber bottom with like a tire on the bottom. And I put this backpack on, and it was super, super heavy. And I go home, and I don't fucking look at my schoolwork yet. And we get this call, and it's one of the teachers. And it turned out that I had taken their son's backpack, and they were like, oh, their backpack was really light. What I still thought it was fucking heavy as shit. And so my dad took me to go to this person's house so I could get the right backpack. But they were exactly the same kind of backpack.
He didn't sing Shira.
Anyway.
I'll sing Shira.
And
I'll sing Shira in his behalf.
We got these like fucking rucksacks, all these fucking books, and we're just fucking like turtles going up the stairs. But we didn't get to the stairs. Did I tell you about the central stairwell? Anyway, so we fucking walk in, and I see the kids who are older, boys who are older than I, and I just hear some of them just start saying, no fucking way. And I'm like, what's going on? And they start calling this book, and I'm like, what is going on? And then the kids around me are like, what is? And I'm like, and then I get it. And then I get it. And then I got it. I got it. And then I knew what they were talking about.
Okay, so let's go.
Kids.
Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf. Right? He didn't say Shira. Earth says Shira on his behalf. The Basco captain said, Razi li, the secrets of the world are for me. Says, I've changed my mind.
Have you ever smelled a fish hatchery?
Amr Navi, Oili, Ad Mosai. So the Navi says, woe to me, right? For how long? Now the Navi now is lamenting the Mashiach has not yet come. So I'm saying, when will Mashiach come? Yasas Abaskova Amra. Bogdim, Bogdu, Ubagad, Bogdim, Ubagad, Bogdim, Bogdu. What does it mean? Amra Yitzchak. And the Asu poses a.
Remember, like in the cartoons where the fucking smell goes and it goes like this?
Enemies of enemies.
Well,
meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes.
Is that it smells?
Masa Doma Elai Kori Misir, Shomer Man Milaila, Shomer Man Emmanuel. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Osama Chamuna Ruchos, Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is
Duma. Going up the stairs, and it's getting
Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. Shomer
Man
Milaila, Shomer Man Milel. So
I was
essentially,
expecting
again,
to get to the top of the stairs and see somebody just filleting fucking
Shamos Nifkados Etzlo.
Or like one of those fucking
Rashi understands that Ruach
Japanese chefs
wind,
with
but instead Ruach is Neshamas.
cutting into fucking
This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Neshamas. So or everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Mamilel, Mad Davar,
like when they get caviar?
When is Gula going to come? It's incredible, by the way, to see what the Gemara is having over here is we often think that we are the only ones, we being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach. What you begin to see is something absolutely
from sturgeons.
The world.
You ever see when they get the caviar and they get like fucking they like massage it? I mean, I would have expected to see somebody massaging a sturgeon at the top of the fucking stairs.
So what does this mean? So
And
the Shomer says,
I wasn't even at the fucking first plateau yet. We're at like
the dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a great light. Rashi says,
the office level, and I couldn't tell if it was worse there or if as I got higher,
morning will come. Morning will come. But before morning, there will be a great night. Incredible.
I couldn't tell it. I could just tell. It's like you were at a crossroads and both of them spelled like.
So, right, morning will come. Morning will come. But when will morning will come? Number one, intibayun. If you yearn for it.
And
you have to yearn for it. The Shmuel was not going to give us anything.
I mean, my class is on the third floor, so I got to go fucking
Shuvu Asayu.
Dive back into
Ultimately,
this
again, we have to
fucking
tshuva.
thing.
So we'll say
So
two
as I
elements.
go up
It's
the
interesting
stairs,
because
my
there's
feet are
many
like
elements to Geula.
touching
But
that
here, the
tile
Malach
with
who's
the
in charge
fucking
of the
metal
Neshama
rib.
says, what is
I'm
Kishmark
thinking to
waiting for?
myself,
Remember what he wants? He needs us to want it.
what
If
the
we
fuck
don't want
happened
it
in the
badly enough,
stairwell?
he's not going to give it to
And
us.
the guys are fucking laughing.
If we could have
And
these
it's like
two
the
elements,
higher
then at
these
the end
people
of the day,
go
Mashiach
in the
will come.
stairwell,
Rabbi Papas.
the
The
more that they're laughing.
We'll say first wide lines at the
Get it?
Yom. That's the widest line. It was embarrassing for Chizkiyahu that he did not say Shira until the earth
The last
came
plateau
along
before
and
the
said
top,
Shira.
and there's like a frosted glass of fucking dusty ass windowsill,
So we'll say
and
other
this little
examples of situations where Klal Yisrael did not
plateau,
say Shira
and
until someone
fucking
else reminded us to do it.
it was as strong there as it was
Yisrael says,
near
blessed is
the.
God who saved you, Klal Yisrael. So the Gemara says, Talmud Shel Rabbi Papis, Rabbi Papis, Inagu Moshe b'Shishim Ribo, Shelo Amru Baruch,
It's only.
Ad Sheba Yisrael v'Amar Baruch Hashem. It was
You know,
embarrassing
this
for is
like
Moshe and
second
Klal
class
Yisrael.
today. What the
Moshe and
fuck
Klal
happened?
Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along and said Baruch. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira, as Yashir Moshe ben Yisrael, but no
And
one
as I got to the top of the stairs, I really expected
until Yisrael came along. And that was embarrassing that Yisrael
Japanese
was the innovator
tuna
of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisrael.
chef
So
setup
interestingly enough,
or sturgeon,
what does
having
that mean?
caviar removed, or someone
he circumcised
filleting
himself.
salmon.
Yisrael was so
There was
impressed.
nothing.
All my Klal Yisrael, he wanted to join the race of Klal Yisrael. He gave himself bris milah. Shmuel says,
It was like it was any other day on that
Why? So the Gemara says, Amarav. So we'll say it's
stairwell,
interesting
except
that
for this
that
smell.
the goosebumps are understood to mean that Yisrael was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again,
And I still don't know necessarily what happened.
he was a member of the Umos Olam. He was a member of the nations of the world.
We were asking the older kids, what is that? And they were laughing.
To the Gentile nations of Egypt. So the Gemara says,
And some of the kids in our class, I think, were laughing. But still,
you see, very important. So,
I don't know who
and
it
in front
was.
of a convert,
I
do
don't
not
necessarily know
disparage
exactly what
Gentiles
happened.
for up to 10 generations. So we'll say this is just such a
I
fascinating
have my
idea. And on
suspicions.
one hand, when someone converts, what do we say? Gershin is dummy. You're a new person. You're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. I would say, but fascinating. But it's because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is sounds really contradictory, but only Jews can live in this sort of contradiction. So the Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel that pain. So Yisro, remember again, Yisro left everything in order to come to Klal Yisrael. He's a Gary. In other words, he circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, L'chein, Yishalach Adon Hashem Tzvagos Mishman of Razon, my Mishman of Razon, Amar Kadosh Baruch Hu, Yavach Chizkiyahu, Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos, V'yifram Yisancheru Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos. Let Chizkiyahu, I will say, remember, there's a lot of allusions. We're going to see more over here. This battle between Sancheiriv and Chizkiyahu. So let Chizkiyahu, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer.
First period.
Or actually overcome. For exact punishment from Sancheiriv, who has 8 names. So now the word just goes through the names. Chizkiyahu Dichsiv Ki Yalad Yulad Lanu Ben Nitin Lanu Vati Hamishra Al Shechmo Vayikra Shmo Peleyoetz El Gibor Aviad Sar Shalom Aiva Ika Chizkiyahu. Okay, but what about his actual name Chizkiyahu? First one is interestingly enough, Chizkiyahu might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name. Shechasku Ka. Chizkiyahu really is just a descriptive name. Kadosh Baruch Hu gave him strength. Davar Akar Chizkiyahu Shma Chizkiyahu Shechizek Es Yisrael Avim Shebashamayim. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiyahu is not a real name; it's a descriptive name. Why is he called Chizkiyahu? Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and the Kadosh Baruch Hu. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancheiriv, what is Sancheiriv? All Sancheiriv's names: Dichsiv Bey, Tiglas, Pileser, Planeser, Shalmaneser, Pool, Sargon, Asanpar, Rava, Viakira. Okay, I have Ika Sancheiriv. What about Sancheiriv? Right? In other words, they forgot about that. To which the Gemara says, no. Also, that's descriptive. The Gemara says, Shesichaso Riv. He was very quarrelsome in the way that spoke. Right? Sancheiriv to see spoken in quarrelsome fashion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Davar achar, shesach v'nicher dvarim klapei mala. That literally, again, he spoke and he was defiant with his words to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So Rabbi Yochanan, v'pnei masach also Rashal Likroso Asan Parava V'Yakira. So it says, here's what's interesting. So Sancheiriv, if you look at some of these names, Sancheiriv was actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanpar Rava V'Yakira. So leaving aside Asanpar for just a moment, Rava V'Yakira means great and precious. How was Sancheiriv given these names? This is wild. Because Sancheiriv, right now, remember Sancheiriv, who caused much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, Ad bo'i v'lakachti eschem el eretz ka'artzuchem. So I'll say this is incredible. Sancheiriv, when he was exiling Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he says a land like your land. He's careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel will say, so one says that Sancheiriv was very wise, and one says that Sancheiriv was very foolish. How so? According to one who said that he was a smart king, so as I said, ultimately the one who says he was a smart king is because Sancheiriv knew if he would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than Israel. And they would dismiss his words as just being foolish. Right? So therefore, he purposely said, I'll take you to a land like your land. The opinion that says that he was a foolish king. I'm sorry. The one who says that he was foolish is apparently says he was trying to get the buy-in of the Jews for relocation. So if you're going to get their buy-in relocation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? You should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, and the Gemara says, where did he so much say? So find out how incredible this is. Right? So Sancheiriv is held in higher esteem by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he took our sons, but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So the Gemara is like, where did Sancheiriv exile the Jews to? So the Gemara says, Restream la Afriki. So Afriki, la Hari Sulug. Fine, different places we exile them. Aval, you still sit through the Gnus of Eretz Yisrael. Unfortunately, as much as Sancheiriv never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, Klal Yisrael did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Kimatu, where says Kimatu Sos, when they came to this place called Sos, Amri Shavya Ki Arim. They called it Sos. They named it Sos because they said, oh, this new land is just as nice as our land. Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Amru Almin. They said ultimately again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, Amri Al-Khad Trim. They said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I'll say this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages, where we find ourselves in new lands and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just as nice, but to think that even Chas v'Shalom somehow is even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even as Sancheiriv. So Sancheiriv was always careful about how he spoke about the city or how he spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says, good. Good. V'sachas kivoldo yikod ki yikod ish. Rabbi Yochanan. Tachas kivoldo v'lo kivoldo mamish. Rashi says over here. Tachas gufo mamish shaguf kain u'neshama tzvachas. This is talking about again when Sancheiriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Tachas kivoldo v'lo kivoldo mamish. Sancheiriv's army, we're going to see, their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, Kihad Rabbi Yochanan, Karilei Lamani Nechuda Mach Bedusai. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that give me honor. So it's actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday that even in this time of sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself intact. Right? The Gemara says, even when thrown into the furnace, they make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. The clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So let's say, so therefore your clothes, interesting, your clothing is what gives you honor. So the most of those are Tachas Kvodo Mamish, Kisfefas Bnei Aaron. Malalon Shefas Neshama V'Guf Kayim, Afkan Shefas Neshama V'Guf Kayim. So let's say, just like by the death of Aaron's sons, so remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too, when Sancheriev's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So the Paro, this is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself, right? Because Paro says, so Paro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment comes directly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sancherev, Shechir, Bose Amud Beis, Sancherev, Shechir, Ayidei Shaliach, and Sancherev ultimately again, who kind of blasphemed through a Shaliach, HaKadosh Baruch Hu nifra mimenu, HaKadosh Baruch Hu mimenu, Ayidei Shaliach. So ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a Shaliach. Okay, so what's going on over here? So Gemara says, Paro B'Sibdei, Mi Hashem Hashma B'Kolo. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to him? Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu ben Abiyatzma. Baruch Hu exacts punishment from him himself. T'chsiv, Vayinar Hashem es Mitzrayim b'Soch Hayam. Right? By Yamsuf. Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yamsuf. T'chsiv, Darachta by Yamsuf. Sancheriv T'chsiv, Biyad Malachacha Charachta Hashem. So ultimately again, Biyad Malachacha Cherpas Hashem. So ultimately again, Sancheriv, who says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, Sancheriv doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, but rather again, it says it kind of indirectly. So therefore again, the Gemara says, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mimeno Ayidei Shaliach. The Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through Shaliach as well. Vayetze Malach Hashem Vayach B'Machane Asher Mea B'Shmoni B'Chamishim Elef. So it says, remember again, this was the this is like the incredible story where Chizkiyahu essentially said, like, there was no way for Klal Yisrael to defeat the army of Sancheriv. So it's the thing that when Chizkiyahu goes to sleep at night, he says, I'm going to go to sleep, and you do you. You work your magic. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that, if you notice, the Lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that the Baruch Hu Kiviyachol did it himself, but ultimately again, like you see on page Malach, this was Malach for the army. The Baruch Hu sent Malach. Why indirect? Why indirect? So the last indirectly. Therefore, the Baruch Hu exactly punishment indirectly. Hamina Bar Papa Rami Ksiv. Morom Kitzo Uksiv Molon Kitzo. Shabbos said this is very interesting. So the Gemara says Morom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode, and then it says Molon Kitzo. Molon literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right? Rashi says over here Morom Kitzo b'Yishaya Uksiv Molon Kitzo b'Melochet. Morom Kitzo mashma dira shamnata. So one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high, and when on earth. Amar also Rasha. So you can see the unholy aspirations of Sancheriv. And Sancheriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. Hamidala de Hashem, Alisi Alamako Azeh, La Shviso, Hashem Amar Eli, Allah Allah Araz Azos Vishviso. So as I said, this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancheriv is Sancheriv felt that he received divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again, before I get Rashi, so I said, Ata Hamibalade Hashem So Sanherib says, would I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God? Hashem amar ilai, alei ala aretz hazos v'shchisa. Hashem has said to me, come to this family, which is pretty wild. So Sanherib is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mikey, he says, what are you talking about? Where did Sanherib to describe himself? Where did you ever hear such a thing like this? And he says, B'shon Navi Dikamar, Ya'an Kimasa Amazeh, Esmi Ashilach Haokim La'at La'at, Umusos Es Ratzon Uben Remal Yom. So let's say, so what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sanherib overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They degraded HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it's Neshilach HaOchim La'abat. They have forsaken the Shiloach waters, which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon Ben Rimal. So we'll see what all of this means in just a little bit. I'm not going to say the Malay Targum Tahakra Lo Hadi Yedel Kalma. So Yosef says, were it not for the explanation of this pasuk, we would have no idea what it's talking about. Right? We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my kama. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, because so this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken Malchus based David. That are kind to them and speak to them softly the way the Shiloach waters flow. Right? The Shiloach was like comes spring fed, and it flows gently. So this nation was governed by Malchus based David, who governed them and looked after them in
Yo,
a beautiful way. And they gave
what up, P-boy? How you living, pimp?
And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and
all right. Did you create everything? Did you check your links? They all work? Do you have a Spotify? Get out of here. P-boy. Wait, we talked about this. Wait, what did you say? You can only create a creator account? Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
He was in Russia. How is he such a
You don't have a what? All right. Do you have a Mastodon account? Do you have a Truth Social account? Okay, what ones don't you have? What ones don't you have?
It's not like they stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often.
Okay, I'm going to look right now. That's okay. That's okay.
How does Avodah work? Here's how it works.
All right, my friend. Right. It looks really good. Now, what I want you to do is change the out. It looks really good. So let me congratulate you on this. I want you to change the theme to be like the ones that I sent you so that they're vertical. So you don't have to know the name of the different platform to be able to click it. It's really good though. So basically, go to the one that I sent you. Do you see? Go to the message that I sent you, and I give you an example. Okay, so you see the example is called Honey Badger, Koba.
And therefore, he tells us we can't do a low standard. Why? Hold us to a high standard.
Do you see the? Look, I'll send you the link.
order to allow for all of that to occur. So Pekach ben Remaliah is eating all of these pigeons, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's an Ovid Avodah Zarah. Ovid Avodah Zarah is a heathen.
Okay, go to the link that I just sent you.
It's incredible. What was Chizkiyahu's meal? Chizkiyahu would eat a little bit of vegetables, and he would be full. He would be full. I was like, he was a king. He was a king. He could have had anything he wanted, but he didn't eat a lot. He did not eat a lot. Shabbos also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up with the material, that may be an indication that our relationship.
Do you see that I sent you a link?
Remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in life, and we're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with the right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with all of the wrong things. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, so again, because of Parashah non-compliance, Hashem says, I'm going to bring against you the king of Ashur. The Chavlach Yehuda Shetef Ba'avar Atzava Yagia. Ella, my time, and it shows us therefore again. So Sancherib hears this. Sancherib hears all this stuff, and he hears the Navi literally said, most important to point out, Sancherib was the king of Ashur.
Do you see the link, P-Boy?
Because of your non-compliance, right? Because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing against you the king of Ashur. So Sancherib says, okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, Gemara says, so if that's the case, why was he punished? If Sancherib actually did the will of God, why was he punished? The Gemara says, Navi says, Shvatim is Navi, Ihu Yordatek Yerushalayim. Very simple. Sancherib was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. But Sancherib set his sights on Yerushalayim as well. So ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancherib, you overstepped. Your avodah was to exact punishment from the 10 tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim so that you don't have any power on it. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead with the Am Ha'ayif, the tired nation. So who's the tired nation? It's interesting. It's Klal Yisrael. We're the tired nation. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering, tired because we toil in Torah, tired because we're constantly building a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. The Gemara says, "My case, Harishon Akel Artzos V'Artzon Afali Ba'achron Nechbid Derech Hayam Everything Gadol Hagayim Lo Kerishonim Shekudum Alein Al Torah." So ultimately, again, we are not like the early ones. This is reference to Malchus Yisrael, who threw off from them the yoke of Torah. Aval Achron Malchus Yehuda Shechidu Alein Al Torah U'Reuyin Halalu La'asos La'Neis Ka'Ovei Hayam U'Kidarchei Hayardim. So it's fascinating. So Sancherib, you can have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because that Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the Yam Suf and the splitting of the Yarden. So the Gemara says, "Mchozer b'mutav ve'emlav ani es lo golul b'golim." So if you turn back, right, and you don't go to war against Malchus Yehuda, you'll be fine. If not, ultimately, again, I will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. Like Rashi says over here, you become a source of degradation, like a laughing stock amongst it. This is the Sancherib. Most it's interesting enough, Sancherib did have a divine mission by the 10 tribes of Malchus Yisrael, but his mistake was going after Malchus Yehuda, was going after the base, and he was going after Yerushalayim. So Achari Hadvarim, Va'emes Ha'ila Basancherib Melech Ashur, Va'yavo Yehuda, Va'yichan Ala Orim HaBetzuros, Va'yomer Ka'am Elav. So ultimately, again, Sancherib makes a mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, "Hi Rishna, lahai Pandasha." Rashi says over here, "If you mean Zaron Kazeh LaAdon Kazeh, if you Nesha Emes Chizkiyahu Basancherib." So we'll say, now the Gemara asks an interesting question: why was Chizkiyahu deserving of this? Right after all, again, Chizkiyahu was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyahu deserving of having Sancherib marching? In other words, we'll say, as much as Chizkiyahu is successful over Sancheriv, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. So Chizkiyahu was such a tzaddik. Why did he deserve to have this fear of Sancheriv marching against him? So listen to this. What happened? So HaKadosh Baruch Hu swore that Sancheriv was going to come on, was going to go ahead and march against Chizkiyahu. What happened over there? My Sancheriv, so here's what happened. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was like this. If I tell Chizkiyahu that I'm bringing Sancheriv against you, but don't worry, because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyahu going to say? I appreciate what you're trying to do. Remember again, by bringing Sancheriv against Chizkiyahu, and then by delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyahu, Chizkiyahu didn't do anything. Chakadosh Baruch Hu wiped out the entire army of Sancheriv. There was a massive Kiddush Hashem. There was a massive, wave of emunah. But Chizkiyahu would have said, you know what, God, it's okay. Let's call it even, right? Don't bring Sancheriv and don't bring salvation. Right? There's too much anxiety, too much fear that it's going to cause. Just leave it alone. Chakadosh Baruch Hu therefore swore, and he said, no, I'm bringing Sancheriv. לשבור אשור בארצי ועל הר אבוסנו בשר מעלה כל בסבלו מעל שכמו יסור. אבל הקדוש ברוך הוא said, יבוא סנחריב בסייתו ויעשה אבוס בחזקיהו בסייתו. I'm going to bring Sancheriv, but Sancheriv and his Hebra, they're going to become like a trough. Sort of like a trough for Chizkiyahu and his kingdom. Also, I want to point out what a profound Gemara this is, right? Sometimes I will say, we have this thought sometimes. In the Sefer Siduro Shabbos, he brings this down by Yaakov Avinu, that after Yaakov found out that Yosef was alive, the Siduro Shabbos says, the Baruch Hu preempted Yaakov. Yaakov would have thought to himself like this, I'm so happy that Yosef is alive. It's so beautiful. Everything worked out well. But I have a counter proposal. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. And you could have spared me ultimately again 20 plus years of pain and suffering. That's why the pasuk says, he offered up karbanos to Yitzchak. Yaakov offered up karbanos to the God of his father, or Yitzchak. Yitzchak was Midas Hadin, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why HaKadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here HaKadosh Baruch Hu knew that had he told his plan to Chizkiyahu would have said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. And I will say so many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I had such no doubt. But there's like this piece of me that thinks, well, why did you do it? Very nice you brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I've encountered walls of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Don't bring the crisis and you won't need the salvation. That's the Cheshbon of That's where the emotion runs the world. And somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. And sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. Let's go a little bit weiter. Says the Gemara, Yasser Sivlo me'ashik mecha, va'olom me'alech, hatzavlecha, v'cholver ol mivnei shman. Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And the yoke of Sancheriv will be lifted upon you. Shman. What's that? Shman literally means the oil. What's the oil? This is beautiful. Literally again, the yoke of Sancheriv was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of Chizkiyahu. What's the oil of Chizkiyahu? This is beautiful. There was constant oil, constant light. Oil represents light. Constant light burning in the body medrash, all over Malchus Yudah in the times Chizkiyahu. Ma'asa, what did Chizkiyahu do? He put a sword at the entrance of the Beis Medrash, and he said, "V'amar, kol mi she'eino osik b'Torah, yidakeh b'cherev zu." He says, whoever leaves the Beis Medrash will be stabbed with this sword. He stabbed this sword. Now, what does this mean? Is really going to kill people left the Beis Medrash? No, it's figurative. What Chizkiyahu was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea. Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you won't have life. That's what he was saying. But like, sometimes we look at Torah, and what's Torah? It's beautiful. Like, okay, another person has a beautiful idea. So, he points out, which he says, it always intrigued him how people fall asleep during the drasha. So people fall asleep during the drasha. Right? Can you imagine? Like, you're lost in a bad neighborhood. These are the days. This is a dated marshal, like before you're in a bad neighborhood, and you're going to a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine there's no directions like this? Right? So no one's nodding off in the middle of why? Because that's going to save your life. He says if we realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving, and words of Torah are life-saving, then we would never nod off. Sometimes rabbis speak, right, or whatever. Sometimes not everybody is in order. So okay, it's fair, right? But the nice, a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us, and how we make the Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, it's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. Like, that's what Chizkiyahu was trying to hide. The sword was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, again, constantly I can find myself in such a negative strait. So the Gemara goes like, let's finish up this. The Gemara says, they checked from Dan until Beersheba. There was not an Amaras. There was no one who was ignorant in the words of Torah, all the way from Gvas until Antipris. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Tumah and Tara. One more minute. So what's that so incredible? First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Chizkiyahu. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, what's that? By the way, in what? Not Masechus Brachos, right? Not Hilchos Shabbos. We'll look what they're referring to over here, right? Halachos of Tumah and Tara. What's that? What happens when we get to a subject of Tumah and Tara? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going on for, right? When is this going to be over? I'm going to say, those halachos. Everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. And also, again, in days the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were happy. Listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying waste. Why did the vine waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on Machmas. Now let's say it was the oil which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Chizkiyahu and ultimately again allowed them to be successful over the Torah. Let's say, right, much more to say. Let's stop where I was saying. Okay, end of the week. End up pretty much. One incredible week.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast, Tree Jen. If you all weren't aware, we are 116 days exactly on our way to June 5th, the big day when 1 billion trees will be planted. Get your countdowns ready. It's very exciting. Also, you should know that you should do exactly what Block Circle did, and that is follow every single person in this space and make sure that you are following everyone who is following you. I do the same thing in any space that I go to. You'll notice I'm following every single person in here. You should know, though, unfortunately, you can't follow over a certain amount. And if I get to that point where I max out, sometimes I have to unfollow people who aren't following me. So you want to make sure that you're following me so that you don't get unfollowed. That's very important. Nobody wants an unfollow, especially as important as someone who is working for world peace as much as I am. If you weren't aware, I have been 24/7 streaming in X space now for more than 350 straight days, and not just on audio, but also on video as well. So if you ever check in the Twitter space search and you type rabbi or shill or share or any of those keywords, you'll notice that I'm always live in there. And I've been doing that almost for an entire year. You don't know anyone else who 24/7 X spaces for an entire year, especially on video. It's a one of its kind of project. But that being said, is not the most unique thing about what I do. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links that are available in my profile, additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently overachieved the amount of 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
So if you need little pieces with the whole loaf, that's what it looks like I've oversold. But just go ahead and leave pieces. That's what you're seeing. I will say. So what's the shot that leaving over bread? Leaving over bread represents a single bracha in one's house. So first of all, this can be a little bit more of almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra. So same way we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. It's supposed to be over extra. That indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. You know, the other possibility is that halacha l'maisa, because that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kiddusha? What's kiddushin to you? The Rambam says, "Kaddish is atzmicha b'mashem u'torah." Is moderation. Is even not just drawing line between mutter and asur. Even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shot as well. But if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately again that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's kiddusha. Okay. Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlek B'Dibur could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. Interesting halacha. Called mistakel be'erva kashto min eres. So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, whoever looks at erva, and we'll discuss what this means in just a moment. Kashto min eres. His bow is empty. What does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Kashto min eres. Rashi says over here. So the Gemara says. I'm sorry. Koach kishui aver shalom ninar she'enamoli. So Rashi seems to be over here. Now again, we'll discuss what erva means. But if a person looks at erva, which means some types of something illicit, kashton in eres. Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. He becomes impotent. Right? So come on. So koshi aver shalom. So here to go. Ninar she'enamoli. Shneimar. Area Mayor, Kashtaka area Sha'at and Shadabah, Mamish Brevasa, Kitar Kashtaka, Acher, Hamistakel, Hamachashi Ba'arayos, the Ish, Kashta words. So, first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. Could be even when he's with his own wife, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton in Eretz. His bow is empty. Now again, Rashi understands it being almost like a reptile dysfunction. Right? He's just not going to be able to father children. That's on a deeper level. What I'm saying is like this: that the thing about arousal, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Like when a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arousal, it takes over the individual, and literally it could sap a person of all of this strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, certain amounts of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? You don't go so long without sleep. You feel that. You feel like this hour in the morning, right? I can only play as much as I want to sing my potential is limitless, which is true. My clock is not. At a certain point in time, when there's no more gas for me to pay. I think that's how I'm telling us is you get what you use your energy for. Because there are certain things that are all consuming the realm of energy. And the truth is, alliance, immorality is one of those things. It'll empty your bow. Right? It'll empty the cave. It'll go ahead and sack you of all your vitality. And therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. Profound Gemara. That's right. The only have the cover of the kind. Person should always be humble. Last says over here, have the honor of the kifya. Be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. That's it. There's a concept of nigei which means the home should have saras. And interestingly enough, the only way for a home to have saras is if you get natural light in the house. Ultimately, your home does not have windows. You don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's saras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get saras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to look at my decision. What's the meaning of the passage that says, Sha'ol, Va'otzarechem, Eresotzaver Mayim. So the Bima Inyan Sha'ol, Eitzarechem. What's the connection between Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? I love what the Chazal says in Ma Rechem Machris Imotzi. Just like the Rechem, just like the womb takes in the semen, and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol, Machris Imotzi. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, but Motzi, yes, amazing. Shalom Tom Kavachomer, Uma Rechem Shemachris Imotzi, also the Kolos, so the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits a great cries for the baby. So Sha'ol Shemakisim Babakolos, in addition, Shematim and Bakolos, to the grave, which again, when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. Kolikol, right? There's crying. So too when it emits, i.e., Kiyasanism, is going to be even greater cries of joy. You can't show the Omen in Kiyasanism in Torah. Ultimately, then the Gemara says this is a conclusive proof that this Kiyasanism. So that once again you see fixated on putting the first of Kiyasanism, the Gemara says this is a good raya. How do you know? So you can trust that for a lot of so in the following Ratzon. So it's fascinating halacha. That you can what Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back life. Kiyasanism. Doing what's so Messianic era will not die. Special. All these questions come up when it comes to Messianic. Messianic resurrection of the dead. It's incredible. Incredible. So two people died, then afterwards, and one says Tzadikim don't die. Once the Tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. שנאמר והיה נשאר בציון בנות ירושלים קדוש יאמר לו ולכוס לחיים ירושלים מה קדוש לעולם קיים אף אם לא קיים. So the pasuk compares tzaddikim to kadosh to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so should the tzaddikim come back to life, so be an element of eternality as well. Amud Beis V'im Tomar Osam Shonim Shasar HaKadosh Baruch Hu B'Hei as HaKadosh Baruch Hu L'Chadesh Baras Olamot שנאמר בניסקה והשם לבדו ביום ההוא. So this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea in greater depth, that there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Right? We have this, we're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stopped. What happens after it stops? Take 2 or 3, whatever number we're up to, right? The Prophet is going to recreate another world from you. It sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and the Prophet will start again. What happens to the tzaddikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? And the Gemara says, not so you must mind us. The Prophet also can find into the Sharim, shutting up in their mind. Now, Lord makes for the tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. What's the water? So the Pashto said, the water will be created. What's the original state of creation? Right? So the world will go back to water, but the tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. The Lord says, Shema Kama Yisrael Sad. Maybe you'll say they have Sad, maybe they'll have even difficulty doing Sad. However, they call it Hashem so people will be given wings like eagles. Yaritzu below you go. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be they will not be tired. And the other thing is, ultimately, this is such a beautiful that's the beginning of the great abode of becoming a sadhu, the great benefit of becoming a sadhu. Sometimes we don't transcend everything that life throws your way. That is what tzaddikim are doing. They have to be able to literally transcend all the difficulties and challenges. So what about we're going to talk about this a little bit. We referenced this already. What about the dead that the Tesla brought back to life? Like the Tesla this generation. Now after the Tesla brought those people back to life, they died again. So they died again. So shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Savalak Iman Damar." The MS Marshall is interesting. He actually holds like the opinion that the story of the Cheskel, right, the Atzamah salvation, the valley of dry bones, that was a Marshall. That was a Marshall. It didn't actually happen. But rather it was a parable of Sanya. So this thing of itself is a dramatic Marshall of Sanya. And also, Omer, Mason check that because I'm the Shiva and Mason. The people you said so brought back to life, they still on their feet, they say Shira and then they died again. Mashira Amru, what do they sing? Mashira Amru, Hashem Nemes Kesevet Mechayim Rachim. Yeshua Omer, Shira Zu Amru, Hashem Nemes Mechayim Moishe Obayao. And Yudah Omer, Yudah says, Emes, Mashal Haya. Yudah says, now we'll say, Mashal is very true. Emes means truth. Mashal Haya, it was a parable. The Mashal doesn't say, oh, we're going to come here. In Emes, Lama Mashal, in Mashal, Lama Emes. Which one is it? If you tell me it's Emes, Emes means that it really happened. If it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a Mashal, it's a Mashal, what's going on here? So the Gemara says, Ella, the Emes Mashal Haya. Rather than in reality, the whole thing was a Mashal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, fascinating focus about whether or not the episode of the Chesko with the Asama Sidesha didn't happen or not. Did it happen or was it simply a Mashal? Fundamental focus. So the last word of Sayyid of the Yemen, Nation Shahaki Chesko Allah, Allah, the Nation, Balidu Bali Mubarak. Incredible. I was saying, no, it really happened. And by the way, he didn't die immediately after seeing Shira. What happened? Chesko brought them back to life. They saved Shira. They went ahead and themselves. They married their kids. So the Moshe, Allah didn't say, Allah. אני מבני בניהם, בעלות בצבילו שניח לי אבי אבא I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of one of the people who go back to life from the festival, and ultimately I get a use of the children that I received from my great grandfather. So beautiful. By the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Right? Who were these individuals who you brought back and listened to love? This is incredible. The Russian is a not so well-known story. But there are a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. Ephraim's numbers are lower than relatively lower than other tribes. So the group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early, and they were killed. So we like, what happened with them? They didn't escape. They were good people. They just didn't escape. When they find Shusela, Ubara, Benova, Shachas, Benova, Benova, Shachas, Benova, Shusela, Benova, the husband and wife, they killed by people of God. By Salah time at the end, Yamin Rabin, by a bow of the Nachalo. And ultimately, again, so here more. Father find one to them. What happened over here? They made a mistake. They made a mistake about the calculation. Remember, by this bit of Sarah Sanchez Alavino, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual birth of started. So when 430 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go, and they leave. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong, and they were killed. Those are the Atzamas that the Chesko brought back to life. Incredible. They must have told anybody else to cover the Chesko. So again, Shmuel says these were people who denied Chesamesim. Interesting. They denied Chesamesim and ironically enough, they brought back to life by a Chesko. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even no mitzvahs, not lust for the mitzvahs, other things like the moisture of a mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated with it. Had someone say, there's a shoot about it, says, everybody other should people say, hey, how cool is touching but I'm also. These were people who unfortunately denigrated and degraded the nation of Russia. Yeah, now, the upper the Arab beginning of Kabul services, the Hamish called Rudies. So, the Kukala here Sabbath, Sip Hassan, that he ran out in Sabbath. Yochel says, makes sense to the Bika Dura. These are the people ultimately, again, who died in Bika's Dura. Now, what's Bika's Dura? Now we're getting to a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by the Nebuchadnezzar. Right? So remember again, so and the first couple of the back what happened in Bikas Gula, Rabbi Yochanan, Minyar Itzo Ad Rabas, Bikas Gula. So the shot that he would have had a second white line, and the bottom side of the page of page 92b were flying. So listen to this. When the Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So the how you buy Bachrim, Shemnatin at Shahayu Ganin Asakala Biochel. There were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally this is so beautiful. They put the sun to shade with their beauty, right? The sun is considered to be like that, like quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shade. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Kastian women would see them, and literally again they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. And listen, again, there's this concept in halacha called dan chiluf, which means that sometimes, at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and leave. So these Kastian women saw these Jewish boys, and they experienced this flow. I'm with the Baaleh, something with his older husband, and their son, the husband told the king, see that for husband. So the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want, right? They didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? The king had the body trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So the Gemara says these are the bones that Yechezkel brought back to life, and all of this happened in Bikas Gula. It happened in the Dura Valley. Turn up on the structure of Nebuchadnezzar was the sentiment of Nebuchadnezzar. Gemara transitions to some incredible stories regarding Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, turn up on the structure, evil Nebuchadnezzar Rasha, as Hananiah, Mishael, Ba'azai, and Kishrei. So remember context. Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, actually we're going to see that actually Nebuchadnezzar deified him, was Daniel. Right, contemporaries of Daniel were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so I'm going to for example, Yechezkel, I'm sorry, so Yechezkel, I'm going to Nebuchadnezzar, it's kind of about Azariah, Yechezkel, I'm going to for Yechezkel, let back, and he's a big so again, at the time the Chaim Yisrael are thrown into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells Yechezkel's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah. It's incredible, by the way, that generation with all of these great men. Says as Hananiah tells us being thrown into Egyptian, Hashem tells Yechezkel, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. So what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were dying. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, as crazy as this sounds, Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones were brought back to life, each person was one of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. So the Amar says, Mati Valshilo. I was telling Nebuchadnezzar, say, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So Amru Lo, Kalarim Sha'elim Makayim, Yishim Bikas Gula. He said, the friend of these guys being Kalarim Sha'elim, is bringing back the dead in the Gula Valley. The Amar Asoli coming rather than because Mo Kama Takitin, Machisa, Machis, Olam, he shall turn it in Dar Badar. Also in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. Pretty amazing. And if you look what he said, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever. And his dominion is from generation to generation. All these stuff, so literally again, bolting gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Why? So Mori lo Bamara for Sitra, because Neo Koshios come and double the saber killer. What's the trouble? Had the Malach not come and struck him on the face, Nebuchadnezzar would have saying more beautiful sons than Davrana. Right? So it's less as beautiful as everything that Davrana did in heaven. Nebuchadnezzar looked to the kingdom more beautiful. I want you to say to yourself, how can Nebuchadnezzar make greater cheer than Davrana? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the power for good. every person has crossed on Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the Beis Hamikdash and exile Klal and subject our people to all these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and sure it's good, there's no telling what he could accomplish. Incredible. Six miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hananiah and Azariah were going to the Kishon of Israel. Number one, they were Tzavak Kishon. It was only the cauldron was actually beneath, was underground. It rose above ground so everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. That's Nifat Kishon, part of the wall of the Kishon cracked open, so that people could see into the Kishon what was happening. Humach Sozo, the foundation crack. Nefach Tzelam Alpha, the big idol of Nebuchadnezzar fell on his face. The Nisrifu Adonachos, ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. They have to get a Teshkel as a Nisra B'Tazira, and Teshkel brought back the dead in the Jura Valley. The Kulikima, ultimately, again, all of these are traditions, all these miracles we have are traditions. But Adonachos corrupted. We know about the death of the 14th from the Pasuk. What does the Pasuk say? Salvina Pakusa Adar Zina Nibat Nishkar Gad Daria Yukadaria Tafasio the false Shaltuni Medinasa Oxid DC Guven Yudon Oxid Muskanchi Ashtabana Sagania Pakusa Dagiri Mata Kazigavea. The first pasuk is for something like a century. So in the first pasuk there's 4 more names, in the second pasuk there's less names, which indicates that they're trying to ultimately against some of his allies were killed. So coming to the even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. Gabra Ela Kapsu Sabaleon Kashina Kalason. Can I understand when referring to the Kitchen Aish? They wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what does this mean? If you look at that, let's say that's after that. I turn in that verse. Shalom. Shahadifayim Shabazai, the Hardizushin Dignity Parton, which was to the kitchen. So the Karim Shabazai referring to the kitchen, they were still wearing their royal clothing, dignified clothing. So you know what it says? So I search for you and the Bual and the Fuchad and the Baishin Sonami Panam. This is incredible Gemara. What is Rosman Yaakov saying? A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become understanding or confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. Gemara says the power of the youth is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, what did they do for when they were going to the kitchen Aish? They fixed the bekashas, with the egg, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. And also, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. That is the ability to maintain a dignity and a refinement. Because deep down, I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can choose to be level-headed, I cannot use my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be open. I won't take time for study. All right. Like 93A. So if you don't have the video, so okay, sorry, this is beautiful Gemara. So tzadikim are even greater than Malachim. Shnei Amar. On a positive divine, I bought Shani in the house in the Bonura. The couple of you behold, the Ragia TV advice, go to the power of this. And the Tzaddik is mentioned in Pasuk upon the Malach. That was like, which means that it's not a Kiddush. Of course, the Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. It's not even a Shaila. This is why, because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's never cautioned. And of course, Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. Incredible. I'm not trying to come back on anybody. The Shashi has to kind of show as I make it show age. Bob, Amos Ha'olam, the tough Musaraim Shai Yisrael Apneim, was incredible. When Hanai Mishal Azariah came out of the kitchen, when they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. The top Musaraim Shai Yisrael Apneim, a little bit again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave them a batch. The Gemara says, so this was a Musa to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Kanaim Yisrael Azariel came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world says to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from the fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I'll say sometimes the greatest Musa that we receive is the Musa from the nations of the world. Yeah, possible. Amru, Lachashem, Atztaka, Shalanu, both the fire of Piyamazah. I'm not sure about money. So it might be what's the meaning of us. Amarti is beautiful. Amarti Ella B'Tamar Ochzeh B'Sansana. So say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says in Shir Shir? Literally, again, I said I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. Only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Ella B'Tamar Eli Yisrael. So again, the Tamar, the palm tree represents Klal Yisrael. The Baruch essentially says, my goal, my desire is to hold on to the palm tree of totality. That's what I want more than anything, is to be able to hold on to the palm tree. And unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Who are my branches? Ultimately, I get a Hanani Mishar and Azariah. So, by the way, I just want to tell you, Gemara's like this is very funny. Because sometimes we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through. There's all these different feelings. And it's important to understand such a nature of relationships. That's kind of there's false expectations. And expectations ultimately again of hold on to the entire palm. But yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if he didn't get the whole palm. What does he get? He gets a couple of branches. Just no branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want or what you had anticipated in relationships. Part of the course. The Margot like it. What's the meaning of this story? Like this Nebuah, obviously, this is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. But to marry Yisrael, what does that mean? First thing I saw, now Jesus was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into it, destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? He's the Hashem Ishmael Kama Hashem Shimo. Al Siskada, where you know, red horse. He is the Shroff of Abba Hashem Olam Kulo Lidam. First my mind. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. Kuvan Shnisaka B'Chaim Mishav Azariah is Kara Daito. But as soon as he saw Chaim Mishav Azariah, ultimately again he calmed down. Shneimar, who only been Hadasim Hashem Mitzvah. Still amongst myrtle branches in the swamp. What's the myrtle branches? The myrtle branches, those are tzadikim Shneimar, by the only as Hadassah. The Mitzvah Elababa, what's the swamp? The swamp is Baba. Shneimar, Homer Mitzvah, can't be Ben Arasecha Ovish Miyad Milim, Logez Nasim, talking about Zimba. So now, I'm sorry, Badum Nasa Labanim, Amrapapa, Shmanino, Susya, Hidra, Mari Lachalma. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. Let's say, just a tremendous person has spoken here. The both is ready to go and destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was, can I be telling us Three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. Because sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. It's matter, just one person. How much do I really matter? Let's say we matter more than we could ever imagine. We did. Can I be telling us By the way, I want to point out who for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation, right? there was Daniel, there was Yechezkel, there were other people. But yet, again, they saved the world. I will say there is no telling what our actions could do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. That's what I did. So, Rabbanon Lehekaz, so much Rabbanon Lehekaz was great. After Shanai Mishal Azariah came out of the kids' room, which is go? Like, what do you do after that? You know, so what do you do? Like, where do you, where do you supposed to know? What the words will be asking is pretty fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? The Gemara says, Amara, the Ayin Hara ministry. They died. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. The Ayin Hara, what does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention. And their piety became the subject of so much attention. That level of attention is not healthy. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, Berok Tavu, they drowned in spit, in saliva. Now, what is that? It's an incredible marshal over here. So the marshal says, this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The Safari should get a marshal. The idea that Tika Shayal probably Yisrael by the Vaishno. So most of this is outside very, very, very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said before that after Chaim Azariah came out. So the nations of the world, literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people. They said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Marshal says, what does it mean that Chaim Azariah drowned in saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Goyim. So when people talk, so they spit a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Umos Ha'olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chaim Azariah died in the spit, in the saliva? It means that even though Chaim Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic, what they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? It was all in spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving them musar, that embarrassment caused them to die. So let's see what's happening over here. What do they do? All they did was a willingness to give their life at Kiddush Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and wholly, totally unintended. So let's see, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's feelings. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even against unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara said, okay, such dramatically different narratives over here, right? The first opinion said they died. Second opinion said, no, what are you talking about? They went there to Israel, like they retired to Israel, and they had children. But keep that in mind. My focus tonight, Revelation says, the Ayin Haramesu, that Yeshua Mebarok, Allah, it's not married. Shibuna Yoshua Kohen Agadol, Ata Ve'afa Yoshu with Hashem, the Anshe Mofesi. So Gemara talks about Yoshua Kohen Agadol, who lived at the time. Akira Chaim Azariah, I thought I had just a moment. And the pasuk relates that Yoshua Kohen Agadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? Ezo Himanashu Shnasan Nofes Haromer Sechananya Mishal Azariah. So what do you see from here? The Chaim Azariah, after his son with the kid's son, moved to Eretz, got married and had families. Okay, so Daniel and Hechana also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel in all of this, right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Chaim and Azariah were being thrown into the Kitchen Age? So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a civil engineering project. Which was about Sweet Biza gas pasta, but he was there to begin to work out an import contract. Right? For asbestos. Asbestos is like a type of animal food. to bring in a spasta kebab. He was there to bring chazir, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, like of Egypt, had the best chazir, and the best pigs, and he had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Hanya, the Torah Sarote, I'm in part of the chazir, yet in the substantial times, in Chotinaim Shelah, which is fertility. No, I was going to say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want people to, they did not want their animals to reproduce outside Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So as you put into, they would sterilize the animal before they would try to take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, a good leadership up. So what did he do? So it says Zutri IC below that higher. He brought very young ones, so no one had to have them that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't in Baba when all of this occurred. Come up on it. There are three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when this first time Mishan Isaiah happened. We'll see why in just a moment. Who were they? Daniel again. Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because Daniel was there. Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to the merit of Daniel and not the kind of Isaiah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Isaiah. This was their moment to shine. This was their moment to shine, and therefore again Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the Gemara says, but Daniel so the kind of Daniel also said, you know what, I gotta get out of here, because he also apparently had a combination that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's theological downfall to come to him. He also wanted it to come to Hananiah and Azariah. So it's interesting enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the kitchen age. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god, and he did not want to throw his own God into the furnace. Now, how do you know the Gemara says? How do you know that Nebuchadnezzar was Daniel as a god? Finding out Daniel. Come after Tzvat Himself. Ben Puyo. So now, this will happen. At the same time as Chaim Mishan Azariah, Moses obviously again, so there are other people who also wanted to be of prophetic stature. So these two guys, Achav ben Puyo and Sitkia ben Masria. And they also posed as prophets, although they were a Bia Sheker. Say, the Lokar ben Kol, the Kol Gavus Yudah, Hashem of the Lord, Yisimcha Hashem Kitzekyo Ka'achal Hashakol, Chomer Chava V'ish Asher Safam. So Asher Safam, Lo Ne'emar, sorry, Asher Safam, Lo Ne'emar, Elo Ashakol. So we're going to see in just a moment. These two false prophets, Achav and Sitkia, were also thrown into the furnace. So interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in furnace. So you must see what happened over here. I'm going to be up. I'm sure. And they're made like roasted grain. It's roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed. So it's not sure about us in the body itself. We are not supposed to Eshrei. So what they do, my oven. What they do that was so bad, it caused them to be thrown into the furnace. Listen to this, my oven. Also, got me back into the book. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Achav Amrullah, Komer Hashem Hashmiach Sitkia. Sitkia Amar Komer Hashem Hashmiach Achav. Interesting. So these two guys told the prophets, go to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. So Achav says, listen, door of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you that when Sitkia propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sitkia goes over to her, I come to the word of God. When Achav petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Amra Amra La Via. So by the way, I feel like that's something amazing, which is interesting that you see the regard in which they hold the Jewish prophets, right? It doesn't say, like, just get out of here. Like, right again, it says, okay, she takes this to her father. Takes to her father. So Amra Elohim Shal Ehu it was Sonny Zemo. Look at this, somebody doesn't sound like that because the God of this people, he hates morality. So the notion that he will instruct you, right, to give yourself over to these men doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? Next time they come your way, send them to me. Send them to me. Yes, we'll go back. So sure enough again, when they come back, so go to the book and send them to the book and so I'm a man, I'm a man, the man says, tell me, who gave you this message? I'm like, God, I can't even tell that guy talking, but I'm really awesome. Listen, guys, I do a little fact checking. I asked the book on that side. I asked the man about your supposed prophecy. And they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happens. So what's going on over here? And none of said this is great. So Sika and Akam say, well, one second. Why are Kanani's work any more important than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all coming here. So again, just because my Mishnah is saying it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. I'm not thinking about the people. He hated that the so we look at it and say, you know what, I have a good idea. So when I checked out Kanani Mishnah Azariah's prophetic credentials, was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, so you're going to first, then your word is gold. So Akav and Akav you say, hold up there. I'm going to raise two Swasahabu, but I'm going to say it's not fair. They were saved because there were three of them. There's only two of us, Akav and Sidkiah. So I'm going to as a pretty friend says, no problem. Phone a friend. No worries, you know, get your guy. You can choose anyone you want. Whoever you want for your furnace consumers, go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go with you to the fiery furnace. So this is crazy. I was like, I'm literally sure. You know what? You choose Yeshua Kohen Gadol. Sabi Yeshua Yeshua, not Pesach. Was not alone. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yeshua Kohen Gadol. We'll say, remember again, we just heard Yeshua Kohen Gadol. One different Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Chaim and Azariah. So Tzidki and Akab say, okay, we choose Yeshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So the says, Yeshua Gadol Ifriku Manes. So what happens? They flew into the furnace. Akab and Tzidki were burned. And Yeshua remained unscathed except his clothing became singed. Okay. Only the Malach Hashem Tzid. Remember Hashem Allah Satan. Yiga Hashem B'chas. Yiga Hashem B'chas. But I'm going to let you damage the Tzidki. And the night time, so again, so now Nebuchadnezzar speaks with Yeshua. This is Yeshua. Obviously, I know. Nebuchadnezzar understands why Achab and Sidkiah were burned, because obviously again they're false prophets. But my question is, my time Yeshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit stained? In other words, Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you were righteous, then what? You switch the flames in totality. So why is it that he totally survived the fact that the clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, you know, I was going to tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. You know, I was like, can you imagine, like that? Like, stop talking about Azariah, right? I got it. They're great. They're fine. Right? So, Nebuchadnezzar prepared everyone to Canaan Yisrael, right? Azariah, their clothing wasn't singed at all. So here Yeshua Kohen Gadol, obviously you're a great guy, you survived the furnace, but the clothing was singed. What happened over here? What's the Havu Ba'anasai? So Yeshua says it's pretty simple. They had the combined merits of three people. I'm only one guy. I'm going to go Avram, Yachitava. But Avram was only one. So Nebuchadnezzar knew his Torah. Right? He said, but Avram didn't go to the fire furnace. There was only one of him. And yet he emerged totally unscathed. Hasam Havu Rishon Ba'adei. Although it's young and it's Shus Salinura. Havu Rishon Ba'adei. It's Yabu Shus Salinura. So ultimately, again, so Scripture says, here's the difference, that ultimately Adam was thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore, the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown into the furnace with rishayim. The fire had rishus. You have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of treatment, some level of control, it impacted his knee as well. Straight Udi Yidishi, the tribe of Kiva, also Yidishi. That's what people say. The famous adage. If your feet dry sticks are one wet one, the dry ones could ignite the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but put enough fire around it, and ultimately, again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person will be very righteous will say, so the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick will be very righteous. And surround the wet stick by enough rishayim, and unfortunately, again, the rishayim have an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible. The impact of our surroundings. So listen, by the way, my timing on it, what's the real reason? You must feel that that's not the real reason. Right? If you're sure Kohen Gadol is really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him? Incredible. Because his sons behaved inappropriately. You look on him, I've seen the married women where they were not really allowed to marry. And you're sure the father said nothing. Failure to exercise parental rights, paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is profound for us. Remember, you're sure I love it to them inside. You're sure we're very sub for you. You got to show the most of the other side. I'm not saying that one of the most in a good Sakuna, but I'm I'm going to talk from Dark back out, but this is wrong. My guess was in the process. She has only not even not selling, was on the Ruth goes to use the bars, and Ruth in the process of the bar, we heard 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So my church has only 1.6 barleys. The other church from particularly in Liberty gave her 6 barley kernels. So we must, if you got Shabbat weekend, my fellow Sheikh Shoulder, with Boaz just give us per person 6 barley kernels. It doesn't make any sense. It looks like Shadi Gimel on the days 93D. Ella, Sheikh Sid, that was he gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of barley. So listen, if you got this, if you shall be called Sheikh Sid, this woman's going to be able to carry back 6 saw. That's a lot of barley. I remember, Shasidim, she Shabbat, not taking minutes in the back of the Sheikh's blockers. So in fact, interesting that the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? There was a remez, it was a metaphor, a reason that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 blocks. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this, who are the 6 sons? But anyway, in this example, who are the 6 descendants? Who again, each of them blesses across the way. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah. And I'll say, by the way, this is Ruth's pedigree. Ruth's pedigree. And I'll say, by the way, you know what you trace it all to? A pivotal moment when the army came back to Canaan, right? And the army said, don't come with me. And Arpa goes back to Moab, and Ruth goes to Canaan. Sometimes in life, we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're aware we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware that we're at a crossroads. But this is the importance of living life with incredible mindfulness, so that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in the moment of a pivotal decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through this. Here we go. David, Yosef, Dayan, Echad Me'anarim, Vayom Isi ben Yishai B'Salachim. I saw this like the son of Yishai, Yodea Nadi, V'Giva Kayo, V'ish Mechama, V'Navon, right? V'Navon Davar, V'Ishtar. So it's about Shem Imo. So 6 brachas, so we'll define what each of these are in just a moment. These are the 6 brachas, Ba'ara Yuda, Ola Pasach Azak, no other Doeg, Elav Loshnara. We'll say, now this was said from Doeg, who was one of the advisors. One of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. And listen, now Doeg meant it. Sometimes when somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. And meant to really, not even disparaging, but meant to create animosity. Here we go. Yodea Nadi, knows how to play music. Yodea Vishol, he knows how to ask you questions in Torah. Yivar, Yodea Lahashi, he knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ish Milchama, Yodea Lisa Rikin in Milcham Teshal Torah. He knows how to give and take in the battle of Torah. Ish Tahar, Shemar Upon Halacha. He's a beautiful appearance, and he knows how to assert himself in halacha. The Navon, David when he's done his David, and he's a Navon, and then he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem Imar, God is with him. Shalach is the most of the Makom. Ultimately, whenever David says the halacha always follows him. The Kula in all of these areas, Saul said this is beautiful. And son has these same attributes. The Amr back sense, and also the beginning of the
Means Tampa Bay would also be AFC South. They would be in the NFC South. It's because they're not in the AFC, they're in the NFC. That's why. Which means if you place a bet on Nevada for Miami to win their division, their division would be an NFC South no. AFC South no. The Miami Dolphins are going to be in the AFC East because the AFC South is going to have other teams that are far north, like the Tennessee Titans, the Indianapolis Colts. Also, you should never bet on Miami winning
Yes. So therefore, I will say the point over here is Russ's descendants. Remember, Boaz gives Russ six pearls of barley to highlight. We're going to have 6 descendants where each bench themselves with 6 brothers. Now we just had David enough one of those descendants, and the 6 brothers of David Mashiach. It's it. So it says, what's the bracha of Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. The bracha, I love Ruach Hashem. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chokmah, Ruach Chokmah, Ruach Itza, Ujibura, Ruach Das, Viras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I want to say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Ultimately, again, will be inspiring us. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I want to say, is someone. Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvos and yisurim and suffering. And we always say, what do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we saw yesterday about ultimately, again, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, right, the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our Kadosh Baruch Hu, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rava says, Mashiach is very interesting. All right, well, so you know what? We're going to stop over here for today. Right. No, sorry. I just want to point out. I want to write. Good. I got it. We didn't finish the doc. We didn't finish all the way. But one second. But now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time we looked abnormal. We're much more late. Guys, I want tremendous.
Again, bro, so grateful for all the things that you're doing. Guys, make sure you're following Treasons. Make sure that you are locked in with what they're doing. This tree planting, everybody can do it.
All right, so
everybody can get involved. Everybody can plant some trees. Everybody can do just a little bit good. So big shout out to you. Thank you again so much. Guys, I forgot. I got so wrapped up in the conversation with Peanut that I totally forgot to announce the giveaway of this winner for the emojis. That is Mr. Comfy, Jimmy Hartley at Mr. Comfy. Shout out to you. You are the winner of this emoji dance contest.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to thank our annual and the Torah sponsor. The Johnson Misbach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the student instructions this year as a zuchus for the Solos Tomos for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Bali, Rakova, Terry and Steve Zinn, the loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakim, Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Zev Shol Ben Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Elazar, calling of Rafa. And our day of learning sponsors, Ruben Rakovsky, in memory of Ida Kazowski and Lillian Waxton, calling of Rafa. We hope that in merit of our Talmud Torah. All of them are showing Shalom out here. The families are Shalom. All of those who need us, which are with the employees, so that we spoke with Shemir to Shemir, all of our hostages and all these soldiers should be successful in all of Maaseh. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's daf is Sadik Gimel 93. We are starting on Sadik Days Amud Aleph 92a, 14 lines up from the bottom, but we got this. Rabbi Lazar Omer. Rabbi Lazar. Anyone who does not, literally again, allow Talmidei Chachamim to benefit from his possessions, will not see bracha forever. Meaning, which is another way of saying that a person is supposed to share his possessions with Talmidei Chachamim, meaning support Torah. And if a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, he'll never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. In other words, what's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Talmidei Chachamim, help Torah, thinking that by not giving them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately, you'll just have less for yourself. Shneimar, ein tzvi li'achlo akim lo yachol tuvo, ve'ein tzvi elot Talmidei Chachamim shneimar tzvi ma'asher Hashem korei. Rabbi Lazar says follows. Interesting halacha. If at the end of the meal you don't leave over bread on your table, you will not see blessing. Which means, in other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay? So the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, the Gemara says, but Rabbi Lazar said, whoever leaves over bread, literally pieces of bread on his table, ultimately it's as if he worships idolatry. So it sounds like, obviously, leaving over bread is not a good thing. So the Gemara says, Shneimar ha'ochem legad shulchan, ha'amalim l'manim l'masach, v'kasha, ha'di ikashner b'hadei, ha'dolek kashner b'hadei. So apparently, the way of Avodah Zarah, Avodah Zarah God, is the way you worshipped it was little pieces of bread together with the whole loaf. So if you leave little pieces with the whole loaf, that's what it looks like Avodah Zarah. But just go ahead and leave pieces, that's what it's Shemir Bracha. I will say. So what's the pshat that leaving over bread represents a Shemir Bracha in one's house? So first of all, this could be a little bit more of like almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra. So similarly, we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So leaving over extra bread indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'maaseh, if there's leftover bread, that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's kedoshim to you? The Ramban says, kadesh is atzmecha b'mashem motorah. Is moderation. Is even not just drawing line between mutter and asur, even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shot as well. That if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately again that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay. Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlik could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. Interesting. So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, and we'll discuss what this means in just a moment, kashto nin eres, his bow is emptied. What does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Kashto nin eres, Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, koach kishui ever shalo nin ar she'ena modi. The Rashi says he's doing over here, and again we'll discuss what erva means. But if a person looks at erva, which means something illicit, kashton in eres. Now Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. right? So Koshi Iber Shalom, so Genosha Minashina Moment, Shneimar, Area Mer, Kashtaka, Area Shatam Saraba, Mamish Bevasa, Hitar Kashtaka, Akar, Hamistakel, Hamahashi Barayos, the Ishis Ish, Kashto yours. So, first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So, right, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach in Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. Could be even when he's with his own wife, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton in Eres, his bow is empty. Now again, so Rashi understands it being almost like literally like a erectile dysfunction. Like he's just not going to be able to father children. Perhaps also on a deeper level, what it's saying is like this: that the thing about arayos, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Right? When a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arayos, it takes over the individual and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, you can only go so long without sleep, right? We feel that this hour in the morning, right? Because I can only put in other words, as much as I want to say my potential is limitless, which is true, my car is not. Right? In other words, it does come a certain point in time where there's no more gas in the tank. I think what Chazal is telling us is, be careful what you use your energy for, because there are certain things that are all consuming the realm of energy. And the truth is, arayos, immorality, is one of those things. It'll empty your bow, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go ahead and sap you of all your vitality, and therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. Profound Gemara. Let's go. Person should always be humble. Rashi says over here, be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. Fascinating. Interesting. What's the right? Proof of this is because there's a concept of nigei batu, which means a home could have tzaras. But interestingly enough, the only way for a home to have tzaras is if you can get natural light in the house. If ultimately a home does not have windows, you don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's tzaras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get tzaras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. Amra Chavi, Amra Roshi, I might have said. What's the meaning of the pasuk that says Sha'ol v'otzarechem eres lo tzaveh mayim? So the inyan Sha'ol eitzochem. What's the connection to Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? Ma Rechem machnis umotzi. Right, just like the Rechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol machnis umotzi. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, the motzi, yes, I may say. So the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries, first the baby. So Sha'ol shemachnisim babakolos, in addition shematim kolos. So the grave, which again when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. Right, there's crying. So too when it emits, i.e. there's going to be even greater cries of joy. Ultimately, the Gemara says this is a conclusive proof that just Tchias HaMeisim. So I'll say once again, you see, we're fixated on proving this notion of Tchias HaMeisim. So the Gemara says this is a good raya. Tzadikim Shazak Baruch Hu in the Choshen Yafram. So this is fascinating halacha. Tzadikim who are Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back to life Tchias HaMeisim during the Mashiach Messianic era will not die. Which is fascinating. Right? All these questions come up when it comes to Messianic era. So we need Tchias HaMeisim, resurrection of the dead. Okay, which is going to be incredible. So do people die again afterwards? The Gemara says Tzadikim don't die. Once the Tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. Shneimar Vayah Nishar B'Tzim Banos Yerushalayim Kadosh Yomer Lo. So the pasuk compares tzaddikim to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so too when tzaddikim come back to life, there'll be an element of eternality as well. Amud Beis, V'im Tomar, Osam Shanim Shasar HaKadosh Baruch Hu Bahen, Es Elsa Shanim Shasar HaKadosh Baruch Hu L'Chadesh Banas Olamo, Shneimar, V'niskav Hashem Levado Bayomahu. I shall say, so this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea in greater depth, that there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop, right? We have this, we're going to see this, the world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? 2 or 3, whatever number we're up to, right? So this problem is going to recreate another world from new, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and the Baruch will start again. What happens to tzaddikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? So the Gemara says, wow. Rosh makes for the tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. What's the water? So the Pashto says the world is going to be recreated. What's the original state of creation, right? So the world will go back to water, but the tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. Which will say, by the way, it's such a shneimar, akilo nira b'hamir eretz k'mot charim b'lev yamim b'shema kamar yishlan tsar. Maybe you'll say they have tsar, maybe they'll have pain and difficulty during this time. Talmud B'kol Hashem yachalifu koach ya'aver ever kin sharim. So people will be given wings like eagles. Yarutzu v'lo yigo, yilchu v'lo yi'afu. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be right. They will not be tired. And the other thing is, so ultimately, this is such a beautiful so tzaddikim will be given wings. Truth is, that's what tzaddikim have. Tzaddikim have wings. The great avodah of becoming a tzaddik, or the great benefit of becoming a tzaddik, is sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life throws your way. Regardless of tzaddikim, is the wings they have to be able to literally transcend all of the difficulties and challenges. So the Gemara says as follows. So what about, we were talking about this in just a little bit, we've referenced this already. What about the dead that Yechezkel brought back to life? Right? Yechezkel did Tchias HaMesim. Now, after Yechezkel brought those people back to life, they died again. So right, they died again. So shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Savalak man damar the MS mashal haya." This is interesting. He actually holds up the opinion that the story of Yechezkel, right, the Atzamas Hayaveshos, the Valley of Dry Bones, that was a mashal. It didn't actually happen, but rather again, it's a parable of the Sanya. So this in of itself is a dramatic machlok. It's the Sanya. And we also Omer Mesim Shechia Yechezkel Amdor Adlayim Amdu Shira Umesu. The people Yechezkel brought back to life, they stood on their feet, they sang Shira, and then they died again. Mashira Amru, what did they sing? Mashira Amru, Hashem Nemes Pesadik Umechaye Barachim. Yeshua Omer, Shira Zu Amru, Hashem Nemes Umechaye Morid Sha'al Bayal. Yeshua Omer, Yehuda says, MS, Mashal Haya. Now Yehuda says, now I'm going to say, Lashon is very interesting. MS means truth. Mashal Haya, it was a parable. So Mercer doesn't make sense. All over the Khandia. In MS, Lama Mashal. Then Mashal Lama MS. Which one is it? In other words, if you tell me it's MS means that it really happened. See, if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a Mashal, it's a Mashal. What's going on up here? So the Gemara says, Ella the MS Mashal Haya. Rather, again, what he means is, in reality, the whole thing was a Mashal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, a fascinating machlokes about whether or not the episode of Cheskel with the Atzamas Yaveshos did it happen or not. Did it happen, or was it simply a mashal? Fundamental machlokes. Rabbi Elazar Reino Shav Yosef Yomer Meisim Shehaki Cheskel Allah Anu LaAretz Eretz Yisrael V'Nasu Nashim V'Alidu Banim Ubanos. Incredible. So others saying, no, it really happened. And by the way, they didn't die immediately after singing Shira. Right? What happened? Cheskel brought them back to life. They sang Shira. They went to Eretz Yisrael. They married. They had kids. So the Gemara says, Amar Yehuda ben Mesira Arango v'Amar Ani mipnei b'neihem. So Rabbi stands up and says, I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of one of those people who was brought back to life from Yechezkel, and ultimately, again, these are the tefillin that I received from my great grandfather. So beautiful. So by the way, who are these people? Who are these people who died in this valley? Right? Who are these individuals who Yechezkel brought back that was in this wild? This is incredible. I will say there is a not so well-known story that there were a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. That's why also Ephraim's numbers are lower than relatively lower than other tribes. There was a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early, and they were killed. They were killed. So the said, what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people. They just made a mistake. Shnei Amar, Ubnei Ephraim, Shusela, Ubara Beno, V'Sachas Beno, V'Alada Beno, V'Sachas Beno, Uzvada Beno, Shusela Beno, Be'ezer V'Alaz V'Alad, the husband answered Gat, V'Alad V'Alad. They were killed by people of Gat. Uksiv, V'Isal Ephraim Aviyam Yomim Rabin, V'Yabo Echad V'Nechalo. And ultimately, again, so they were mourned. Father Ephraim mourned for them. What's what happened over here? They made a mistake. They made a mistake like the calculation. Remember, by this day of Son, Hashem says, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual brisket house. So when year 430 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go. It's time to go and leave. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong, and they were killed. Those are the Etzamah shows that Yechezkel brought back to life. Incredible. So Shmuel says, Elu b'nei Adam shekafru b'tches nisim. Shnei Rabbi Yomer elei ben Adam. It's almost like that. Kol beis Yisrael. Ema heina omrim yavshu atzmashu ba'avdot v'kasinu nigzir alanu. So again, Shmuel says, these were people who denied tches nisim. Interesting. They denied tches nisim, and ironically enough, they brought back to life by Yechezkel. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even they had no mitzvahs, not like the moisture of mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated. Shneimar, Hatzamos Haydeshos Shulu Dvar Hashem. Says, everybody Adam Shechipu Asahekal Shulum Shkatzim B'Ramasim. These were people who unfortunately denigrated and degraded the nation. Shneimar, Va'aval Ve'era Behine Kaltav Nisvenis Behine Shekel Kal Yudis. So the Chukal Akir Sabbath, Sif Hassan, and Ryan Alim Sabbath. Yochar says, Elu Mason Vika Dura. These are the people ultimately again who died in Bikas Dura. Now what's Bikas Dura? Now we're going to get into a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, right? So remember again, so and Yechezkel brought them back. What happened in Bikas Dura? Now Eisha Adrabas Bikas Dura. Shebishar Shehiga Nebuchadnezzar Ashas. So it's a second wide line. The Bano of Tzadik Kriz on his name TV were flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? There were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally was so beautiful. They put the sun to shame with their beauty. Right? The sun is considered to be like that, like quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Caspian women would see them, and literally again they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. And listen, again, there's this concept in halacha called dan kinut, which means that sometimes at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and leave. So these Caspian women saw these Jewish boys, and they had experienced this flow. I'm going to bow there, and something they told their husbands, and their sons, their husbands told them, Shiva Melech husband. So the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? Siva Hamelech Halamsu. The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So he says, these are the bones that Yechezkel brought back to life. And all of this happened in Bikas Dura. that is in the Dura Valley. The Gemara transitions to some incredible stories regarding Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, so remember context. Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, and actually we're going to see that actually Nebuchadnezzar deified him, was Daniel. Like contemporaries of Daniel were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so again, at the time the fire thrown into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells Yechezkel's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, and it's incredible other people, all of these great men. Says that as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah being thrown into the Kivshon, Hashem tells Yechezkel, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. We don't check the also. So what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were in the valley. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, as crazy as this sounds, Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones were brought back to life, he's thinking his wife, one of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. So the Amar, so the Gemara says, Amar Mati Van Sha'ilu. So I'm saying something, the Nebuchadnezzar said, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So Amru Lo, Chavareu Sha'ilu Mechayim Nisim because so he said, the friend of these guys being Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, is bringing back the dead in the Dura Valley. Pasak Va'amar As Kaman Radrovin, because Moik Kana Takifin Machusin Machus Olam, Mishal Tani in Darvadar. You say in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever. And his dominion is from generation to generation. Already stuck. Yitzhak is Zah, Rosech, so literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Why? So Mali lo ba mara kusitra apid bikesh linos koshnos shpachos shaman daven sefer Torah. Was this incredible? Had the Malach not come and struck him on the face, Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs than David HaMelech. Right? He would have discovered. So it says that's the passage. As beautiful as everything that David HaMelech did in Tehillim, Nebuchadnezzar's shira could have been even more beautiful. Now, let's say to yourself, how could a Nebuchadnezzar make a greater shira than David HaMelech? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the powerful. Every person is possible. Nebuchadnezzar, he was so evil that he could destroy the base of Mikdash and exile Klal Yisrael and infect the people. All these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and challenge towards good, there was no telling what he could accomplish. Incredible. 6 miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were thrown into the Kivshon. Number one, it was the cauldron was actually beneath, it was underground. It rose above the ground so everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. That's Nifas HaKivshon, part of the wall of the Kivshon cracked open, so people could see into the Kivshon what was happening. Homak Sodo, the foundation crack. Nefach Selam Alpar, the big idol of Nebuchadnezzar fell on its face. The Nisrifu Aram ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The Hefti and Yechezkel as an Islam because Yechezkel brought back the dead in the Dura Valley. The Kula Gemara, ultimately again, all of these are tradition. All these miracles we have are tradition. But Avraham Malkios crux it. We know about the death of the 4 kings when the Prophet say, and the Nebuchadnezzar not the Shalach from Michnash, Ulach Shaparnya, Sakinga, Bakusa, Adar, Gizilya, Nikar. Gad Varia, Ditavaria, Tafasya, the whole Shalkin Medina. So, Sid, Isi, Kufin, Yudon, Sid, Wisconsin, Ashtamania, Sagania, Bakusa, that didn't knock up, Cousin Gabriela. So, So what's interesting is in the first pasuk, this of course sounds like a sarsaparilla, right? So again, so in the first pasuk, there's 4 more names. In the second pasuk, there's less names, which indicates to us that ultimately, again, some of his allies were killed. Incredible. Tana is incredible. So Tana ben Yaakov, this is incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. Shneimar, Ba'adim Gavra Elach Kafsu B'Sabaleon Bashner Kavason. Kanaim Mishlan Azari, referring to the Kivshon Aish, they wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at that. Shalom say last fraction of that. I shall not have us. Shalom. Shahari Kanaim Mishlan Azari, Lahadushin Bigay Kifarton. He's Lushul the Kivshon. So Kanaim Mishlan Azari, referring to the Kivshon, they were still wearing their royal clothing, dignified clothing. So the word says, so Al Yishon Shlo Yira Mevuah Mefuchad Misbaishin Sona Mifana. This is incredible Gemara. What is Elazar ben Yaakov saying? Elazar ben Yaakov saying a person must always remain dignified even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become understanding, all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. The Gemara says the power of the youth is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So the Nami Rishon and Azariah, what did they do before they went to the Kivshon Aish? They fixed their bekashos, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They will say, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to maintain a dignity and refinement. Because deep down, I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I cannot lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be open. I will say, all right. Right now, he's your age. So he don't say, this is beautiful Gemara. People so tzadikim are even greater than Malachim. Shneimar, on a Chazak Gvarn Abba Shani Mahalkim the Gomura, the Chamo into the home, the Rabia Diri, right, come on the Bible. So the tzaddik is mentioned in the pasuk before the Malach. I will say, the truth is that it's not a kiddush. Of course, the tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. It's not even a shayla. Right? Why? Because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's nothing hush that, of course, tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. Incredible. I'm not time to come back on anybody. The Shashi got to cry and Yishal Azar Nikishon Aish. Well, we must hold on the tough to the Sarein Shahi Sabah and Adam. This is incredible. When Chanayim Yishal Azariah came out of the Kivshon and they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. The tough to the Sarein Shahi Sabah and literally again they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave him a patch. The Gemara says, Yesh lachem elokak hazeh v'atem mishtachlim mitzalim. So this was a Muslim Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Chanayim Yishon Azariah came out of the Kivshon, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I'll say sometimes the greatest mercy that we receive is the mercy from the nations of the world. Yeah, possible. Amru, Hashem at Taka, Salamu Both Kohen Kiyomas. Amru Sholah, Mariam Zor. Right, it's the meaning of us. Amarti is a beautiful word. Amarti Elevet Amar, Zeb Sansana. So say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says, then Shir? Literally, again, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Ella b'tamar Eli Yisrael. So again, the tamar, the palm tree, represents Klal Yisrael. The pasuk essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree in totality. Right? What I want more than anything, to be able to hold on to the palm tree. Unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael is rejecting me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, I get Shanaim and Yishaon Azariah. What's the better way? I can't tell you. Moments like this are very affirming because sometimes we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through. All these different feelings. And it's important to understand, such as the nature of relationships, that's kind of the way it works. There's also expectations. Get expectations ultimately again of holding on to the entire palm. Yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if he didn't get the whole palm. What does he get? He gets a couple of branches. Beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want or what you had anticipated in relationships. Hard for the course. The Mark goes like this. I'm going to be open. I might have said. ראיתי הלילה והנה איש לא חיבה סוס אדום הוא עומד בין הדסה של המצולה. So that's the meaning of this story, right? This is Nebuah, obviously. This is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. So Mary Israel, what does that mean? What does that mean? I saw it. I did get the problem was ready. It was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into life, destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem Ish Milchama Hashem Shemo. Asus Adon, what is he on a red horse? First line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. And as soon as he saw Chaim Shalom Azariah, ultimately again he calmed down Shneimar to Omen Ben Hadassah Shem Mitzvah. Still amongst the middle branches in the swamp. What's the middle branches? Ben Hadassah El Tzadikim. The middle branches, those are Tzadikim Shneimar, by the Omen Es Hadassah. Ben Mitzvah El Baba. What's the swamp? The swamp is Baba Shneimar. Omen Mitzvah. Can't be Ben Arasecha Ovish Miyan Mulim. Rogez Nasim Shokim Badum. So now, I'm sorry, Vadum Nas on the bottom. Arababa, Shmamina, Susya, Ibra, Malilachama. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. So let's say, just a tremendous person has to from here. The devotion was ready to destroy the world. Destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was, Chanai Mishnah Azariah. Three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. Come on, I'm just one person. How much do I really matter? Let's say we matter more than we should ever. More than we could ever imagine. Three men, Shanaim, Mishan, and Zayah. By the way, I want to point out, excuse me for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation. Right? There was Daniel, there was Yecheskel, there were other people. But yet, again, they saved the world. I say there is no telling what our actions can do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. Let's go like this. So Rabbanon Lehechaz, so Rabbanon Lehechaz, this is great. After Chanai Mishan Azariah came out of the Kibshan, where did they go? Kind of like, what do you do after that? You know, so where do you, after that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Hara, they died. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. Ayin Hara, what does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention. That level of attention is not healthy. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, Baruch Tavu. They drowned in spit, in saliva. Now what is that? It's also an incredible marshal here. So the marshal says this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The Pharisee derech marshal that got to keep the shell or because somebody installed biomotivation also. So this is outside very, very, very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said that after Chaim Mishan Azariah came out. So the nations of the world literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people. They said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Marshal says, What does it mean that Chanai Mishal Azariah drowned in the saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Ummos of the Goyim. So, like, like when people talk, so they spit a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Ummos Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chanai Mishal Azariah died in the state of the saliva? It means that even Chanai Mishal Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? The Ummos Olam spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving them mussar, that embarrassment caused them to die. So let's see what's happening over here. Chanai Mishal Azariah, what did they do? All they did was a willingness to give their lives up to Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and wholly, totally unintended. So let's see, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's feelings. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even again unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, all the artists stop and us and Hashem, all we do banu banas. I'll say such dramatically different narratives over here, right? So first opinion said they died. Second opinion said, no, what are you talking about? They went to Eretz Yisrael, right? They retired to Eretz Yisrael and they had children. Banos, Ketan, the Gemara says, Maklokis Noim, Rabbi Elazar says, Ba'ayin Paramesu, Rabbi Yeshua or Baruch Tavu, Allah Sabbanas Nashab Ali Dvanu Shneimar, Shibuna Yoshua Kohen Agadol, Ata Vere Acha Yoshim B'Fnei Hashem, Ki Anshe Mofes Hima. So Moses, the Gemara talks about Yoshua Kohen Agadol, who lived at the time, again, of Chanai Mishal Azariah. I'll talk about in just a moment. And the pasuk relates that Yoshua Kohen Agadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? Ezahim Anashim Shnasan Mofes Hayomer. Hananya, Mishal Azariah. So what do you see from here? Mishal Azariah, after the story with the Kivshan, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel at all this? Right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Chanai Mishal Azariah were being thrown into the Kivshan Aish? Amarav, Lemichra, Nara, Rab, So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a civil engineering project. He was there to begin to work out an import contract, right? For asbestos. Asbestos is like a type of animal food. To bring in asbestos above. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, right, of Egypt had the best chazirim, had the best pigs, and you had to negotiate a contract to bring those animals into Babel. Is that true? But Tanya, no, I will say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want their animals to reproduce outside of Alexandria. They cornered the market. On a certain type of robust livestock. So in other words, they would sterilize the animal before they would go to take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, a good Yiddish account. Says, what did he do? Samuel says, Zutri Ic below that time. He brought very young, so no one had to have a meaning that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved when all of this occurred. There were three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Chanai Mishal Azariah happened. We'll see why in this moment. Who were they? So remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to the merit of Daniel, and that's the Chanai Mishal Azariah. And this was Chanai Mishal and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. And therefore, again, Daniel couldn't be there. Next, the Gemara says, but Daniel is the way. So the Kanye indeed, Daniel also said, you know what, I gotta get out of here. Because he also apparently had a premonition that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's theological downfall to come to him. He also wanted it to come to him from Isaiah. Nebuchadnezzar Amar Yezel Daniel Mehacha to Lolemru Kalye Velakabinua. So it's interesting enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the Gitshon Aish. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god, and he did not want to throw his own god into the furnace. Now, how do you know the Gemara says? How do we know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a god? It said, he bowed to Daniel. Now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So it's obviously again. So there were other people who also wanted to be of prophetic stature. So these two guys, Achav ben Puya and Sidkia ben Maasiyah. And they also posed as prophets, although they were the Biyashak. Sid, the Lokech ben Kval, the Chol Kval Sidok, Hashem al Neymar, the Simcha Hashem Kitzidyo Ka'achal Shakol, from so I'm sure Safam. So you're going to see in just a moment. These two false prophets, Achav and Sidkia, were also thrown into the furnace. But interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So the Gemara says, what happened over here? They were made like roasted grain. Roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed, burned. So what did they do? What did they do that was so bad? They caused them to be burned in the furnace. Listen to this. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Achav Amarla, Kamar Hashem, Hashmiat Sidkia. Sidkia Amar, Kamar Hashem, Hashmiat Achav. Interesting. So these two guys closing his prophets go to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. So Achav says, listen, daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you. And when Sidkia propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkia goes over to her. I come to you with the word of God. When Achav petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Azla Amra La Lavua. So by the way, I just want to point out something amazing, which is interesting, that you see the regard in which they held the Jewish prophets, right? It doesn't say, like, get out of here. My brother again says, okay, she takes this to her father. His to her father. So Amra La Elohim Shal Ehu El Elu Son and Zimul. Nebuchadnezzar says something doesn't sound right over here, because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he would instruct you, right, to give yourself over to these men doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? So Nebuchadnezzar says, do me a favor. Next time they come your way, send them to me. Send them to me. So sure enough, again, when they come back, so Nebuchadnezzar sends them to Nebuchadnezzar. So Nebuchadnezzar says to them, tell me, who gave you this message? God. Listen, guys, I do a little fact checking. I asked the Nebuchadnezzar. I asked the man Isaiah about your supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? Nami Nevikla said, this is great. So Sidkia and Achav say, well, 1 second. Why are Hananiah and Azariah's words any more important than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all Chavirim. So again, just because Hananiah and Azariah say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. So Nebuchadnezzar says, you know what? I forgot yet. Where I checked out Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't know, I'm going to subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, great. The first thing, your word is gold. So Achav and Sidkia say, hold up there. It's not fair. They were in because there were three of them. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. There's only two of us, and Tzidkiah. So Amalu, so the Bukhari says, no problem. Phone a friend, right? Phone a friend, like no worries. You know what? Get your guy. You can choose anyone you want, whoever you want for your furnace museum. Go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to come into the fire furnace. So this is crazy. I was like, so they said, you know what? We choose Yoshua ben Gadol. Sabi Lacey Yoshua, not the Shusai. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua ben Gadol. Listen, remember again, we just heard Yoshua ben Gadol. Wasn't ben Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Chaim Azariah. So Tzidkiah and Achav said, okay, we choose Yoshua ben Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So the Gemara says, Yoshua Gadol Echrichu Mane. So what happens? So they threw him into the furnace. Achav and Tzidkiah were burned. And Yoshua was remained unscathed, except his clothing became singed. Okay. Only the Malach Hashem. Remember Hashem Allah Satan, Yigar Hashem B'chas, Yigar Hashem B'chas, Ba'amala Yedanet Tzidkiah, At Alamai Time Ahayim B'chas Porta Nura. So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar seeks with Yoshua. He says, Yoshua, obviously, I know. I'm sorry. Nebuchadnezzar says, I understand why Achav and Tzidkiah were burned, because obviously, again, you're false prophets. But my question is, my time Ahayim B'chas Porta Nura. Yoshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit stained? In other words, Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you are righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived the fact that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, you know, I was going to tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. You know, it's like, can you imagine, like, it's like that, like, stop talking about Kanai Mishal Nazaria, right? I got it. They're great. Get Sadiq and they're fine. Right? So, you know, Nebuchadnezzar compares everyone to Kanai Mishal Nazaria. Their clothing wasn't singed at all. So, you know, you're short from God. Obviously, you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here? So Yoshua says it's pretty simple. They had the combined merits of 3 people. I'm only one guy. Avram, so I bet Avram was only one. So that's how he was thrown. Right? He says, but Avram was also thrown to the fire furnace. There was only one of him. He emerged, told your escape. So ultimately, again, so Tisha Yoshua says, here's the difference that ultimately Adam was thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore, the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown to the furnace with Rishayim. The fire had rishus to have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of shlichus, some level of control, it impacted his view as well. That's what people say. The famous adage that if you have 2 dry sticks and 1 wet one, the dry ones can ignite the wet one. In other words, normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but put in the fire around it, and ultimately, again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person can be very righteous. Also, so the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick can be very righteous. But surround the wet stick by enough rishayim, and unfortunately, again, the rishayim has an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible. The impact of our surroundings. So the verse is, by the way, Mike Tamei Yanish. What's the real reason? So the Gemara feels that that's not the real reason. Right? If Yoshua ben Gadol is really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him? Incredible. Because his sons behaved inappropriately. They were obviously married women where they were not really allowed to marry. And Yeshua, the father, said nothing. Failure to exercise parental right, paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is profound failure. Shneimar Yoshua, your lovers begun themselves. Yoshua was wearing sword clothing. If you got to show Yoshua, those begun themselves. I want to say, but one of those things, not just Kuna, Fel Michaba. I want to tell you, Darish Barkafra, it's important. Mike is what's meaning of the passage. Shish has Orima either not suddenly. So what's the Migilas Rus? Rus goes to the field of Boaz, and literally again, the passage says that Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So what is it? My Shish has what does it mean, 6 barleys? Even if she's some man, if you literally gave her 6 barley kernels. So they must say, if Boaz just give a per person 6 barley kernels, that doesn't make any sense. It looks like Tzaddik Gimel Amud Beis 93b. Ella, she sinned. Rather, he gave her 6 saws. Now that's a lot of barley. Listen, if we got to she sinned, is women going to be able to carry back 6 saws? That's a lot of barley. Ella Rama's law, Shasidin Shisha Banamates, and then from the back of the shape blocks. In fact, interesting what the Gemara says. In fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remez. It was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would be benched with 6 brothers. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, this were the 6 sons. Who are the 6 descendants? Well, again, each of them blessed with 6 brothers. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. By the way, this is Russ's pedigree. I will say, by the way, you know what you trace it all to? That pivotal moment when the Ami was going back to Quran, right? And the Ami said, don't come with me. And Arpa goes back to Moab, and this goes to Canaan. Sometimes in life, we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're aware we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware that we're at a crossroads. So this is a living life and kind of a mindfulness that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in the moment of a pivotal decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through this. Here we go. David, they said, I saw this right, this son of Yishai, Yodea Nagin, the Gibor Chayo, the Ishnochama, the Navon, right, the Navon Davar, the Ishkar. So it's about Shem Imo. So 6 brothers, again, we're defining what each of these are. Remember, these are 6 brothers. Now, this was said from Doeg, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. They will say, now, Doeg meant it. Your sons will say when somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to really, not even disparaging, but meant to treat animosity. Here we go. Yodea Nag, you always mean to knows how to play music. Shiodea Lishol, he knows how to ask questions in Torah. Gibar, Shiodea Lahashim, knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ishnochama, Shiodea Lisa Bitim in Nocham to Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar, Shemara Kanabala. He's a beautiful appearance, but he knows how to assert himself in halacha. Navon, he's a Navon that understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem, God is with him. Ultimately, whenever David says halacha, the halacha always follows. In all of these areas, Shaul said this is beautiful. But my son Jonathan has these same attributes. No such a busy day, Nami Lochadaday, Holoshtite Bekanyade. But ultimately, again, when Doeg said by Hashem, Hashem is at the meaning that the halacha always follows David. David always has like the impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Jonathan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that, of course, sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. To be Shaul said, by Shaul it says, wherever he was set, his eyes are, he would decimate. Talking about his enemies. David said, wherever David would turn, ultimately again it would be successful. So again, both are the shoulders of success. But David has an elevated form of success over Shaul. Incredible. We know the Doeg. How do you know that it was Doeg who said these things? It says, good. Next, Mashiach. Next. So therefore, I will say, the point over here is, Rus' descendants, remember, Boaz gives Rus 6 barrels of barley to highlight. Going to have 6 descendants who are each benched themselves with 6 brothers. Now, this one of those descendants, and the 6 brothers of David. Mashiach, Yosef. So I say, what's the breath of Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. I love Ruach Hashem. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chachma, Ruach Chachma, Ruach Itzah, Ruach Das, Viras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. I will say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Ultimately, again, we inspire that to country. Mitzvahs be soon purified. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I will say, is someone The Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvos and yisurim and suffering. And you always say, what do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we started yesterday about ultimately, again, if you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, that's the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit, is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our even in terms of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rava says, the Morach Vagoy, Mashiach is very interesting. All right, well, so you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here for today. Right. I'm going to say, I just want to point out, good. I got it. We didn't finish the doc. We didn't finish all the way. But I will say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time we looked a little abnormal. That was we were much more in range. Tremendous.
There we go. Sorry. Like a PTSD flashback.
All right, have a great day, everyone.
So much fun. Your new special too soon is Go watch it. There you go. Or they find it as on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Look up Too Soon. It's on our Solid Show podcast channel. Check it out. There you go.
All right, so good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. To thank our annual commissary sponsors. Those who talk about to dedicating all the films this year as a host for the Soul Fellows for Am Yisrael. Our commissary sponsors for the month of Adar Karmi is Jim and Rabbi Meir and Sabbath Dr. Harry Khan. Today we have C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef, Cohen, Ziv, Yudin, and Demi Kamis, and then we have William Ziv, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, the American Commissary. All of the shows have already the families in it, and the baseball will bring all of our hostages home, and our police soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Eager. So that let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Sabbath Day 92. We are picking up on Sabbath Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. Another Adonai is ready. Again, an incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. This year we definitely cycle like 8 years. Give us an extra 6 months to kind of go through what we're gonna like this. Listen, so if you want to look at the bottom, Sabbath Aleph from 91. In essence, we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antonius. One of the Antonius was a Roman official. A little bit of a sparkle of the day exactly who Antonius was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? Well, we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinatingly enough, he developed a relationship with Rabbi Udanos and Rabbi, and so the Gemara records multiple conversations between the two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antonius actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So Antonius said to the following: "We're going to show up. The problem with the Ashram and Hadid, this is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other. That's right. I'm so pleased. Look on that. The body can say it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? Very recently, especially. Shirim Shapir Shapir, how we look at it, go to the Kevin, because the body can say, look, I'll show you the Naya. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Neshama is laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. The Neshama can say, no, it's the body that's saying, what's the proof? Shirim Shapir Ashkenazim, Harini Koras, Ba'adir, Kitzipah. There's a Neshama that said, look at me. From the day that I left that Fashkunkin body, look what happened. I'm flying the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Right? So body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So it's this. So Antonius was asking, what's the question here? Antonius is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How does the particular hold the person accountable but essentially a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility, ultimately for the failure of man. So this is beautiful. So let me give you a mashal. Let me give you a mashal.
That is a crazy trick. How about one more time for Tony Scar, ladies and gentlemen?
I'll give you a little mashal. Listen to this. This is great. The Melech Passon Dam Shayla Pardes Not. The king had a beautiful orchard. The Hayaba on the base, you get out for it already. Valuable, in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. The very nice dates. Very nice figs. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, and one of them was blind. So I'm going to say, okay, so I guess you got to discuss. So these were the watchmen over the field. So I'm going to let you go to Sumo. So the crippled one said to the Sumo, to the blind one, the fellows knows anyway, I see that there's some really nice things in this field. But we have Kibani, so the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this, put me on your back, we'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the faith. So sure enough, sure enough again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the faith. None of Bob Harvey, so sometime later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, oh, the fellas now say, oh, one of his. So apparently they did a pretty good job consuming the pigs, and eat a lot of things in a relatively small amount of time, or whatever, for a long amount of time. So the owner comes back to better, where are my pigs? So I don't know, Sumo, put you see 90 years, also, sorry, I don't know, yet, put you see like I'm a Halik man, I don't know, Sumo, put you see 90 years. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability, how do they liability? So the blind guy said, how are you up in me? I don't have sight, couldn't have been me. The crippled guy said, when you're up in me, I don't have legs, clearly couldn't be me. So what does the Allah Sabbath do? This you figure, I got the sword done outside Jaffa. So the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. So yeah, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. I thought that was making the Shema, the Zerk of the book, to done on some Catholic. So that essentially says something you're right. The body by itself and the soul by itself to both potentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings in the Shema and literally throws it into the book. The gun on some Catholic. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as well as they. Shneimar, Yikra al-Shamayim me'ar, ve'ala aretz magin amo. Yikra al-Shamayim me'ar, who called to the heavens above, is in the Shema, ve'ala aretz magin imo, and he causes the coast of the earth to touch them together with it, Zahagir. So that's a really fascinating. So I'll tell you something amazing, really amazing. But maybe it's like a big issue. It's a key story you're doing over here. The guy says, it's not fair. Why should the Shema be held liable for the sins of everybody? And it's like, yeah, it's not the Shema that sins. It's the gift that sins. So why would the Shema be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what the Rebbe says. This is classic of Rebbe Yitzchak. The Rebbe says, because the Shema didn't fly cover. It's because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the Neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a good approach for the Neshama. The Neshama says, I'm not doing this. I'm not. I don't want to be a part of this. I want to be involved in this. And the Neshama defends itself. But maybe you say to the Neshama, how dare you? How dare you? You have sunk yourself and the body is struggling. Don't feel the gift is struggling. That's when you need to do that even more. That's when the fires of desire are burning. That's when you have to do that even more. That you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That's the Rebbe, is why the Neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You shouldn't try harder to stop and that's when the struggle is most acute, when you're most acute, that's when you don't walk away. Okay. And it's such a profound yesod. Such a profound yesod. Human nature is a very deep present. Forever present in a relationship. Relationship with other people. Relationship with things about it. I'm ready to work on myself. Whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay. As long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously there are times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not, that's when it gets hardest, is that's when you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. When the Shema is over there, because your body was struggling most, that's when the Shema really needed to be there. But instead the Shema is something incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm going to do this ready. I'm doing this ready. Should we not kind of get this? Yeah. This is hustle. This is, I'm not sure for me, this is like what you guys. So, this is I'm doing it again. So, I think, getting your session, well, we'll pick up the rest of the party. So, I'm going to do this ready. If they're not coming up to the Chicago area, listen to this. I'm doing this last ready. I want to bet you see from the questions. These are not questions, sometimes in the Gemara report questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. Questions are often dating questions meant to somehow, help finish their theology. If you notice that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually a real theological curiosity. It's just like a real curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rebbe takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not Antoninus being difficult, it's questions, because it is Antoninus being legitimately curious. See, Antoninus actually finds us into this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. They'll say, I was like, hey, watch this, there's $30 of rookies in there. Last couple of days I was talking about that. So if you ever hear you say that 5 years ago, the sun is glaring through those windows. Those windows. It happens to be, so the problem with that joke is, I don't know if that's the right amount of money to say. Thing in the world. So you really don't appreciate it. And we're really busy the whole day off, taking birds the whole day. Imagine if you sit on the air, for a little while, you'll see the sun coming up. You never know what's happening. It's my you see it coming up. Anyways, Antoninus asked, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? So it's evenly. So Rebbe says, what's your question? Everything was the reverse. I'm going to have it with that. Now you have the alphabet. So it's the reverse. And if it was the reverse, why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Everyone's asking, what's your question? I'm going to help you turn this on. No, here's my question. No, just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun reverse to the other direction? It's so beautiful. In order that the sun should give shalom aleichem, should give shalom to the Ribono Shalom. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi's on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of them are coming after Rashi and that, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page. Rashi took over both sides. So Rashi reads both sides of the page, and it makes sense that this case is going to go on there as well. So look at Rashi, Rashi on the right hand side, the Yisur Shalom Kola, Rashi Sharafu, Shashir B'Rayim, the Kid Shemadas, Agarai, the left hand of the Shekal of Elish Baruch. Listen, it wasn't the Shekhinah is in the west. Remember again, using the base of Mikdash, so remember, the Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies is situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's when it says that the Shekhinah is in the west. So therefore, the sun Kiviyachol comes and bows down before Kodesh Baruch Hu in the west. And it's because when it says it goes down, representing balance. So the Shekhinah itself, so the sun itself bows to Kodesh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So beautiful. So now, it's Rosh Hashanah. Alright, the Sisi Al-Palba, the Sisi Al-Palba is here, the people of Shem of the Tail. So I would say, so ask Antoninus, once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky, so rise in the east, come to mid-sky, bow there, so not bow there, bow there, and then just set. I think it's asking why does this not make this way always from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, that that's not himself. There's set right there. The question which the Gemara says, we should call them the over direction. Because of workers and travelers, there was always an Azina we should call them, we will call you Makshik to Tom, Shekishakama the Ensarakia Mira Yosa, who says that I is Charles Bill, but it's always shown the Rapper, at Shekashik of other job, and none of the Hariyazis, Masai Yakshak, Rakish, here's the problem. If the sun is set in the sky, so let's say what that is. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the workers there is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, for the spark in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west really serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it guides traffic and sparkle, and number two, it allows the next amount to touch the travelers and the workers. So that's what a tremendous muscle has to go. What does the first part want to maximize time for? What does it maximize the time for? Working and traveling. But if a person wants more than anything from us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, it could have caused the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. So the reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. To give us more hours in the day to travel. What do you mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if the child can maximize the time because he wants more than anything from us, to work. Plus, he wants us operating at our cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I feel like your career, like the career of your career, and your spiritual career, he wants us to journey, he doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. The show is like a so quick questions. And then it says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interesting enough indicates to us that Antoninus believes in the neshama, he believes in the soul. She asks, when does a person receive the neshama? Mishas Kikida or Mishas Isira. So let's say Kikida means literally again the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out what's again the beautiful Gemara of Sefas Nida, that the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the Malach speaks to the Tipa. And the Tipa sounds like literally again, what do you call it?
Which means not only is he funnier than me, means he sucks better dick than I do.
A blast. Okay, good. But guys, so the Malach takes the blast and he brings it up and he brings it before after the bar.
I love us, I really do, but man, half the people
what is it? That's called
here looks like the roof on the other half of looks like actually it's called broken.
So Antoninus asked Rebbe, when does the baby get his neshama? Is it at that moment that goes to blast, or maybe when it kicks on the ceiling, is literally again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. So you might say, oh, right, besides the tear. So that he says, the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so I think it doesn't make any sense. Actually, a people Shabbos or Omega Shlosh Yemen below Melach. They were not Shachas. So again, he says, you can't be, for example, you can't be the piece of meat out.
I produce shows, but also I do a bunch of gig work. I work at the Renaissance Festival and I'm like a bartender at different theaters and stuff like that.
What do you do at the Renaissance Festival?
I do sometimes comedy, but mostly I just talk in a British accent and serve people alcohol. As an example of that.
Without a neshama, it must be instead. It must be Allah Mishas Kikida. So Antoninus says to Rebbe, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time of the Shabbat, from the moment of inception. So Rebbe said, Rebbe said, and Rebbe said, Right. Secondly, there's a pasuk that backs up onto this. What's the pasuk? So the Gemara says, so literally again, so there's actually from Shas Pekidah, and the only thing from the moment from Mara, brings the people to drop upon HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shana Yuki, Mayua, which is Mayua, which also seems to indicate that the Shana is given to the entity in its initial blast form. Incredible. Let me tell you about though, because now that we spoke about Neshama, so when does a person get the Yitzhara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzira? So interestingly enough, so here the question is it in the time that the embryo that the fetus is formed, baby is formed, so that the sinews, the flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm sorry, it says, I'm sorry, Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded, and the time that the fetus is formed 2 years old, and that's when it's Yitzhara. So I don't think it makes sense. I'm going to both of my email the answer. If that's the case, the fetus will kick its way out of its mother. Which also says, if the baby had Yitzhara, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something amazing. What does the Yitzhara do? What does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara causes us to kick.
My trans sister said she witnessed a stabbing.
The entire opposite of the Yitzhara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's all top of the Yitzhara. And here's the interesting idea. The Yitzhara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a coffin inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, can be the most incredible engine of the world. Right? Everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonina says it can't be the baby has the Yitzhara because really will kick its way out of the womb. It must be that it treats the Yitzhara when it comes into this world. Every Rabbi says, Rabbi Ram Daniel Vedas. So Rabbi once again is used by Vedas. You're right. So you're absolutely right. Right? It must be that the baby receives it when exiting. The Mikra Messiah, and then again, there is an essence that supports this as well. The Pasuk says that literally again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Now, of course, again, this is talking about kindness, because by kindness, but it's a metaphor. The Pasuk at the opening, at the entrance of the world, sin crouches, the Yitzhara is there. And as I said, this needs to be back to the Bible, that the Yitzhara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. So most of it is soul, that the first of all, it's interesting to see. We know this from our own lives. Now, what does the Yitzhara do? Yitzhara gets me to kick down boundaries. But again, if I could understand, if I could channel that, then what is profound engine for personalistic growth? Other scenarios, it's like the Sonic 6. It's like the Fantastic Pixel. I want you to say that it's like, so bomb, either if you say, how would I be a bad guy? Yeah, that's the sick. As you damage, I say, this one was even. So let's go with by mind and not only by Araba. So as I said, interestingly enough, two different positions in our person that say so you guys know to translation. One person seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other person seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I say is one of the questions that we have. We started writing yesterday is that, like, how do people come back to translation? Unclothed. Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're like, okay, it's not only the movement in this reality, we come back again with our movement, but then we are healed by our HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. And let's say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries. Right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it. And then yes, I need some HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes down and heals me. That's tremendous. Let's go back to Ula brings down to let's say second white line and top of the place. Ula Mixit. Ila Hamavas like Netzach and Mokashan Deli Akopani. So literally again, that will be swallowed up forever. And Hashem will erase every tear and everything. To kill
just jokes, I think that works for them.
Also, here's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not
I know
death?
exactly what it's
One
like.
passage seems to indicate there's no more death. Other passages seem to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person. It sounds like they're living much longer, but there was some death. So which one is it? No kasha, can be sought on the all big go. So it's about Jews also on Jews. So apparently again by Jews there won't be death. By non-Jews there will be death. I have only go have a map out on some. What are non-Jews doing in the Muslim Mashiach? Or what? So this is interesting. Like, is there Christmas for non-Jews? Like, what is that? The Gemara says. So the Gemara says, "My God, awesome."
I love it. Maybe remind us how long you've been on stand-up.
I started 15 years ago. I took
Listen,
over
because
an alt
again,
right
apparently
like
they're
9
looking
years
at
after
this.
that.
First of all,
I
there's a
started
whole discussion in terms of
2020
like
just
righteous
before
Gentiles.
and then
What
it's been
they
on and
have
off.
both in Olam Haba
I got
and in
cancelled
Moshe
and started
Mashiach.
like
And
blacklisted
interestingly
for some
enough,
jokes.
this person seems to reflect the idea
Trans
that
jokes
the
and
Muslim
jokes
Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have
Yeah,
others who tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Am Yisrael. To be fully focused ultimately again on the spiritual growth. And this is interestingly enough, this is embedded in the whole subject, which is what is Messianic era? Right? What is it? You know, is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much Olam Kinu Hagonoy, the regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like. Because whenever the Gemara has these machloksim, the Gemara always quotes the same positive. It says, "Ayin lo rasa kilo azaka." And I never saw, and I never saw it except in yes. So in other words, we have these machloksim, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay.
That sweater does
But
kind of
this
look like the
doesn't
trans flag. I
But
gotta warn you.
also contrast it
That's
to
the colors
the
on it.
Fatah Labara, we both
So that's what it looks like. It's blue
Kimara
and
Hashem Tzivakos. Sid,
I really have it hanging over my bed, so I know.
you Shiva Sayin or Shiva
I
Sayal.
love it. Maybe,
So
but did you have
interestingly
the
enough,
kid? How old's this?
there's two different secrets. First person sees
Okay,
the
where's she
that
at?
the luminaries, the sun and the
She's at
moon,
a hotel,
will actually be
and I got a
darkened
babysitter,
in
and it
the
was
Messianic
so
era.
perfect.
The second person
Everything
seems
just
to
worked
indicate
out.
that will shine even brighter, that even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it?
She's
The
very
Gemara
normal.
says,
She's quite funny.
the Gemara says
Very
as well.
funny.
Lokasha, Kama Moshe Kama Olam Haba.
Okay,
As
well,
well, this is
recently,
interesting. One is
I'm
talking
a
about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again
and I've been teaching
you know,
my daughter to do
Mashiach.
the sign of the
So
cross
what
when we
does
go
this
past the
mean?
Catholic
So
Church.
apparently,
And we were at
you know
last
so
year,
much
we
in
were
Olam
one day
Haba, in Olam Haba,
telling her
there's the
to
light
do
of
the sign of the
Hashem.
cross. And so
Where there is only
then
the
the
light
other
of
day,
Hashem, the light of the luminaries
another
of the
day,
king.
we went
You know,
past
so
a Bella
Mashiach,
store, and I
that's
said, oh,
when
look, coming past a
all the
Bella store. She
luminaries
said,
will shine
do
even
I have to
brighter.
spin?
It was Shmuel. Da'amar Ein Bin Olam Hazeh, Moshe Mashiach, Ala Shibud Baruch Bilvat. And according to Shmuel, he says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shibud Baruch. And look, Shibud Baruch literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us the head alone. Right? Everyone leaves us alone. Which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all time. Right? We don't need your help, we don't need your love, we don't need this, just leave us alone. That Shibud Malchus, plus, of course, is a recognition ultimately again of the oneness of HaKadosh. So how do you understand this whole thing about the luminaries? Lokasha, Kama Machane Tzadikim, Kama Machane Shechina. This is beautiful. So speaking of what to come in the camp of the Shechina, so you don't need the luminaries because the Rebbe Shalom itself shines bright. In the camp of Tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Level on the seat. So other contrast with Tzikim, Ani Amista'afi al Tzid, Machatzti Ba'ani Ercha. So this is interesting. When the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machatzti, I broke and I will
We
heal.
met at work
So the
actually
words
for
are
working on a TV show.
Mashi
And my
Nenu
sister
Kalima,
loves
Ani Mechayes, the other Mashi Machatzti, Ani Ercha. The Prophet says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what the man said before. That how does T.S. and Nissen work? The way T.S. and Nissen works is first, they get brought back to life. Like they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes right with them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Yes HaNisim. But again, they come back how we were, and then ultimately they're going to bring the process. Because listen, the one part of the Gemara doesn't discuss over here, which is interesting. The part of the learning about question is how old are we? Like when we come back, like what is it? I'm not back a little younger. You know, we'll see. Again, so like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? You know, say like there are a shot that asks like a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with? Right? That's a little awkward. You know, like the nice, like how does that work? Like, so there's like a lot of stuff. Once you already happy the first time around, you know, like again, like you get a second chance, you know, you can go different. There's a lot of discussions with this. So like I said, the Gemara is not attempting to give us insight and give us a window, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be, the picture is always going to be incomplete. The Gemara is not about, hey, I'm the stock, yeah? So ultimately, Hashem says, I quite definitely bring back to life. Your question to me, but maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. Hashem says, I wrote for the whole field. None of the people for the effort, just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person, Lisa, the fighting the effort. So to again, life and death is also in the same person. You can't show the only ATS and it's in the Torah. And I will say, you said there's a proof since ATS and it's incredible. Tanya, I'm going to be there. No ATS and it's in the Torah. How do we know about resurrection of the death in the Torah? So I'm not. I will say, this is fascinating because here, we are now putting a possible Torah. Like, up until now, most of the truth, except for I cannot think of myself here for a time clip from my own so much in fact, most of the videos you can see are from Navi. How do we know different Navi? How do we know? Because you have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's the first Shiraya. The first Shiraya, it is from Navi. Okay? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a passage from the Torah. As Yashua Moshe ben Yisrael says Shira Hazos. So then it says, then Moshe and Father Yisrael will sing. Shalom Amar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe ben Yisrael. Moshe and ben Yisrael sung the song, rather Yashir. Future tense. What's the future tense? Because it's Kesanism in the Torah. This is a proof of Kesanism. Proof of Kesanism. Right? Future tense, that there will be a time in the future when Moshe and Father Yisrael will sing. He don't sing about us, singing again after all that. As Yivne Yoshua Mizbeach Hashem, Yoshua will build a Mizbeach Hashem. Balanem, our doesn't say he built it rather every Yivne. We come with Kesanism in the Torah. So we'll say what this represents to be something in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future where Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. What's the name of that? Sound which one is going to sing? Elamai, Kesanism. Yoshua will build. Yoshua's God. How can Yoshua build? Kesanism. Elamiata. As Yiddish so interestingly enough, what the pasuk says that Shlomo is actually crazy because Shlomo built a mizbeach for Chemosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Okay, now does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? Ella ma'ala ala kasas kibud. What's that different pasuk? Shlomo never had to build a mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. I said, why did it say that he did? And Shlomo Melech did not curb the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his errant behavior in his home, his head was comfortable as if he did it himself. Incredible. I'll never show it to you. From where do we know about Kesanis in the Torah? So the Shlema, Ashrei, Yoshrei, and Sefer, Odi Alaluka Sela, V'Hatelim. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home. Odi Alaluka Sela, right? They will go ahead and praise you. So the Lord says, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? And then you have future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. You tell Kesanis in the Torah. So what is this future praising? Future praising is really to Kesanis. So beautiful. Said to you, my very short lady, beautiful, you know, I call it a shit, whoever says Shira, whoever sees that in this world, will be put ultimately again. to sing Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar, Ashrei Yosef V'Sefa, Od Yavukasa. So there's so much to say about this. What does it mean if you sing Shira in this world? You sing praise God and Father in this world. Ultimately, again, you'll see the transformation on this piece of Olam Haba. On this piece of Olam Haba, the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh that you create for yourself. There's another piece of this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim, V'Atar Hashem, V'Hashem V'Nana, and V'Zivashkina. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, like they sit around like a star, like the deeds of the crown of the good deeds is on their head, and they derive benefit from the Shekhinah. That's Olam Haba. On that side, sometimes the person is very is there like a team room? Is there like a Shrek coming? Is there like he's a phone? Is that it? Is that it? So a lot of times you see that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with Hashem is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So that's something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world. Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Haba really is much more about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important, but if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So let's say, so it's interesting, if you want to enjoy Olam Haba, the Olam Haba has to look a certain way. And that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like if your world, if this life is about connection to God for the sorrowful, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But if not, if Olam Haba really is just about the Torah, just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. I'm going to keep out of it. I'm going to open up. So now, here's the next thing in that Torah. Shira, So once again, the voices of Tzofecha, of Genevieve, of those who see you, right? They will go out and call out to you, they will trace you future tense. Once again, future tense, not present tense. I'm looking about Abba, I'm looking on being Omen, Shiva Bakalach. This is so beautiful. In the future, Omen will say Shiva with one voice. It's the Shne'emar, called Tzofecha Nasu, called Yashka B'Yamin. That's how beautiful is that. All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of God speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most delicious. As we saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw something before. It's nevertheless speaking in one unified voice. I'm going to use that other out. He goes on not for us, those are the fine. If a person is king over teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, withholds Torah from the Talmud, like I said, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone, right? I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it, it's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shne'emar Torah Tziva Moshe, Morosha Tehillas Yaakov. Morosha here, we're calling some Shesh Nevi'im. So listen, you have the passage of the first Torah. So Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheshes generations. Rashi points out there was in the Shesh generations. So the Rashi knows that the Sid, Bereshis Barak, is Sheator Shnit Bereshis. Remember Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis Barak, in the beginning of created, the Shvit Rashis is a contraction. The Shvil Rashis. Because of that which was created first, after the particle created the world. Torah was created for Torah, Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore again, if I withhold the Torah from someone who I can give it to, this is I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not sure about this left, I'm not sure about Hasidah. Kalmare Halakha V'Talmud, if a Rebbe withholds Halakha from a Talmud, no, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't do so, doesn't do this, Afilu Ibn Shemai Yom HaKalan also. such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in Europe. Sometimes. Monea bar kappa tzadikes. Monea bar. Yikavor la'om. Ve'en la'om al ha'ivrin la'om l'ivrin fetuses shenamar u'la'om la'om ya'amas. Ve'en kavor al ha'kvara kavor l'ishretzin shenamar na'achol le'kavor kel by the way. Ve'en bar al-kor. Ve'en bar l'ishretzin shenamar nush bar el ya'am. So listen, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't see that like someone who's Mechal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. What kind of punishment mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore is cursed even by the fetuses. What's the pshat with that? There's a sinful and worst thing that a person could do is leave all the growth opportunity to someone else. They'll say we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the relationship you enable in each other. When you do something so maybe you were talking about here. A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. Rebbe has an opportunity to give up our life to a Talmud. Which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of personalistic responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world persons for that. Incredible. So in other words, you're not going to also be kafra. If you don't recognize one Torah from the student, literally again, so it means that you juice like a seed. Okay, and I'll say that. That's actually point out it doesn't mean juice like a seed. It means you forget your word. Just like that, if you put something into a seed, a Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his word. If he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours. Listen, who else in life? Nothing is possible. Everything that Hashem gives you, whether it's my money that he gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that he gives me to convince others. That's the whole of it, right? And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. Even I show on the afterwards, like, see how Yikavur la'om, see how Vayiko for the Jalko. Va'omar Abaye, he okra Yitziri. Literally something like a long drink, alright? Didn't run though, and what happens if you teach someone Torah? Let's say, this is all the punishment if you hold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his family in Torah? What's his reward? I'm going to say, Zerka Lebrichas Yosef. Incredible. So such a Rebbe, I was going to say, we still Rebbe, it sort of points out. A Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi. Doesn't have to be a rebbe, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to be over Torah to something. So you take your Torah and you say, "Listen, I can't get it for you." One of the most incredible things that sometimes you don't realize that you have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes getting other different types of chavrusas. Sometimes there's a chavrusa and both of you are on the same level. Sometimes you have a chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And it also, that is the most profound thing. You think whenever you see these Gemaras, you like automatically shit, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us our Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? You have privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shene'emar, and brachos on the Rosh Mashpir. Many Mashpir, Elo Yosef. That's what Shene'emar, Yosef Roshal Ala Aretz. Who are Mashpir L'chol Am Haaretz. So we say, brother, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone says their Torah? They get brachos like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avraham? Why bracha like Yosef? What's the entire about the Yosef? Yosef took his brachos, and what did Yosef do with his brachos? What did he do with it? He shared it with anyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. Right? Yosef, after everything that he had been through and every right to say, forget about the rest of you. I'm not going to take revenge. I'm not helping you. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef takes away. What does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef outside. Congratulations. Is beautiful. Kalamalami Torah Olam Hazeh, Zocha U'Mulam Deli Olam Haba. Wow. So let's say whoever teaches Torah in this world is Zocha to teach it in the world to come. Yeah, by the way, what does that mean? Well, again, once again, remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does it all mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? So let's say that if you teach Torah in this world, it is going to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. So let's say, hopefully, it also that the people you learn Torah with, or people who learn Torah with, and then Hashem will be so to learn this world the next one. Can you imagine if we have our Kabbalah, if we have our Shem in Olam Haba? I feel like we're going to move faster, right? I don't know if move faster. But I mean, that's Hashem. Let's say, how incredible would that be? You remember that Shnei Mar? It's a long enough time. There's no time at all. At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. You want to Shnei Mar? That man who you're that. You see this fixation, by the way. I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to make so many liars full of cuss, right? This is now only 3 black,
nursing and community college students, pretty awful.
1.5 black. Right, so 1.5 black, right? So first of all, because again, the nature of Yasamisim is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many truths for us as possible. Wants to find as many Shnei Mar. If you don't, Al Yamos, Ruben will not die. Parshas Vayikra. If you Ruben Ba'olam Hazeh, no, not Parshas Vayikra. Sorry. It's not the brachas of Yaakov. It's the brachas of Moshe Rabbeinu. If you Ruben Al Yamos, if you Ruben Ba'olam Hazeh, Ruben will live in this world. Al Yamos the Olam Haba, and he will not die in the world to come.
Emmanuel, anything crazy about your life that we'll find interesting? Let's see.
So it's incredibly enough. A number of these statements from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some for the world to come and some for degradation. The act of mirth forbids the Tanakh, the Talmud, the Garach, and now ultimately again,
what are you going to do?
Go to your place and rest, but stay literally again, return to God, return for your destiny at the end of the day. Well, it's actually interesting because remember these people, we actually say the Kabbalah. This is actually the custom that we say after the Kabbalah is completed. Before the Abba leave the Keva and walk back to the shul, walk back to the line, we actually, it's not halacha, but it's minhag. Many of the minhag actually recite this pasuk of blessing it to the neshama. However, like a kind of Shemani gets like Siba de Nefas, you don't want to leave your own Abba. Any leader who leaves his flesh, who leaves his Siba, the Nefas. Now, what is Nefas? Nefas means with a gentle pace. A gentle pace, not yelling, he's not screaming, he's not fighting brimstone, not mean, they're not. The Nefas is not a person like this, is not that to lead Siba Olam Haba as well. I will say, these Gemara seem to indicate that Olam Haba is a reference to Messianic era, right? Post-Yas HaNisim era. Shnei Amar, Kimrachim Minhagim Va'amavui Ma'inam. Marvel Lezer, Gidol Dea, this is incredible. Gidol Dea, Shenifta Ben Shtei Asos. Dea, wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is in a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between, it really means between 2 letters. What it actually means is between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar, Kel Deos Hashem. So what you see that? Deos is mentioned in the word Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between 2 names of the Rebbe Hashem. Allah says, go to Mikdash. The Mikdash is getting Shmita and Shnei Osias because it was given over between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar, Alta Hashem, Mikdash Hashem. So it's the Mikdash is sandwiched between 2 names of Hashem. Masita Yavada, Masita Yavada, Kakira, after you don't want to come up. Shmita and Shnei Osias. Oh, you use that model. When it's son of vengeance, vengeance is also great. Because vengeance is given between 2 names of Hashem. Sid, Kel, Nikamos, Hashem. Like the Pasuk says, like Kel, Nikamos, Hashem, Kel, Nikamos, Sophia. So we're like, when they say, right? Vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think of vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. You do it on the stay on false hello now. So why do I need two revelations? So far, I use like a revelation. Like two revelations. That doesn't say revelation twice. That it's just as Sophia words. But it says in the comma twice. So it's like two revelatory moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, the one ultimately are able to be like the vengeance for good and the vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good to be like the Baruch repays good. Right, to take revenge for good. Also, it also means that sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has a should be punitive in nature. So in other words, call them sheesh for there, because it's good for them. Every person who is there, who has right understanding, to even if it's a mistake to your life. It's as if the Beis Hamikdash was broken in days. Shazet is the man's wife. Shazet anything makes the also. Shazet anything makes the also. Because ultimately, again, as we said before, there is between feelings of Hashem and weakness and feelings of Hashem. Now, what that means? What exactly that means? Every person who has Deah and wisdom, if Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt, and they come back to that Gemara. So you can underline it, come back to it after we get a written definition of really what Deah means.
You don't remember the joke? Sure. Yeah, it was
okay. Conversation like this, actually, no. Otherwise, so Adam Shish will there, the Sopnis Ashton. Any person who is there will become wealthy. Shenemar, will be das, Khalid, your mother will call her, your carbon, no, call Adam Shein will there, Asimulachim Allah. Any person who doesn't have there, ultimately, again, you can't have Rahmanas on Shenemar, Kilo and Binasu, Akimo Yachamel, Osir, Bioto, Call Hanos in people in Mishain Balder, you still buy a lot. Where is bread? Somebody who doesn't have Deah, ultimately, again, bad things will happen. So we'll say, it's very interesting. So you see, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have Deah. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have Deah. And we'll say, what's the shot with this? What's the shot with this? We'll say, what's the Deah? What this? We translate it as wisdom. But we'll say, but what is the good that is just from it's a different perspective? What is the core teaching of wisdom? Like, what is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Hazal, like notice that his brothers. It speaks about Havdalah Shmona Esrei. Hazal says, where did Hazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? After calling La'adam Das. The most basic concept of Das is the ability to be mapped, the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and God. Das is most before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Tar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a Chacham, like, remember again, there's Chachma, there's Bina, there's okay, so Chachma, Bina, those are the higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have Das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's what Chazal said, if somebody doesn't have Deah, don't have Rahmanas on them. Don't have Rahmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. You're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have Deah, they give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an errant lifestyle. I will say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. Have that? If you have that, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. As I always said, any person who has Deah, he will need the Beis Hamikdash to Yama. Right? Ultimately, again, because listen, at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Deah. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tamei, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's kol, what's mutter, what's asar, what's tov, what's not. And as long as I have that, I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. But as long as I have Deah, I will be successful. But conversely, if I don't have Deah, I'm I don't have day off. Number one, if I don't have day, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have day off, it's my fault. But for you to acquire it is the highest level of person is the culpability. The point is that you didn't help out a person. It's such an overwhelming and incredible demand. And that's how you actually sorry, this is like, I'm not going to say, how much people you say about day off? You still not about. That's why, again, if you give your black to someone that doesn't have day off, the giver will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the road path in life. שנאמר, רק לפי עשינו בזאת הככה, ויצבון במזל על יסמין שנאמר, היה לך לזכויות, וידע שעזר ואמר מזל. However, sitting by there, so for both, person doesn't have there, or it to be exiled. It's a lot of sense. Why? You know what I'm saying? If I don't have there, chances are I won't be able to build the solid life. I won't be able to build a relationship. Because if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build a relationship. It's as simple as that. It's like there are people who don't, who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see life from the way. And they'll make every single excuse why what they do is okay, even though it's clearly not, can't build relationships, can't build a home, can't build a life. As soon as the self-builder, if you want to share, right? Look, we brother, I mean, we got some of those. For my shit, but you know, which one better I love. It's a loss. Most of the other girls, that's there. Most of this is a ridiculous. Any homes in which words of Torah are not heard in at night, or any home in which there's not Torah in at night, each of us a fire will consume it. Shemar, Kafosha, Kamenix, Dinar, Kafay, Eish, Merafia, Yara, Silva, Ohala. The Eish, Silva, and Kafam, because I'm very sure now, the Sweden of Shashan's Hawaii, but fine, because what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learned in at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty, program. First of all, it's like, it's very important to me. In addition to coming to shore for night saving, and the beautiful inspiration, which everybody has an obligation on night saving, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night saving. So I'm stuff like that, I'm dabbling in this. So you have to have night saving, but in here, it's like I'm not joking around. Like, a youth has to come to this leverage for a little bit at night. Even if it's just for a couple of minutes. And start reminding the Torah this leverage. Okay, in addition to that, person also has to learn at home. Person has to have Torah in your house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So let's put shots on the Gemara says every year. In any home in which Torah is not learning at night, fire consumes it. Perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Like that's like light is always a metaphor for difficulties. Once in night is like this. Whole bodies. Any good way Torah is not involved by life, right? So any home in which Torah is not heard of life, whether it's any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. Right? As soon as it becomes light, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. To understand, Eish Ochlaso. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life is rooted in its connection to this. So even during the lighter periods of life, there is Torah in my home. There is Torah in my life, and I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that begins is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then Esha plus. Then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, will consume all the circumstances. Once I have to stop over here, I have to stop over here. Fantastic. That's a detail. That's a detail. I think tomorrow's going to be a catch-up day. Because we such a much shorter Gemara. Everyone. Such a stress track, everyone.
I just got a job. I'm a stripper.
It's not a bad idea.
I work at a wire factory.
Oh, was it on the
Stripping wires and fabricating cables and stuff.
Very nice. Yes. Very nice. What did you do before that?
I was into welding. I actually parked cars for a long time with the PMC company out here as a valet. Then they made me a bellhop, and the tips are really shitty, but I love working there. And I got
All right, come on, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shift. To thank our annual commentator.
And he couldn't understand why I wanted to quit. And, I like that guy. I don't
Sponsor. Telson Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael to dedicating all the Shulman Drushos this year as a zis for the Soros Tavos Sha'am Yisrael. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Adar, Tari and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, from the Bracha, Sid Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Shmuel Ben Yisrael, from the Bracha Yotam, and the merit of our commentator. All of the Neshama Sabbath, the families in the Bracha will bring all of our hostages home, and our holy soldiers will be successful. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzadik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzadik Aleph, Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm really entering this again, but incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. This should make the daf in cycle like 8 years. But if given like an extra 6 months to kind of work through Gemaras like this, but all right. Okay. Good. So let's say, since we want to go from the bottom, Tzadik Aleph from Aleph 91a. Amalei Rabbi Ivan, Amalei Antoninus Rabbi. I will say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antoninus. So again, Antoninus was a Roman official. There's a little bit of a historical debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinating, he developed a relationship with Rabbi. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rebbe on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus says the following: go for the Shalom, you hold them with the Atzman and Hadid. This is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, is another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? Kesad. With Omer, the body can say it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? Better listen to this question. Shem Shapir Shemeni, how are you moving for Kevin? Go into Kevin. Because the body can say, look, I'll show you what I am. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? I'm just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who was the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. When the Neshama could say, Guf Chata. No, it's the body that sinned. What's the Guf? Shemim Shepirashti Minenu, Harini Polachas Ba'avir Kitsita. Because the Neshama could say, look at me. From the day that I left that frustrating body, look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Right? So the body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So listen to this. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question here? Antoninus is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? So how does the responsible hold the person accountable? When essentially a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility ultimately for the failure of man. So this is beautiful. I'm trying to come on let me give you a muscle. Let me give you a little muscle.
Move it up to a slightly medium jump. There he goes. Daniel Shepard. Thank you, Tony. You're welcome, buddy.
I'll give you a little muscle. Come on, listen to this. This is great. The Melech Pasam Dam Shayla Pardishna. The king had a beautiful orchard. The Hayabal on the base. Get out already. Hayabal, the Choros Nos, and in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. The Choros Nos, very nice dates. Right, very nice dates. The Hoshit Shoman. Now the king put there 2 watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, and one of them was blind. So I'm gonna so if you got it discount. Again, so these were the watchmen over the field. So I don't know if you're gonna see them. So the crippled one said to the Shuma, to the blind one, the fellows knows I see that there's some really nice things in this field. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the figs. So sure enough, sure enough again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the figs. The Yomim Baal Pardes, so sometime later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, "Oh, I have the farmers know, hey, where are my figs?" Apparently, they did a pretty good job consuming the figs, and eat a lot of figs in a relatively small amount of time, or whatever, a long amount of time. So the owner comes back to tell them, where are my figs? So I'm going to sumo, whom usually 9 years, also, I'm sorry, I'm going to eat, whom usually like my Mahalik one, I'm going to sumo, whom usually 9 liros. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How did they liability? So the blind guy said, "What do you want from me? I don't have sight. It couldn't have been me." The crippled guy says, "What do you want from me? I don't have legs. Clearly couldn't be me." So what does the Baba Sada do? Here, so the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. So you're right, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Making the Shema, the Zarka Baguf, the Gun on some Kafat. So that essentially says, you're right. The body by itself and the soul by itself, the both potentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shema and literally he throws it into the book. The gun on some Kafat. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as one entity. Yikra al Shamayim Me'al ve'al ha'aretz modin amo. Yikra al Shamayim Me'al, he calls to the heavens above, Zun Shama ve'al ha'aretz modin imo, and he calls to the earth for judgment together with it. Zehadov. So most really fascinating. So I'll tell you something amazing. It really is such a big issue. It's so it never says. But still, it's not fair. Why should the neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? And at the end of the day, let's be honest, it's not the neshama that sins. It's the book that sins. So why would the neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? Listen to what the Rebbe says. This is classic of Levi Yitzchak. The Rebbe says, because the neshama didn't try hard enough to stop it. Because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a dark question, neshama. But you understand, right? In other words, like I'm out. I'm not doing this. I just like I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the neshama upsets itself. The lady says, "Neshama, how dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah. You upset yourself when the body is struggling. Dafka, when the good is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. A chutzpah that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That, says the Rebbe, is why the neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You should have tried harder to stop, and dafka, when the struggle is most acute, that's dafka when you don't walk away. Listen, it's such a profound episode. Such a profound episode. Human nature is, I'm willing to be present, forever present in relationship with other people, relationship with the country. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay. As long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously, there are times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not, says the Rebbe, dafka when it gets hardest is dafka when you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The neshama is held culpable. Because when the body was struggling most, that's when the neshama really needed to be there. But instead, the neshama upset himself. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm going to do this Rebbe. I'm doing this Rebbe. With me, it's crazy. He's 2 hours. Yeah, it's impossible. Seriously, for me, this is like with me. We're switching to Amud Yomi until the end of Sanhedrin. Then I'm here at Hashem. We'll pick up with the rest of the Talmud. So I'm going to answer this Rebbe. If they not come out to the Mizrach Shukasa around, listen to this. I'm doing this as Rebbe. And also, by the way, you see from the questions, These are not, sometimes when the Gemara records questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews, the questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, poke holes in our theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rebbe takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not Antoninus being difficult or trying to dispute us. This is Antoninus legitimately curious. See, Antoninus is very following this. Listen to this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. I say, I have to have a real appreciation for this Gemara. The last couple of days I was traveling flying. So if you're ever here in Yisrael, the sun is glaring through those windows. This is the most beautiful thing in the world. So, we don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. Remember, if you sit over here, a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over here. Remember, by 5, you'll see it setting over there. Anyway, Zacharias asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? Alright, so it's Tuesday. So Rebbe says, what's your question? And if it was the reverse, I'm like, you have it, not me have you have it. So in other words, and it's the reverse, right? If it was the reverse, the rest in the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? In other words, Rebbe was asking, what's your question? I'm like, I'll be coming in. No, here's my question. If they mash up class, the Nara. No, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun need to reverse to the other direction? It's so beautiful. Shalom Lakona. In order that the sun should give Shalom Aleichem, should give Shalom to the Ribbono Shalom. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi's on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of Nechama finishing the daf, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides. So Rashi moves both sides of the page in the sense that the space is going to be longer as well. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, the Elikim Shalom Lakona, Lakham Shparchu, Shashir B'Ma'arov. The Kiva Shemagas, Adaman, Homlachas, Umshtachal Adechel Shparchu. We'll say, what does mean the Shechina is in the west? So remember again, using the Beis Hamikdash model, so remember the Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies was situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's what it means when it says that the Shechina is in the west. So therefore the sun Kiviyachol comes and bows down before HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the west. And it sets, because when it sets it goes down, representing down. So the Shechina itself, so the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So beautiful. Alright, we see Alpalga Kia, the TK Sham of the tail. So I understand. So ask Antoninus. So once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky? So rise in the east, come to mid-sky, bow there, right? So not bow there. In other words, bow there, and then just set. In other words, Antoninus is asking, why does this not make its way all the way from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, bow down to our Baruch and set right there. The question which the Gemara says, Mishum Paulin the overage driving, because of workers and travelers. I will say, what does that mean? Look at Rashi. Mishum Paulin, Ilukar Chayim Makshech Pitzon, Shekishachama Be'emsa Rakia Me'ira B'Yosef, Usul Shadayim Yishahal Payom, by Paulin Shalom Alach, but Ashekashech of overage driving, Nan Lahari Yodim, Masai Yaksha, Vakish. Here's the problem. If the sun was set in the sky, so most of it's backwards. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the work is very coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in terms of people's purpose. Number one, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for the travelers and the workers. So also, what a tremendous Musa Haskell. What does a person want to maximize time for? What is that maximizing time for? Working and traveling. But if a person wants more than anything for us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, he could have caused the sun to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work, to give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if we try to maximize the time because he wants more than anything from us, is to work. Yes, he wants us operating on all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I'm talking about your career, like the career, material career, and the spiritual career. He wants us to journey, doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun goes. Incredible. The Shana Amos and Niklamadam. Profound questions. And then it says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that Antoninus believes in the neshama. He believes in the soul. He asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Yisira? So let's say, so Pekida means humility again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out once again the beautiful Gemara Sefer Smiga, the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, what do you call it? The beginning of pregnancy, what is it? Fetus, embryo, a blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, what is this? That's called Pekida. Because Pekida means, remember, that's what the malach is saying to Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So Antoninus asks Rebbe, when does the baby get his neshama? Is it at that moment, like when it's the blast, or maybe no, when it takes on serum, literally again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby lips of the fetus looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, so Rebbe says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so Antoninus says it doesn't make any sense. So again, he says it can't be. Just for example, a piece of meat, right? You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days and it won't go bad. It needs salt, it needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, so how does the blast, like how does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead, it must be Elo Mishas Pekida. So Antoninus says to Rebbe, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time that it's about, so from the moment of inception. So Rebbe said, Davar Zelam Dari Antoninus. Look at this. So what's this incredible? Rebbe said, Antoninus, you ready? Right. Saying good. Right. And furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus. What's the pasuk? So the Gemara says, so literally again, so they're dashing it from Shas Pekida, from the moment of Pekida, from the moment of the malach brings the tip of the drop of our Baruch Hu, Shamra Yuki, my ruach preserves you. My ruach keeps you, which of also seems to indicate that the neshama is given to the fetus, to the entity in its initial last form. Incredible. Let me say it's hard about that because now that we spoke about neshama, so when does a person get the Sahara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzia. So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from the time maybe that the embryo, that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, or is that there's sinews, there's flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm sorry, Gemara says, I'm sorry, Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded, from the time that the fetus is formed in utero, ultimately again, that's when there's Yitzhak. So I think this doesn't make sense. I'm going to boy from my if that's the case, the fetus will kick its way out of its mother. Which I will say, so we hear this? So if the baby really had a Yitzhak, the fetus had a Yitzhak, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something amazing. What does the Yitzhak do? What does the Yitzhak do? The Yitzhak causes us to kick. The entire essence of Yitzhak is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Sahara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this. I don't care. It's called Chapti Sahara. But here's the interesting idea. The Sahara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Sahara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a power inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, could be the most incredible energy of the earth. Right? Everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonino says it can't be the baby has the Sahara because literally it will keep its way out of the womb. It must be that it receives the Sahara when it comes into this world. Ellen is asking here. He says it covers on Daniel Kaninas. So Rebbe once again agrees with that. He says, you're right. He says, you're absolutely right. Right? It must be that the baby receives it when exiting. Umikra Messiah, and ultimately, again, there is a pasuk that supports this as well. Shneimar, the Pesach Chatos Rodates. The pasuk says that literally, again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Of course, again, this is talking about Cain. It's by Cain, but it's a metaphor. The Pesach Chatos is at the opening, at the entry to the world. Sin crouches. It's a hard day. And also, this seems to be the adopted approach. It's very interesting. That the Sahara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. But also that this is soul, but the first of all, it's interesting and we know this from our own lives. Now what does the Sahara do? The Sahara gets me kicked down boundaries. But again, if I can harness that, if I can channel that, then what a profound and beautiful personalistic world. All right, so Moses, Rish Lucky Comic Suit. Rish Lucky Fantastic Suit. I wanted to say it was like, so bomb, Iber, Upisea, all of you, right? That's yeah. So, as the Dalek, Io, Pisea, the ritual Russian, even Nifko Midbar Mind, the Nachalim Ba'alava. So, as I said, interestingly enough, people focus on that first and so the Gemara says, yes, and one pasuk seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which of us is one of the questions that we have. We saw it right from yesterday's that. Like, how do people come back to this and clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're right, Hakri, it's like in reality, we come back again with our movement. But then we are healed back from this power. Incredible. I will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries. Right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it. And then it's yes, and Lisa Makabushka goes there and heals me. That's tremendous. Let's go back to Ula Ramixit. Ula brings down to Tzilas, the second wide line, and Tzadik Alapon days. Ula Ramixit. Ula Hamaras, Nashak, Matsashon, Dili Alpha. So literally again, death will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will erase every tear from every face. Sid, Kiana, Ben Meashana, Namos. Lo Yen, Shum, O Double. So here's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person. You sound like will live much longer, but there will still be death. So which one is it? Okashio, time you saw time all big Kohanim. One is not Jews, one not Jews. So apparently again by Jews there won't be death, by non-Jews there won't be death. I have all big Kohanim, not Bao Hassan. What are non-Jews doing in the Muslim Mashiach? Or what? Which is interesting, like, is there Tchias for non-Jews? Like, what is that? So the Gemara says, my Baal Hassan, Hanach Tzibolu, the Angus Yarim, the Usan Acham, the Neka, and Karnacham. Also, because again, apparently, there will be non-Jews. First of all, there's a whole discussion in terms of like righteous Gentiles, what they have, both in Olam Haba and the Moshe Mashiach. But interestingly enough, this Gemara seems to reflect the idea that the Moshe Mashiach is much more like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Am Yisrael. We'll be fully focused ultimately again on the spiritual growth. Now, this is interestingly enough, this is embedded in a whole subject of this, which is what is Messianic era? What is it? Is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much Olam K'min the regular world? So again, that's the backdrop. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like. Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokes, the Gemara always quotes the same passage, which is, and I never saw, never sought except for you, Hashem. In other words, we have these machloksim. These questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay. This one is the kiss brought up also contrasts with Tzidkin. The Chacham Rabbanah who both Shachamo, Kimala Hashem Tzidakos. See, the Hayahar Rabbanah Korachamo, Korachamo Yi Shivasayim Kor Shivasayim. So what's this? Interestingly enough, there's two different speakings. First person seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually be darkened in the Messianic era. And second person seems to indicate that they'll shine even brighter. That even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? The Gemara says as follows. Lokasha, Kalimos Mashiach, Kalo Adam Haba. I suppose this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again Yemos HaMashiach. So what does this mean? So apparently Yemos HaMashiach in Olam Haba, there's the light of Hashem. Where there is only the light of Hashem, the light of the luminaries is dimmed. In Yemos HaMashiach, that's when all the luminaries will shine even brighter. With Shmuel, the Amar Ein Bein Olam Hazeh Yemos HaMashiach Arashid Goyos Shlovar. But according to Shmuel, he says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shibud Goyos. The Messianic Shibud Goyos literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone. Right? Everyone leaves us alone. Which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all time. Right? We don't need help, we don't need your love, we don't need this, just leave us alone. That's Shibud Goyos. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the oneness of our God. So how do you understand this whole thing about the luminaries? Lokasha, Kamarakha Tzadikim, Kamarakha Shechina, which is beautiful. So to speak, in the world to come, when we camp up the Shechina, so you don't need the luminaries, because the both of them shines bright. When we camp up Tzadikim, that's when the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Rav and Sid, so other contrast with Tzadikim, Ani Amista'at Sid, Machatzti Ba'ani Erba. So those are the things. So the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machasti, I broke and I will heal. So he goes, Mashi name is Ani Mechayet. The other, Mashi Machasti Ani Erba. He says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what Gemara said before. That how does Tchias Anisim work? Where Tchias Anisim works is first to get our brought back to life. If they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes in and heals them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias Anisim. That again, we come back how we were, and then ultimately again the healing process. Of course, listen, the one part of the Gemara doesn't discuss over here, which is interesting. The $5 million question is, how old are we? Like when we come back, like why is it? Not to come back another, it would be nice. It'd be nice. So that again, so I was like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? You know, see, like I try to ask, like a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with? Get a little awkward, how does that? So there's like a lot of stuff. What if you weren't happy the first time around? The second chance, they do things a little differently. There's a lot of discussions with this. So like I said, the Gemara is attempting to give us insight and give us a window, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be, the picture is always going to be interesting. So the Gemara goes back, I'm the stock, yeah? So ultimately Hashem says, I caused death and I bring back to life. Sorry, maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. See today, therefore the end of the pasuk comes along. It says, Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. So too again, life and death is also in the same person. And I don't say this serves as a proof to Tchias Anisim. Incredible. Tanya, I'm already there. How do we know about resurrection of the dead from the Torah? Also, this is fascinating because here the Gemara is now quoting a pasuk from the Torah. Right up until now, most of the psukim, except for most of the psukim, as you can see, are from nothing. How do we know that they're from Navi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's the first raya that it's from nothing, right? So the Gemara says this follows. So now I have a pasuk from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe B'nei Yisrael Sashira Hazos. So then, right? Then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Shar lo ne'amar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Bnei Yisrael. Moshe and Bnei Yisrael sung this song. Rather, Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikan l'tchias hanisim ha'Torah. This is a proof to tchias hanisim. Proof to tchias hanisim. Right? Future tense that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. You don't say the better. Sing it again. As Yifnei Yoshua Mizbeach LaHashem. Yoshua will build a Mizbeach Hashem. It doesn't say we built, rather every year. So what this represents is there'll be sometime in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future when Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. Moshe Rabbeinu was dead. Now Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. Yoshua will build. Yoshua's dead. So after Yoshua build, as given the Shlomo Bana L'Kmosh, Shakutz Moab. Also, it's interesting enough that the pasuk says that Shlomo Melech is actually a crazy pasuk. Shlomo Melech built a Mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? That's a different pasuk. Shlomo Melech never had to build a Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. I said, why does it say that he did? Shlomo Melech did not curb the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his errant behavior in his home, he's held accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. From where do we know about Tchias Hanisim Torah? It's a beautiful killing. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home. Right? They will go ahead and praise you. So the Gemara says, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. What is this future praising? Future praising is a remnant to Tchias Hanisim. Beautiful. Says the Madonna lady, beautiful. Whoever says Shira, whoever sings in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to sing Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar Ashrei Yoshei Nesecha Od Yaluch. So there's so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you say Shira in this world? You sing praise in this world. Ultimately, again, you'll sing it together. Animals priest and Olam Haba. Animals priest and what it means to say. The Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece to this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim V'Asharaseyim Barashem V'Neinim Mizidashchina. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit around the Kadosh Baruch Hu, the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit from the Shechina. That's Olam Haba. I will say, there's sometimes the person who's down there like, is there like a tea room? Is there like a Shreki coming? Is it full of micro? Is that it? Is that it? And also a lot of times you see, that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Hazeh really is much more about all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important, and if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown. Tremendous letdown. So we'll say, so it's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, but Olam Haba has to look a certain way. And that's what we're saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like if your world, if this life is about connecting to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But if not, if Olam Haba really is just about the material, or just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. אומר לי קיבה אבא, אומר לי יוחנן, מנהל את כס הניסים מן התורה, שנאמר, ולא כנס ניסים מן התורה, שנאמר, כל צפף הנוסי, כל יחד ירעננו, רינינו לא נאמר אל ירעננו, כאן את כס הניסים מן התורה. So once again, the voices of Tzofef, of the Nevi'im, of those who see, right, they will go ahead and call out Yira'nenu, they will praise you, future tense. Once again, future tense, not present tense. אומר לי קיבה אבא, אומר לי יוחנן, הסידים כל נביאים, כולם אומרים, Shira Bakalach, which is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Shnei Amar, Kol Tzofech HaNasu Kol Yachdav Yira'nenu. We'll say, how beautiful is that? All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All of the leaders of Klal Yisrael speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most of Mashiach. Again, as we saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw this already before. It's nevertheless speaking in one unified voice. Amar Yehuda Amar Amarav. He goes home and not us about himself. So I'll say this is profound. If a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, withholds Torah from the Talmud, then we'll say, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Whereas I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it, it's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shnei Amar Torah Tzivon Moshe, Morasha Kigilas Yaakov. Morasha Ki L'chol Yisrael Mishesh Shnei Rosh. So we'll say, you have the possibility to Morasha. Morasha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time, from Sheshes Shnei Rosh. Rashi points out there, what is it in the Sheshes Shnei Rosh? So again, Rashi points out the Sid, Bereshis Bara, Yishilakar Shnei Bereshis. Remember, Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis Bara, what is the Bereshis? In the beginning, associated, Bereshis is a contraction. Yishvil Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. The world was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, if I withhold Torah from someone who I can give it to, it's as if I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not going to Bizna. I'm not Shem Chasida. Talmudei Halacha Talmud. If a Rebbe withholds Halacha from a Talmud, in other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't show this. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Shnei Amar, Monei Abar Tap and Tzadik Beis. Monei Abar, Yikavo La'om. Ve'ein La'om Ela. Ubrin La'om Ubrin fetuses Shnei Amar Ula'om La'om Yamatz. Ve'ein Chavo Ela. Chlama Chavo who is cursing Shnei Amar Ma'akov Lo Chavo Kel by Bilam. Ve'ein Bar Ela Torah. Right, Bar means Shnei Amar. Nosh Ibar Pen Iyana. So we'll say, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't see that like someone who's Michal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. You know, what does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore he's cursed even by the fetuses. Like what's the pshat with that? What's like sometimes the worst thing that a person could do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. You'll say we make the mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something for someone else first, what is it we're talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. A Rebbe has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of personalistic responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like, if you don't get, if you withhold Torah from a student, so literally again, so means they pierce you like a sieve. Okay, now let's say now, what Rashi points out, what does it mean pierce like a sieve? It means you forget your learning. Just like right, if you put something into a sieve, the contents close to food, a Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours, nothing is his. Nothing is mine. Right? Nothing belongs to us. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the whole of life, and therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. I lose it. For Bidalto. Va'amar Abaye ki ochla dikitsiru. Literally perfect like a long delivery. All right. In Lumdo. And what happens if you teach someone Torah? This is all the punishment if you withhold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his Talmidim Torah? What's his reward? Amar Shei says, Zocha lebichas Yosef. Incredible. So such a Rebbe, and when we see a Rebbe, I just want to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi. Doesn't have to be a Rebbe, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you share Torah. I can't tell you how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes, again, there are different types of chavrusas. Sometimes there was talking about chavrusa and both of them are on the same level. When you have a chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning, you become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I want to say that is the most profound thing. We think whenever we see these Gemaras, we automatically shift. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it. And if you convey that Torah, what happens? You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shene Emar, the bracha l'rosh mashpir. Ve'im mashpir elo Yosef. That's Shene Emar. Yosef var shalit ala aretz. Hu mashpir l'chol am haaretz. So we'll say, by the way, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone shares their Torah? They get brachas like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? So what's the entire about of Yosef? Yosef took his brachas, and what did Yosef do with his brachas? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. Right? Yosef, after everything that he had been through, had every right to say, forget about the rest of you. If I'm not going to take revenge, I'm not helping you, I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef HaTzadik. Kalamalami is beautiful. Kalamalami Tarba Olam Hazeh, Zocha Umolam Gali Olam Haba. Wow. Let's say whoever teaches Torah in this world is Zocha to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does it mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? I will say that if you teach Torah in this world, it is looking at to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. Which I will say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, or people you learn Torah with, and we're to show you the Zohar to learn in this world the next one. Can you imagine? We have our Chabura, we have our share in Olam Haba. I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I feel like we'll be able to move faster. But here, I will say, how incredible would that be? So the Gemara goes like, Shnei Amar, Pasuk says, so if it's a malam, there's no time at all. At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. So once you see this fixation, by the way, with Kesemech, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to bring so many rayas for a cuss, right? This is not only 3 block. Feels like 7 block, but that's only 1.5 block. Right, so 1.5 block, right? That again, nine. So first of all, because again, the notion of Kesemech is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. So that's Kesemech in the Torah. Shneimar, Yechi Ruvain, Va'al Yomos, Ruvain will live and he will not die. Parshas Vayikra. Yechi Ruvain Ba'olam Hazeh. No, not Parshas Vayikra. Sorry. It's not the brachas of Yaakov. It's the brachas of Moshe Rabbeinu. Yechi Ruvain Va'al Yomos. Yechi Ruvain Ba'olam Hazeh. Ruvain will live in this world. Va'al Yomos V'olam Haba. He will not die in the world. Here, the Rabbi Mishri Ad Masafar Yakitzu. So say incredibly enough, a number of these psukim from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. Rashi on the Halcha Rashi says from here, the Atzal Lech locates the Tanuch, the Tamod, the Garalacha, and Kitz Hagamis. And now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest, but stand right, literally again, return the Garalacha, return for your destiny at the end of days. Well, it's actually interesting because a number of these psukim, we actually say the Kvura. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kvura is completed. Before the Avelim leave the kever and walk back through the shur, walk back through the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but it's a minhag. Many have the minhag to actually recite this pasuk, blessing it to the neshama. However, those are any leader who leads his flock, who leads his tzibur, benachas. Now, what does benachas mean? Benachas means with a gentle kite. The gentle kite. Not yelling, it's not screaming, it's not fire and brimstone, not being they're not benachas. So such a person like this is zocher to lead that tzibur of Olam Haba as well. I will say these demands seem to indicate that Olam Haba here is a reference to Messianic era, right? Post Mason era. Shnei Amar Kimrasim Yinhagim Va'amagui Ma'imina. Remember Lazar? Gedolah Dea, this is incredible. Gedolah Dea Shenita Ben Sheos. Dea, wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between. It literally means between two letters. What it actually means is between two names of Hashem. Shnei Amar. Kel Deos Hashem. So you see that? Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between two names of the Rebbeinu Shalom. Allah says Gadol Mikdash. The base of Mikdash is great. Shnitan Ben Shnei Osios because it was given over between two names of Hashem. Shnei Mar Ha'alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So Mikdash is sandwiched between two names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maski Teravada, Masada Yeravada, Karchino Elo Me'ata Gidol Nekama, Shenita Ben Shnei Osios. Oh, you're going to use that model. And Nekama, vengeance. Vengeance is also great because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. The Sid, Kel Nekamos Hashem. Right? The pasuk says, right? Kel Nekamos Hashem, Kel Nekamos Sophia. Amalei, the Milse Hakinam. Right? By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? Right means like a revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That just has to feel once. But it says Nekama twice. So it's like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Achas lamida tova, Achas lamida parolis. So one ultimately to be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good could be like if a God who repays good, like to take revenge against you, or also mean sometimes, as we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has to show to be punitive in nature. So our Rebbe Lazar calls them Sheish Dea, which is beautiful, for any person who has Dea, who has understanding, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in his days. Shazet is why. Shazet nitim ben shnei osios. Shazet nitim ben shnei osios. Because ultimately, again, as we just said before, Dea is between two names of Hashem, and Mikdash is between Hashem. Now, what that means? What exactly that means? Any person who has Dea, has wisdom, if the Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt, we're going to come back to that tomorrow. So you underline, we're going to come back to it after we get a written definition of really what Dea means. Fine. Okay, yeah, let's give it a few more minutes. Actually, right now. For Adam Shish for Dea, the self Misasha. Any person who has Dea will become wealthy. Shnei Amar, will be das Charidim Yimadu Kovon, Yakarvin, Amar for Adam Shein Bo Dea, Aslu Lachim Ara. Any person who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanas on you. Shnei Amar, Kilo Am Binasu, Atum Bo Yirachamenu, Oseo Biyotro Leifonu. Where it gives bread to someone who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, bad things will happen. So we'll say it's very interesting. So you see this tomorrow. You can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have daya. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have daya. And let's say, what's the shot with this? What's the shot with this? Let's say, what's daya? What is? We translate it as wisdom. So we'll say, but what if you think about this just from an interesting, just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is like the most basic part aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Chazal, right? Remember Sachs Brachos. It speaks about Havdalah and Shmuel. Chazal said, where did Chazal quote Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonin la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to map, the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. Das is most big. Before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Kar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a chacham, because remember again, there's chachma, there's bina, there's okay. So chachma, bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have daya, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have daya, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an early lifestyle. You want to say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. That's what it says. Any person who has daya, he will live in the base of mikdash. Right? Ultimately, again, because at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Daya. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tameh, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's chol, what's mutter, what's asr, what's tov, what's ra. And as long as I have that, I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. And as long as I have daya, I will be successful. I'm going to sleep. If I don't have daya, number one, if I don't have daya, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have daya, it's my fault. If only to acquire it is the highest level of personalistic competence. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that. Such an overwhelming and incredible Gemara. And that's why the Gemara says, all right, this is like right. I'm going to realize that. I want to say people in the same boat daya, you still might not. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone that doesn't have daya, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. Person who doesn't have daya will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? You're going to say, if I don't have daya, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I'll be able to build a relationship. Because if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you build a relationship. It's as simple as that. It's like there are people who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They'll make every single excuse why what you're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not. Can't build relationships, can't build a home, can't build a life. As soon as the self-gola will be a one of the Shnei Amar, looking Gola Amin Nivlida, some of those are Kabay Shein Bodimit or Nishma Babalai Love, Isha Plus, we'll say another Gamma Dunas. That's Daya. We'll say this is a ridiculous Gemara. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night, so in other words, any home in which there's not Torah learning at night, Ish of fire will consume it. Shnei Amar, Kol Choshech Tamal Tzfunav, Tohleo Eish, Monofeach Yara, Surid Ba'oralo. The Ein Surid Al Tam Chacham, says on Kol Shnei Amar, Ubi Surid Masher Hashem Korei. But fine, listen, so what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learned in at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong. First of all, it's like it tells us very important. We need in addition to coming to shul for night seder and your beautiful new place, which again, everybody has an obligation on night seder, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night seder. It's not like, oh, I'm dabbling. You guys, so you are Yamar, or you Chamuros, right? So you have to have night seder. But it's really, it's actually not something like that. A youth has to come to this measure to learn a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start my morning with this measure. But in addition to that, the person also has to learn at home. The person has to have Torah in their house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it? Perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Like that's like Laila is always a metaphor for difficulties. The rest of the Gemara means like this. Bias. She'ein divrei Torah nishma'in bo b'layla. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night, in other words, any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. The Torah stops. Like in other words, as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Eish Aklasa. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances, along the circumstances, will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life, is rooted in its connection to the force. So if even during the Laila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment difficulties set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then Isha Plasa. Then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. So I have to stop over here. Incredible, Gemara. I have to stop over here. Oh yeah. By the way, we did more than a block today. Fantastic. Right, wrong block, but that's the detail. Listen, we'll continue this. I think tomorrow's going to be a catch-up day, because the next session much shorter Gemara. The next session, Goyak, everyone. Such a spec, everyone.
Do we have a decimal meter
here? It's not a bad idea.
Alright, so here we go. On the camera, on the decimal meter, how many of you have Floyd Jones winning this Mexican drum off?
Alright.
How many of you have Michael Gonzalez winning? Thank God. I may have affected this election, wouldn't be the first time, but Floyd, you gave it a hell of a run. It was very good. Good interview, good set. I guess you get to keep those drumsticks. There's a big joke, but there he goes, Floyd Jones, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Floyd saying goodbye to Shane and Lord Charizard or whatever he said. There's another Bud Light brought to you by Bud Light. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special time in the show's history because we have a brand new regular who has absolutely taken the show over by storm. This is a brand new set. They get to do a little bit longer than a minute if they want. And this is the Dark Storm of Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen. He is here. Make some fucking noise for Kendrick
Today's target out as 91. We have a deep climb today. That's what we're going to make it. Yes, it's not on. Aside from days 90 deep, I got to count down from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. We're doing the small corner. So again, you see where the zone is at the top. So just remember again, we're in the studio of trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Piasanis. Right, so maybe we're like this is small corner. So when we had last yesterday, is a passage that says, when the Satan Nimanu as Shumas Hashem Aruna Kohen. you shall give truma to Aaron. Now, I will say, it's very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. The one thing he never ever received was truma. Why? Because truma only bears no effect when you go into Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what could this mean? But ultimately, again, you give truma to Aaron. And you do it again, and once you have to constantly, that's desolation. So the Gemara says, the day so you know, there's like, very short hair, Aaron. What does it mean? You have to give truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Not Aaron, Chaver, Achron, or Chaver. Just like Aaron is a Chaver, or just like Aaron here to come Chacham. And therefore knows how to go ahead and give truma in the appropriate way. So to again, in general, you have to give Chaver Chaver. I would just rely on money, and the other side. Now you're saying that this one is called Aaron. How do you can't give truma to a Kohen who is in the army ocean so I message Marshall coming in and your husband, yes, it is because again, the word the possibilities is you give them the Kohanim people that they should destroy in the Torah of the Rebbe so I'm not just called not just the God Hashem, whoever is holding the ability and the Torah of the Rebbe Shalom, which one else has a portion in Tumah to say in the Master of the God Hashem, and whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of Hashem, it does not have a portion. And I say, this, as you're going to see, this is not as much primitive as it is just very important because Shema has a lot of details, Shema has a lot of obligations, and this is Shema to bring with us. That's not the long with it. I'm going to so those people who are going to Alex, yeah, this is Shema. So the point is that Alex, to the most of the Ari, because this gets to our knowledge. Not suffix going small, suffix in a very small, but you know, this is really like a lion. There's a suffix, you know, really tear it apart to read it for now. After I'm all suffix, the parallel, suffix of one. So to a very give something, you give too much of point on the other. Suffix really easy to speak of security, really easy to speak of and you can says, as going on Musa, the point is too much of a point on the earth, is causing the death of that point. How is that such a man? The Mason don't keep telling you, because it's mentioned before, that misuse of Shema is also that penalty. You give Shema to a point, it doesn't know how to treat it with the appropriate sanctity. It's as if the upper one is causing death to that particular point. You know, the day of the Yaakov Ashma still have an Ashma. You can contemplate about it, having a Shema, and you see also other Ashma Acharos Kachere. So it's really fascinated by all of these things. It's just a very interesting how, again, these things you would think that giving Shema to the point of course is an objective aspect. So giving Shema to the point is only a facet. It's only something that the point knows how to do. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a facet, but in fact it's a liability. That tremendously so in life as well. About things, you know, it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things, it's a beautiful rough of our parents to give children something, as long as you want, the child knows how to handle it. Give a child something like to give the sort of technology, because in many areas, give a child something like it's not something nice, but they don't know what to do. It's not the parental gift, but instead it's really tremendous liability. It matters like this, kind of, when you say like someone says, you're not just listening to us, you're the point, again, a biblical relationship with transformation. You know, right? The God has mercy as species, very interesting. Eton will say Slam as Command. The Pasuk says, and I will establish, I will uphold my covenant with them, to give to them, Lahem, to them, but that's Lahem, not Lahem. The Pasuk doesn't say, I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lahem, rather it says Lahem, to them. Who is the them? If you look at Rashi, it's Rashi on the right side, about halfway down, Elohim, actually in the middle of the way. Elohim, the Mashal Shekiah HaKadosh L'Avam Sivri. Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, Sheyiti Lahem Eretz Yisrael. the person needs to sound like situation with the person. That again, if I had trouble starting to understand you, well, I had the time and we was watching a watch of Lachem. Lachem means to get. He's the way. You know, understand the phrase that Avram beats
My delivery is a little bit floppy tonight.
I was a lot of doing good. The one thing about the time of the taking these candidates itself. I would rather what you see. And ultimately, I guess Avram beats and Yaakov will receive Eretz Yisrael. What is that true? Yes, that is. Yes, that is. So the Gemara says, you get fine. I'm kind of guessing this one. Show me what's going on. Let's see this. And then if I can have to tell us, you're going to see, you use the terms, but we're going to see that they really refer to different levels of character. Show me what's going on. So the meaning of the you know something is happening with how you see the movie of the next one being back again. However, I'm going to tell you,
Especially the ride back in.
the real says, I'm going to give you a proof. From time of being super.
Actually,
all of the proof, they rejected. We'll see what happens. We're not talking. So number one, what's the guy in there talking? Six, I want to show him Moshe. He shifted in my Moshe. They come. Please, listen. Every time someone says to Moshe, you are going to literally again die. You are lose the colleagues to come. And you are going to arise. Wow, pretty explicit. Yes, so so how do you disprove it? No. They said it's real. You're putting the comma in the wrong place. The Gima, the comma hazeh,
I've seen the dark storm in the land where thoughts Joe Rogan other than Jack in this app.
When you die, the people also like actually has come is not going on Moshe, but rather the come is going on people. It's humanity of this rejected of person. Yes, humanity. What's the difference about it? Let's say you say about results in the court. It's a very short way apart. You have always the Arabs will find people. So what's it say? Because of when you see this phrase you see Hakiti Verani short way apart. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Every week. That's a pretty clear state. The Villa makes him check your test up. If you have to frame to the thing that the test that goes back to life, you can get test coming back to life. That's the most revolution, right? That's the drive, the value of drive age. And that's the specific episode of the point. That's Sudan from Sudan. Let's say, if you can't have the IFO, all you have to do is even insurance.
You could put those on like a rope and just wear them around your neck, and everybody would know you were lying, and they would be able to hear you pronounce your S's correctly. I'm here right now, Tony. I'm from the South. We pronounce no S or T's the whole time I've been talking. But sometimes they don't understand on the internet, so I can talk how I want to. I agree. I got
The criminal of reaching elections for say the Alma. U.S. New York. So the meaning said,
Dedrick, you've done it again. We love you.
The meaning said, the meaning said, the meaning of the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave?
This person has the full of Dedrick makes some noise 60 seconds under their report. Appears to be a new name. Tyler Cole. Everybody here knows Tyler Cole.
Whenever when a person dies, if someone says over halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to mean halacha. What that means is when a person dies and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased lips move in the grave.
So I went on a first date the other day and told the girl I was a comic, and she said, no way, I'd love to see you perform sometime. And I said, well, we should probably have sex first. So you can appreciate just how long 5 minutes really is. It's a long time, I swear.
And the person needs over
Do you have any fans of Jersey Shore here? Some told me the other day I look like a cast member on the upcoming spin-off Gaza Shore. It's just 5 Jews and 5 Palestinians arguing for an hour.
Someone says over the toilet, someone says over the same, someone says over the very soap.
Someone also told me I look like the situation
in the Middle East. until the real gave them over the following Isaac. What was the following idea? Hashem Yishbach, Hashem Lavosechem, Masis Lohem. So the recognize further that Hashem has spoken over to you. That's how she said to them. It doesn't say Hashem is giving over to you. Rather, what does it say? Elos, Lohem, to them. You come across a listener of Torah. But when you see a reference to transformation, once again, you give it over to them, peace with them. In some churches, this is capital, it's called Ayah. So when you see it, it's a reason to say, yes, that Hashem people that again, the carry will come back to life. Because you show me the look like that. Others say, but we look at in different parts of the verses, so beautiful. You have to have taken that show up here, okay? I full-time Ayah. Others say,
I guess.
that from the top, randomly translated what does it mean? And you need to cling to Hashem, your God, and finding full-time Ayah. So this is what it translates is, you will live a holy today, and you will flee a lot of things. It says, you know, Pshuta, the kind of full-time Ayah, that's actually what is happening today. Of course, for our life today. Allah, even the young shit, call ha'olam, kulam nisim, Hashem Chayim. Even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that we must do this consequence, I thought I was going to say, ultimately, again, you just interact with constant, how you can come and you will come back to life. But even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful and incredible soul. So you know, like, show me that there's much to say about that passage. It's not going to be a time now. I'll come back to it. So, what we ask of your children tonight, so ultimately the witness, I think children tonight, what do we ask? The United States from the Chinese, the Ogama Asadia. So we ask of your children tonight a two-point question. Number one, how do you know the resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do you know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-point question. So ultimately, again, what your children tonight is like to answer both of those questions. Come on, Pastor. And then also, Moshe, please let's show up in the line of Saka. I'm not on Saka. Become Ha'amazah, you know that. So again, it's in the kind of the passage. Moshe, you're going to die. Become. And you're going to come back to life. So from here you sleep, from here you see a remnant to Kriyas HaMesim. So you want to say back to him, the Grandma, the Kama Amazah, the Dana. Okay, Moshe, it's not how to read the passage. When you read the passage, that ultimately Moshe is going to die. The become doesn't turn Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does become go on? Come goes on ultimately again, the price of us rebel. So then, so that's why he said, fine, even if you see that, at least we're keeping your health of your thankful, you'll get my Ashasa. So again, even if you're not going to use this concept as a relative translation, you can at least use it for what? As a memory, as a scriptural proof that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, here Hashem is saying to make the motion you will die, and when you die, while these souls going to die. Okay, kind of you know, it's like, okay, I'm going to get most of the shit in the field, right? The next is all the kind of nations, you're going to ask us to lead us. So it's just, you also want to ask, which one I read, you know, how do I know what he's going to bring back the dead? And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen? Shneimar, Incha, Shochet, Imagosecha, Vikam. Ultimately, again, Hashem says to those families, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So we want to go back to Tanya, Amra, Yosi, the devil is that, Zinaki, Sifri. Rabbi Eliezer says like this, in this matter, the books of the heretics have really been, four weeks also. Shehan Olman, Ain't is any sin in the Torah. Remember again, just because the books of heretics, he said, there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. Then I said to them, Siyat Torastam, but no Haris and Biyat Kankum. So the one you forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on, right? Shatan only in case of the Torah, but you claim there is no case of sin. And yet it says, Hikaris, and Nefashayim, Abonaba. So what's it? It was a double Russian of Hikaris. Why the double Russian? Because it says, I'm sorry. Hikaris, Abonaba. Hikaris, Ba'olam Hazeh. So what's it?
What's your love life like?
Cut off from this scroll. It's single name.
Single currently.
So when you see ultimately again, Raya for Raya first resolution. So you want to see first because I have to that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, get that right. Because he shows the Olaman Yish as a hero, then that means that
So this relationship that ended a few years ago, how did it end?
so the Nipper rather, so we cut off in this world. He carries the Olaman, he properly want to come, and he carries the colors, he's not going to come up from the Olaman. This is what I'm
Exactly how did you find out that she was there? How long were you looking up at her? Because they were arguing. It was like 9 months in that she told you 9 months in that she just told you. Yeah, when we first started dating, she said that you were dating. You were fucking and hanging out sometimes. She was very good. When we first started fucking, she said she was the worst. And then 9 months later, she was like, well, actually, I'm not the worst. Okay, where were you exactly when she told you this? Were you at a
well, Marty, Ella is not shopping up. One time it's seen as Kalash, again, it's similar to work. But if the same does Shabbat, and ultimately again, he is not incredible. Both sides. So really casting. So again, the point that you begin to see is, you mentioned yesterday, there's no one concept that says this. Yes, I mean, especially what we have is a series of biblical, I should say, biblical allusions, trying to really different delusions, different things, different ideas.
Can you give us an example of a fun sexual experience that you had with her? You guys ever bang at the bar or outside? You banged at the bar? About diggy diggy diggy, said the boogie, said the
Question
bar to
of
bang.
Rabbi Meir. I'm not just a buddy of the CCO, but some places have. Petra is the king,
Take us through this. How do you bang at the bar?
is the king. So this is not like a,
Various locations.
it's not really a particular passage, a particular person, but this was more of a
She grabbed you by your chain and said, come over here.
This is not Miraculous. I don't.
That's what it sounded like it
But
sounded.
anyway,
That's Tom Segura after
so
breaking his arm.
Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, you've done it with how you shit. Listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry. I know that the living die.
So let me ask you this. You're at the bar, right?
I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, it's interesting, right? Cleopatra, I didn't even guess amazing. I know that the dead will come back to life. First of all, we have Sitsu here to Asaph Haaretz. Because again, the passage says that literally they will sprout forth from the city, like the grass comes out of the earth. So once again, it's interesting. This passage is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this passage. From Taylor. Right, so I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the title? Ella, Kishay, Alumin, over Mabushay, fascinating. When the dead come back to life, when they come back unclothed, or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. Summerlaw. So the narration back to Cleopatra. Kavakoma Nikita, make a Kavakoma from a grain of wheat. Also, so we do myself. Uma, Ita Shimukura Aguma. So we keep that right. The grain is very uncooked. What does that mean? When you pearls, wheat pearls, you're trying to see, it's just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza, the Kamalavusha, that it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? It means is, again, the kernel itself is, it has many layers, a husk, it has different things on top of it. So you see, just like the seed goes into the earth plate flows, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So you might just have the beginning shake, bottom of the shell, but
They got back together. She told me when she got back and said,
Allah has come
and
and
they're
come.
back together. She was like, I'm married.
Again is
Okay.
very out. Love that
That's interesting.
but that from the
Yeah, that's a
trans.
whole different.
So it's actually very
So then
important.
why
All
would
the
you
more
buy
so she has come out late as well. There's a separate question. First of all, you just say stand and pick up the fascination question.
I don't
And
really
again,
get
I
it.
believe
She
in the
tells
resurrection
you
of the
that
dead. And how exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. So also, it's interesting also, it could very well be clothing.
no, I just don't understand.
Also in metaphor also for consciousness. Like with the blood, like the Holy Spirit, like the Hammer says in the story. At all times, let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. Clothing represents accomplishments. So could that well be that the apostle will be asking those to follow? When did this person they say, how do you come back? How are you born? Are you born like Pablo Rasa? Like naked, unclothed? Like we like one person not accept the new baby being worked with covers and no like on it? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life?
Tyler,
Are
the
you
set
born
was
with the clothing?
for
Or did you
months,
come back?
pretty
And
good.
again,
The
I
interview,
have my nice
unfucking
clothing. I have
Here's
my
a big
nice. So
joke.
again,
There
it's
you
a
go.
fascinating question. This is resurrection, a continuation of my
Hold an interview.
previous life.
Very
Do I
honest.
come back with my clothing?
You future kill Tony Bucketful. We love an honest interview.
Response, resurrected life is a continuity of
All right, this looks like a new name. This looks like a fun name. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Diamond Debbie, everybody. Here comes
Because
Diamond
the way I
Debbie.
live here, definitely impacts me in school.
Oh my
Definitely impacts
God.
me in Olam
Let's
Haba.
fucking go.
It is a place where I go after I die. But it even impacts me in
You guys,
resurrected
you gotta
life
do better
as
than
well.
that. Make some noise for
Everything
that.
I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I want to teach you a little bit on that. So Caesar, I'm using the shop retired. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So the book of the pastor, who believe in this, but just had some detailed questions about it. So you see where that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar isn't real. I don't understand. You guys say, obviously you guys say the shop retired, then we'll come back to life. I don't think how that works. The dead ultimately again becomes us, right? And thus can come back to life. Thus can come back to life. So the Gemara says, top 91. Again, these things are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Gamaliel, I got this. Right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay. So she says, so bottom of it. Anyway, second line, talking about for rate 91, any second line. Show you to which people,
Oh my goodness. This is your first time on the show. I would remember you. No fucking way. How many centuries have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Sanctions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's a reference to the drop of fluid, which creates a baby. So before we create human life from literally mining from water, then
Is either the girl from Titanic or the rock that she threw at the bottom of the ocean? I can't tell. OD Madness is making his move right now.
After this particle goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, so we go ahead and create life from clay and dirt as well. So really, how the whole of the case with this is beautiful. You can make a cover almost from the creation of glass. This for glass.
Seriously, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Not least with this Sha'amalan, the Ruach, Basavadam.
7 years ago.
How is glass
And
made? You break
right the
glass.
same month that I
You blow
started
glass.
it,
Glass is
I
made
got run
through
over.
the breath of man. And
My wheelchair
initially, you
is
start talking
crash
about
test
maybe
approved
it's glass
by
plate.
the
You can melt it down and you can
the
repackage it.
Tesla in me.
But said it
It was
actually
going
for sure
45
for the
miles an
as
hour.
part of the camera. Man, you live in the breath of Hashem. Sayuka Ta'ata, right? Hashem, you life is ours. Allah has come with us. All the more that if it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together.
You were in your wheelchair and you got hit by a Tesla.
Going 45 miles an hour across the street in my neighborhood.
Also, just
And that Tesla got messed up like
there's so much to say each of these words, because each of
my chair was laying
these
on the ground
are
and I was
tremendous
standing up.
metaphors with different aspects of our lives. But again, I underline this, so let's go back to the sometime in the session. First, I thought,
It's odd that we do have the
so
right
there
to
was a
go
particular
outside.
unbeliever. I mean, you took a lamb, and you say the Shafi Chayi, you guys say that the dead come back to life. So the answer is, there's a dead
No, honey, I got
person.
socks on
And
it.
how can dust possibly come back to life?
Damn right. Red fans like Muslim Nazar. So that's crazy. How old are you, Diamond Debbie?
I'm 67 years
Remember,
old.
Pastor Adam,
On 1/11,
111
sign up. I'll be
there was
68.
once a human being,
Wow.
and the human being said to his servant,
Look at
before
that.
we bring the
111,
things again,
68,
the
112. The new Netflix special, Kill Tony, Once Upon a Time in Texas, streaming live on Netflix.
there's no water, there's no dirt, there's no burning things on the palace, and we just figure it out.
Make it there.
Paul is one of ourselves, about Hashem, the subject that
Well, I
we have
think
to
my
look at
daughter's
the
phone
palace.
numbers.
The young and enough for but we know sometime later the palace fell down. On the
She
line,
hasn't
so
talked
the
to
king
me
says to
in
himself,
like
there's
9
Chazal
years.
Benu also the
Okay.
Mokum
Yeah.
Shemish Acharon. I want you to read over the palace, but this one I want you to build in the place
Very
near the
excited.
water
Are we
and
gonna
the
photo
east.
locker?
On the wall and on the phone. And the
Very
subject, so we
exciting,
can't do it.
Diamond Debbie.
Because
You
we're
can
unable
even
to
hear
do
that
it.
Tesla coming
So
out.
Khan Solomon,
That
king
must
in
have
fact,
just came out of
in
fucking
the
nowhere.
Open.
What did you see? You're like, oh.
Rabbi Lahem, the Mokum
She's a
Shemaim
burlesque
Ba'afar,
performer. She's very,
Benisem,
very
Achshav Shishmaim
Your
Ba'afar,
daughter
Allah
is a
Hashem
famous
HaChanech,
burlesque
and
lady.
Bruce Allen
Yeah,
Page.
there is.
You were able to
Really
build a
trying to hook me
palace
up with their
when there
daughter.
was no water
She
and
thinks they're from me,
dirt.
Debbie.
You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water
Debbie,
and
let's
dirt,
talk
you
about
can't
it. What
pull
the
it off.
fuck have you been doing the last 6 to 7 years?
Well,
Let's
my
go to
favorite thing is, see, I grew up in a day when
Yes,
women
the
could
program
make
the
car
world
loans or buy houses.
So
So
that's
I
why
wasn't
we came
allowed to
from
take
nothing,
a
but
car
people
from
imagine
Phoenix
back
or shop.
into dirt.
So
Dirt
my
is still
favorite
something.
hobby
So
right
if
now is
you
taking
came from
a
nothing,
wheelchair
you started to
I have
take from something.
and
That was
fixing
years
them
about
up and
yesterday.
giving them to people and helping them
The
learn how to drive
EFM
and go outside.
the EFM
You know, we've
and
been
if you
locked
don't
up
believe
too
that
long
this
on the
idea
F-Ticket.
of something
Without
turning into
home
something
health care,
else,
you
say
go
with
get
it,
your
but go out
groceries.
into the body, or a akbar, see this particular type of loading. Shayom
I get around, I got 6.5 miles an hour.
So let's say
You
make
know,
money exactly about what they're talking about, what Chazal talking about really,
Going somewhere?
that apparently is half flesh and half earth. The mocha is
you
the
go across the
streets, the
street
nasa
slowly, you know.
kulabasa. The next day ultimately becomes completely flesh. So you see the evoking of things is transformed from earth into flesh. Shematana is number, but maybe you'll think it's
And
not
they do
time
fly,
for
but
this
it's
modern type of transformation. Allah Akbar is announcing just like now, the Eish Shayom in Bofilazo. Other people say that. I see the particular mountain that on this day the only one to look one of the Filazo is that feature
Diamond
from which the
Debbie,
Taylor is
what made you want to start
He's up
stand-up
and mountain
comedy?
is going to
Well,
Lazo.
it's funny
The
how
mountain
this
yard
dude
will determine
comes
the next
masters
day
and I
away,
like to
and
give
it's
an hour
not
long
too much
speeches.
Lolo.
The guy that
Hold on.
Ultimately, and the mountain will be killed with
What's
Filazo.
Toastmasters?
So again,
It's
the idea over here is,
organization
the idea
where
over
you
here
learn
is,
how to give
number one,
speeches
that
professionally.
first return to
And so
flesh,
I signed up
right?
on them because
Something
it was
returns to
online.
nothing.
And
It's from the
the friend
earth.
told me
Again,
that he
things could
talked for an
sprout as
hour
evidenced
and
by
everybody
Nicky
went over
Russell.
just a couple
Incredible.
jokes.
There was
So
a
why don't I tell
tremendous
jokes instead?
profundity
So
in
that's
that
what
much as well about the king.
Wow.
And then in the much on the king, what happened is he said to his
Charming.
subjects,
Where
bring
are
me
you
a
from?
palace. And he said, build a house where there's nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no dirt, there's no water.
All right.
And the subjects
Drove your
do it.
wheelchair all the way
Palace
here.
fell down, so in the middle, and then he says again, build me a palace. Build me a palace and bring me dirt and water. And the subjects say, we can't do it, impossible. The king said, what are you talking about? You built the palace with nothing, you'll have to spend time to build the palace with
If I go into the gates and
Think
they're just like,
metaphors as
you remember
follows.
this one?
Listen, all of us have
Debbie, I'm gonna
times
be
in life where we are push to accomplish things when you do not.
Where'd you get your name, Diamond Debbie? Were you
I
like
back this up
a
against the
stripper
wall,
at the black and white
doing
rose or something?
circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. We did it. Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, really intensely, difficult circumstances, and I think I did it. And yet, then, there are times during the day when the circumstances are not possible, and I look over it, and I tell myself, I can't.
How did you get the name Diamond Debbie?
Well,
A diamond lasts forever, and you clearly
remember times that you can feel in multiple circumstances? Remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where there wasn't clear if you were succeed or not, and you
just
did
signed
and
up
you did
111 times. If anybody can take it to concern, not you fucking pussies.
virtually impossible circumstances.
so I started writing my second book, which is David has Austin by
With no
Wheelchair.
water and no
And the
dirt,
star of it
there
was
are
Jerry
kind of
Diamond.
becoming
So I'm
day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult.
I'm writing a book
You
called
certainly
David
can
has Austin by
come through.
Wheelchair.
But listen, we all have situations like this. They're really difficult situations. You don't have to do things like these. I think almost all of us have situations like this. Really difficult circumstances. Where I said to myself, I don't know if to do this. And I got through it. And I got through it. I don't know if I through it, but I succeeded. And I grew.
I
And
haven't
if
had
I
a
could do
date
that
since
in
I had my last
extenuating
health
circumstances in life,
report.
there are so much to perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no dirt, there was no water, the more so I could build a personalistic canvas where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredible useful for life.
What does that
You know
mean?
what I'm
Comes out next week.
I'm only letting you know, but you know that this is a great series of stories. Here's the particular name. We said to the U.S. Embassy, so that's the name. The U.S. Embassy, so that's the point out that we have half snow, the high summer, a furious to be double. And interestingly enough, in the sky, the U.S. Embassy, so he himself was a super hunchback, and he was a hunchback. You're going to see that part of the story just a little bit. Rashi points out that he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a man who came over to him. And this man said that he's buying the phone private. And we saw Missy Chaim. The Chaim Missy, the Missy Chaim, he was this application of the community. So he says, what's the matter with you guys? Excuse me about the Jews. Very positive and shy. You're shy. Why you were shy? Because you spells false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's very possible. It's possible that which is alive dies. You possibly say that which is dead comes back to life. I don't know. So the real emphasis responds, by the phone private. You're going to show him. Yeah, I mean, so you see what kind of. So the Hadi Chaya, the Hadi Chaya, the culture things. So the real emphasis says back to that million things like Russia. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So in paradise, what are you talking about? You're the Russia. Because every single life starts with no life, then goes to life. So what's crazy to think that you get to go back to life? So the year that this is he called this applications on Russia. I'm a man. How do you tell us me? The applications to give the CISA. You're calling me a Russia? You tell me not if I would be over there. You're lucky someone's calling you back, right? If I would come over to you. But if not, the power pass you like yourself. I would kick you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. That's what I was. This is like right? People are people, nothing to you very time, right? You're lucky enough to call me back. I would kick you so kick you straight, right there. If you do that like that, so the disease I'm right. And I thought it's the thing. You thought one thing, woman, you grow, you start having people. Do it, man. You gotta do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shaya. Not only would I give you a shaya, but I would pay you a handsome amount of money. Handsome copay. Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they're not about it. That's our introduction to the Via del Pesisa. The next number of stories we're going to be dealing with the Via del Pesisa as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about his personality. That's about Baba Nisan. On the 25th of Nisan, it's the Kilu Ibn Sinai Yehuda Mishalai. So again, those are oppressors left Yehuda and Mishalai. Now again, what oppressors? What are we talking about? So watch this. You should go over to Africa, not in Israel. When the people of Africa into the Romans with a legal claim against the Jewish people. What was their claim? Anyway, so before Alexander's most votes. So again, actually, before Alexander the Great, Alexander the Macedonian, right? So really not known. Okay, they came before Alexander the Macedonian. For the King Torah was probably. So I don't know. Eretz Canaan, so listen, by the way, Jews like Alexander. Like anyone that Jews like Alexander, because that's like, Jews do Alexander. Because changes things in the world. I don't mean an English thing. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander. That is very strange because considering it is Alexander Yiddish and the United States, that's not very Hebrew name. And again, this was Al-Takar that Jews had as well as Alexander the Great. The name stuck. So the people of Africa come with a big murder against the Jews. I don't know. Eretz Canaan Shalom. What's the claim? The land of Canaan goes as we'll say, I'm going to point out. There is nothing new under the sun. Other part has that right? So before there was a Hague, right, the National was it, right? Before there was any of these other mechanisms, the Jews were always bringing their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. And which is so not so big. Right? You wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What do they need another desert? Like, but again, this is the Derek of humanity. The Derek of humanity is they cannot leave from Israel alone. They cannot get the world can't bear that Jews have to, again, it puts us to say because we'd like to think that the world has changed and we all love each other and I said it together and love us and still again that illusion has been very distorted. But we see that that's no longer the case. And again, it's actually very funny. It's the world can't for some reason can't be so well that Jews have something. All the more so that Jews can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. Right? So yes, the Bible Alexander the Great, Canaan is ours, but the city, again, the real life you tell us, these are significant. The city, and that's clear in the next slide. It says that the land of Canaan is including all of the boundaries, all the boundaries. Canaan, so if we look at Canaan as part of essentially Africa, or the old Africa, Canaan is included in this as well. And Canaan means that I know Israel, Canaan is my father. Right, remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush, of Ham, so the Africans say this is our father. So because again, it's our father, we own this land. So as I said again, so this was the king. Now again, this was a king brought for Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now defend their claim to Canaan. Alexander Israel. I want to read over see something. So read over this is the one. He says, I'm going to basic for performance. Maybe we should submit in the crowd and let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this.
I lost my job.
In the Natsuni, I will have to show you this exactly. If I lose,
but I feel like I've given enough back to society.
No harm because
I married a redhead.
apparently will say, what you see from these stories is
I used to be a radio DJ,
was not recognized as one of the
not to
ranking
brag,
sages.
but I
That's
got
not that was his identity. Therefore, he says, if I lose the case, it's not a big deal. Because whatever. You could just say, he wasn't really representing us.
Prisoners must not have access to high-quality
The
paper.
African, they
The
defeated
pages
the regular
were
guy. Me and I say I told someone, if I win the case,
I'm passionate fans.
say,
There's one inmate who had a clearly expressed crush on me. My husband asked me why I was saving all his letters.
the Torah. And so I said, by the way, just you begin to see
My husband's
the beauty
retired
and the
Air
power
Force.
of the personality
The
of the
hardest
real
job I ever
himself.
had was
That all of
being
this
a
was
military
literally about
spouse.
Torah. This is
Just
about a Polish powerful.
all
The deep
day,
emphasis is so himself as an
every
ambassador
day,
of
hanging out
the
your
Holy
partner's
If I
PTSD.
lose, the loss is mine.
And does the
But if I
military
win,
recognize
the win
us?
is the Ribono Shalom.
No.
That's
And
incredibly
how can we,
selfless.
after being
Okay,
that
so
long
that's
in
the
my
truth.
heart,
All of Zanimon.
I'm
Okay, so
Kathleen
that's
reminding
the
you to
from
be a
Rabbanim.
patriot and service those who
He
service our
represents
country.
tribes of funded Alexander. Come on ahead. No one's going to ask him to be a Raya. So he says to the Africans, where are you bringing your people from? I will let you know. We just said it. Anyway, I'm happy you're all the left and I am not. I want to bring your life in the Torah. What's the positive? But no matter. All
you have to. They didn't know they made hats in uncircumcised penis.
Canaan is first, and Canaan should be a slave to his
In 30,
brothers.
27 years, I've actually never seen an uncircumcised penis.
So
This
again,
is what it is.
Hebron is here. You said you're the
It is
children of Canaan.
literally, if you go to
Canaan
the
is
beginning
cursed.
word,
Canaan
it is the
Avadim.
worst hat of all
Evet
time.
Shekana Avadim
The word
Nefasim.
is saying right now,
Evan
it's
Nefasim.
wrong.
If an Evan acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Evan himself belong to? The law owed. Not only that, so furthermore, again, you guys owe us back service. Why? Because we're the state to
Kelly, you were on a
and
year and
what?
a half
You
ago.
have
How
not
long have you
been
been on
working for
stand-up?
years.
3
So
years.
that's only
3
you
years
not
old
own
here in
land,
Austin.
right? But we
I
owe
am
you,
actually,
and you
I
owe us
live in DFW.
back payments for all of your delivery service. Okay? So
Okay.
what
What do you
happened?
do
I'm
for
gonna add Alexandra Malta,
So
Axula
I
Chula.
own
So
a
how
small
again, we have
business.
to do.
So when I lost my
You
job
don't
in
know what
radio, I
say you.
just
You know
switched
what's your
full throttle to
response?
that.
I'm gonna look to
And
you
so the question remains, what do you do for
give us
work?
3 days.
I own a
Give us 3
website
days
called
to come back to the website.
ChristmasCockpit.com.
No, so
I run it
it's
off of
not.
Shopify.
Oh, we love Shopify.
We
We absolutely love Shopify. In fact, you can go to Shopify and start your own business. Not a lot of people know this, but Mattel and Jim Sherman and a lot of other companies all started with Shopify. And on Shopify, you can browse your entire
so not only did Carlos succeed, but ultimately, and while we sell, went ahead and Baruch Hashem had some way to sustain themselves, even during the Shemitah year. So let's say, so again, what's the you said this? It's a fascinating story. What's the particular message? Number one, but you should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world, but the little bit that we have is ours, and we should not be ashamed to return it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it. Nor should we be apologetic about the fact that the Spark gave it to us and did not give it to others. When Jews are apologetic, so ultimately again, that weakness is exploited and constantly. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when
Where in
things come
Italy did you
together.
live?
Number two, when
Amelia
you do
Romagna.
things not for self-serving, egotistic, or
See,
egocentric
señorita.
purposes,
Very good.
but you do things for a Spark,
Kelly,
that's when things work.
you really
If
have a
you
redheaded
listen,
husband?
I want to put something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to know.
When I married him, he was redheaded, but as a Christian woman, I believe I could pray away.
Welcome to my like this is my parents for this. The segment that I'm not telling you, sometimes this year.
Oh no, his hair just got dark.
Go to Boston.
He just turned into
Go
a
to
brunette.
Boston. It's not a complicated drasha. It's very complicated drasha. Why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is. On a very simple level,
Does that make
the
stockings like out of
very
royal
simple.
bags?
It's not about you. This is not about you. This is about
Some of
the
them are.
when you do
I did
things for the right
make special
purposes,
Kiltony
specifically
versions
for
that
the
I
cover of
brought
the
for you
Baruch Hu,
red band
things
mix.
come
That was like a
together.
month ago.
Be
Apparently, they
unapologetic
didn't
about
make it
what
to you.
is ours, and number two, do things for the right purposes,
Hanging
and
by the
things come
chimney
together.
over
Yes.
there.
Shulchan
Yeah,
Another thing
totally.
that was fascinating. Very clear in the same level in Alexander Mokro. So once again, now the Egyptians,
We really do.
listen, this is literally again, you think of new things
Yes,
that like
absolutely.
nations of the
They are
world
hung by the chimney
bring
with care
legal
that hooks and
proceedings
saying that God's
against the
supposed to be
Jewish
there.
people. It's not true. It's not true. The
Kelly,
Africans
have you ever
did it.
thought
The
about making
Africans did
yourself
it.
a better
And I
hat?
say again, like he let the things of Jenny. This passage
My
can see
husband picked
how
this
the
out
world
for
is so
me.
certain, right? Who was at the forefront of the things of genocide
He definitely doesn't want you
against
another dude.
South Africa?
Very
And
exciting.
just the way it is, you see
That hat is
certain
an
things,
instant
they
move
just
firework.
are the way that they
Now,
are.
if I'm ever
And
gonna
while it's
finish with
nice
a
to
girl too
think that
fast,
the
I'm gonna
world
picture that hat.
changes,
Just be
it
like,
really
oh, that
does.
lasts
The only thing that
forever.
changes is us. The
That
world
hat
very much
makes me
stays
want
the
to
same,
not
especially
come.
in its hatred for Christ. So, taking on the next focus. Who wants to talk about Alexander the Great? Egypt. How long? How long Omer? Sorry, Omer. Hashem doesn't explain Amadei Yoshaga. Shulim. To move on the person is also talking about. So the Egyptians got the Bible. It's actually pretty clear. Right? So the Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim, the Pasuk says, in the video, I'm not coming up to Pesach. The Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of carving salt in the eyes of the Egyptians by Yashilum. Now, by Yashilum really means they borrow. They borrow. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say with ask, but others say it means borrow. Now, the Jews are still coming with that look at you. And it means borrow. This means carving salt borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. This the Egyptians say, so happy to have like this to you. Right? We'd like our stuff back. We'd like our stuff back. Okay? So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them Pesisa. So the Gemara ben Pesisa says, that the Harim truly rituals may look for other more. The Gemara Alexander, so the Gemara ben Pesisa says, do me a favor, say to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal with it. And you're not explaining once again, I go check on the second. So if I'm successful, I'm sorry, if they win the case over me, so once again, it's not a big deal because people will just say, I was tagged in with Sisa, he's a hagel. He's just a regular guy. Like in my new era, say for some, but if I am successful, I'll move on. Tonas Moshe Rabbeinu Yitzchak. But ultimately, again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately against us and the That's no choice. Halach and Dynamite, but basically given Sisa, shows up the basement, and we adjudicate the case with the Egyptians. Okay, I'm around. When they come out to the Elaya, Egyptians, what's your right? What's your case? I'm around. I saw him because he told you by Ashim. He borrowed stuff from us. Okay, I'm happy to buy it. You know, you want to step back? So you give him 6 years. I'm around. I'll be from right out of the Torah. I want to be with the Torah. Shemaz, Moshe Rabbeinu Yisrael, Asher Yashem Mitzrayim, Shloshim Shalom Ba'adam Me'el. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. And 430 years when they were not the spot. But I that's mitzvah. They never 430 years. תנו לנו שכר עבודה של 60 ריבות, ששיבחתם מצרים 34 שנה. So, if you want to have no problem. If you want to make an accounting, how do you make an accounting? You say we owe you the golden sword that we borrowed, okay? You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's just go through some points to come over here. Right, let's settle up. Let's settle up. Back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? Someone around Zalamerko has zero shula. So I said, what do you have to say? Right. To me, that was my first year. So give us 3 days, we'll come back. And that's one first year. So I'm not saying Allah had this man. That's the one that's a shula. So ultimately, again, it's just the 3 days and put it by the answer. Miyad, Yerichu, Saba, saying, Sishin, Zeros, Mikameh, Sishin, Zeros, Ubarku. They left behind the fields, like the laden fields, laden vineyards, the ultra shonish Yisaisa, and it was a shonish, the paralysis, the Jews have done for us. What's that? What's the lesson there? Why is it that both the Africans and the Egyptians were right? Why are you always come back? Be nice. Be nice. Right? And say, you know what? You don't have an answer. I will say this. Here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you can come back and you can say, right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors, and only an attempt to rob people of what it's like to be right, you don't even have the backbone to show back up. And that's what people are saying here. He's what you're saying. Because if you're real, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake. Recognizing that you might win, you might lose. But you can't even show back up, and you can't even show your face again, and you can't even follow back up. That shows the emptiness of your claims to begin with. So profound. You want to like a Shulman, Akas, Folding your Shema. It's incredible. Okay, so okay, this is good. Everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? I'm going to be Shema. When you do that, log it in yourself. They have to this notebook. So what's your Shema, friends? What's that? I don't know. All right, Shema and Shema. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Right? So the Rebbe Shmuel says, Eretz Canaan is ours. So what happens? Well, here's what's interesting. Yishmael comes with a different grade. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. So this is very different, right? Africans claimed all ours. Right? Canaan claimed that Yishmael was trying to work it backwards, right way of the money. Right? At the end of the day, so it's interesting, Yishmael was this money for us to do. So Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours, we're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it is why, so Yishmael says, Yixid Eretz over Yishmael ben Avram. Yixid Eretz over Yitzchak ben Avram. So again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not a bad claim. Right? What's Yishmael's claim? We're also talking about Avram. We're also talking about Avram. The land is given to Avram, and we're talking about Avram. So why should we not actually share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I want to give it this is a fun. To me, it's just going to be everything about it. So once again, we give it to Sisa. Carol, let me do this. I'll argue this. I'll argue it. In that 20, I'm going to have to show up on this after. I'm going to have to let's make sure I be in this after. So ultimately, again, so if I lose, take the figure of comment. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? I'm going to so he says to him, Shmuel, what's your eye? What's your proof? I'm not Torah. So again, we just quoted it. We are also the children of Avinu. Avinu Aviraya, I'm not Torah. I was being a Hashem, everybody's Chaisha. But he did Avram as Pasha among Yitzchak. Avram gives everything over Yitzchak. And Avram gives the children of the concubines. But they can do up. He gave them matanas. And then it says, Vayishalatim me'al Yitzchak b'no. He sent them away. He sent them away. So the Gemara says, Nasan Avram, so the Gemara says, Nasan Avram, Shenasan Agatim, the bar of the Chayim, Shigash and Alzeh. If a father gives gifts to a son and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. That's what really is saying. What is talking about? If Avram gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? Sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, this is yours. I love you. I love you. I do love you. Right? I told you so before. In the Gemara with Yaakov, I'm going to say, I have two sons. I love them both. Shmuel, I love you. And that's how I'm giving you stuff that I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than this fuck. So the Gemara says as follows. My matter, by the way, one of my matters, one of Shemash and I am Shem Tumah. Right? Ultimately, again, he gave them sorcery. Even sorcery. So he's like this, and they point out, interesting reference I want to point out. What's fascinating about that story is if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, I'm sorry, Yishmael says, we need 3 days in order to come back. The Judea Ben Basisa's Raya was so compelling, it was like a mic drop. You know, that was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Avram Avinu. And Avram loved your father as well. But Avram gave your father gifts, he gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, and Avram did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, remember, Avram did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to go up together. Sarah didn't. The Bible introduced it, and Hashem said to Avram, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, to do what the Pesisa said, you have no inheritance. Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have no Eretz in Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you know the chance to play this version of the story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. I guess we also have to it's not a new record. Okay, we're fine. We're stopping very quick today. Again, listen, I'm asking, could we possibly go any faster? We can't go any faster. There's too much to start over here. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up again on the bottom of Tzaddik Aleph tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming Gemara. Strap on your leg.
I was giving you credit for it, really. Now we'll do something. All right, you're welcome. You got some merch.
I got some merch.
I see a Deadpool on your fucking shirt.
This is my breast cancer charity. I have a Deadpool for the charity.
Something substantive to respond.
You're a wild boy, Tadpole. You live here in Austin now?
No, I'm about 300 miles away.
Okay. Where are you?
I'm near the Oklahoma border for the gator.
All right, so good morning, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning church. To thank our commentary sponsors for Production Day. Hey, the Philippine Shmuel very self dedicating all the Sherman instructions this year. It's exclusive for the Solar Troubles and the Solar. Commentary sponsors for the month of Adar. Abanim Latoa Tari and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Joseph Cohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Ziv, Ben Shmuel Yisrael, Zichron, Bachayot, and America's Right Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Savin of the families in the Torah, all those leaders, worship and put the from Israel. Hashem Shemes, Hashem brings home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful and call Maaseh. But with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzaddik Aleph 91. We have a but we're going to make it. Yes, it's not on Tzaddik on days 93. I got to count down from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. And they're in short time. So again, Yeshiva B'Shol they try to follow. Let's just remember again, we're in the figure of trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Tchias HaMesim. Right, so maybe we'll let this business in the Torah. So what we ended up with yesterday is a passage that says, "In the Satan Mimenu as Trumas Hashem Aaron HaKohen." You shall give Truma to Aaron. And one of us says, very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. The one thing he never ever received was Truma. Why? Because Truma only goes into effect when he goes to Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what can this mean? But ultimately, again, you give Truma to Aaron. So remember again, it must be like the pasuk means that Tchias HaMesim. So the Gemara says today, the Gemara goes like very short term, Aaron to Aaron. What does it mean? You have to give Truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Aaron, father, Achon of Charir. Just like Aaron is a father, right? Just like Aaron is a father, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with Truma in the appropriate way. So again, in general, you have to give to Abba Charir. I'm going to show you on the other side. Now you're saying that since you're only calling out Aretz, how do you know that you can't give Truma to a Kohen who is ignorant? So Ne'emar, the Am Yoshi Yisharai, Lo says, Maras L'Tanu L'Vina Man Yachziku V'Taras Hashem. Because again, the way the pasuk phrases it is, you give the Kohanim Truma, that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shalom. Machaz Kol Maksik V'Taras Hashem, whoever is holding literally again the Torah of the Ribono Shalom, Yesh Lo Manas, has a portion in Truma, the She'ina Maksik V'Taras Hashem, whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in Lo Manas, does not have a portion. And I will say, this, as we're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important because Truma has a lot of details, Truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Truma to bring it down. So that's how it's going to well, listen to the Queen I think it's Truma. So a claim is an Amaretz to no story Ari. It's as if he gives it to a lion. Ma'ari suffix Joris Wolf or suffix in the Joris Wolf. I mean, when you put food in front of a lion, there's a suffix. Will it tear it apart and eat it or not? Ask Queen Amaretz suffix Oklo suffix Oklo. So to again, when you give something, you give Truma to a Queen Amaretz. A suffix really eat it in a state of ritual purity, will he eat it in a state of ritual impurity. And Yochanan says, Afkoin no Misa. If one gives Truma to a Kohen Amaretz, he's causing the death of that Kohen. How is that? So Shnei Amar, Mesu, both here Chalili. He also mentioned before that misuse of Truma results in death penalty. You give Truma to a Kohen who doesn't know how to treat it with the appropriate sensitivity. The one is causing death to that particular Kohen. You even cause the Kohen to violate the Rabbi Shnei Amar. See also of an Ashba of Cholos Kachem. So what's really fascinating about all of this is which is a very interesting motif. How, again, in these cases, you would think that giving truma to the kohen, of course, is an objective chesed. So giving truma to the kohen is only a chesed, is only something good if the kohen knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a chesed, but in fact it's a liability for him. Tremendously sold in life as well. About when giving out, it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to give children something as long as the child knows how to handle it. To give a child something, it's a big deal to technology, because of many areas. To give a child something like this, don't know what to do with it. It's not the parental gift, but instead it's really tremendous liability. No, they don't. Kind of. But you said, somebody says, United Christmas in that house. Where do we find, again, a biblical allusion to express everything? The guy mostly as priest is very interesting. He tells Lasis Lohem as Eretz Canaan. The pasuk says, and I will establish, I will uphold my bridge, my covenant with them, to give to them, Lohem, to them, right? Does Lachem learn that? I know Lohem. It's very interesting. The pasuk doesn't say it. The prophet doesn't say it. I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lachem. Rather, it is Lohem to them. Who is for them? Who is the Rashi? It's Rashi on the right side, about halfway down. Elolah, actually, we're going halfway down. Elohem, the Rashi says, Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, to Yisrael Lachem Eretz Yisrael. Lahem Nifna, along with Mehem Nifna. The precedent society has such an interesting way to read the concept that, again, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu was talking to Am Yisrael, who was alive at the time, it would use the lashon of what? Of Lachem. Lachem means to them. He's the dead. The Gemara understands referring to Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Referring to Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, they were dead. They were long dead by the time God goes into Egypt. God came to the kings of Israel. Rather, what do you see? But ultimately, again, Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive Eretz Yisrael. What does that show you? Yes, amazing. Yes, amazing. So the Gemara says, yeah, fine. Beautiful. Shalom is the meaning of who's the meaning. I mean, it's like, you have to call it similar to people believe. Now, to see, we use the terms in apicores, very interesting. What we're going to see is that we really refer to different levels of heretics, and say people who don't believe in certain things. So it's usually the same thing. Shalom is the meaning of the meaning of the meaning. The United States is going to make kind of means from where do you want to know from brings back the dead? Arovahem, Shinat Torah. Incredible. The Ramil says, I'm going to give you a proof in Torah being Ksufim. Now, all of the Ramil's proofs, they rejected. We'll see what happens. Minat Torah. So, number one, what's the value of Minat Torah? It says, Whenever Shalom Moshe, in Chon, Shofet in Avusecha, they come. It's very explicit. Isaiah Hashem to Moshe, you are going to literally again die. You're going to leave with your forefathers to come. And you are going to arise. Wow. Pretty explicit. Yes, so how do they disprove it? No. They said, Ramiro, you're putting the comma in the wrong place. Amaro, the Dilma, the comma ha'am hazeh, zana. No. The pasuk is as follows. Moshe, you're going to die. And after you die, the comma ha'am hazeh, zana. The people are going to rebel. When you die, the people will show idolatry. But the come is not going on Moshe, but rather the come is going on who? On the people. Incredible. You're not a deal. Next, you're not a deal. What's the proof from Rabbi? Let's say you Mesecha Mubasi Komus Akitu Vanu Shokle Afar. You call Oros Kalaka the Eretz will find people. So what's it say? This concept, what do you see this phrase? Phrase you see Akitu Vanu Shokle Afar. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Akitu Vanu. That's a pretty clear statement. The Vilma can check the Cheska. Yes, according to the state that the Cheska brought back to life. We think the Cheska bring back to life. That's the association, right? That's the value of dry bones. Maybe that's a specific episode. Next, from Psurim, it says, if you catch up Yaakov, only if we go even in Shurim,
Montgomery is already up on Christmas break.
Literally again that phrase, Dovavei Sifseishon. The lips of those who sleep will move. Sleep a reference to death. Lips they will move, meaning a reference to the idea that once again they speak. Yes, and listen. The Gemara Hushim Rakshas Vasei Ba'alma. Yes, so the meaning said, the Yochanan, the meaning said to the meaning of the subject, the meal, maybe that's referring to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? The Gemara says, "Well, Gemara Yochanan is so beautiful. We should be showing us how. Chomish Neme Halacha B'Shmo Ba'olam Hazeh. So so beautiful. Whenever when a person dies, if someone says over a halacha. Now, by the way, halacha doesn't just have to mean a halacha. What that means is when a person dies and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased lips move in the grave. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. This is a really beautiful idea. First of all, this idea that when a person needs all the Torah, a person needs all the lessons from their families, a person needs all these symbols that are said over even after they are no longer.
Hey, Brandon, can you mute your other device?
Continued eternality in this world. So a person dies, someone says over the Torah, someone says over the things.
Brandon.
Incredible. I show you because that. So the meaning.
Can you mute your other device?
And Torah gave them over the following idea. Always the following idea. Hashem Lavosechem Vaseis Lahem. So I get a reference to start again. But Hashem has sworn to you. Now to actually say to them, Lachem Lahem. I thought to say Hashem is being ready to you. Rather, what does it say?
Brandon, can you mute your other device?
So from here you see ultimately again a reference to Knesset Mason, Min, incredible, because once again, the giving over to them, who's with them? The assumption is this is Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So from here you see an explicit allusion to this idea that Hashem give that again the dead will come back to us. Others say, and the women from different parts of the say this is so beautiful. The Atem Hadekim Bashar Lokechem, Chaim Kulchem Hayom. Others say that's from this passage. Now, literally translated, what does it mean? And you who turn to Hashem, your God, like Chaim Kulchem Hayom. So it seems when I translate this, you will live fully today, or you are fully alive today. For example, Shita, Chaim Kulchem Hayom. Exactly, it's actually what it's talking about. So of course they're alive today. Allah, even beyond Shekol HaOlam Kulam Nesim. Even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that we would not be persecuted, ultimately, again, you use it to interrupt the Torah. Hayom means you will come back to life. But even on the day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful and incredible result. So there's much to say about that passage as well, but if we have time, I'll come back to it later. Shalu, Romim asked Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya. So ultimately, again, the Romans asked Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya, what did they ask him? So they asked Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya a two-pronged question. Number one, how do we know there's resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-pronged question. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya says, I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk. So again, Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya read the pasuk. Moshe, you're going to die. You come, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you see a remez to Tchias HaMesim. So the Gemara says, he said back to him, the Kama Amazeh B'Sana. Okay, Moshe, it's not how you read the pasuk. When you read the pasuk is that ultimately Moshe is going to die. The Vakam doesn't go on Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does Vakam go on? Vakam goes on ultimately again. The Klais are going to rebel. So Rabbi Shimon always said, fine. Even if you say that, At least the truth in the Palka Biadehu, Theodema Asha Asarios. So again, even if you're not able to use this concept as a relative translation, you can at least use it for what? As a relative of the scripture, that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, here at the same Moshe, you're going to die. And when you die, Rabbi Yisrael is going to die. Okay, incredible. You know, it's Israel, I'm going to look into the children of the Kai. The rest is also the Kai Nation, the Rash Asarios. What's this? Look around. How do I know? What we're going to bring back the dead? And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen? We're not in showcase in Mavasecha, ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like, so kind of, I'm not really as a Rabbi Yossi, who governs that, Ziyati Sifrei. Rabbi Yossi says like this, in this matter, the books of the heretics have really been, they're forgeries. Also, Shehayu is anything like that. Remember again, because the books of heresy said, there is no resurrection. Right, when I said to them, Siyat Shem Torah, the Lord Harvis and Biyat Shem Torah. The only one who forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on? Sha'atam Omen is present in the Torah, and this claim, there is no transformation. And then it should tell you, Omer, Karis, and Nefesh Avonabah. So what's it? It's a double washing of Karis. Why is it double washing? Because it says, I'm sorry. Karis is Avonabah. Karis for Organizer. Avonabah, so what's it? Karis means that the sin will be cut off in this way. Avonabah is the sin will remain. When is that? Does not refer to the outcome. So when you see ultimately again, Raya for resolution. So you must Karis, and after, let me start that one. I'm going to talk about Raya. So let me look at Raya. Make Karis. Understand why kids are both get up from Karis. Karis, in order not that, Karis, in order not ball. Which we know, Amri Lay, give us our love from the other. I would have said that, and the medium would have said no. That's just a colloquial expression. Okay, different on. So that's what you're not going to say. Karis, Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva understands about washing. Karis, he cut off in the smoke. Karis will go to come. Rabbi Akiva, I want to small. I wrote by Nama, as Hashem, whom we got definite first off. Because it says, the last sinning Hashem will be cut off. But if Shlosha Olam and Yish, are there three worlds, or is the pandemic of the three especially the cut off? What's going on with that? Unless there's a nipple driver, the nipples are all on that, will be cut off in this world. He carries the all on that ball. Right? He carries it right, he carries the off in the world to come. And he carries the carries, this is the first thing he carries speaks. Okay, Beno the Schwab and the Akiva, Avona Ba my Akiva. The whole person is going to be small. What do you do with the phrase of Avona Ba? Let's get this out of this is beautiful. Yako, Akiva, after Tshuva, you might have thought that this word would be cut off even if you did Tshuva. The Gemara says, Talmudoma Avona Ba. When is the sinner cut off? Only when it's Avona Ba. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo Amarti, Ella Bisman Savonaba. Like when the sin is cut off, is when the sin remains with him. And if the sinner does Shuvah, then ultimately again he is not cut. So really fascinating. So again, but the point that you begin to see is, like we mentioned yesterday, there's no concept that says there's a nation. It's just a nation. Rather, what we have is a series of biblical, I should say, right? Biblical allusions, paralleling to different allusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. That's right. That's what it's called. Shala Cleopatra Malchus Rabinea. Queen Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabinea. I'm not listening to the institution, no such as that. Cleopatra is queen's, what Pharaoh is the king's. So this is not like this is our starting with Cleopatra is a particular person, but this is more of a monarchical. I'm not talking to see it in different shots. This is more a monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks Rabinea, Yagana B'chai Shifti. Listen to this. He said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry. I know that the living die. That's it. They are teaching there to Esav Haaretz. I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, I see this, right? It's Cleopatra. I believe in predestination. Incredible. I know that the dead will come back to life. We are teaching the year to Esav Haaretz. Because again, the pasuk says that literally there are sprouts out from the city, which represents Haran, like the grass comes out of the earth. And once again, it's interesting. This pasuk is actually not quoted in our previous conversation, but we have had to quote this pasuk. I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the title? Ella, Kishem Onge, Agunim, Obama B'Shehem. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So I know that. So the narration back to the back. So Kavachomer Mechita, Mika Kavachomer from the chain of peace. Also, what the Gemara says, the Machita Shmukura Aguma. So the Kita, right? The grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, you plant the seed, just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza become a Levushim. Then it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? It means that, again, the kernel itself has many layers, like a husk, like different things on top of it. So you see something again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So you must have Sadiqim, Shemek Baran, there's a point of the Shemek. But Sadiqim, ultimately, again, who are buried with their clothing, Allah has kind of a color. Sadiq, ultimately, again, is buried not that clothing, but Takrikim, but crowns. So the Sadiq is buried with clothing, all the more so, he will come out clothed as well. So this is such a fascinating. First of all, you just say stam, it's just like a fascination question. Like that again, I believe in resurrection of the dead. How exactly does this work? What is it? Unclothed, clothed. So it's interesting also to compare the clothing, we discussed before, also in medical also for accomplishments. Like the garden, like the Holy Seed of Decalazani, which someone says in this way. And all times let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. Clothing represents accomplishments. So keep that all be that your pastor is really asking about the following. When is transformation? How do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like tabla rasa, like naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, not just like a new baby being born with that? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, do you come back? And again, I have my nice clothing. I have my nice. So again, it's fascinating. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? So when your response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. So listen, it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me in what we'll call Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows you in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I'm going to make this over the Yom. So the Caesar says over the Yom. Caesar the Yom. I'm listening to Yishak Michael. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So as opposed to Cleopatra, who believed in transformation, but just has some detailed questions about it. So you see already that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't believe it. I don't understand. You guys say, Yishak Michael, the dead will come back to life. I don't understand how that works. The dead ultimately again become dust, right? And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of Tzaddik Alf 91a. Amru Lohu Barte, Shaske Ba'anamahadot. Again, these things are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Romeo, I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, So she says, so bottom of the second line, second line, days 91A, second line. There are two people, two fashionists, creators of stuff. Right? Pottery people. Like Rashi says over here, they create utensils. Two people create utensils. One creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So he's better. Which is either of course, on the right, let's look to the right. Of course, you're going to much greater feat create utensils from water than you create from clay. I'm going to mind. I'm going to fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's a reference to Zerah, to the drop of seed, which creates the doesn't create human life and literally mine it in water, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is beautifully built. In other words, right, it's a greater feat to create utensils from water than it is from clay. Then I'm going to create utensils from clay. And so the Father goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, so we go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. The way that we show it, California is beautiful. When you bring the California from the creation of glass. Creation of glass, it's gas amazing. These fruitless, Sha'amalon, the Ruach, Basaradan. How is glass made? You blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And Mishpuru, Yishlan Takara. And even if glass break, you can melt it down and you can refashion it. Basaradan, Shalut, Sha'amalon, man who is made with the breath of Hashem. Right? Hashem blew life into us. Allah has come of Hashem. All the more so, there is a break, so to speak, in dies, it can be put back together. Which is the fun, you know. Amar Yahu. Meaning of Yahu. So it's like, also there's so much to say in each of these words, because each of these statements are tremendous metaphors for different aspects of our life. But again, I underline this, so we'll come back to this sometime. So there was a particular unbeliever, who said to Yami, you say the Shakti Chai, you guys say that the dead come back to life. Was the Havu Afro, the Afro was a dead come to dust. And how can dust actually come back to life? Oh, I'm sure if I'm muscle on my let me give you a muscle. Remember, Pastor Madam, some of that, I'll give you a muscle. There was one human being, and the human being said to his servants, we will be taught, we will be golden, and not in mind God built in the palace, so no problem. There's no water, there's no dirt, so it takes any do the palace, any dirt to get out. Also, one also, about Hashem, the subject to figure out the good thing of the palace. We learned in nothing. Sometime later, the palace fell down. On the land, so the king said to himself, because of you also the nothing to use upon us. I want you to rebuild the palace, because I want you to build in the place where there is water and there is dirt. On the low and on your home. The subject said, we can't do it. We're unable to do it. So come and sell it. The king got very angry at them. On the hand, the Makam Shemai the Afa, they sing, Aksha Shemai the Afa, Allah has come and the king said, I don't care. You were able to build a palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like, what's the result? As God creates man from nothing. Creates man. It's not going to be world from nothing. So if Hashem wouldn't create from nothing, then even a man comes back into dirt. Dirt is something. If you create from nothing, you're going to create from something. That was the answer about restoration. The ESM Mamun, and if you don't believe it, that gives idea of something turning into something else. Say the bit, go out into the valley, and you're 8 after. Type of rodent. Shalom, touch the butt, touch the other. So let's say this man is an example about what we're talking about. That flesh and have earth. The muscles you keep in the ancestral bus. The next thing that the event comes completely flesh. You see the event
Yo.
things transform from earth into flesh.
What'd you say?
Shema Tomar is Monday, but maybe you'll say things like time. It's going to be molding time of transformation.
Who will play in the NBA? A dude? Adults will play in the NBA? Oh, dogs? That's what you're so fucking excited to tell me?
So again, the idea over here is
Well, baby.
Something is close to nothing, and from the earth again things could sprout as evidenced by the
Dude, watch the Super Bowl, big man. All right, well, I'm too. They're about to do the coin flip. All right, I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog? No, I'm not looking up anything. It's the Super Bowl, dude. Dude, just turn on the game. Brandon's streaming it. You can watch it. You can watch it with Brandon. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about it. We want to see this game, baby. It's a big deal.
And yet, again, there are times day to day when my circumstances are not possible. I don't do it. And I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's not. I'm saying that. Do you remember that time that you've been thrown in impossible circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where, again, it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not, and you did, and you came through? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build a personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then our life is kind of become a day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. There must be all situations like this, where really difficult situations, you don't have situations like this is a piece of, I think almost all of us have situations like this, really difficult circumstances. I say to myself, I don't know where to get through this. And I got through it. How did I get through it? But I succeeded, and I grew. And if I could do that in extenuating circumstances in life, but I certainly could perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no good, there was no water, the more that happens, more the personalistic palace, where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredibly useful to life. More was like it. I want to but you hear that this is a great series of stories. Let's take them in. The sex is a via fantasy, so that's his name. The via fantasy, so that's what goes out over here. Hakshmo, Bahaisamo, Akmunius, Bigabo. Interestingly enough, so this guy, the via fantasy, who himself was a Shtickleton Chacham, and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story.
Is it going to be heads or tails, Zoot?
He was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So it was a name that came over to him.
Heads or tails?
He said to him, find the phone, Chayde. Amiso Mesi Chayim. The Chayim Misi, the Misi Chayim.
Dude, choose heads or tails.
He says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking about the Jews, right? He told the Jews to shut. You're shut. Why you shut? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back home. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. You possibly say that which is dead comes back to life. So the name of the Israel bonds. By the phone Friday, you're going to shut. The Amiso Mesi no Chayim. The Habichaya. The Habichaya no Chayim. Let's say, so the Hebrew says back to that name. I'll tell you why. That is not a life. Let's come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we have a paradigm for this. What are you talking about? You're the rough.
Yo, baby.
No life brings to life. It's crazy to think that they're back to life. So the year that this is he called this Apicoles a Russia. I'm not like, you're calling me a Russia? if I would be over there, you must have that, right? If I would come over
Dude,
to
you talk during the Super Bowl more than anyone ever. What did you say?
Be so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. This is incredible, right? People
Have you ever left the TV on and burned it?
I would be so straight, right? If you got hunchback.
No, I get phones that get like that though if I don't mess around with them. How about you? Okay, what was burned into the screen? Okay, what was it? The Pornhub homepage?
That's our introduction to the next number
It was The Simpsons?
as well. And also, they're going to see something fascinating just about her personality.
Interesting.
That's about Nisan. On the 24th of Nisan, it's Nakilu Dimusunoi Yehuda. So again, those are oppressors. The oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now again, what oppressors? What are you talking about? So watch this. Kishabot b'nei Africa, Vagor and Israel. When the people of Africa came to the Romans, it's a legal claim against the Jewish people. What was that saying? Otherwise, they Alexander's Motzman. So again, actually, before Alexander did it, Alexander was right? So they're not Rome. Right? But they came before Alexander the Macedonian for a dinner with Claudius. No. Eretz Canaan, Jews like Alexander. Right? I know that Jews like Alexander. Because also, there are Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander. That which is very strange. It's not exactly a Jewish name.
Dude. What makes you so want to talk about everything not Super Bowl related?
With a din Torah against the Jews. I don't know.
That's a good question. I don't know the number, but probably when the Patriots came back, it was like in 2019. They came back from like down like 26 points or something. Okay. That was not the first halftime show. They had halftime shows before then, but they were just by like school marching bands.
Not so big. Like you wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What do they need? But again, listen, this is the planet.
How was it on live TV?
They cannot leave cloud Israel alone. They cannot get a worship there that Jews has again. It puts us to sleep because we like to think that the world is changed and we love each other and
what up, baby?
And again, it's actually very informative. It's simulated. The world can't, for some reason, can't be so well.
Dude, just focus on the game. It just kicked off.
So I guess we come up Alexander the Great. So now it's ours. What's the claim? It's said, again, if you're actually someone, it's said, Eretz Canaan Yivasah. It says that the land of Canaan including all of the boundaries, Canaan, so therefore they looked at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. They had Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan, Avun, Dahano, Israel. Canaan is our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of
Seattle.
So the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land. Almost the less I saw again. So this
That's
is
correct, big dog.
This was a king brought before Alexander the Great. The Jews also now defend their claim to Canaan. I'm going to give them a Sisa. So the Jew of the Sisa was and he says, I'm going to say something. To know the Rishus, let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this. Right? In the Natsuri, I'm going to show you this after. So if I lose, the good thing is.
All right, well, just go to streamies.sk.
Was not recognized recognized as one of the ranking sages. That's not that wasn't like ranking. Therefore, it says if I lose the case, it's not a big deal. Whatever. You can just say he wasn't really representing us, right? Just the African they defeated just a regular guy. You know, me and I say after something, I win the case. Amru Bahem, say Torah's Moshe Yitzhak. The victory will not be attributed to me, that what will the victory be attributed to Torah. Which also, by the way, just you begin to see the beauty and the power of the personality of the vehicle of the Sisar, that all of this was literally about Torah. This is not a responsible. The vehicle of the Sisar saw himself as an ambassador of the Rebbe. So if I lose, I lost his mind. But if I win, the win is the Rebbe. Incredibly selfless. Okay, so that's the Rosh Hashanah. Okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim. He represents Christ of Function Alexander. Go ahead. So he says to the Africans, where are you getting this from? I love that Torah. It's the Torah, we just said it. I'm alive. Also, when you ask in the Torah, what's the position there? Vayomer, Arur Kinan, Evet Abadi Yavachov. Kinan is cursed, and Kinan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case, Evet so again, Hebron is here. He said the children of Kinan. Kinan is cursed. Kinan are Abadi. Evet Shekana Abadi Nefasim. Evet Nefasim. If an Evet acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Evet himself belong to? Below, not only that, and furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because we're the slaves to God and what? We have not been working for years. So not only do we not own them, right? But we owe you, and you owe us back wages, back payments for all of your delinquent service. Okay? So what happened? I mean, I am Zandra Malta. This is your Shula. So Alexander is the African Jew. Well, what say you? You know what? Let's your response. I mean, let's see what response was the other. Let's say Alexander, give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back with the answer. Now, so when it's not gave them the time, but over the month of Shula. So ultimately, they in the search, but they could not find an answer. We had doctors, we had to get them away. And what happened? They need to decide the same to change to us. They can't to change to us. The last time I wasn't here, the simplest thing, so apparently again, they were living in Canaan. Right now, they were living there. But again, they had no king. They left Israel, so they left. They ran away. And they left behind leading fields and leading vineyards. And the Gemara says, "Va'osa shana shiyis." Was a Shemitah. So not only did Klal Yisrael succeed, but ultimately again, Klal Yisrael went ahead and Baruch Hashem had from where to sustain themselves even during the Shemitah. So let's say, so again, what's the said with this? But it's a fascinating story. What's the big message? What's the 2 messages? Number one, the Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world. And the little bit that we have is ours. And we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it. Nor should we be apologetic about the fact that when God gave it to us and did not give it to others. When you are apologetic, so ultimately a very important is exploited and counts the point. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number 2, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you're giving stuff and sparkling, that's when things work. You'll be a better see. So let's say, I want to play something out, by the way. When you think about it, it's interesting to know, look how could be a better see something like a whole several. Right? Welcome to my good. I'd like to thank my parents for this. It says that I'm from this year. He doesn't know. He goes to Pasuk. He's supposed to Pasuk. He's not why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is. On a very simple level, the group of Jesus made a very simple idea. It's not about me. This is not about me. This is about what we call when you do things for the right purposes, specifically when you cover up with powerful things and together. Be unapologetic about what is ours. And number two, do things for the right purposes and things come together. Next, Shulchan Aruch, another thing told us, fascinating. What we can name Mitzrayim Bagel in Israel with the Alexander Mocha. So once again, now the Egyptians brought a court case. Listen, this is literally again, we think it's new things that like nations of the world bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. The Africans did it. And I say again, like he led the claims of genocide. This passage can see how the world is like he was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel, South Africa. In other words, just pointing out that you see certain things, they just are the way that they are. So while it's nice to think that the world changes, it really doesn't. The only thing that changes is us. The world is very much stays the same, especially in its future photography. So overwhelming. Next court case. Who else now comes before Alexander the Great? Egypt. Allah, Harim Omer, sorry Omer, Hashem Nasana Spina Amabene, Hashidun. So the Egyptians come, it's like, it's actually pretty good thing. Right? So the Pasuk says, when you left the sign, the Pasuk says, maybe I'm not coming up to this, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of Klal Yisrael in the eyes of the Egyptians by Yashirim. Now, by Yashirim literally means they borrow. They borrow. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they ask, right? Others say it means borrow. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with the twist out again. What they mean borrow, which means Klal Yisrael borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. Which the Egyptians say, so happy to let this money, right? We'd like our stuff back. We like our stuff back, okay? So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them Sisa. So the give them Sisa says that I'm truly interested in the other more. So the give them Sisa says, do me a favor. It says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal with it. I mean, that's when once again, Amru Lahem, had great shut up on the section. So if I'm successful, I'm sorry, if they are the people of the players. If they win the case over you, so nice again, it's not a big deal because people would just say, this guy can be Seesaw, he's a head guy. He's just a regular guy. Like in our new Eretz Yafon, so I'm successful. Amru Lahem, told us in the Shrabin is successful. And ultimately again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to us. That's the wish us. Okay, so the Seesaw shows the predation and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amalahem, Egyptians, what's your eye? What's your case? Amalahem, that's all right. Amalahem, so again, so we told you, by Ashilun, you borrowed stuff from us. Okay, you should buy a private stuff, like you want to stuff back. So you don't see, Amalahem, I also bring you this in the Torah. שנאמר, ומשה בני ישראל, אשר יצאו ממצרים, 30 שנה ו400 שנה. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. And 430 years, again, that's the clock for the Kedas Mitzvah. So they're for 430 years. תנו לנו שכר עבודה של 60 ריבו, ששיבה לכם מצרים, 30 ו400 שנה. So, we have no problem. If you want to make an accounting, I'm going to make an accounting. You say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed, okay? You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's do some friends with years, right? Let's go that like that. And let's settle up. Back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? Nobody has to say. Right, people are smart for smart. So give us a few days, we'll come back. So that's one story. That's on Abraham is man. But we have much to do. So ultimately, again, they should create a clear financial. We got the legal side of saying, he says laws, we can make the tools, we bought it. We left behind the fields, like the lady fields, lady vineyards, but also Shamash and stuff. And it was a sweet year. We kind of also speak. These are benefits. Let's have fun of things and really interesting. Why is it that both the Africans and the Egyptians are there? Like, come back, be a man, right? And say, you know what, we don't have an answer. I will say, because here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for us, If you don't have an answer, you come back and you could say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors, and only an attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't even have the platform to show back up themselves. And that's the message of the Lord. He's not your place. Right? Because if you look, and again, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing that you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, when you can't even show your face again, when you can't even follow back up, that shows the emptiness of your aims to begin with. So profound. You know what I mean? Shulpan, Achas, Golden Yishma. That was incredible. Okay, so let's say this is great. Everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? Sons of Yishma, Muktura, larger in Yisrael. So what's Yishma? What's that? I don't know. Eretz Kinaan Shalom. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Right? So the Yishma say, Eretz Kinaan is ours. So what happened? Here's what's interesting. Yishmael comes with a different way. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu, the Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. But this is very different, right? After he's claimed all ours. Right? Now claiming, right, Yishmael trying to want the backwards, right? We want the money. Right? At the end of the day, so it's interesting, Yishmael, we're going to see why Yishmael's claiming. So Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours, we're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So the Gemara says, so again, what's this false claim? By the way, false claim is not a bad claim. Right? What's this false claim? We also told the Avram. The land was given to Avram. We told the Avram. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I don't know if you give this is some. So once again, we give to the Sisa. Let me do this. I'll agree with you. I'll argue. Any that's for me, I'm going to head out to the Sakhan. Then I'm right? So ultimately, again, so he says, if I lose, they defeat the economy. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? So he says to me, Shmuel, what's your ayah? What's your proof? So again, we just quoted it. We are also children of Abraham. I was going to share marriage. Abraham gave everything he owed to Yitzchak. So if Abraham, the son, Abraham Matanos. And Abraham gave, like the children of the concubines, the naked Torah, he gave them matanos. And then it says, Vayishalachim me'al Yitzchak. He sent them away. So the Gemara says, Nasser Abraham, so the Gemara says, Nasser Abraham, Nasser Agatim, the Bala B'chayim, the Shigas and the Alzeh, Rum Yish, Lazeh Alzeh, if a father gives gifts to a son, and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any food on his primary son? Of course not. Essentially what James seems to say, what are you guys talking about? If Abraham gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? He sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, Hebron, this is yours. I love you. I do love you. Right? I told you so before. With Yaakov. Amnon says, I have two sons. I love them both. Yishmael, I love you. And that's I'm giving you stuff, and I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than Yitzchak. So the Gemara says as follows. My matanos, by the way, one of the matanos that he gave them, right? Ultimately, again, he gave them sorcery. So he was so therefore, again, interestingly enough, what I want to point out, what's fascinating about that story is that you notice the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, Yishmael says, we need 3 days in order to come back. The deal that he says, Raya was so compelling, it was like a mic drop. That was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Abraham. And Abraham loved your father as well. And Abraham gave your father gifts. He gave him stuff. And then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Avram did not want Yitzchak. Actually, whatever. Avram did want Yitzchak and Yisrael to go together. Sarah didn't. Sarah intervened, and Hashem said to Avram, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, to get the position says, you have no heirs in Eretz Yisrael. You have Yisrael. You have no heirs in Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you want to tell us this was the story, Yisrael accepts it. There's no, let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. Right, but we also have to, this might be a new okay, we're fine. I'm going to start over here for today. Okay, listen, can you possibly go any faster? You can't go any faster. There's too much to discover over here. Listen, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up our news on the bottom of traffic house tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow. Right.
Tonight's 4K Skycast coverage is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Settling here at Levi's Stadium.
You like it. So you just said telephone money.
Good morning. Let us begin. Up taking all of our focus for this morning to change how I need to come to some focus. What's up, Tuesday? You're supposed to talk about yourself and get to every single breakfast this year, and it's supposed to be so much trouble for everybody yourself. And the greatest conference for the month of April. I thought we were the heaviest teaching. 11 million plays probably that's the highest price. See hurts, then gifts and happening. The see that you bring and burning families and many of this community is together. We are going to discuss for the black people in America, all of the shows having on the families and all these leaders to have a very heavy start and so on. The students and the lives to this home and all these soldiers should be successful as well. And that's the way. But with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful day ahead of us today. Today's day is Sabbath 90 left to us all. Take test on the days, 89D, 14 lines up from the line. Select the middle of the story of each freedom. Then we're going to respond to such that I'm going to do as we respect. Sacrifice your son, which I'm going to do respond to it, but then for you, two sons. Execute God, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children are going to have their unique singularity. I shall have best the ones who you love. How about you let me know? I love them both. But it's not about God, you know, I like that. I think Jesus said, you think I'm going to be small? You think I'm going to be small? The Father likes the son. You have the son doesn't do exactly what the Father wants. That's his touch. So Father, he said, okay, Yitzchak, I asked the whole past Rama, so why don't you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. He didn't say picture of God, and one of the I'm not be overwhelmed by all of this. It's not enough to know the idea that Halak and myself, this was very overwhelming test. Obviously, it wasn't overwhelming test on the reading. It's not the only kind of on the reading to sort of be intricate and intellectually ingest it. But it does this blinking out slowly. It's not so fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes not to put out blowing it out. But again, sometimes the person has to be able to ease into a blended reality. Incredible. Speak yourself on that. This is not what some of you are going to go see. See that the relationship shows, by the way, how people have not even see this one before. Again, I'm going to do this to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to be active. There's also a process. There's a process, and people don't know who we want. But like you flip the switch and say, okay, I'm ready to do the active. It took time to be able to do it. You know, there's like achievements up like that. So the suffering tries to sabotage Agna and the way to the active. Elisa dava Rafa aquilo ali em Sartorado, que é da Rafa Sexa Coaching Tool, Knowledge, the Alpha Power Rafa, right? So there was a the part of the end of the process is every part of the second of it. Elisa dava Rafa Straw. So the second sense to Amaria is average. Does this make sense to you that a God who loves you allows you to do this? So the second is trying to theologically sabotage Amaria. And it's actually going to give sacrifice to it. And it doesn't go after our soul. Show what God really wants, show what God really desires. Ask what how can it be Lord God who loves you? So he seeks to go ahead and offer us something special. Look at that, and we said that already. If you have it all that way, so it's going to be flawless, could it be that if God loved you so much, He attached you to something, in which your entire future hangs in your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Father who attached you in this way? On the Lord, I need to commit with it. Listen, this is such a beautiful, beautiful demand. If I'm in response, I walk in my simplicity. Like coming to understand what simplicity, the features, whatever the Lord says, He says, the Lord says, you know what a mula is? What a mula represents is the ability to give oneself over into entire future when you don't understand it. I'm back to myself question. I'm back to myself looking focused. So therefore, God really says this suffering. It's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to be clean in this. I walk with completion to after the food. Whatever the Rebbe tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. I will be less focused to us. So the suffering is that already know. But maybe your Yura, maybe your Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yura ultimately again is blinding you. Amalov, Zachar Na, Nibu Nak Yahweh. Is there anyone who has put their faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu and has been lost? Whatever he says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain Amuna. You just can't explain Amuna. But there's one interesting thing about Amuna, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it Zachar Na, Nibu Nak Yahweh. Is anyone who put their Amuna in the spot have they ever been lost? Has there ever been a person who put their disadvantage? Such a this conversation is probably the essence that every person with Amuna goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether there's something that's really happening with, or whether I'm going to go through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, could it be that a God who loves you is this to you? What's the answer to that? The answer to that is, I don't want to say that it's God. I just give myself over to the result of this thought. That's what it means. I give myself over to God. I forget the voice comes back and says, what was I doing? Maybe a misunderstanding. You know, God wants you, or God wants you. To which again, I'm not even response. The end is straight up scary. Those who put themselves in grace left in those who give themselves over in their minute left for the powerful, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Keeping the cause up, so no kashamia, right? So when somebody starts up, he is not listening to him. Amalek, the Eli is starting to love. Kasha not be a party of Harvard. And so we all know what we need to be able to interesting. When it's something like the Avon, something like the Avon, and the Bible Avon don't work much. Because I heard from the hand, from the curtain, at the end of the day, God doesn't even ask me to sacrifice this. But at the end of the day, they end up offering up the seed and not be expected. The most interesting enough is, okay, we know the end of the story, that he will be the result of their company. And yes, on the line, I'm going to do the second class, this is the question of a liar. Shafiru over MS is so enough. That was again, somebody lies and lies, even when they tell the truth. No one listens. So interesting, so what's this last one? What is this last piece? The second is trying to convince, I was trying to convince Amaviru not to do this. Well, the last section, that's the you have to talk about this stuff, it's really fun. What's the check? The check was, he was trying to take away the smile from Amaviru. So And he's trying to think, I'm going to guys, that's the test. He's not going to do it anyway. So he's trying to be stop him. So at least he could take away the reward for doing it. He could take away the amount of people. Because what he says, essentially, stop him. I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has actually zero meaning to you. Because at the end of the day, again, listen to the person that a liar is going to express it. Incredible. Remember, guys, I'm going to use strong stuff. So as I said, with you again, but as I have discussing, all this suffering is highly associated out of you. So you still it's highly associated with stuff. And you go in and go, you still have this stuff. You think it's for great. You think it's for great. I'm going to do after all again. I'm going to come with this. The outcome out there is going to that even process is showing. So when you process these stuff, you know, you gotta do it. I gotta get to work. You gotta get to know if you're consent, you have your memory of the tool, and I have to do it for all the stuff that I can go. Until you say, I'm gonna let you stuff say, if the Ava act on the diary, you're starting off with me with one body part, in only of you that can be put up in Zebra, you gotta actually find a fire life. I mean, Zebra, like, I mean, Zebra. With the young, I was thinking it was just something coming to do my entire body healing. I would be like, and really that's what I was like, this is life, but it's really just out there. The answer to that, yes, we got things. And that's what's this all of this. That's all this. So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is where it's a cliche, it's never changed, sending everything to your health, that you cannot handle. Something moving was part of that will actually be this tomorrow. But what happens over here? So the conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire son, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, there was two Yitzchak Abba, a sentence with Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment, when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, the aftermath of that statement, that's when he felt he tested it. Only after the benefit said that Yitzchak was ready for such an silent, that the response was preaching that was silent. What he said, Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that whenever you want to do something really right, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, those make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter. So the forces of nature, those are like suffering, those are like these those are like because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. And you want to do something holy, and you want to do something that really just get ready for the resistance to occur. You see what's happening over there, right? The activity started, the suffering starting up with Adam. Each small starting up with each step. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of this. So I'm listening to one of my favorite podcasts of all time. Actually, that is that the Akiva. That's what the idea is. That's what it says to Adam and Eve. And people are not telling us, don't get into the world. Don't check these stuff. And then what happens? As it says, that's just so amazing. He says, because I'm letting you so that it's stuck in the throat. So it's specific like this. If the arrow will run up to Adam Avinu's feet and then down his seats, Adam wouldn't have walked in. Because something that easy, that's from the suffering. And when he saw that it was stuck in the listen, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? That's not action. Somebody told me this how to get over the court. So, okay, I'm trying to get a ram out of a thicket, so but you can imagine, right? There's the thorns, the animal's struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get cut, you bleed. There's a struggle. I'm living a soul where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there's easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, if you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised, that's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute freedom. And I look at this story. Something starting up with Avnavim. Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes we undertake all the endeavors, and then we get difficult. The reason for the sake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulties truly, but it's not that I think it's not there. That's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease, it might be something done ways, but not back to the holy. Incredible. So back to Navi Saka for this. So what you try to get other people to go ahead and look for the word together. You see what? I'm sure you can. I'm sure you get some solutions. So you might take some people or you got this, and then again. So we used to see that Navi should be as things that the Navi tries to go and get. Because when you get there, next, Navi and Bankar say, remember, ways to try to heal, ways to try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So let's start off. Let's just do that. I'm sure we're correct. I'm sure we're correct. Navi should be up to speed at my time of Rabbanon. So Navi tries to get what most of our homes are. He gets to know why is that, what's the last thing that Rabbanon. So you want to answer a Hadach so if you're doing Shabbat on basis, not a lot of them dispute it. One dispute it. Okay, so we shouldn't. We succeeded it. But it says really like that. And what it says, we saw. And what's that about? But the Nisa, we never told us, Stam Eir Elachel. You know, any Nisa that is mentioned in the Torah, says Stam. Now, you can really got us to see that, my family, so why do you think that you really got us? So what's more, what's the last thing that I like? Some Hadach only uses only Rabbi Shula. So if you're into a Shabbat, Hadach different uses, or some of the Rabbi Shula. Rabbi Shimon, Hadach Rabbi Shimon, Hadach. The Ligma uses, why does Rabbi Shimon consider Shabbat on basis? And you know, it says, and Rabbi basis, then he makes it happen, he makes it happen. Yeah, and then he makes it happen, he makes it happen, he makes it happen. Because again, you got to go ahead and learn how to get it Shabbat and makes it happen, very smart. And remember, also, with these type of things, there's two types of insiders. That's where those things like individuals and where those things like groups. And therefore, they would rather go ahead and make the Jewish Shabbat the right type of insider. I love it. Let me help you with it, but I'm not going to get nothing. I've got the opposite. I love it learn out again what we call the common insider, the common insider, and that's the common insider from what we do insights. Yeah, the Jewish like what they should be on. And look how I get stuff in the job. It's just, you know, even though it's a lovely maybe doing insider, but once he's excited at the end of the day, he becomes a hydra. He's no longer really out of the position of Navi, rather he's a hydra. Don't let this stuff. The Christian says, I wasn't Catholic side, it's no year. My coach is a very shame, so he's talking about, now with that, I'm going to go, with that, we're going to do this, right? False prophet. It's false prophet, right? So now, the Shiner is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, obviously, if you say people to work with Allah, you got to find, but let's listen to this. Machloket ba'oker haguf ta'over sochaber, yukir mitzat oduta mitzat ta'over sochaber. And that's an interesting thing. Machloket comes up in conversations. If he goes ahead and really again some total halacha of the Torah, but in the other respects, maintains certain aspects of the tradition of the Torah. I think we can actually do this in a moment. First, actually, talking about it. Not this was. Yeah, very Rishon. And that's what obviously, if you're about Rishon, you're not for Mesa, obviously, no Mesa, that's going to be kind of Mesa. That's going to focus. That's going to focus. Type of Mesa. Is it schema? Is it correct? That's not a focus. But look what Rashi says over here. He says, Machloket said, the Rabban Rabbi Shimon, the Navi brought a good call out good by all this stuff. The Amar, Mishkahisi, the Achabon, the Yavua, the Yavua, the Yavua, mitzvah, I gotta go for coming there and say that. But it's obviously, classic case of this Navi Shepherd. He prophesies and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God. I have respect for totally approved. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, all the tiny mitzvahs in the back on the chest, the idea is only that one is Skila. You think it's going to say, what the possibility is like this? What the possibility is? He's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but a really part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, a good example this would be, let's say, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example that he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but a really part of the prohibition. So that's what this is important. So again, I think you both love Homer and the Restream are one for a reason. Look at that. Now, focus about the type of thing. Watch this. So you got one of them, one of them. The only thing that the Torah says that the Navi will try to hear you from the Derech, Min HaDerech. Min HaDerech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the Derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and neglecting another part of it. Look at this. About Oprah, which is some mitzvahs, you're not going to have. This is interesting. But let's say someone goes and Navi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. You know Avodah Zarah. He just uprooting another mitzvah. Uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Look at that. Because he's a false prophet. And corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation. He said that that's it. The two mitzvahs, the different mitzvahs, we try to do that prophet. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and let's say uproots parts, but then goes ahead and maintains the part by other mitzvahs. Everyone agrees, Tata. Or an example of that, he says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. So something like that. So it's promises. So there's two categories. Category one is Avodah Zarah. Whenever an false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, that's when a focus for the Shin and the Rabbanon, to get Skila is a Torah. That's category one. Category two, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah entirely. So another mitzvah, another Avodah Zarah applies. Everyone agrees, Torah. Category three, which is the category three, is in another mitzvah, you uproot part of it, maintain part of it, if you feel what's that left over there, Tata. Tata doesn't mean that it's fine. Tata just means that David is not coming into that. So you might say, Master Rahamura, Tamina is 1 second. Now that has now, you must say, the possible you must put is the person. Is the person. Now, maybe I also not Halamahu. You must keep better. Sarah Allah Shalom Kekana, what's the answer? Society, Tapota. This is kind of the mother shepherd, the first part. But you must dissecting that part a little bit. Not that that's because you can remember. He's going ahead, like, he's really from the past that sometimes you follow. Not that that's really stuff I say. This is like, if I listen to me, really stuff, yes, I say. What does it say? It says that even if the Navi messes with other parts of the Torah, he's suspended to do that. That's what I mean. He's not like some other stuff that I might say, I've always been running away from this stuff, or anything like this talking about idolatry. And that's like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? Which you know is that? But in the there is. There's not a good stuff, then you pass stuff. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive word that I say? Because it's supposed to break apart the offers of our results. The Hamina Omar, so the Hamina refers to another thing. Hamina says like this. No, that's tremendous football, tremendous amount of stuff that I really underneath the sheet. So it's not the best because let's go out with it. Not the button of good stuff. Some most continue next question, yes, I stand follow the lady that was out of the Lisa. But I would actually really the opportunity is in there I was second this year. And on the job, I was about to thank you very much. That was really good for us. I'm really else. Tremendous. I cannot start this thing. 5:49 this morning. There's a human being this morning. Which is true. That's what we say. The thing is that I'm so promotion. And kids is the same. Because it's really for all these things. For the guys, the early mornings, and the coffee is very good. Thank you very much. Whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So this piece again, when every shepherd coming along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this Avodah, whatever it is, no longer applies. There is a really false mentality. Any time that happens, the Gemara says, maybe I get to it else, but maybe somebody says, the key mitzvah is into a mitzvah that was the heaven, the Hana and the Mina, that key mitzvah is that. This is so good. So I'm not saying so. And I'm not saying this. There are no good categories. This one consolidates two categories like this. But looking at a mitzvah, maybe it's idolatry, and the other mitzvah, certainly. How's like that? Furthermore, when it's idolatry, when you go ahead and you call idolatry or idolatry, how's like that? Have a huge mitzvah, the difference is some mitzvahs, figure out that part. So when you talk if you uproot and transform some parts of other mitzvahs, right? Like you said before, you can work something going on, two things in place, so you can not the last stuff. So that would be an example of uprooting part and transforming part. And that's like that, you talk about.
Absolutely incredible. Michael, fun times. You did great for 13 years as
some element of the Torah. And we're going to make a race in the dice so we do a great distinction between the Torah and the Torah. And that becomes one that says, a particular mitzvah, a particular Avodah, no longer applies. Okay? Or, actually, in the Bible, I'm studying the Torah, fine. But when you accept the mitzvah, let's say when it emphasizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. You shouldn't say that. And you shouldn't say that to public. Because I always consider actually the only ayot shikura in the not of the Torah to that for high. By Avodah Zarah, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be high. Like we high. To give you an example of that is, let's say says, on Mondays you're not working Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week is good, it's still right there to that. Abai is saying that this so you guys are because you have what's known as essentially two different or three different versions about how it's in a focus open with your faith. So Abai holds like a this is like this one. So I hold like a this stuff, and we try to talk about this stuff. We get from the purpose of entire discussion, like what this stuff. So we have all those things. Some of the and we also have a new strong emphasis on the work, and ultimately again they go up and subject to the About each other, like this stuff, like this stuff, so about how to get this stuff, and in fact, this is the kind of stuff that is this stuff, and it's not real, and it's not a rock or something, I don't know, again, it doesn't come along. And uproots the mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what the definition of rooting? It's mentality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply to the other, it doesn't apply. Why are you talking about Avodah Zarah or time mitzvahs? Now, what there is that focus on. Everyone agrees, how to like the Torah. The time in the trust and the back in the trust. What happens if another comes along by mitzvah and says, the whole part of it, the game part of it, that you shouldn't call there, that you shouldn't call that that's by Sharmitzvah. By Sharmitzvah. What do you know about it? What's so good about it is that when it's the fact that it comes by idolatry, I feel that I know the idea or not the idea, I recognize when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding and partially redeeming it, everyone agrees that it's like a lot of it. When you mess up Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there's going to be a few of these stuff. So I recognize these stuff. Not to be saying nothing to that, that's not good, that's not versus Stephen. Go and set up by it. You have a son like that, and you know, you guys are going to know, and it's not the last, but I'm not
Because they've got a blitz coming inside the circuit.
Might be the lobby to say, okay, four comes along, it's close to up, he's something in the shoulder, right? Four negation. Whether it's at the result of something else, carry the stuff. What's the result? What's the result? There's going to take use of that, not business. Kind of versus Stila. So it's very trust in the work and the trust. Bishani says, what happens if another comes along? What happens if it's not how these are? And you look at this part of the city, telling this, what essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing on. If another comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going to uproot idolatry as a whole, there's no other desire, or there's partial allegiance, partial holdings, Right. What is it called? Okay, that's not progress. That's not progress. Next case. Another thing we try to uproot, which is any mix by totality, what's halacha? Next case. And then another thing we try to uproot, partially uproot or partially negate another mix by the Torah. What's halacha? Perfect. Another thing we try to uproot and partially uproot and partially negate about the Torah. And you want to do value. In the great thing, these cases is what's the happy. But again, but if I let this, I'm going to do it. That's going to be quick. I'm going to run and look at it. The call, you want to look on Yabi, as you can say, no, what's the other one still coming? So also, this is actually how long. But you also know if a Nabi tells you to violate the words of Torah, you have to listen. When it's that true, that's what we go. Even if a butterfly never tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shafiru Manizot Kama Ba'entzal Asiyot, Afishmalot. You never be able to perform the tremendous miracle. And it causes the sun to stop and notice that the sun does the second and walk. And preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen to him. And also, this is what it's called halacha. What is this? So we have difficult questions for this, and yes, it's actually not. Like in our time, the enemy is such a prize of this and then trying to be positive. I need to worship to also cover outside of Israel. So it's good. We really do. See, that another has certain power, and another hopefully this all fits. So watch. Becoming a miracle, obviously, it's like who does the passion from miracles come from? And it's like, obviously, like some of the ones who really show some more this person. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, what is still with the miracle is, one thing is clear to say, do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tell you, but you're familiar with that. You're going to say that the Bible is so covered. I don't think that this is an interesting idea. We try to understand, even if we're in the logic of all this stuff, I mean, Shiva, Nishna, Kolam, and Shabbat, Shafim, Mayin, Lefan, Amad, and Sarafia, Al-Kishmalo. Interesting enough, that if you look at last week, Nishna, Kolam, and Shabbat, Kolam, Shila, Osa, Yari, Mon Shava, Osa, Kotor, the same, the Mosa, Elefa, else in Moses. So it's interesting enough, like the Nishna leads to say like this. This creates a difficult aspect to London. And why? Because the Christ came up as transformation, and this money is coming up as tremendous miracle. So what is that? I'm just so further away. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here I'm talking about the perfection of the study, with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as an individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which I'm listening says that the God is tests in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and make us so much power to sit in agreement to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of the Father, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Rebbe performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. I know, I'm a Kiva. That's the story that I was talking about in Kamala over in Torah. So he thinks, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How could you imagine for a moment that a human is powered over nature to someone who is defiant? How did it even work? What are you talking about? As though he's going to give the ability, he's going to give power to another shepherd? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Because I know you're going to show us in the lesson of a mess, and the rest of the shepherd. And he says, no, we just give Navi shepherd scenario, right? Well, so it is right. But fortunately, good Navi went back. Good Navi went back. So it happens. And it happens, right? Sometimes good Navi go back. Oh, it's just like a nice and you're someone who answers to voices as a bonus type Navi. Right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he says yes. And that's what he did. He's like, listen, Abba says, I'm coming back to get your next step. You're not leaving yourself into the way that you died. You can be a Navi. Because you're Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. But he says, that's the case of a Navi shepherd. So Shepherd is somebody everyone knows. He's proven himself through miracles. Because once upon a time, he was on TV death. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any miracles now. But he's got credibility. He doesn't know the good even if that comes in and tells his brother, he knows what's supposed to be out of the Lord, and he says, oh, let's worship idolatry. What is it? And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, he still going to see some. He doesn't see this. And I mean, people say, there's no way about topic, but I think I can afford any miracles. Okay, last time, last time. Remind me, what's the name of the last place? No, no, no. The last point, the last point, that you also mentioned, straight up. So in this case, they are interested in Europe, but in Germany, testified by them, they don't get much justice here. They're not around the red, they get tennis. Say this for adultery, right? The results is what's behind the relation. I'm not Akabo Gagistar, the sign of Yeshua, and this is not how we are. That's seeking no passion, don't last us the office. The passage says that even though you have to do to the evil what they conspire to do to their brother. So you have to lie. If you should call him Hazomim, Zomein Balin Yosifai. In general, you know, what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the evening word to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The word Yosifai, fast forward, you will say, but what other say about it? So what happens? So now we know, a fast forward is Yosifai. She was taking that with Sefer. Now we know that her boy, the man who thinks she's going to get to, doesn't get Sefer, right? Because they call her every time that you use Sefer. Gentlemen, in your graph, in the Shema tree, of what they use on. Okay, so what is now here, the history of two people committing the same crime. And yet the punishment are dramatically different. The bad coach is going to get Sefer, the guy is going to get Chana. Right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? Here's the Gemara from Sisi Omer. Last says, La'ofis, V'lo La'afos. The concept is clear, is that the evening are giving a typical punishment. Whatever they wanted to do, the offer to get rubber. When you see them wrong, we give them the typical punishment that they were going to visit upon the Baal and not the Isha. And therefore, Allah said they get clinic as well. Hajar Allah, Elohim, and the Clinic. They don't say Mazel Tov. They'll say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful day of your life. I realize this is what we have actually been doing. It's like the last couple of days. It's on the map, everyone is on the map. If you do not do it, please realize it's so many days. Mishnah. Call yourself. Yes, we're going to do it on the okay. Every year has a clinic on the map. The army, who knows that you do, the older years, alright? Nature not to I know, say that is entonces si no de todo se pasa from the Shire, right here in the generation, our old subdivision, they will forever inherit the land. Nature not to I really again like my Soviet creations of my plantings, none say yet I will despair, and they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea that the part of the puzzle is, when you're focusing on over here,
One more time from Buffy, everybody.
Ridiculous Gemara they had about. So each of these Gemaras just overwhelming. So you know, really says, Menashe took over and he just says, no, King Menashe is the longest serving monarch, 55 years of rule. King Menashe has the person in the world to come. Shneimar by Yiskala Elot, by Yishmat Yaseh, by Yishivim Yisrael Mashisha. So that's the top of this. Menashe ran himself in some trouble. Some really significant trouble. He died with Hashem, and Hashem was spoken to in Yerushalayim. So what do you see there? Menashe died, and it's you see, so he did that. Hashem is to the hospital. And the Lord is saying, we're not Hussein speaking, we're not all of our bodies speaking. And we're not trying to return again to his monarchy, but he would want to start to his portion of the world to come. Our four had Yokos, two of the four regular guys who lost their portion of the world to come. Bilam, the Yokos and Shimo, Joy, we're discussing with the advisor to do so. One of the advisors to David and Arab to go switch sides to Absalom, and the Chazzi, like the Gabbai of Ilya and Rabbi. We'll go to all of those. Which one says, the Kolkach Lama, let's just very clear. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, like someone denies Chesanism, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? Just as an aside, and then we'll get into this a little bit more, there's been a focus about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that Rizari? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's that discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today. We're going to get right now. We're going to see the flip flop on this depending on the context. But the nice thing for right now, we'll just go with the idea that everyone back in this how you possibly use it. The portion of comes where you go after you die. This is after you die, like eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? But let's just some reason for this, but that's why we say, I don't care, because if God denies resurrection and loses his Olam Haba, which is what he says, the God of Rama, trying to pick up the pessimism, to do the declaration of pessimism, to pick up whatever pick up the pessimism, but also like, hey, you see, this thing is up, because you know, if you say, it's actually the Messianic era, because he wants to like there's a thing between this guy, he rejected the notion of Tiasanism, and therefore again he gets no Tiasanism. Which makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in the resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. That's only says to start from you get to every day. The Lord said the ways of the Lord can work to be reciprocity. You get to every day, reciprocity. Now what happened is famine. Obviously it's famine. So there's no food available at all. You need to get stuff in the world of things. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for $1 a month. So what happens? My line is published, I'm trying to help you show you that way. So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, successor from the current, but the other thing is saying the real food here. The real food here. Then when you go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. Vayomer, Elisha says to his officer, "Here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat." And what happens? So it's interesting I'm talking about. By the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left. So they told them, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happened? They had to stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was taking the stampede? This officer. This officer, you know, I had to get up to that when he should run away. And maybe it was the person that he should have fought with. But then he didn't have. He left stuff on a few left. He didn't dog. Again, the person on the cross is very powerful. Even if you get up and just and I was called the person. You know, so if you look at that, and then the serve I love it. And that's the person, so it's the same stuff again with God. Why does it say by the gate? This is because this conversation that happened between him and Elisa by the gate. So it's about that if I left for myself, yes, it's a super really good way to go. So it's about the operates of the individual. Therefore, then, if a person doesn't believe his blessings, and probably something that don't believe that, that's up to you. But if you don't believe it, that's not the you can call them, and it'll take an hour and a half for them to show up. Here it's like, hey, can you come up here? This is one of the most important things we saw those from Kalatara Kula. The Rebbe actually places it on the pasuk in Purim, Hashem Simcha. Hashem Simcha. So often we translate Hashem Simcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, that's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. What does that? What does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way Hakadosh Baruch Hu works now is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manners for him, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, but won't do the same for me. It's very important. Because again, if I'm the kind of person that I check the boxes, I do what I have to do to make sure that they don't just, and so if I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by, just expect that same type of reaction. So then, if I am embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, so then expect mediocre divine response. That is reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want anything in the close, then I have to become supernatural in my own behavior. Then I have to push myself, and I have to realize, don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. You get to know the divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Says in Ma'amar V'Yochanan, God goodness, and I feel that says it's fascinating. From where you see, the scripture that leads into resonation. Where it seems like, this begs the general question of like, all of this stuff, yes, Anisim, Mashiach, or Haba, why is it not mentioned in this listening with us? Right, the Rabbi includes it as Yud Karim, right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Karim, 30 principles of faith. Yes, Anisim, one of the principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees with Rambam, but Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that is so core, that is so central, not mentioned. It sounds so far, it explains so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on flesh. The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't speak about, by the way. Torah doesn't even speak about Mashiach. Why? Especially, that's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Not trying to exclusive. It's like emotion. Let's say, the first side that you notice, the fundamental distinction between what you're seeing in virtually every church and every school. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never had cemeteries. The only places often you'll find shuls with cemeteries was New York. And that was because of land owners. Like that was just often because Jewish community was given like a plot of land and you had to do like you have to lease $10 on that same plot of land. Like it's not going to have cemeteries. But you know, it's like no one ever. It's not like we could have had like a nice culture over here, the culture over here, but right here, sort of generating must be refunds, right? But when I saw like driving, what else do you do? Beautiful, like all together. So the nice so like why is it that cemeteries? It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about this Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my Monday? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why again, the final results. Finally, at least be with me. But I'm stuck this for you. But I'm stuck in when I put up for something out of the hole. Pasuk says, you will give your true to Aaron. You know, to be Aaron the whole time, what does that mean? I'm supposed to give my true to Aaron, but Aaron is dead. Aaron is dead. You must give to Aaron. You must follow. When you say that yourself, what to do? Aaron dead, so what? Aaron never came to God himself. Aaron pointed God, he never came to God himself. So what does it mean by giving him a true and allowing us to do this place? We start looking at Shema. So I say, what does it mean? It means that one day all of us will come back to life. And therefore some Christ will result in that should you claim that you are Shema. Because if you have anything like that, and there the Yamas two semesters, the most are beautiful as God. Which means also when the days will come, the church will have the opportunity to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Shema to our home. The fact that the house of praises is that way, that is a scripture we can take. There's no sort of stuff in for today. You are right on schedule, do not worry, do not make a head. But today, so that's tremendous, it's all this power, incredible week ahead of us. God, everyone.
You just gotta keep
If you have to ask for the fucking
Get out there and heal some people.
You're my captain. They could flock the fuck out there to be in the movies, and they couldn't all be in the movies.
All right, guys, like good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin KA, the Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Roshos this year, and the Schluss of Yisrael Stavos for all of our Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Abba Lula Tovas, Terry and Steve Zing, loving Lily of Terry Stavu, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoin, the Ziv of Levin and Berlin families in memory of Mr. William Zev Shmuel and Yisrael Zikon, the Rabbi of the American Thomas Ola, all of the Mishals having on his families in the all those who need a refuah should have one together with Kol for the Yisrael and 12 for Shemir for Shemir God, which is home, and all these soldiers should be successful for a massive day. Because with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sadik 90 we are picking up on day test on the days 89B 14 up from the line. Smack in the middle of the story of the Akiva. So when we're going to start, he says to Amnavi, Abdilcha, sacrifice your son. Which Amnavi responds to it, but he's funny, you have two sons. I have two sons. Esifitcha, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again have very unique singularity. I share a half-dog, the one who you love. I love them both. What an incredible Gemara, right? So after the says, you think I don't love you, Shmuel? You think I don't love you, Shmuel? The father loves his son, even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants. As Yitzchak. So finally, this part who says to him, okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, the Kochak Rama, why don't you just say from the beginning as Yitzchak? Why the whole thing over here? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. the days of Kusho died on that. In order that Avnavino not be overwhelmed by all this. In other words, this powerful recognize the idea that halacha and Maisa, this would have been an overwhelming fact. It's often in order for Avnavino to sort of see into this and intellectually ingest this, emotionally ingest this, lays it out slowly. Which is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blurting it out. It's not just about it, but again, something the person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Kid was stuck on that. Once it's not what happened. Some of him was on his way to the activity. It also shows, by the way, how even Avnavino, I'll see this a little bit more, again, getting Avnavino to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akiva is also a process. It's also a process as deep as Avnavino was. It's not like he flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akiva. It took time to be able to ease into it. Remember, like, even something like that. So the second tried to sabotage Avnavino on the way to the Akiva. However, and he said, Davar Rafa Kila, you start to that. Yeah, I love the text of Ocean King and Mullet. Right? So there was the part of it at the end of the puzzle is I read the part of the instructions in the puzzle. And Nisa Java So the second says to Avnavino is Avram, does this make sense to you? That a God who loves you would ask you to do this? So the second is trying to feel logically sabotage Avnavino. And essentially get Avnavino to give second thoughts to this. Maybe this wasn't the resurrection. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how can it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and also something so like look at that God saying, you said that way that was what? If you hire law that way, so it's going to be law is Salma. Yes, could it be that if God loves you so much, you have to do something, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son. Because you tend to say that the God will test you in this way. On my own, I need to commit it. This is such a beautiful, beautiful demand. Because I'm not going to respond. I walk in my simplicity. Like coming piano, something like that. Simplicity, completeness. What I'm going to essentially says is what Amina is. What Amina represents is the ability to give oneself over in totality to the revelation. It's about this. I'm about to myself questions. I'm about to myself questions. So therefore, gambling is just the suckers. It's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to be communicated and walk with completion throughout the sorrowful, whatever the devotion tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Hello, you rest like Siesta. So the suckers is back over you. Well, maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemayim, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is blinding you. Amelo, Zafana, maybe not the other. Is there anyone who has put their faith in us and who has been lost? What I'm going to say is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain everything. You just can't explain everything. If there's one interesting thing about Amira is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Right? Might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, both you have the stuff, I know, moving off the other. Is anyone who took the Amira and stuff have they ever been lost? Has there ever been a couple people who were disadvantaged? This conversation is probably the essence that every person with Amuna goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether the sucker is speaking on the or whether I'm doing this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, could it be that a guy who loves you is just to you? And what's the answer to that? I don't understand it as God. And therefore, again, I just give myself over to the Ribbon Shalom. His practice, that's what it means. I give myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, hold on a second. Maybe a misunderstanding the will of God. Maybe it's not what God wants you. To which again, I'm not going to respond. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in place of responsibility, those who give themselves over, who are moving to Hashem, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Kivan the Chaza, the Lo Kashania. So once the Satan saw that Hamavinu was not listening to him, Amarle, Ve'ilai Davar Yudinov, Kach Shamak Nefari Aparga, Haseli Ola, Ve'in Yitzchak Yola. Interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, you know, by the way, Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from behind the curtain. At the end of the day, God's not even going to ask you to sacrifice yourself. Good news. At the end of the day, they end up offering up a sheep and not Yitzchak, which was interestingly enough, okay, we know the end of the story. That is indeed what ended up happening. But yet, on the law, I'm going to say to something, this is the punishment of a liar. They will say, again, somebody lies enough, even when they tell the truth, no one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last? The whole time, the Satan is trying to convince Amavinu not to do this, right? And then the last, his last big effort is, don't worry about it. You have to sacrifice these parties. It's going to be fine. What's the shot? The shot was he was trying to take away the star from Amavinu. But he was trying to say, don't worry about it. That's what you cast. He's not going to have to do it anyway. So you couldn't stop him. So at least if you take away the reward for doing it, if you take away the immunity control. You're talking about being essentially Satan, I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to me, because at the end of the day, again, this is the person that a liar is working like a trustworthy. Incredible. Gemara goes like this. I'm going to use Shmuel Yitzchak. So ultimately, again, but as the Satan is having a conversation with Amavinu, so Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak, and you go to him and go, Yishmael says, you think you're so great. You think you're so great. I'm greater than you. After all, again, God going to come with Sha'at Amata Shmuel Yomit. V'ani B'Shmuel Shesed Shana. So when Yishmael says to Yitzchak, you got a bris. I got a bris when I was 13 years old. You got a bris when you were 8 days old. You're a baby. You have no consent, you have no memory of it. Me, I had to do it when I was possibly like an adult, 13 years old. Amrlo, Yitzchak says, you're starting up with me with one body part. In Omer, we have to start up with Zavech, and he's Zavech, right? And he's Zavech. Ultimately, again, I used to come in and say, well, tell me to give my entire body to him. I would do that. And really, after that conversation, that was huge. The answer to that, he actually becomes. What's the with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, but the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this Gemara. Because what happens when you do it? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, there are two Nisas Hashem tested Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment, when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's when the response was tested. Only after, again, it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such a Nisayon, can the response give him that Nisayon. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, don't make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up, the suffering don't start up, the smalls don't start up, because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something of meaning, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? The activity is starting, the Satan starting up with Avram, the Shmuel starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of Kedusha. So I'm listening to one of my favorite part of all time. Actually, by the Akedah. What's at the end of the Akedah? Hashem says to Amavinu, Yitzchak has fallen out. Don't say anything to the boy. Don't check Yitzchak. And then what happens? As it says, I'll Ne'achad B'Sach B'Kaino. Avnavinu goes over and he sees that there's a ram that's caught in the thicket, in the forest. And Avnavinu goes over and he offers up as a carbon. I asks the customer, how did Avnavinu know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After all, Hashem just said he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. Right? How did Avnavinu know to offer a carbon? That's something amazing. He says, because Avnavinu saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So his customer says like this: if the ayil would have run up to Avnavinu's feet and lay down and sleep, Avnavinu wouldn't have offered it. He says something that easy, that's from the suffering. But when he saw that it was stuck in the listen, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not possible. It's not right. Somebody told me this happened before. Right. But the night said, so okay, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? No, but you can imagine, right? There's the thorns, the animal's struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get cut, you bleed, there's struggle. As when we saw, where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, if you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Sometimes starting up with Avnavinu, Yitzchak, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. So we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. It's not there. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but not that for that it's incredible. So back to Navi Sheker for a little bit. Navi Shidia. So Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. I'm sure the kind of person says you get close. So Gemara says, "Magita Aaron Dakas." Remember again. So when you see the single Navi Shidia, that means that the Navi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, Magita Aaron Dakas is remember those who try, or those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So let's start off. The Skila, I'm sure on the phone, the Skila says correct. Navi Shidia, the Skila, my time is Rabbanon. So Navi who tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah gets Skila. Why is that? What's logical for Rabbanon? Because Hadacha Mimesis. Okay, the shut off from Moses. Malachadon, the Skila, a kind of Skila. Okay, Nisa Skila, the Shimon says, no, by the Navi it says Nisa. What's that? So from Nisa, Mula B'Torah, stand in the Arachel. In general, any Nisa that is mentioned in the Torah is Cherech. Magita Erni Dafas Skila, my time is Rabbanon. So why is it that Magita Erni Dafas? They get still, what's the last point of Rabbanon? Coming Hadacha, only Mesis, only Navi Shidia. So again, make it zero Shabbat of Hadacha, either from Mesis or from the Navi Shidia. So the Shimon, coming Hadacha, Minavi. So the Shimon is that Hadacha from Navi, never connect. The Ligmar Mesis, why doesn't Rabbi Shimon not think zero Shabbat from Mesis? The Gemara says, Ligmar Mesis, done in Mesis, Rabbi Mesis, Rabbi. They ain't done in Mesis, Rabbi Mesis, Yochid. So again, we'd rather go ahead and learn out to zero Shabbat from Mesis, Rabbi Mesis, Rabbi. In this context, in this discussion, there's two types of insiders. Like there are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Zero Shabbat to a light type of insider. I'd rather back to the opposite. I'd rather learn how to again what we call a common insider, a common insider, and that's a common insider from another insights. That's true. If you will say, you should say, no, even though it's a Navi who may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a head. He no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a head. The word of Chisda. The Chisda says, I was going to say top of Sadiq, 98. Machlokes, that's what we'll say. So in general, now we're back a little bit. We're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. It's false prophet, right? So now the shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, obviously, he's inciting people to worship Avodah Zarah. Fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker haguf ta'avodas kochavim, v'kiyum mixas u'bitul mixas ta'avodas kochavim. I will say this is interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but and then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the publishing of Avodah Zarah. I'm going to get actually this moment. First, Rashi started to tell them, Machlokes, Rabban Rabbi Shimon. And let's say that obviously, both Rabban Rabbi Shimon hold the halacha l'maisa, obviously Rabbi Sheker is going to be type Misa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Misa. Is it Tefillah? That's the Machlokes. But look what Rashi says over here. He says, Machlokes Rabban Rabbi Shimon, the Navi ba'oker kol ha'guf ba'avodas kochavim, she'amar, mitzkavisi b'rach ha'kodesh v'yadvura v'hisnavot ra'akor kol mitzvahs avodah kochavim in Torah. So this is actually a classic case of this Navi Sheker. He prophesies and he says, I have received the word from God as you're commanded by God to abrogate, and to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or all the kind of mitzvahs to the back on mitzvahs, the highly becoming Rabban Skila, or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So for example, what example this would be? Well, we'll see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this is Machlokes. So again, obviously both Rabbanan and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's spoken about. Machlokes is about the type of death. Watch this. Yeah, one of them, as the Torah says that the Navi will try to bring you from the derech, min haderech. Min haderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. Aval oker haguf b'shar mitzvahs divrei hakol b'chedek. This is interesting. So let's say someone goes and Navi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. So Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. Not do with Avodah Zarah. He just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Put to death because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he's put to death by Christ. The kiyum mixas, the bitter mixas, which are mixed with that copper. But by other mitzvahs, he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs. Everyone agrees. Potter. There'll be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so it's shameless. So again, I must say, so it's 2 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, uproots part of it, that's the Machlokes of the Shimon and the Rabbanan. Tzchayt Misa is a stila, is a chayim. That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah in its entirety. Saying another mitzvah, another Avodah doesn't apply. Everyone agrees. Chedek. Category 3, interesting. Category 3 is in another mitzvah, each part of it maintains part of it. Interesting, plus the Allah over there. Potter. Potter doesn't mean that it's fine. Potter just means that the reason is not coming to death. So you must have a minute. 1 second. Now that has now the most possible you must quoting is the pasuk. Is the pasuk. You better Sarah Allah Shalom Kekam So this is talking about the Navi Shepherd, the false prophet. False prophet. Now the Gemara is dissecting that hospital a little bit. Lalachas, like because you can remember, he's going ahead by he's viewing you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Lalachas, Zum Mitzvah say. This is the first positive commandment. Ba, Zum Mitzvah, what is that say? Prohibition. Also, what does it sound like? It sounds like that even if the Navi messes with other parts of the Torah, he should still be put to death. What's going on over here? These are like the Babalas Kochavim I say, Babalas Kochavim the Hatrim Mishkach stuff. And if you want to think he's talking about idolatry, I don't say, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? To which the Gemara says, funny you should ask. There is. The Gemara Krista, Finitatzta. There is a positive commandment. That's the positive commandment. Because you're supposed to break apart the altars of Avodah Zarah. That Amnuna Amar, so I said, Amnuna therefore has another version of this. Amnuna says like this. But I will say, first of all, a tremendous Mazel Tov for our winner on the new coffee machine. So Mazel Tov feels like a grandchild almost, like Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Shem, much continued nafas in there to Hashem, to follow the lazy dapper side of Kadisha. But as I say, really, it's an opportunity. This is not Avi's second machine. I'm the child. And Rabbi, thank you very much for everything that you do for us, morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start this year. At 5:49 this morning, there was a Zoom and hearing this message, right? Which is strange. But then we saw the Hashem promotion, and it gives us a thank you really for all the late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I never get around the applause. Wow, okay, I'll start making the coffee. Fine, verse as follows. Rabbanuna says as follows. Rabbanuna says like this. Our machlokas ba'okeh haguf. Being Babel is coming in Shabbat. So once it's with Rabbanuna comes along, Rabbanuna, he has a different approach. He says like this. Any time another false prophet comes along and uproots in totality something from the Torah, whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, when Rabbi Sheikh is coming along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this aver or whatever it is, no longer applies. And he's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, so again, so I also myself, there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories. It's like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, partial like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and do a ton of idolatry or all of idolatry, partial like that. About here, mitzvahs, the people mitzvahs, some mitzvahs, they got called puppet. So when you talk to it, if you uproot and transform some part of other mitzvahs. Like we said before, people were Chinese on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the last couple of days. So that would be an example of uprooting part and transforming part. And that context, you partner. You partner. Then I found that's what it was. I'm just not the last part of the Torah. So listen to this. The Navi prophesies in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I want to say, once again, the Bible over here is not distinguishing between the Torah or anything else. The Navi comes along and says, a particular mitzvah or a particular avera no longer applies. Okay? Or, fine. The tiny mitzvahs for the mitzvahs. Let's say he prophesies to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. And the Shimon told that. And the Shimon says that you're prophet. Even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately, again, you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. The other example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't. It's still liable for that. Abayi is Solomon Krepis. So therefore, I will say now we have essentially three different versions about how this focus ultimately unfolds. So Abayi holds like a fist, so let's just go through this. Abayi holds like a fist of when we talk like Krepis, and we therefore interpret this entire discussion like Krepis, the house so. Rava all seems to say. Rava Solomon Krepis, and the guys like Ramuna, Rava holds like Ramuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets the Ramuna. Here we go. Abai saw like Rav Chisda, and guys like Rav Chisda. So Abai holds like Rav Chisda, and interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. Hamisnad, here we go. Hamisnad, like David Torah, Tibiak, Chanek. Again, if a Navi comes along and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah, now what's the definition of uprooting? In totality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, a particular aver doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. Now, local is everyone agrees. How much like by Chana? L'kayim mitzvahs u'levatim mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by a mitzvah and says he upholds part of it, negates part of it? Rabbi Shimon Poter, Rabbi Shimon says that's your Poter. That's by Shar mitzvahs. Shar mitzvahs. V'od din rabbanon. And so to rabbanon was this. And when it comes to idolatry, I see your Amr Hayom Ikua, Ulamachabetua, Chayiv. But when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it or partially negating it, everyone agrees that is liability, right? When you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there's going to be a Chiyuv Misa. What's the Chiyuv Misa? Markid Yisrael, Markid Yisrael. That's not focus. That's not focus. Chenek versus Skiva. Good, that's Abaye. Rav Asar like Rav Amuna, Mugas like Rav Amuna, Rav Alt like Rav Amuna, and purpose the price like Rav Amuna, and the Snavi, like Rav David Torah. They have always called baby shamus. This Chayim, Markid Yisrael, if a false prophet comes along and comes to abuse something in the Torah, right? Full negation, whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, Chayim Yisa. What's the Nisa? Because Nisa called Machlokas. Chenek versus Skiva. Fine. The Chayim Mitzvahs, the Bible Mitzvahs, the Shai Mitzvahs. What happens if the Nabi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and he upholds part of the mitzvah and he's part of the mitzvah? What's that? What Rabbi Shimon Poter? Shimon says that the Poter. What is the Rabbi? So the Rabbi. Or by Avodah Zarah, when it comes to idolatry, after the Omer Hayom Kibdu on the Mokam B'Kuluha, Chayim, idolatry is a partial negation is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Markid Yisrael, Markid Yisrael. That's the message. Yes. Okay. So let's say, so what's interesting to note here is this all. So really what it comes down to is the machlokus is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing with. If a Navi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going and uprooting idolatry as a whole, saying there's no Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial upholding, chayiv. What is it, chayiv? Okay, so that's my focus. That's my focus. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot, which is any mitzvah in totality. What's halacha? Chayiv. Next case, another comes along and tries to uproot, partially uproots and partially negates another mitzvah in the Torah. What's halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproots and partially destroys Avodah Zarah. Everyone agrees, chayiv. The machlokas in these cases, what's the definition? But again, but the halachas everyone agrees. It's fascinating. Good. I'm ready to go on Yochanan. The call, Yom Navi. Over Al Torah, Shema. No, what's me about this called? So let's say this is fascinating. So the other in general, if a Navi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. One exception, Avodah Zarah. Even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shafidu Mamidlo Chama the Emsa Rashiyah. Even if the Navi literally again performs a tremendous miracle, and it causes the sun to stop and know the sky, right? The sun doesn't set, and it says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen to it. I was like, this is very important. What is this? So remember, we have typical questions. So this is yesterday's back to the young Navi, right? And how I kind of know. The young Navi instructed Christ to do something that is good and prohibited. I do worship to offer covenant outside of Restream. So this is the question. And yet he did it. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power and a Navi has certain license even to instruct the cloud to transgress. Right? Horah Shah. You see this concept. You see this concept. You sense it for the mind that he does by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up and says, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle. So you say, he's performing a miracle, obviously, we'll say, Who does the power to perform miracles come from? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, if Hashem is wanting to do it, Hashem wants us to. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is do not worship idolatry under any circumstance. Time though. But Yosef will be honored. He hears all this stuff, like the Shabbat is Kochavim. I will say that this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands literally again the logic of Avodas Kochavim. Nitna Torah Mem Shalava. Shafim Na'im Lecha Chama Be'emtza Rakia Al Tishmaga. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, Nisna Torah Mem Shalava Kroma Afilu Tira Oso Navi Moshe Va'osa Kirsona B'Sev V'Nosen Elecha Os Umofes. So what's interestingly enough, what we also use to say like this. This creates an interesting theological conundrum. Right? Why? Because if the power to do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here the Prophet is obviously vesting this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi Yosef really says that Hashem sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of Hashem, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. So Rabbi Akiva says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defying him? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give you ability, he's going to give power to a Navi. It doesn't make any sense. Elo, because Hananiah ben Azor Hashem plus Navi MS, or the Basel Navi Shaka. And the says, no. Where does the Navi Shaka scenario arise? So where does it arise? Unfortunately, good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happened? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navi go bad. Otherwise, that's you have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. They're going to say, it's like the Mishnah Abba says, I'll come in the Asmachad Yomosha. You're not believing yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. But the Akiva says, that's the case of a Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time, he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells you, cover up, the Muslim spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, let's worship idolatry. But isn't it? And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, after the sun comes setting, he still doesn't listen to it. But the Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part, don't worry, last point. What's the number again? Last point. What's your right? Last point in this book, what's your punishment? Straight up. So the Mishnah says that interestingly enough, even so many testify about her, they don't get such justice straight. A lot of them they get 10. So does her adultery, right? Remember we finished with the adultery. What's behind the realism? Amrav Achabei Davika, the sign of Yoshua, and this is Matzah, and Omar, Bastisen Lo Kasher Zomam, Lasos the Office. The Pasuk says, for Edom Tanarim, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So you might say, why? The Fishakol HaMizomenim, Shevitorah, Zomein, Falling, Yotzim. So in general, listen, the way Edom Zomein works is what kind of punishment is it? It's a couple punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The Gemara says, Yotzi Bahim, Bas Kohen, keep his faith, they will love his faith. So what happens? So now we know a Bas Kohen commits adultery. She is put to death with faith. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get straight, right? Because again, the Torah hands down that you need punishment her. Zomamin, any Yodea. Imlo Hukshu, Imlo Hukshu. What about the Izom? I think someone says now two different things. You have two people committing the same crime, and yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Baskin is going to get straight, the guy is going to get hurt. Right? So, which Izom, what are they getting? What are they getting? Which the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, Lasos, La'achiv, V'lo La'achos. So interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the agents are given a typical punishment, whatever they wanted to do la'achid to their brother. So what do you see from here? We give them the typical punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And therefore Allah for the nice and they get chenek as well. Hajr Allah, Elohim, and Nechim. You know, we'll say Mazatov. We'll say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, like, what we are about to engage in, I will say, the next couple of days, it's Olam Haba, every morning is Olam Haba and Olam Hazar, but these Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, Kol Yisrael, Yesh L'Chelik Olam Haba. Okay, every Yid has a Chelik Olam Haba. Shnei Amar, Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim, V'Olam Yershu Aretz, Neitzer Mata'ai Ma'aseh Adal Yisrael. So it says the mother quotes the pasuk. Goes on from Yeshaya that literally again your nation are all tzaddikim. They will forever inherit the land. Neitzer Mata'ai, really again like my creations of my plantings. Ma'aseh Yodai Yisrael, and they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the pasuk that you must be focusing on over here. By the way, Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right, what does this have to do with our context of our discussion? Right? We were like really deep in depth, right? And now, so that's exactly what Rashi says. Most of the Rashi's on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about that penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, this is not what Rashi is saying, so I'm saying this moment, so we get to the next line. But I think even before we go on, the thing is, no, it's beyond salvation. Right? And even those are killed by Nisas Bezdin, also, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Holy Spirit is okay growing up. You might have thought that you're being executed by Bezdin. That is the end of the glory for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First idea about tshuva, literally again for the last. So here we just finish about it. Okay, it's subject, unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Holy salvation can go. Every year has a punishment and will come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by Chenek, by Schema, by Strefa, by Herod, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion in the world to come if you die as about tshuva. Incredible. I will say, it's interesting, by the way, because, if you look at the context of Mishnah quoted, the Amish Kulam Tzadikim. Remember, the Amish could also be vocalized in a different way, which is now Imcha. The Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. We talk about this Baruch every year is a big tzaddik. Right? Every year is a big tzaddik. Right? So in other words, what does that mean? See, the Devotion sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because the devotion is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, the incomplete tzaddikim, in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every single person is a tzaddik. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every year has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income through HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Kulam Tzaddikim. That's the first line. And then the mission says, okay. And these are the people who don't have a portion of wealth to come. So again, so obviously there's an inherent contribution. So what's the shot? Everyone has every pleasure, every Jew has a portion of wealth to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of wealth to come. So I'll say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the difference between the first and the second line? If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of Christ, in other words, if you embed yourself within the Klal, you have a portion in the world. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the Klal. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say the Elu shall Yisrael Shem Echad. It says the Elu. So you can either be Yisrael or you can be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds of access and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, the unfortunate will come. But if you're an Elu, develop like this, if you're eating detention, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with access, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you can use your own Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion of what you come? Someone who says there is no resurrection of the dead. And someone who says Torah is not divine. Zapi Koris. Again, we see Rashi says in the first one, two Zapi Korises. Then Rabbi Kiva says, Afa Kori Bisfar Lachitsoni. This is very interesting. So I love that even one who reads Sfar Lachitsoni, what is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what? So again, we'll have to define exactly what that means. Va'alochish alamaka va'omer kalamaka resh hashem mitzayim v'asim alacha. Someone who whispers some type of incantation over wounds. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with his letters. Like that's the use of the name. Someone who actually says it. There are three kings and four regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shoshim love from the three kings, the Rabban, Achad and Menashe. We'll say, well, Achad we were just learning yesterday's class. Yoav actually both Yoav and Menashe. In the right? They both were kings and Menashe. Come on, Menashe, we need Gemara. We're going to say, so basically, I don't know if I mentioned, the secrets Gemara is like each of these Gemara is just overwhelming. And then Rabbi says, Menashe is so overwhelming. Rabbi says, no, King Menashe, by the way, is the one who's 5 years ago. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar by Yisrael Elov, by Yishmat Shinaso, by Yishibu Yerushalayim Achiso. There's also going to talk about this. Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. He dived into Hashem, and Hashem responded to Israel in Yerushalayim. So what do you see here? Menashe diving, and it's he was for answers. He seems to think that he has any people about Shuvah. And we love the second, no. The Mafusa Yeshivu, the Lord of all of our bodies. So Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of what to come. Abba had Yodos, who were the four regular guys who lost their portion of what to come. Bilam, the Melchizedek was evil. Doeg, we'll discuss him, he was an advisor to King Shaul. Achitofel, one of the advisors to David HaMelech, who then switched sides to Absalom, and the Chazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu HaNavi. Again, we'll talk about all of those. Here's Gemara says, the Kol Kach Lama. Gemara's jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, that someone denies the resurrection, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, Nabo said, by the way, just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more, there's machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic and post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although I'm just saying right now, we're going to switch to a flip-flop on this depending on the context. Like I might say for right now, we're just going with the idea that Olam Haba, I think, is how to constantly use it. Your portion of what comes where you go after you die. So you go after you die, like eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. But my side again, we'll listen to this, but that's how we see. I understand because a guy denies resurrection, he loses his Olam Haba. To which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, the Kol Hach Lama, Tano, who comes to Chesed? He rejects the notion of Chesed. You have a favorite Chesed, unless they don't kill you. Interestingly enough, from the Gemara's view, the Gemara's Olam Haba in this context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, he's a comedic. This guy, he rejected the notion of Chesed, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias HaMesim, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. Like only goes to church on Baruch Hu, we didn't get it. Because also the way the devotion works is reciprocity. We didn't get it. It's the tap, reciprocity. I'm not drawing money. I'm not doing son. How do you know that the Baruch Hu works with the reciprocity? And I'm not going to listen to this. It's interesting where the Gemara is after. Even though there are other in the Torah. It seems to indicate this. Where chooses this story. It's actually very fascinating. Shimut Dvar Hashem, Cha'is Mocher, Sa'ar, Sola, Shako, Usa Saints, Ola, Shako, the Shar Shem. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has laid siege to Sharon. Now what happened was famine. Obviously it's famine. So there's no food available at all. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, do not do it. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, you need overabundance of food. So what happens? Vayan HaShalish, Asher Melech Mishan Yado, Es Kishel, Vayomer, Kini Asher Ozen Lubos Bashamayim, Ayiyah HaDavar Hazeh. So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, if such a thing occurred, what the officer was saying is there's no food here. There's no food here. It's not going to go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. Vayomer, so Elisha says to this officer, this is going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. All of days, that's what all of days. And what happened? Vayim came. Vayim is also understand Vayim. There's an interesting fact. By the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left for some unexplainable reasons, and they left behind all of their food, all of their food. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. This officer, he was either do not kill us or you should harm, right? But maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused this death. I'm not using it a lot. Kill us, talk about you got really bad. And then the curse of the Chacham is very powerful. Even if you're going to be just any other soldier can do it. You know, if you look so proud, I'm going to serve by others. If that's the case, it's going to be several million guys. My Bishar, why does it say by the gate? This Bishar, because this conversation and Elisha by the gate. If I was like, if I lost for myself, you must see from here, you can't do that. So this powerful operates again because we therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in predestination, then don't believe that. That's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. But never needed by the Congress, and says this is one of the most important episodes in Torah. The Rebbe actually bases on the pasuk in Purim, Hashem Tzirka. Hashem Tzirka. So often we translate Hashem Tzirka as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, that's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. So what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to pay. Like what you invest is what you get out. The way I can call from what how it is to find reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manners for him, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll do the same for me. Again, it's very important. If again, I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes. I'll do what I have to do to maintain a good place. No, I don't know how to do so. Right? So therefore, I'm going to do what I have to do in order to get by. Just expect that same type of person. We're going to react the same way. So again, if I am embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, we're going to expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it goes. That's the process. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want to in the clothes, then I have to become supernatural and older. Then I have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in your relationship. You listen to everything you got. The very capacity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem's incredible. Incredible. It says in I'm not the open when I throw it up, so I just fascinating. From where do you see the scriptural allusion to Testament? Very interesting. Okay, by the way, this begs the general question of like, All of this stuff, Nation, Mashiach, Olam Haba, why is it not mentioned explicitly in the Torah? Right? The Rambam includes it as Yudin Repairing, right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yudin Repairing, 30 principles of faith. Nation, 40 principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees with Rambam. It's Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that's so close and so simple yet not much. We're trying to follow it explains so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. The Torah doesn't, this is incredible by the way, the Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right there. Now, it's not an excuse. Like I said, that's what makes an amazing observation. The verse says, by the way, if you notice, if you have a drive-by, the fundamental distinction between what you're seeing in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never have cemeteries. The only places often you find shuls with cemeteries like New York. And that was because of land. Like that was just often because you get a lot of land. You have to do like you have to live and die on that same part of land. Like, so that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, like no one ever so you would generate much more refunds, right? But when I say like squads and like it's like they're beautiful, right? We're all together. So the most one thing that truth for cemetery. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's even not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my day? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been doing. That's why I go to the final results. We're asked, by the way, at least give me a hint. Right? Because when I told it, this is so beautiful. When I start to the Shema to come to Aaron first it says, you will give the Shema to Aaron. You know why? If you Aaron the only client, what does that mean? I'm supposed to give my Shema to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So this is give my Shema to Aaron. Here's the thing about no, it's Aaron's dead, but what? Aaron never came into himself. Aaron at 25, because Aaron was, he never came into himself. So what does it mean I'm giving him a Shema? I'm allowing us to lift us and spell most of the Shema. So what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron is going to come back to life, and there's such a prize will be offered to give him the Shema. You can with Knesset and here's a remnant to Knesset. So that's like how beautiful is that? Which means also in the days will come, the Knesset of this is going to be the God trying to things to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Shema to Aaron Achaim. The fact that the Muslim phrases is that way, that is a scripture. Because listen, we'll stop over here for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. We're great. Let's take tremendous, incredible week ahead of us. Stay happy. Good morning, let us begin with the rest. As a good book has said, begin. Bring up 3 songs to know for some. I got a little bit of something that we don't do it for some beautiful about really. Actually, I want to read how many questions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good to be in contact with that kind of stuff. I give this report, my friend. I guess it's a beginning of thing all about that before this minute is supporting. I know you're going to tell yourself with the top speed here with Haiti. The coaching is back up to self and dedicated everything is up there. I think it's this. So you saw it coming to end this show. I'm very happy for the rest of the Bible. Praise the Zoom and loving how you started back to how you pray. You church, you see how and the Yud, Yudin, and burning furnace of memory and of Yisrael, Zek, Shmuel, and Yisrael, the Shmuel, the Bracha, the Ofer, and the about Tom Jordan, all of the things out there, the family things from us, all of those need the food sevens of the prayer for me. Especially for the addition of these, all our hostages, all our holy service to be successful before what you might say with them. As we watch, let us be a great application test, speeding on, looking up at the Mishnah on the test. The Mishnah says as follows. Anyway, hopefully you do your homework, you do your homework. And let's go shine for the work last night at the end of the year. If I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. If you look ahead, we have some incredible idolatry ahead of us this week, and some very long doctrine ahead of us as well. So, let me give myself a fighting chance. Take me to on K-Talk 89 in the Eastern Ocean. This is one again. We are still on the incredible studio of Executive Monday. Satan says, never do this to me, never do this to the other. So never again, we learned already the electric concerning when exactly my name is put to death, what type of mistakes and we need to listen to exactly my name, never think the actual execution of exactly my name. So the says, we do not execute him in the basement in the city, nor do you execute him in the basement in Yahweh. The Bible is what's the basement in Yahweh? Look at that's about 200 years. Initially, the basis for the Mikvah Hagosis. On the other hand, the country will be like a child young and actually also selected to go to Yahweh. By dying by his time, Yahweh can only be Tefillah, and he says from Yahweh. So, interestingly enough, Yahweh was one of the most people that could be connected to exile. So, the exile is like this. In order to go ahead and execute the Monday, the Sanhedrin God has to be situated in the Mikvah Hagosis in timber and stone, English and this compound. So for instance, the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, right by place, even if it is able to stay standing, you can't execute the Zakin Monday. However, now we also have these revolutions, allowing to take the Zakin Monday up to this regular to a high focus, allowing and the Shami also at Hayayel, and the Nisi also Berega. So what we do is we incarcerate them, it's like you put them in a whole piece out, but so the next upcoming Rega, the next upcoming Yom Tov, whatever the value brings up to you, there's a thing like that, high probabilities. Remember again, this is the first doctor, the first player in this guy. I want to get this message free, so we're going. Everyone's on a journey. Everyone mom is like, every journey is something else. The youth, right? The youth is never taken there. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. You're always traveling towards something next thing. The time is now behind us. It's again, and that's the privilege to be residents of New South. So I guess the rest of the time we've got things a little bit behind us. But now, I think that's right. It's okay. There's something new like in front of us. Exactly right. So we keep talking. The first thing in Mishnah is we keep this up in memory, and I reach out up until the next regular, up until the next Yom Tov. And we reach out for we execute it on Yom Tov. This is fascinating. Now, why should it not? The color on the Mishnah, you ready? And then you visit and get ready to do because the passage is really, the entire issue was fear, they were fear, and the fact that they were not following the first steps. Here's what we do. So when the second of the kid says it like this, you gotta make a step progress. Whereas people have to see it, people have to see this, people have to understand this, there has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this thing, they see this by circles, or people see certain things, congratulations. So the people says, you got to those experience of the rebellion, so you don't have a spectacle. And even Rudy says no. Even the Onions, you know, so Rudy says no. You do not delay judgment. Or there's absolutely no need to do that. Or at least they also me out. So if you really execute on the day, the coach then you start to sleep by sleep independent colors. And what do we do? I do agree that you need to allow some element of publicity. But protocol Yakuba, the publicity component essentially is established by what we were told about in the Mexican Union on the level. But he was saying, you don't do that. Because in the audience, I didn't mean you do not corrupt. But if somebody liable to get corrupted, you execute him. We're not going to go ahead and hold them against for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters. We'll send out letters so we say each one is kind of celebrated. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll follow the publicity piece, write about it, and we will send it out. Instead of us, those are much more just about how we go ahead and when we go ahead and execute the document numbers. It's not about that. That's how it was. Any reason also, never reaching to you, most of them not just a bright side, which pretty much echoes the show. The right to as far as in the Eastern also, mobilization should be used, so we don't execute the number in local bases. The mobilization should be not even in Brazil. Hello, Margaret also releases everything. Rather again, when we do bring this number up to the high court in Israel, which Shaman also had a rate in holding, right holding the holding cell up until Yomtis, and the Nisan also the level, and we execute them on Yomtis, Nema, the Kala, and Yishu, and we roll the way that we have to do. As the Pastor says, come in with fear, and we will fear, these are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the whole what are you going to have a time with everybody to fear about this? It's probably for the simple Yerushalayim for the right of Amar Yehuda. If you know now, does the Pasuk say that they should fear and we should see that the Yehuda is making us about that people should see the second number is executed. As Yehuda says, does the Pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? All it says is that we should fear and we should fear. So it says again that Jesus says, as long as people fear about it, they don't see it. They don't see it. So the real benefits more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay the judgment? Why not do that? No one's saying that it's say that what you guys think is to be like an evil do the really the corruption of the day. It's an interesting something like, life is, every child has stuff that their parents will always say over and over and over. So much of the day on the joke, like the nice one, like I say, it's kind of like here, is whatever is going on in life, you need to. Just be into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or making things that don't go our way. It's like, just be into it. Sometimes in life, life is so much about taking out of the current circumstances. Just be into it and just go. You're going to be great, you're going to be fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting, it's so close. The greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like, are you waiting for it? I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. So there's sometimes when like, you're going to have something going to turn out. That's what I want anxiety. But then, I know what is going to happen. So it's going to be this is why don't you do this to us? It's not about it. So you do execute these up in my life. So they executed. You definitely executed. But now, why would you delay it? What's the purpose? What's the serious motive for that? You have to execute someone. You have to execute this last notice. That might sound like one of the things. You understand that things have to be difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with last notice as well. So there's like a memory, again, if you want to say that's it, it's going to be executed. But why delay it? You're not yet here, and that's it. So after you get on the research and the agriculture and stuff, I'm up on this thing is highly celebrated. Okay, so how do we prepare to get this issues? Like letters, send out the letters from different communities. So-and-so acting as a fucking member. So let's say, this is what I don't know about this. Let's get and like you the how you execute this fucking member. Okay, then start about it. Let's get about it. Start about it. I don't see things like that. Now, it's interesting because clearly, as we see this as a memory, it's not just how you execute it, but there is this thing of this publicity to it that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You know, so by the way, there are four other situations. There are four situations where in general, it's not just what's executed, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamisis. Hamisis is the one who goes out and recites others to worship a holy God. Then Sarah in Mola, Zakin Mamre, and Ujin Solomon. Interesting, all of these four need have to also be rearranged. Rashi says that they have Raza. Then he means the nature of the other ability to be used as happy. So so-and-so is executed because of the particular idea, and all of this in front of the critical public example, like the district policy, you know, it's like, could signal the Pelahans before you swell. So ultimately, again, I'm sorry, the Pelahans. So like all of these situations, because the Pelahans, the entire nation, will see. Interesting enough, the Parisab is in the Parisab is only about his iron, the most Amo Cosmos in Gaza, which is Sahab Society. Which is interesting enough by his own, the lesson is behind his orange. Those are left over, like those who are made. Why doesn't the people sing the space of watching ultimately a little color on the face? What's the reason? The reason is because by English, not everyone is fit for English. English is always more limited for why. But then also, the certifications again, they can't do English, right? Plus, the thing is not there, they can't see other English. So because English itself is not open to the general public, still under the public administration of its own self, doesn't have to be is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, you can look at beautiful Gemara Mishnah, and you saw that the sun is already going to hold Mishnah, hold Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Shakir, Navi Asai, it was like, next guy is hiding something. Navi says a whole prophet, right? So what is he? Hamisnavi Mashama Shama, Mashama Na'amalo. So it's like, so what's Navi Shakir? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be, a person who prophesied something that he did not hear, okay? Or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting enough, was an interesting message. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend of Kiddush, a lot of stuff's happening like Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets to do a Kiddush, but many people think you get to do a Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush, suddenly again you're prophesying for Gan Farm. So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to you, they get Nebuah. Not just to be, it's a legitimate Nebuah. Like, case number one is, I prophesied something that the prophet did not say. Case number two, they both are giving my friend the Nebuah. I heard, however that happened, right? I heard the Nebuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That over falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Shakir. You know, in these cases, subsidy the outcome. So these individuals, like Navi Shakir, is executed in bypass. About a public just with also. So also this is passing. Public just with also somebody who sees the law and refuses to share it. Like public means like card or something. So see the law and refuse to share it. By the background of it, if he disregards yours, the reality, you know this to other possible aspects, or another to receive the law. Because violates the only law that we receive. So all of these cases, we suffer this tonight. All these individuals, again, that we do this tonight. Death at the hands of heaven. Death at the hands of heaven. Because Shemai Ma'at, I know who has life in the email. And the time before all this stuff, I'm going to let you into all these pieces for a bit. And the time before all this stuff, if somebody prophesies in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and when I was wrong with her, I'm not Avodah Zarah. And again, the person says, little bit again, it's what the Avodah Zarah says. I see the key in his head, so if I know if I come in, over time, as I thought, Even if what you say is factually correct. Because let's say for instance, the lawyer says, hereby saying the women of our desire that one is supposed to avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay? Right? So even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of our desire by definition makes you liable. Aber, ist es nicht, aber so there's a man that says, well, he's just looking at him. Even if this is very women are not to yes, we live with their husbands. For sure. Check listen and let me see. And they just come out and you see them. But again, they do not get live together. By what it is, you know how the aggressor is person punished by killing. There's someone in the story of our life. So ultimately, they're going to let you see, remember, a back story commits adultery. What's the game? What's the game? Slave theft. Remember again, that's unique thing for both, because that's a fight to her adultery. Nor does it apply to even zoning. Like meaning witnesses to testify falsely about her. Shekol Amizri, Makina La'osim. He said, this is all that's part of the Baal. He was there again. You're not to agree with the way you work with the Indian zoning is what? You're not reciprocal punishment. That's even not that for each other. The exception to this is, Indian zoning will buy a bass toys, the she gets silver, but they, as well as the adulterer, will get it. Okay, together, so what's the rest of us? That's the year. Traveling. Supposed to be something to happen. It's supposed to be something you should know. So we have these are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them also look like from Balfour, but we're going to missionarize. Okay, so what I mean? I'm a travel national channel, who national never know about. What's a self look again? A person that I prophesied something else to say. And it's not a prophecy. That's very well said. It's actually a very good prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the first part. Right? The person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and make a big prophecy that was said for someone else but not for them. Or when it's not in the show of others but not in. Like, you find the show of others but not in. And person goes ahead and prophesies the meaning about those desire. Right? As you said before, even if what you're saying is factually correct, he says something to the other. These individuals are executed by a human judge. According to the also, and that's the refusal of war. Because that's right. And the back of the Rabbi, somebody disregards the words of the Rabbi, the Rabbi shot after the excellence. So Rabbi disregards the old prophecies, we saw something you do for us. Ultimately, again, your death is at the hands of heaven. Listen, it's interesting to know this idea. It's not a national channel. I understand why. If somebody prophesies, the person says, I see you are working with me, you never make that the directly to, I understand the dispute with yourself. Okay, makes sense, when they do prophecy. But okay, but if I go along, and I do a prophecy given to someone else, and I do it over, I understand that's not good. Why is it a few of yourself? Like, what's I'm not looking at the information. The information is factual, the information is correct. But yeah, I guess let's see the concept, let's see why it is. So this is like, stop with me, let's say like this. You know, it's like, the most idea a person to commit in life is trying to be someone else. If you only do the things you are both in life, you never to be someone else. You are both to become the best version of you. So when a person gives a prophecy that is given to someone else, that prophecy should be given. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become me. But we are both trying to become someone else like to be. That's such a purpose. Such a purpose. We're such a difficult thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who can represent us at the moment of success. And then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. No, again, there's something to be worked for them. If we talk about what we come up, I'm like, I can learn from every person. But my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion when you keep doing what you are, that was given to someone else, to you make it your own, that is the fundamental level of personalistic obligation. But again, my objective is to be you, and to be the best person of you. You pick someone else's reward and you make it your own, tell yourself. And that's not a life, because what's the work if you totally get off track, you're always trying to become somewhere else. Right? So there's always someone better, there's always someone more successful, there's always someone who's spend your life trying to be like other people. Right? Spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back. Let's go back. Yeah, you know what I mean? So you know all this stuff. I'm going to do that on the Alberta country for most itself. After another I said, Yossi, Medada, Bishmi. So it says, open up your name. So when intentionally try to say something over my name, that feedback, that is not much of a trouble. That puts the not even invent the prophecy is doing over something that is not unique. Okay, I use it. Next, that share no CBC. I do not know this name. I'm a father of CBC, but then first that I did command it to another level. So I'm going to pray to it. Zan is not very much along the MLO. That refers ultimately against the prophet who did go something that was not said for him. That's very bad. He's going to be able to and he will go out and say something over the name of another God. He's not even trying to share all this for somebody. Therefore, for somebody prophesizes related like that. And they will also look at truth of that. The truth of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that you're being given over one of our God is not makes it liable to that. It said, and in all of these cases, what does the prophet say? The links are not in Habu. It's probably what the rest. From this time, we're going to stand in the Elepha. And as they will stand whenever the Torah says about therapy, it doesn't identify which that therapy the default is. Good. Let's say that's what this is. Next, according to this video, so from the back of the Rebbe, the Rebbe is the other Agudah as many studies tonight. Let's look at the next three. This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share. The doctor disregards the words of the Rebbe. Or number three, a Rebbe revives his own Mitzvah. So all these people have put the Rebbe to the Israel, and really know this. And that's it. I share the Yishma. So let's say the Pasuk says the first one up there, the Rebbe will not listen. Holiday, no Yashmiya. We bring that down in the Yishma, but what Yashmiya, we're not looking for him. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The holiday, I'm sorry, holiday no Yashmiya, it's holiday no Yishma. Of the road, see, I make it a word, you know, Yishma. But it's not so good. When that one Pasuk is someone who feels it, disregards it, slight some of the words of prophecy, disregards, or somebody else who feels the whoever disregards it, and never ultimately again is totally possibly also shall not share his living life. And it's never not share. Now we love this in this other. That's like, also not the cut. It was a little told a little bit. But how do you know summer? So first of prophesizes the same as you do not hear. So you do not give an example. It's to go, Sikya ben Kinano. It's Sikya ben Kinano. Who's Sikya ben Kinano? It's Vayako Sikya ben Kinano. Tiny Baisa. This is interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Nabi of where Aram was attacking Israel. And the interesting alliance, one of them is this sixth kingdom of Malchus Israel, of Malchus Israel, and of Malchus Judah. The king of Malchus Israel is never going to be and the king of Malchus Judah is never going to be a Shabbat. The Shabbat is very righteous, and Shabbat was righteously claimed. But they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to combat that alliance. So Shabbat like idolatry, but at least some prophecy to back this up. If it was like a sticker on holy alliance, sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So I said, you do something like this, I think we would want it. But after produces, after getting those shows, you can enough money. You can find plenty of profits, right? So after producing posters of profits, and still somebody not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sikya ben Kinano. Because of his issues, what is Sikya ben Kinano? He fashions, he makes iron horns. I was supposed to symbolize the fact that fires are going to roar around. They're really successful. Okay? So the Lord says as follows. So my habit is, so again, so now, there was what I pointed out. Sikya really received prophecy. we really want to see prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see is there's a triple fault prophecy. Because again, whatever happening in Israel is Achab is killed in Israel. All of this hoping with the Israel is raised to lure Achab into battle so that Achab would die in battle. So the Lord says, my having a what should Cynthia have done? Rebels Attises, this is a wild story. So Cynthia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Rebels. So the name sounds familiar. Remember, Rebels had a beautiful years. But Achab very much was weak. So Zero convinced her husband to essentially bring the Rebels up and execute it. Rebels were teammates and ultimately Achab. So what happened? So the spirit Rebels came back and kind of appeared to Cynthia, making it was like Kodesh Baruch in order to get Achab to go out to balance with Achab before in battle. Okay, that's it. They're not done. You fight that support. The Yahweh Yahweh the most skill I got. Instead to put out a point. The summer is really to go down and force a retail nation. So spirit by Halo and Father. I will go and entice Achab to go to war. But when I did that, we have two talks say, but ultimately, or you got might say, what is the meaning of Halo? He said to describe the spirit like the strength of levels. Go, say this is us. We have to reason. Those are exactly incredible. And God was saying to the same thing, so the promise. You come over to the promise place because you can go, and after you go, you can't come back to it. Why not? Because the job of this spirit is to deliver false prophecy. The Rebellion is all honest, and something that is not honest cannot reside inside of the confines of the rebellion from all themselves. Maria, what's the last? And then looking on, yes, the Nebuchadnezzar is Israeli. So ultimately, it was the spirit of Nebuchadnezzar who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achab during adding to battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Cynthia and Kirana. I believe I but so Cynthia should have been a little bit more vigilant. The release of signaled over the community, the initiative in the sign the signal effect. There's an interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them is led to a different way. There's an exactly really fascinating that prophecy, you can have multiple prophets that use the same message, but many two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the one about the couple in the same way. You know, they're like that background, Zago and back on his Yaka. Really, if that's not his Yaka, Zago and Back. But I said that this example of Mudir conveying the same kind of concept, but each of them is sitting with everything in a slightly different way. First, it's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's the idea? The real representation is the highest level of revolution of our party. What did you want to say? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. It really just sounds funny to person, not just true by the idea, but it's true by every element of our relationship with this party. No two Jews have the same relationship as God. The same kind of distance, the same locus, the same second error, but at the end of the day, when you are with God, and when you act this salvation, you come up with powerful values where you especially the resurrection of the values between one to the next. Incredible. So the Lord is like that. You know, it says, the honey created by God, money not meant to be common. So ultimately, it's two person of your life. And what's the city of your life? So Abraham hundreds of prophets that are saying the same thing. These hundreds of people saying the same thing. That's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's so just you realize there's something in there. You know it says, you don't know how to let God do the eyes of you stuff. So exactly. Maybe Cynthia didn't know this was a reason. Maybe Cynthia didn't know that prophets don't have the same prophecy. Maybe you can see what is halacha. So you know it's like, yo, Shabbat Hashem, the Kamaru, the Sinamon, yo, Shabbat, I aim There's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Just everyone is saying the same exact thing. So much like, I feel like how profound this is. So not only is an incredible lesson in terms of like how Israel is powerful, but all of us interact and relate and have a different relationship with ourselves. It's like sometimes we think it's like, just because we get problems, you imagine the same exact thing. That's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things. And yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being mad and in love with them. That's actus. That's actus, right? And we have this very skewed view of actus. That actus means like being unity. Everyone's on the same page. So never happened, never happened. I've said it many times. That's what it I see that. I see over here, each hug, the little hug. When people with one hug, like we always said, it never says each hug the bear. It doesn't say what people sort of feel. People with one heart, yes, people with one heart. There's a short pitch. My family is a little bit and yes, I told you to be a girl who was sitting out in traffic. Everyone, my wife, and jumped on this particular member of my family. And it was like, and then what was so beautiful. Because that's like, so like this that I forgot. It's like looking at 3 hours, but it was killing time. So I'm not going to 30 seconds. You know, whatever, everything is smart. But also, that's the other word, that's the only ending. I remember all of these things. Somehow, it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was, just a circle of growing and living kind of stuff. I don't know if that's right. I don't know exactly what happened, right? But when I said, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to help people, even if we vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that they are so evil, unfair, unintelligent, incorrect in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So you see hundreds of people saying the same thing, and we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same thing to us. It's so boring. It's so that people live like in an echo chamber. So the echo chamber, that's not life, and it's not like cloudy stuff. The Jewish clouds, so they'll say there's a lot of Jews, a lot of opinions, and yet a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just correct. People see us with all the correct opinions, and shoot us in positions in life, and not even free. Right? But the Mesa, so what happens? When you see hundreds of people that are all saying the same thing, that's what something's off there. Really, the much people that are saying different stuff, that's off. And actress is that moment when you can embrace, even after a vociferous argument. I know that. You know they like this. I'm going to let you go, honey. So what happens? So you'll shop outside and eat some of the beer. The apple says, let me know the beer. Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the United States, I'm away. Half of it is lying in this of the apple, or the English of the father, signal effect holding the permanent beat. The only thing you do in the family is signal effect. So I can look at this, what I learned is this. You could have sponsors all espousing the same message. But they're not, they'll be that $500. But you don't, none of them none of them give it over in the same way. They'll give over the same message, but don't give it over to the text. The Old Prophet is sitting there, and these hundreds of prophets, I just want to point out, these were not the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because the Prophet wanted Ahab to go out to work with Paul and Bala. The Old Prophet was saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, your stuff has to be communicated. Okay? So your mother's like that. So Master, good. I'm sorry, that's the example of the Nabi who gives over something that was not said over. Things to go. And now you have that also. The Kaidi, so you say Kaidi ben Ezra. What happened to Kaidi ben Ezra? The Kaidi, when you have the Shita Elyo, really understanding the upper market things for God, Korma, comes to my place, and you show her as precious, Elon, so Yirmiyah is giving a prophecy. Right? And Yirmiyah says that the Father is going to go out and break the boat Elon. So remember, there's 11 Elon. I'm going to break the boat Elon to defeat Elon. Okay, so what happens? Nosa Hananiah by the Kodeatzma. So Hananiah hears this prophecy of Yirmiyah, and he makes Kalapana, might even Shemot Ba'Elijah and Barbel. I'm not going to call him so as precious Elon. So Elon, they can tell Barbel. If the prophet was going to say that he's going to break the bow and he's going to defeat him. Now, after the comment, trust the X-Men, Allah has some of the comment. As the response is coming to breaking the primary form of Israel, so he's going to break the secondary forms of Israel. What is secondary form of Israel? So can I even come up over the correspondence is going to go out and defeat Elon, he's going to go and defeat Barbel. So what happens? So what happens? He goes back to the prophesied, he's awesome, he took a attack. When Allah, Korma, Hashem, Shabbat, as all Melech Barbel. It's fascinating. So when I make this a prophecy of Yirmiyah, he needs to have a whole from that prophecy. And if he expands his new prophecy, only when it's true, I thought we didn't say, and then talk about virus. How the hell are they there? What are you talking about? If you know an example of someone with a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over, how do you make this up? You make this up. Which pretty much is Kima is Yahweh, Kapakon, and Edward, demand the Ikma and dummy. So, again, because the Ikma and dummy, we do not go in there now, though. Because they ultimately get because they don't have Kapakon, because he's the Kapakon, and because the Kapakon is going to be actually going to the course, you know, it's like a purpose of a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the story turned over to heaven. Once an example of one exercises in the name of God. So what's the last one? You know, you do have balance. So what is the you do have balance. When you do have balance, so again, balance not only balance. He had his own reveal. And had his own reveal. So again, as you prophesy the name of God, things that were not true. And that's probably just giving us what most incredible. That's the example of each holding your own prophecy. If you learn, you don't have what I need to you don't know, right? You don't know, you don't get the prophecy, what you do, right? So let's say, just the newest thing that I'm public to, and so many of us are over on that every single day. Every day there is anything over this person right here. What does he say? What does he say? It could be great. It could be great. You get perfect good things. So like just like again, the Bible says, every good pass from your faith and cells, Hebrews, Bunyan, every day a gospel comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy, and I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? What do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's public living also. Every day prophecy comes fresh. Every day responsibility comes fresh. Every day opportunity comes fresh. The sometimes it becomes great. And if you suppress it, and you don't utilize it, and you don't actualize it, that's called holding trusting also. You know what I mean, God? From the back of it, I know. See, you know, that's an example of one of this evaluation. That's the only base. On the base, so you know, it's 5 days of the new car. These are the friends of new car. Now, here's the friends of new car. It says covered the new car. So each up on the new car, on the other side, so the family, you know, is that, how do you know, then you know that, so it's not the old side, and out of these what we are calling. So again, this was also one of the prophets was prophesying that day about Asher. It said that you just come in there to him, and the divine son is telling you, so just let me look up, they're going to a Bible and say, oh, God, hit me. So this is the prophecy he was starting to show ultimately again that Claudius would think he's successful ultimately over, but that's after he's going to play in battle. And the Ain't Any Software says, the man refused to answer his call, and what happens? It's still like, no, Yahweh is promotion. My God, the Nabi Shafar. No, no, my God, the guy was between my mouth. They said, because you're in, then right, and it's right, because again, in this case, the biggest thing happening is between my mouth. Obviously, what about story, but I'm different guy. The Nabi Shafar, I'll give it a slow. Also, the example of a Nabi who violated his own words. Then violated his own words. He goes, ego and nothing. There's no ego. What happens to ego? It's still, you can see that and see. You can see that, so that's what it is. So ego was ultimately again, was commanded to go ahead. This is the story of the Rebbe Nevat. Rebbe Nevat was the first king over the Sith Marcus. Rebbe Nevat, interestingly enough, Rebbe Nevat started out as a good man. He was a friend of for the battlefield. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to the people? How are how good connection with people? Rebbe Nevat understood that if he was going to celebrate religious overnights, he said, you have to prevent these things. Remember again, even once the letter is split, the big deal is that everybody has to be over like that. And that's the case, you're not going to start people going to this extending this is thing and not do it, so let's go to this over. So that's what we do. You know what we do? That's what we want to do now. We go two of us. We go two different times. So in the beginning, we said, it's come down to because I'm seeing you in the trip, you don't have to go ahead and go over to this. With the selection, sit here, and what happened? Ultimately, again, it evolved into a baby song. So he confronts the Rabban when he's offering his Kabbalah studies in his Kabbalah, and the Rabban is out his phone, like in the physical way, and his arms shriveled up, don't shrivel up. So ego went down. Now, when you go, so go do your process. Don't stop. Don't eat. Don't do anything. Nothing. That you need to focus on your mission. Okay? So you don't stop. What happened on the way back? It's a little bit. Got no one to come off. So ultimately, everyone's going to happen on the way back. He goes past him. Like, hey, Mr. Marcus, somebody invites me to eat. He goes, so he's sorry, I said, for the fact that I've done on a mission. You guys just, you're not going to eat. You're not going to come over. Hey, come in, right? We can eat together. So he goes back to have any mistake, and he goes into his guy's house and eats. But you also, by instantly, don't sit, I hear that thing say, what happens when ego left after the meal, he was pursued by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, from violating his own words. This is also such a display is such a profound metaphor. The one perspective is how it ego. If you want to accomplish something in life, then let them not be able to. So focus. Let me focus on the ego and how exactly in Shah has used this. He says, what's Jesus? So why do you use this? Jesus is necessary. There's no one who teaches this because more often than not, the reason why it's accomplishing his life, why when you're not going to go in the purpose. So it's really incredible. So like another thing over here, it's just funny, it's not just an active space, but I'm not part of an active space. But the medical house is so bad, like that's a ego, never mention, don't go to eat. But it's just also just stay focused on your purpose. And you get distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the yeah, matter of fact, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. You lose the momentum. And probably don't do this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? Not the same. You lose the momentum. This is also, for example, even by learning. And by learning, there's this state of learning through sequence. And there's what we learn. Because the very focus, very undistracted. But even 5 minutes of learning the sequence is better than 40 minutes of distraction. happens. Like, I'm learning this. And at the end of the day, you got 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. There's some people that especially inside of the basket to this. Now, what's so much inside of the answer is nothing. So there's no question. It's like one, two, one. Let us say here, you know, you ask me over here about what a person would like to hold the prophecy. The real reaction is, how is anyone going to know? Right? They're going to say, you have nothing, or you have nothing to hold this prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he held this prophecy? So you mentioned my master today. Who's giving you my surah? I'm going to buy it. How do you do? I'm sorry. I'm going to buy it. How do you do? So I'm going to buy it. The shift to the last time, so it's in Gabas, in Gabas, so like. So he's going to start practicing what he said before. And this is interesting, but how the gospel prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person convinces differently, but it's given to more than one. So we talk about if you have another unique prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they know a particular Rabbi do not share. So if you're not Haji Day, so that's the interesting. Well, maybe I can start for which fast, maybe giving it the other thing for like 17 things in life. It is a Haji Day, we deal with other modules in the field. And again, the possible stuff is sometimes changes with this, and if you would have done that for what, we would inform the group of the view that like, the hard day off, Haji Day for laws, one second, I noticed that Yona, after the Sarki changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yona, like Yona points out that everybody else is talking about this training window. The Sarki did not go ahead and give every advice warning, since he was as well. Yona made Kara, moving their purpose from it. Those are very important. The rest of the world said the old and very young, the new their purpose. Now what is their purpose? Handover just meant, in 50 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in Lincoln. The change could be, they could all become a digital Valentino, or the change could be the same thing we destroyed. So in Leonard's words itself, there's the actual possibility for two circumstances. And then either Yaga, either Toba, either Ra. Again, it was the ultimate engineer. Again, I'm listening to you, I can't break out. Part of the reason ultimately why do you reach the early in the best is the fact that it's like Shiva. It's sometimes that's what a metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. And not just to mean that, I've gotten one in the practice. What do you mean? What do you mean? You need what you make of it. You need what you make of it. As much as Welcome knows what they're going to do, how they're going to do it for us. Our lives are this open-ended, future-oriented adventure of massive. And another 40 days, the city there is going to be overturned. Is it good? Is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, once you come, it's up to you. Okay, and the right part is ready. So let's say, ultimately, again, one is more than the other. You know, years. So let's say, here's the biggest thing. Now, if the Rebbe says something, and I don't really love it, so some people like, say the name of God, right? It's right? So, how do I know that he's a Nabi, and I have to answer him? I have to listen to him. You know, you just sound, obviously, that's not good. You gotta see, like, the Nabi credentials, right? So, you can't just know what he's entering Nabi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, so how do you talk? So now you have your own sweetheart, and the new company is getting us. We didn't get a sign, and we keep up on that deal, so now we're doing to this, and like, feeding these nigga, right? Therefore, the looks of change, not different. And listen, another doesn't have to give an oath every single time you're saying it. Again, why did Yitzchak was such a response? Right? But again, why do you say Yitzchak and Yitzchak? Yitzchak should have said, Yitzchak should have said, it's the old man's gospel. That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak wasn't his father? Because he was part of the problem. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak would have gotten Yitzchak. That's a little bit, maybe a better conversation with God. But that's something that you want to start speaking about. But if you want to find it, there's no give and take, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram is mixed up. Avram was another mixed up as another. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. This was the ultimate showdown between Elias and the VFI. Remember the story? Everybody goes off. Elias goes the altar. And the VFI goes the altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever wins fire down from heaven first is with God. Is with God. So what happens? So then again, there's another thing that we have out. They're crying out, they're not sleeping, all kinds of crazy stuff. One thing, he's submerging. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On top of his altar, and all of that, what does he do? Cooks fire comes up from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful, except we don't want to talk about. There's a huge use of upper cabinet outside of the mystery. So what's happening everywhere? So how do we know these able to use speakers? Again, Prophet told them, well, we all, come on. I don't think you can do it. And then what's the ready to do it? You know, you never ever heard of the next change. Right. Once a prophet understands his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath on the Lord. That's a better way. You know what the next story is, right? And you know what we about. What happened in the next part? Why we start worshiping Baal again. This is what we know that we do this in the scripture. I've no sight after posting against you. How long are you going to straddle the fence for? And it's also used like a very important issue, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create anymore. Miracles don't create anymore. They don't. Again, listen, this passage also ties on saying that Sinai. And what happens? They will work more than that. Miracles change the whole site. How many you think? How many missiles will fire from Iran? Like how many missiles will fire from Iran and not one hit? So look at the fires over God. Massive chilling movement. Actors everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles like fireworks. So what happens when you watch fireworks? What happens? Yeah, but you know, somebody comes back and forth to July 5th. You know what? I was like, you know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. What happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's like the tree is like, you see all the videos, that make us so around. It's like, what happens? People just say, like, it's like, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from covenant. Change comes from our favor. Change comes ultimately from putting in the effort. Miracles are beautiful, and it can create many times bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect project comprehensive change. That only comes from the inglorious work you can in and you do out. Incredible. That's what I think. I think this is ridiculous. To watch this.
But now that you mentioned Avon, but Avon did not give
evaluation.
did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? After Mark, after what? After the angels of the working of the say the sin, Vayibda Hayelet Vayibamau. The Pasuk says Yitzchak, that's the word Yitzchak, the boy that happened was used, he grew up and he was used. Now I know it's like a big sugar for you. I'm not suffering like that. The suffering suffering Hashem. The praise Olam. The God things that. The suffering of Hashem is so disparaging. Like this old man. So Hanan from the Shana Kibakan, she gave her father to 1 years old. He told her, she also know how you want to put as a close to Appalachian with her. So the suffering says that he gave this old man so much. And all these things saying, never even offered you up a little couple. Never even like a pigeon. A turtle dove, nothing. You got a little animal. A little bit of nothing. I mean, also, I would be sure to know. Because you're suffering, everything happened didn't do for the son. And then the older there's a man who's been called the Canaanite, not the Zophar. If I were to tell Avram to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Something says if I asked Avram to give him his own son, he would do it. Miyad, then the king says Avram. And then afterwards Hashem tested Avram. So that's why this is interesting. So the United States to understand the Achid, the genesis of the Achid, what this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the son. But now we're not finished. By the way, how close to the place? I try to find a little piece. Thank you for you stuck in what for that. I would assume that I'll not our Russian Bakasha. Now, no is a request. Request. So, you think it is. You know, so much of the man of bus of the gun. So, I'm going to have more fun target. What can this be prepared? This can be great to agree to in which many ways. What's especially the immediate guidelines. By the way, people act they're not stunned. And this king, he had like the guy that the one valiant warrior. So he was like, he was responsible for all of his victories. Remember, under 11 of the king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. I don't know, he says to his most valiant soldier, the question is, please, I'm not even going to come and see. Stand so I do the presence in this battle. So my name is Colonel's in-round manage. Because if you stand in this battle, because it's one battle, what will it do? It will take us to every previous victories. But if you stand from this most intense of battles, not only have victory here, but it's to make the previous victories again. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. All of the other leaders. Check out from Avram. You see from the common assurance of giving you many tests over the years. The Amanata and you've been successful in all of them. After I'm no losing your sons, and now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. So that your name only matters to you. People should not say that there is no merit to the previous test. So this is a fascinating, what does this mean? First of all, there's a tremendous study in human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. Like people, like if you tell someone, generally human nature is of what you know to tell you right now, and it erases all of the things that came before. This is just interesting. It's a valiant warrior falls in this battle, all of the success it has always. Those are what this means. What is the best part of the video? There's a beautiful idea of Sassanus. He says, he says, I do a sign of service. He was not on the video. He splashed his whole appointment to meet the ministry, which is Scaba our Heaven service. With every single one of the videos of service, what he did is he embedded another part in the DNA of Bobby's side. I'm the video about Father. And every test that he succeeded, every son that he ever came, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Achidas Yitzchak represent? He says, Achidas Yitzchak represent, at the end of the day, Hannah Meruba from the Silas Yitzchak. What Achidas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to give everything to God. I'm not going to already demonstrate a willingness to give himself. This was even more. A willingness to even give his child. and represented the official and willingness to do anything and everything for the Ribono Shalom. After the start, we should be up for belief that Amravino says, you need to cast this. You know I need to cast this, not for you. That's not for you. But if you cast this, then you embed this core within the spiritual DNA of Klal Yisrael. If you go to Hallelujah and you take your son and you live to offer him as a cover, but you embed with the Klal Yisrael the core and the ability to do anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's what he's back. He says, do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then the figures will use the people decision. And that's even incredible. At the end of the day, I'm going to be passing this test, as you know, and he will work with the rest. It's probably say, listen, we're living with him judges. We're living with him judges on the CS records. Now, if we go back and look at stories of dramatic spiritual terrorism, like I said, you see, it was special pictures and stuff coming out of that storytelling, and you really do it. You dressed up as a gun burger. Dressed up as a gun burger, because you should thank you every single reference line on the other storytelling. You know, I want to represent, those represent. She represents this incredible cause. She represents this incredible leadership, this incredible leader. But this cause, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does it go? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get that power? And Adam Avinu was made together and use everything for our mentality. The embedded in our spiritual DNA. The ability and the willingness to do the same. And if that results in conflict, peace, and if it makes it simple, you have to pass this test. It's not to do you. Strike your way to center, the simple way to mess up and see science. It is the strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children. And the strength that you are going to access throughout the ages. Because Adam Avinu was successful in his Messiah. He gave us the talk to be successful in our mission as well. I'm going to say, tremendous, right? Again, again, also a lot of these, this is a lot of our guys don't teach, but tremendous together with us. But anyway. I'm sorry? I know. I always balance the guy like somewhere in there.
Yes. You want to do it on this show this 2023. Yes, it is fun right best. The leader to this channel defense. It's very nice.
All right, then, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a bit of Vach. As the first Baruch Hashem. Begin the week. Journey up to Pesach, and then for Hashem, about a little bit of with the new daf, and there's Hashem, beautiful daf, really. I want to hear some of the sections this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsorship, the Tafshin Tei Hey, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Rushos as a zichus for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Jen Joseph HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael Zikrin Mizracha. We hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, all of those Shalom Sada here, the families that will come up, all of those who need food travelers that are close following Yisrael. We should bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful before what we ask in the day. But with that, let us begin. Today's after pay test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. Rabbi assigned some homework last night at the end of this year. If I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, and plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible ahead of us this week, but sometimes we're exactly ahead of us as well. So, got to give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on page 89. Again, we are still on the incredible sugya on Kentucky Mamre. Same Mishnah also. Motivation should be local, motivation should be active.
Remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when the Zakin Mamre is put to death, what type of machlokes we need to look at Zakin Mamre. Now it comes to the actual execution of the Zakin Mamre. So the Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the Beis Din in the city, nor do we execute him in the Beis Din in Yavne. So by the way, what's the Beis Din in Yavne? Look at Rashi. Rashi is about 200 Yavne. In Mishnah, the Beis Din for the Mishkas Hagazos. Gomer Lahem, the Chazri Le'ira, the Shar Yamim, Ad Shedosa Sanhedri Gidolo Yavne. V'adayin Abayis Kayim. Yachar came over to the Tziva in the Risnos of Yavne. So it was an interesting enough. Yavne was one of the locations that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled to. So what the Mishnah is saying like this: in order to go ahead and execute the Zakin Mamre, the Sanhedrin has to be situated in the Lishkas HaKoshes in the chamber of the stone in relation to the code. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Sanhedrin is still standing, you can't execute the Zakin Mamre. Ella, Malden Ocean of Basin of Rivers in Shalayim, you take the Zakin Mamre up to the Basin of River to the High Court in Shalayim, and the Shaman also Ad HaRayel, and the Musim also Belega. So what we do is we put in the whole detail until the next upcoming Lega. So the next upcoming Lega, did one of the Regalim based on Shmuel Shokis. Okay, remember again, this is the first dot, the first part of the dot. And what does it make reference to? The Regalim. The Regalim. Like, everyone's on a journey. Everyone non-rich is like, we're always journeying to something else. It's never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So Purim is now behind us. If we're going to learn that, we have to give it to the residents of Yerushalayim. So again, the rest is probably Purim's a little bit behind us. But now, again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. There's something behind us. There's always something new right in front of us. This happens right. So we keep, so again, going to the first thing in the Mishnah, we'll see, we keep the Zakin Mamre in a holding cell up until the next level, up until the next level. And the research level, you executing on Yontif, which is really, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why Shnei the Chala on Yishmu, Viro, and when you see it on the Rebbe Akiva? Because the Pasuk is literally the entire nation will hear, they will hear, and the country they will not follow in the footsteps. He knows everything. As I said, every people says it like this. You gotta make a spectacle out of it. When people have to see, when people have to see this, people have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this thing and see it from social, or people see certain things, it has a no choice. But in Peter says, we got to go upstream for the government, such as become public spectacle. So Rudy says no. Even the animals do not show that. So Rudy says no. We do not delay judgment. There's absolutely no need to do that. So what you do is you execute immediately. It comes from the shocking shluchah in the form of holes. And what do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that Miguel Raisa needs some elements of specificity. So according to the Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding him until the regal and then executing him again on the regal. But you says no, we don't do that. We'll say Ima Anyas has been used. You do not corrupt the person. Somebody's liable to death penalty. You execute him. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. So what we'll do is we'll send out letters to all the communities saying, Ish pointing this guy and again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. We'll say fundamental about how we go ahead on to say when we go ahead and execute the Zakin Mamre. Let's analyze. In the reason also, motivation should be was it's an market for Brisa, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Brisa says as follows. In the reason also, motivation should be low, so we don't execute Zakin Mamre in the local basing. The motivation should be Yavne, not even in the base Yavne. Once again, the basing in Yavne is what the Sanhedrin itself was exiled to. Ella, Malin also the basing of Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what do? We bring the Zakin Mamre up to the high court of Yerushalayim. And the Shamin also Ad HaRayel.
and we wait to hold him, like holding the holding cell up until Yom Kippur, and when we see also the regal, and we execute him on Yom Kippur, Shneimar b'chala am yishma'u v'yirau divrei Rabbi Akiva. Because the Pasuk says everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the B'chol Ha'am. When you're going to have a term that everybody can hear about this, so it's not as simple in Yerushalayim for the right way. I'm going to Yehuda. So he does the Pasuk say that they should hear and they should see? That Yehuda is making this about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. And Yehuda says that the Pasuk says that they should hear and they should see. All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. So essentially, again, like you just said, as long as people hear about it, they don't have to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay the judgment? They always say that it's interesting that you don't understand this to be like an equally doing the meaning of corruption of the day. It's an interesting sense of like, life is, like a little bit of every child has stuff that their parents will always say over and over and over. So in that part of the day, that's what it's trying to come up is whatever is going on in life, you need it. Just be into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just being into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances, just being into it, it just goes. You're going to be great, you're going to be fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting, sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like waiting for the. I know it's gonna happen. It's like sometimes in life you don't know how things are gonna happen. But then I know what is going to happen. So it's why don't you do this to this person? Okay, I got it. He's in the execute. He's not the man, right? So you gotta execute him. You definitely have to execute him. But why would you delay it? What's the purpose? Listen, you've seen this make people before that. Even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rachmanis. Now, that might sound like a little contradiction, but what you understand is that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rachmanis as well. So it's like, okay, he bought a ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. So why delay it? You need to let get it over with, and that's it. Rabbi, I don't know, we smell somebody. I've been close to the shop and if I'm up and each voting is highly subjugated. And again, how do we fulfill the purpose? Write letters, just send out the letters for all the different groups communities. So-and-so is executed as a second member. So don't say, so this is the fundamental block like this. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how we execute this second member. Okay, we got about 10 about it. Let's go like this. 10 about it. I got 3.5 loss. Now, it's interesting, because clearly, what you see with this second member is, it's not just how we execute it. That there is this deal of this publicity that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. So, by the way, there are four situations where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, a Masis. Masis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Then Sorar Umora, Zakim Mamre, and Adin Solomon. Interesting. All of these four need hafrazah. They need announcements. Rashi says that they are hafrazah. Floating means the Bezir Aga Belazu, they lirdos as hafir. So literally, Bezir will announce so-and-so is executed because of the people are there. And all of this is done in order to create the public example that people shouldn't follow suit. The Gemara says, Kulu Tzibur, the Chala'am, the Chol Yisrael. So ultimately, again, the Chala'am. So like all of these situations, this is the Chala'am, the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, the Chol Yisrael, the Eden Zonim, the Nisharim, the locally Amor Chazim Sudasa, the Sahadis, so it's interestingly enough, the Eden Zonim, the Russian is the Nisharim. Those who are left over,
Right, those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expansion ultimately again as Kola Am B'chol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Avis, not everyone is fixed for Avis. Avis is always more limited to why? Because we have also said there are certain locations. The person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Avis, right? Person commits an Avera, can't, or certain Averas can't do Avis. So because Avis itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, that was like beautiful Gemara Mishnah. So we keep 12 and 7. We've already done a whole Mishnah, a whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker, Navi Sheker. Next guy is Chaim Yisrael. Navi Sheker, false prophet. Okay. So what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emalo. So we'll say, so what's a Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesies something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting enough because he wasn't saying that's a thing. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff's happening at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people think you get Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly again you're prophesying for those problems, right? So again, so what happens? What happens to Reuben? Reuben gets Nebuah. Now it happens to be it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number one is I prophesied something that the prophet did not say. Case number two, the devotion gave my friend Nebuah. I heard how that happened, right? I heard the Nebuah and I say that that's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, these individuals, like the Navi Sheker, is executed by court. So let's say this is constant. This movie also is someone who receives Nebuah but refuses to share it. Like Kodesh is a counter something, so receives Nebuah and refuses to share it. Or one who goes ahead and simply ignores the word of the Navi, or a Navi who receives Nebuah, but violates the only word that he received. So all these cases, all these individuals, again, death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shneimar, Anochi at Rosh Me'imo. I'm established all this stuff. I'm going to get into all these pieces a little bit. I'm established all this stuff. If somebody prophesies in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and what I was I'm going to have all this stuff. And again, the person says literally again, this is what the Avodah Zarah says. Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what you believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes it wrong. A person is adultery, even so again, if a man has a relationship with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had innocent and not Nisun, or they just come out of the Nisun, but again, they do not yet live together. Halacha is the adulterer is punished by sin. This is someone made Baskoin of Allah, so ultimately, again, it wasn't because remember, a Baskoin commits adultery, what's again, Sreifa. Remember again, that's a unique thing for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even Solomon, like meaning witnesses testify falsely about her. Shekol a Muslim, Maktima Ma'osim. And so, what he's only that's calling about, because in general, again, the way it works with even Solomon, you get a specific punishment. That's his one cash as other. The exception to this is, even if someone will buy a bas coin, she gets sleifa, but they, as well as the adulterer, will get Hannah. Okay, incredible. Says that's all it was. Says the Gemara. So there are three
these are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately, again, are killed by a court. The three of them is missionary. Okay, so what are they? Hamisnave Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emada. This is ultimately, again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, I should say. Yes, that was a prophecy that was not said. That was essentially they're inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? The person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and make a fake prophecy that was said to someone else after them. Or, and it's not the share of all this kochavim, right? Right, it's not the share of all this kochavim. Or a person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of Avodah, right? As we said before, even if what you're saying is factually correct, the halacha is misasan gide adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKodesh is with also a Nabi who receives of law, but does not share. On the back of the Nabi, or somebody disregards the words of the Nabi Shava al Divrei Asmo, or a Nabi who disregards his own prophecy, Misasa and Yisrael. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. And I will say, it's interesting to note this idea. Misnada Mashal Shama. I understand why, if somebody prophesies, this person says, I received the voice of Mashal, there's no information I did not receive. I understand what is a fear of Yisrael. Right? It makes sense. It makes sense. And then the prophecy. I will say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a fear of Yisrael? Like, I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now, again, we'll see the puzzle. We'll see why it is. We'll see about trafficking that's kind of it. You know what I'm saying? The worst avera a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah life is never to be someone else. The avodah is to become the best avodah of you. So when a person who's got a prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to me. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become leader. So we are both of trying to become someone else like to be. That's such a toughness. Such a toughness. You know, such an interesting thing because you often spend so much time trying to become other people. You see other people who kind of represent us like a model of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from that. As you talk about learning to come on, right? I can learn from every person, but my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic abdication. That again, my avodah is to be me and to be the best person. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. Tell yourself, what are you doing? That's not a life. Because once you're not, if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone this. Don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather, spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. Good. So we know all this time. So it's ultimately again the Navi who will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? Therefore, the Navi who invented the prophecy was giving over something that was not given to him. Okay, fine. Next. I did not command it to him. But that infers that I did command it to another Navi. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately again to a prophet who did something that was not said to him. And he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. That refers to someone who prophesies in the name of idolatry. Again, what's the case of that? The case of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being given in the name of Avodah Zarah makes it liable to death. And in all of these cases, what does the Pasuk say? Mace and Navi Habu. This prophet will go to death. And once again, Stam, whenever the Torah says death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty. The default is kind of good. We'll say that's our first thing. Next, accomplishment also.
V'amavat al divrei Navi, the Navi sha'avra al divrei atzmam yishazim yishamayim. Also, what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't say. Levater disregards the words of the Navi. Or number three, a Navi who violates his own law. So all these people are put to death for Yishmael. Where do we know this from? It says, Va'ish asher lo yishma. So also the Pasuk says the person will not, the Navi will not listen. Karibei lo yashmiya. So the Torah has not only lo yishma, but what lo yashmiya, he will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The Karibei lo yashmiya, the Karibei lo yishma. El Direi, El Direi, Siv, Anoki, Adrosh, Imo, Yishalayim. So again, in that one passage, is someone that hears it, disregards it, cites someone who hears his own prophecy, disregards it, and somebody else who hears the words of another disregards it, and another ultimately, again, who is Kovish as who also does not share his living life. And it's not a matter of Shama. Now the Gemara gives an example. So it's like, also, watch it, fine. When we go, it's fine, I'm going to do it. Understanding Mashal Shama. The person prophesies something you do not hear. So the Gemara gives an example. This is Gon Sidkia ben Kinano. Like Sidkia ben Kinano. Who's Sidkia ben Kinano? It says, Bayas no Sidkia ben Kinano, Karnate Barzal. So it's interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Navis of where Aram was attacking while he's slain. And it was an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's a split kingdom of Malchus Yisrael, and Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Yisrael is another name of Yaakov, and the king of the Malchus Yehuda is another name of Yehoshaphat. Yehoshaphat was kind of like this. Unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to combat Aram. So Yehoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up. Because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. And sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So Yehoshaphat's like, I just need a nothing. So Achaz produces, Achaz got no choice. You get enough money, you can find plenty of profits, right? So in other words, Achaz produces hundreds of profits, and still Yehoshaphat is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sidkia ben Kenana, who did something interesting. So what does Sidkia ben Kenana do? He makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Kalisha is going to gore around. You're going to be successful. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So my hobby, so again, so now, we're going to point out, Sidkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see was a strict false prophecy. Because, again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achab is killed in this battle. All of this holding was a Mishparak's way to lure Achab into battle so that Achab would die in battle. So the Gemara says, "My Havilah what should Sidkia have done? This is a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. Let's say if that name sounds familiar. Remember, Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Achab very much wanted, so that Nabos wouldn't sell. So Achab has a wife by the name of Izel. Izel convinced her husband Achab to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges to have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achab takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Sidkia, making it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get Achab to go out to battle so Achab would fall in battle. Okay, you must have said, Ve'omer Hashem, Mi yifartes Achab, v'yal b'yabra b'moskilad. Baruch put out a call to the Neshamas. The Neshamas, who is willing to go down and for Achab into going to war? So spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achab to go to war. Vayomer Tifta say, but Asaki, or Yudah might say, what does it mean that the Mishpacha said to the spirit? It turns out to be the spirit of Nabos. Go, say me Mefisasi. You have to leave me. This is actually incredible. And Baruch was essentially saying to the Neshamas, whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go, and after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit is to deliver a false prophecy. The Ribono Shel Olam is on us. all MS, and something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the Ribono Shel Olam celestial sphere. My rock, what's the rock? Rock shall Navas Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Navas Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Ahab going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sidkia ben Kenan. But for 1 second, so Sidkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. Signal Echad Ola the community. James Shmini doing the signal Echad.